We're here at the Esports World Cup Player Lounge, and today we're doing the lobby. So let's see who we can find, if we can find anybody, and maybe just give you a bit of a tour of the facilities that are available. So as we walk in, I don't know what type of vibe you would call it, but it's nice. It's a nice vibe. It feels quite homely in here. All right, we found a player. Excuse me, sir, can you introduce yourself? Are you here to play the Counter-Strike?
No, I'm here for super mobile super. I don't see the sun here. And liquid people want.
I don't know, man. You got to play them first round. How you feeling about that? It was close last time.
Yeah, well, it was close, but we had some lessons we learned from the game. So I'm quite excited to play. You know, it's been a while since we played in Riyadh. Last time we lost last place, I think. I think VP kicked us from the tournament. Mr. Norbert was on our heads, and this year we wanna like redeem ourselves a bit, and also it's a lot to do with the organization, the importance of the tournament. So it's a big tournament for us, and we need to step up because the last two tournaments didn't go as we. I mean, semi-final is not a bad result, but obviously we have the players to go a bit further, and it's not about also the result; it's about how we played. So we want to just, you know, if we lose in the semi, but we played good CS, and the enemy team played better than us, then fair enough.
All right, I'll let you go to your duties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sponge. Always good to talk with you.
Cheers, man.
Bye. Cheers.
I'm here reporting for Sky News Football with Mr. Merriman. Just got off the back of scoring 3 goals. I have to be quiet. There's media going on over there behind. Mr. Merriman, are you happy with your performance? Those were fantastic 3 goals to get the W.
Yeah, I'm just happy I could help the manager keep his job, to be honest. I'm feeling good, feeling like we're on the right path, and I'm happy I could contribute to the team today.
Do you think having a kid's aged you?
Yeah, I think so, for sure.
Fair enough. Look, so obviously this season, all the talk is Vitality not winning all the trophies at the moment. Everything not really going to plan. Team looks a little bit disjointed. This event, pretty important from an organizational perspective. I think Vitality are 3rd as far as the championship rankings are going. Is there a bit more pressure to perform at this one than the last 2? One of them was Cologne. You could have had 2 Grand Slams in a year. You know, there's a lot of things going on.
No, I mean, it's important for us as a team as well. Like I said, we've not been up to the best start. It's also funny just the reactions and the community reaction of like how things change in the CS scene. Like, I mean, we won 7 tournaments, and all of a sudden, I mean, of course, coming out this part of the season, Spirit are the best team at the moment, but it seems like people seem to forget the first part of the year, and But I think for us, this tournament is really important for us. I'd like to say organisational as well, but for us, we want to get back to winning.
Yeah, okay, sweet. Well, thank you for your time. You know, we got some fun stuff, we got some serious stuff, and I'm sure you got a busy day ahead of you, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Senzu. Another grand final, mate. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I think you had a lot of people watching from home again. Is that just going to happen every time you guys are in a playoff? Like everybody in Mongolia just stays awake to watch your games?
Yeah, that's maybe, but it seems like, you know, like in Mongolian CS, Counter-Strike is like more like bigger. What I say?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, getting bigger and bigger for sure. You're on Vitality's side of the bracket. You're likely to play them if you win your first couple of games, and you beat them now. So does it feel like, okay, now we could beat them, like, not easy, but before it wasn't possible, now you did it? Is it like mentally, is there a change?
It's now more comfortable, you know, for us, I think.
Anything you want to say to the people at home?
Thanks for cheering us, I think.
Nice, thank you, Senzu. Have a nice day. This part of the lobby is where it's a bit more like a wildlife documentary. You've got to stalk your prey because they definitely don't want to talk to you. And when you walk in, they're going to be so disappointed. Do you play FIFA often?
To be honest, not that often, but sometimes we are playing.
Have you played against Wonderful before?
Yeah.
Who's better?
Hi.
Hi, Alexi. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What about you?
I'm doing all right. I tried to talk to your boys, but they were playing FIFA. Do you know who the best FIFA player in your team is?
I think Valera likes to think that he's the best, but I think it's Mihai, and he's not here.
How are you finding your time back here? You guys were champions last time round.
Yeah, we were. Different format last time around. I remember us winning the opening game and our opponents weren't out yet. Like, now it's...
There was like a last chance bracket or something, I think there was.
I think there was. And now it's single elimination, so it's a bit different, but at the same time, you can't expect yourself to lose when you're coming to tournaments, right? But I know that there might be something spicy happening, like a top team might lose, like on the first game. I think there is like Falcons G2, for example. But other than that, it's just, you know, us understanding it's our second LAN event this year. We went home from Cologne, immediately played the Blast online, which was a bit not the best. Like, we could have played better. Kind of unfortunate we had to play it online and not next to each other like we usually do. But now it's our second LAN event this year, and I hope that, you know, we're gonna have that same vibe we had in Cologne, because we actually played pretty decent.
Yeah, you saw Makazi as well on the stage, like playing some good Counter-Strike for his first event of that caliber. So that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, that feels good to me, and I think that he was very excited to play on the stage. And I wouldn't say he didn't have any pressure, but he wasn't afraid to take duels, you know. He was not afraid at all.
Yeah, nice. All right, well, thank you for your time. I took up plenty of it, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
See you later. You're like the TaiLoo ambassador these days. People, when they think of TaiLoo, they think of G.
No. I think TaiLoo maybe is our GOAT.
Jam Young.
MVP. Jam Young E.
What do you guys, what have you been doing since last time we saw you?
Prague.
Playing the piano.
Piano. No. Prague match. Prague, you know, Prague in Asia.
Hey, what's going on, man? You good?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, good. Your English is the best of the team?
No.
What do you think about the new update to Ancient with Temple being, like the angle from Temple to A main being removed?
I think for G is very bad because the op cannot aim the A main. Yeah.
What about for you? You know, sometimes when you go A on the T side, it's easier now, right?
Yeah, for T it's very easy because we don't need to flash tempo. Yeah, just flash the side.
Okay, some nice changes. Anything you want to say to people at home?
加油，天路，加油，给我们加油。
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm here with Stown and Yabi. Yabi looking like he's having a great time. Are you tired, mate, from the travel yesterday, Mr. Stown?
Yeah, a little bit. It could be worse. You know, the time difference is not that much. It's only 1 hour, so it's fine.
Have you? He was asking about lunch. Did you have breakfast or did you sleep in?
I had breakfast.
How was it? Good spread?
Yeah, it was good. The catering here is, seems to be really good. Yeah, that's really nice.
You played TaiLoo, who you played twice, both at Fisher. They beat you both times. Is this like a revenge kind of match? Is it a stressful match? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it is a revenge match for sure. I mean, as you said, we lost to them twice. I think they show really good CS. Yamyong has been playing really good. Seems to be, only going up. So I think, we'll have the same preparation we always do, and hopefully we can beat them this time.
Hopefully. Yabby, what are you saying? You reckon you're going to beat them?
Yes, we can. I think they actually play kind of the similar CS as a lot of the top teams in EU, but obviously they are shooting pretty hard, and when you're not shooting hard on the day, it's pretty much the only thing that matters in CS. So you don't really need as much structure and all these kind of things if you're just shooting hard enough. So I mean, it depends kind of on the day as well.
Last one, and then I'll leave you boys. What have you guys been feeding Hooksy? Because his individual form, right? The shots he's hitting, I'm like, damn, like Hooksy can shoot now.
I mean, I think he used his time when he didn't have a team to play a ton of DM, and it makes sense that he's becoming better.
But he's been going to the gym as well. He's getting bigger. I've seen he's a broad boy. You guys gonna go to the gym with him?
Yeah, we've been there a few times.
Yeah?
No.
What about you, Stan? You going to the gym?
I mean, I do some runs, some cardio. Yeah, that's good.
You're gonna join Pimp doing the Ironman?
Maybe one day.
Stan and Pimp crossing the finish line for the Ironman. I can see it now. I could see it right now. All right, boys. Thank you for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
James, wake up. Counter-Strike hasn't seen you since Austin. Welcome back.
Where am I?
Purgatory, James. This is Purgatory.
What do you mean, Purgatory? What is Purgatory?
It's a place where Vitality is not invincible. Their streak has been broken. Donk and Team Spirit are now back on top. Although, no more Magics. He's been replaced with Zwei.
As long as it's not Zomtix.
Don't worry about that. The Mongols made another grand final since the major. Even Team Liquid are showing signs of life, despite not really being able to win series.
How about my Na'Vi?
They made it to the Cologne playoffs, James. Makaze looked great.
Makaze?
Yeah, he replaced JL.
No!
James, quit messing around. We got a show to do.
Freya, I just had a dream that you were an angel and JL was replaced on Na'Vi.
Yeah, James, that happened months ago.
It's the first day of Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup.
Yes, indeed. Teams showing up to the Boulevard right now. I'm excited to see Team Vitality. Disappointing start with 2 unpleasant exits to start the second half of the year. You just know they're going to be angry. They got something to prove.
Meanwhile, for Team Spirit, you've got 2 trophies in a row, and now they're looking to show that the era of Spirit dominance is back to stay, and this isn't just their finals on song.
But it's not just the top teams as well. Someone like Liquid, a team like Liquid, who played Vitality so close just last week. They've got a lot to prove to show that this team can actually do damage. Astralis, a team that's been improving, waiting to see what their peak is going to be. Those teams have a lot to prove this week.
But it's not just about Counter-Strike here at the Esports World Cup. There's also the Club Championship. We're in the final events, and they could push their teams over the top. What's the Club Championship, you say? Well, let's find out.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
That is exactly what the Club Championships are all about, and this is exactly how the race is currently shaping up. Now we have 25 tournaments, 22 of which have already crowned winners, which means we have 3 titles remaining. Now, James, Falcons currently lead the race, but that could all change this week.
Yeah, it could all change. Now, as a club, they do have players and teams amongst all the remaining titles in here. For Crossfire, though, for Falcons, they're already facing elimination. They got slapped 10-3 and 10-1 yesterday, so it's not looking good for them. On the other hand, for Counter-Strike, okay, they're going up against G2 in the first game. We know what might be able to happen there. And then in Street Fighter, they have 4 players taking part in the competition. But it is a stacked tournament with 48 players. It's very hard to break into top 8. And even if they have multiple players hit the top 8 placing, only the one with the highest placing do the points count in order to help you for the Club Championship. Now, I'm not going to say it's impossible right now, but Falcons are in a good spot, but it's not guaranteed.
Now, I think the pressure is on Team Vitality, it's fair to say, right? Particularly when we're looking at CS2.
Yeah, it's not just Counter-Strike as well. In terms of the Club Championship, they're in a rough spot. They only have Counter-Strike remaining as a team within the chances of making points. Where you look at Crossfire, there's no one, and when you look at Street Fighter, there's no one. Tekken, last week, was a great opportunity for them, and many expected them to be making it to the grand final with their player. He made top 4, he got some points, but it did hurt their chances quite a bit. And realistically, they're in a position where they're kind of preying on the downfall of both Liquid and Falcons, and having to get a win here in Counter-Strike at all the 1,000 points to have a chance of winning it. But they could maybe steal away on second place.
That's a tough situation for Vitality to be finding themselves in, not least when we look at the money that is up for grabs. If we look at the total prize pool, that is $27 million. $7 million for first place, $4 million for second, $3 million for third. And even if you come 24th, you're still getting $100K in your bank. So I think it's fair to say, James, the pressure is on.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
The sun is shining and the lights are bright here at the Esports World Cup as our Counter-Strike teams are looking to earn their place on that totem, looking to earn their right to compete here at the Esports World Cup. I'm Darth Mike. Joining me in studio, we've got not just Moses and Yanko, but also a very special guest joining us on the couch, Danny Engels, the global director of global operations here for Team Vitality. I got it right. Danny, how are you enjoying the lights here in Riyadh?
Yeah, I've been enjoying them for 5 weeks already, so getting used to all the heat as well. But week 7 is definitely spicing up even more with the club championship coming to an end and us still in the running of potentially winning it all.
When we did like rehearsal yesterday and kind of talked through this, we always pose the funny question of what would you do with $7 million? Mike would buy a sailboat, Yanko would get some watches. So just out of curiosity with you at the top of an esports club, what do you do with $7 million as someone who has to actually have an answer for it?
Well, I'll probably renew the Counter-Strike team for a long time.
Yeah.
But no, jokes aside, it obviously helps to run a profitable business. And that would also allow us, especially in my position, to scale the business further, make Vitality more global, international, and more powerful at the end of the day.
Okay.
I think also last year, we saw Falcons run away with it pretty early. They had the sort of jump start or being in a lot of games. How difficult was the process to, get into some of these other games so you have a better chance at the club championship?
Yeah, it is still surprising to me that we are actually in a position to still win it all, because Falcons came here with 22 teams. We in Vitality only had 11 teams coming to Riyadh. So being in a position where we can still rival them is actually crazy enough to think about. But it's also testament to the work that we do in Vitality, trying to find the right talents, the best talents possible, and also talents that really breathe the brand, because I'm very happy to have players that don't only care about their game, but also root for the entire Vitality as well.
Your players have been talking about that, have been putting emphasis on the club championship, on how important this event is. For Vitality, this is your last hope as the Counter-Strike team. But as far as horses to bet on...
Great last hope to have.
Yeah, true. CS is a pretty good hope. Your Counter-Strike team, they won everything last season. Do you have faith they can take this one?
I want to say yes. We obviously believe in them, but if we go by the most recent results, probably looks a bit shaky. And especially if you go just back to Blast, we have an interesting opening matchup against Liquid, right? Because that was a banger in Blast already. And this format that we have here is going to be brutal with a single elimination. So one loss and you're out.
What's the conversation the team been like? Do you have any idea what the players have been talking about with these kind of disappointing exits they've had?
I mean, obviously as a competitor you want to win all the time, but you also have to be realistic that you can't simply keep on winning every single game out there. So to some extent, I think it was good to have a bit of a wake-up call coming out of the break. But it's another challenge that the team has now to overcome to get back into their groove and to the win streak, and hopefully into another major run coming up as well.
And they've definitely experienced pressure before. I mean, first the Grand Slam, the Major, the streak, and all of that. But this is the first time they face sort of real adversity. And I mean, adversity, not winning 2 tournaments, right? But now going into this one and the opening game being against Team Liquid, who's also still in the running for first place, does that, add a little bit of pressure on the team? Because it's not just about them bouncing back and doing well in their game. It's also for the whole championship. They have a opportunity to really throw a spanner in the works in one of your biggest competitors in that department.
No, while I totally appreciate that the players also think about the club championship, I think the pressure on them is more in the Counter-Strike context, right? They want to go back to winning. When they play, for sure they're not thinking about the club championship. However, I want to turn this around and basically say, because of the club championship, we have even more support going into the team, in the sense of like all of our other teams are watching, supporting them, rooting on, and that's additional support that hopefully will translate on the server as well.
Well, the stakes are certainly high here. You've set this up very nicely for our second match here, Danny. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for giving us a little bit of the lowdown on Vitality in the club championship.
I just wanted to see your shirt underneath the jacket if I can. I thought that was like a little meme shirt. Mr. Cool.
I am ready for today, right?
Yeah, you are. Perfect. All right, great.
It's a great fit. And now for a little bit of a check-in on the club championship, we've got Banks.
We're here at the SMB Esports Arena watching all the Crossfire action go down. I've got Wendy with me. And Wendy, first of all, how are you doing? How are you enjoying all the games so far?
Well, today's game absolutely excited because we've got so many teams on the elimination side, and maybe 8 teams gonna be excited from the group, and 8 teams gonna go on their journey so far.
All right, so there's a lot in it today, and you just told me as well that Twisted Minds, they're eliminated already, and they were hoping to gain some more points, so
yes.
Tough times for them.
Tough time, absolutely. They just lost their game, but Virtus.pro shared the same points on the ranking with the Twisted Minds, and Virtus.pro are on the elimination group right now, so let's wait and see. Who knows?
And looking more into the club championship side of things, we've got Liquid in second place, Falcons in first place.
Yes.
Falcons right now are also facing elimination, and I saw the score. They kind of got dominated yesterday.
Yes, absolutely. I guess the Team Falcons will be fine with that match.
Okay, they're fine with that one, but
yes.
Do you think they can make it through to the playoffs and into some points?
Maybe, because I'm the big fan of Gokhan and Team Liquid. So I guess Team Liquid's maybe got more points than they thought.
Okay, so Liquid will be doing well in this one.
Yes, Liquid on the upper bracket right now.
Upper bracket?
They got so many chance to make up from the group and got the upper bracket. So Team Liquid maybe is the best winner of the Crossfire, from my opinion.
Okay, well, I like your opinion. I'm going to take that because you know a lot more about Crossfire than I do. Let's see what Liquid can do. There'll be some vital points for the club championship that I know they want to grab, especially here in Crossfire.
Well, Liquid might have a good chance in the Crossfire, but here we're going to talk about the Counter-Strike. Let's dive into it here. The Counter-Strike tournament here at the Esports World Cup. We've got $1.25 million on the line for these teams.
I really wanted you to do a whole Dr. Evil angle with that one. Put the pinky up and rock and roll.
$1 million.
$500K for first place ain't bad at all. So, I mean, yeah, a great prize pool here after we just got done talking about the club championship as well. So there's a lot of money to be earned on an individual level, on an organizational level.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame we give out money to people who won't win a game, but I guess
I know, right?
Participation.
Let's take that away.
But it's cool. It's for all of these teams, right? We talk also about the VRS, the major down the line, right? Like even one win, someone like Team Liquid, obviously an uphill battle, but would mean a lot. And just that first place, another $500,000 would go a long way for a lot of these teams.
And the reason that one win is just so important is that we do have a single elimination bracket here. This is a brutal format like we don't usually see in Counter-Strike. There are no do-overs. There's no lower bracket to survive to get that one dub. You gotta win or you're going home.
Listen, I wouldn't want this at every tournament in our circuit, but to have a couple a year that are so cutthroat and that there's no second chances, I love it because, it really puts more pressure on the teams, right? You can't afford to start off slow. This is the worst format for a team like FaZe Clan, right?
Yeah, it really is.
Always goes through the lower bracket.
I guess if you come into it with the mentality that you're already in the playoffs, like maybe you can rock and roll with that one.
They're there, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think it's awesome to watch. I mean, there's no fluff games. There's no warm up into this. It's just right out of the gate. Like, you better be there. We heard we were cracking up. Yabby just kind of saying it doesn't matter anything in Counter-Strike if you show up and you're just shooting hard. And
as the player's mentality, love to hear that.
You do love to hear it. But there is some truth. You show up and you shoot hard, someone's gone. Someone's going home.
The real question is who's going to be shooting hard today. We have our matchups. We're starting with Na'Vi 3D Max here on the A stream. Vitality Liquid, an exciting game, and FaZe, the aforementioned team, taking on Aurora.
Yeah, I think Navi's gonna be looking good. I like Makaze in that team. I think 3D Max as a team. This is, you want to talk about, you saying like a bad format for a team like FaZe. It's a bad format for a team like 3D Max as well, who's been doing good enough at these events to linger in the VRS to get the invites, but never causing any significant damage in any kind of a run. So for them, this is like you too. You don't get to play a game, get knocked down into a lower bracket, get an easier opponent. It's just right out of the gate. Good luck.
The gatekeepers of the invite bubble.
Yeah, basically.
Really, in a way, right? Like they lose to the teams above them and they beat the teams below them for the most part, right? And accrue just enough points to keep getting invited to tournaments. But, people, we can joke around it a little bit, but that's not where you want to be as a competitor, right? Like, you want to see just progress. It's obviously 3D Max is not going to win this tournament. They're not going to win, an S-tier tournament anytime soon, but they want to see progress. They want to make the playoffs eventually, right? Beat one of those teams from the top 5 just once, something to give them hope that this particular lineup can at least progress.
Speaking of teams that have hope, teams that are on the bubble, we've got our Aramco Power Rank. where we've divvied up the teams into 3 different tiers. We're starting with Could Win It All. It feels like we've seen a pretty big separation between the top 4 and just about everybody else in Counter-Strike.
I think there's even like a little bit of a separation even in just within the Could Win It All group. I think Vitality, Spirit obviously are going to be 2 that you look at, but Mongolz and Mal still haven't, like, we always know that they can win. They just haven't shown us that they're going to show up and actually do it. Mal's especially at Cologne, beating Vitality and then dropping the ball. So, you know, I think there's a separation here.
Honestly, we don't know. I don't know if Mouse can win an arena event, you know, an S-tier event. Why haven't they won one yet, Jason?
I don't know. It's
not just that they didn't win one. They weren't even close. They got 3-0'd by Spirit in their grand final. That wasn't like a close series that, you know, Donk was the best player on the server. No, they got just absolutely spanked. Then they got spanked by them again in a studio, which is where they supposedly do their best work. And Mongolz kind of put them there because they made 2 grand finals in the last 3 tournaments, but again, weren't mega competitive themselves. So it really just feels like Vitality or Spirit for now.
They have what it takes if they show up and shoot hard. Never tell me the odds, the teams that are kind of like, you know, right there where it's like, man, you'd have to have like a dream scenario, a perfect run with Na'Vi with their roster change, FaZe, the issues they're having, G2, Astralis, Falcons, all of them. Falcons is the big one that you want to look at and be like, please be good.
Yeah, like if they can get their ish together, there's definitely enough firepower on that team, and that's why we picked these teams. It's because they have the players, the experience, they've done it before, right? G2 is a very interesting one, and they go up against Falcons. That's going to be, you know, a very interesting game to kick off. And then in the end, we have teams where just, you know, anything at this
give
point
me anything
would mean a ton, right? For someone like Virtus.pro, for example, I mean, just getting 1 win and getting the extra points for the Club World Championship could let them, you know, like 500,000 more in that department, 1 million more, which is what you're going to need eventually when you need a new IGL and maybe someone else.
Yeah, you need a little bit of cash to throw around to get one of those guys.
2 guys who do like to throw it around. They've got a little bit of a preview of our matchups today. We got Sponge and Machine.
16 teams and just 5 days to crown a champion at the Esports World Cup for Counter-Strike. We've got a lot going on. I've got Chad Sponge Birchall with me. And now, because there's so many games, there's actually 2 streams running simultaneously for those first couple of days. We have none other than Henry. We got Dinko. We got Tech Girl. They're going to be guiding you through the action on that B stream. Myself and Chad, we're actually bringing you the action on the A stream and partnered up with Harry and Hugo. We take that first game. I'm excited for that one. But first, SNB Match of the Day. We've been tasked with choosing one of the 6 as our standout one to watch. Chad Birchall, you're the expert here.
Thank you very much, sir. Look, this one's easy for me to pick. I think a lot of people might be choosing the FaZe Aurora game, but for me, it has to be Vitality taking on Team Liquid. The crown is starting to slip off the King's head. There are cracks in the kingdom. Vitality haven't won the last 2 tournaments. Liquid, however, haven't won anything. Last time round, Malta not that long ago, these 2 teams only 5 days at Bounty, locked horns, 2 maps, both going into overtime.
That's right.
A close-knit affair, and I want to see if Liquid can back it up again today, because not only is it a head-to-head in a single elimination match, we have VRS, major qualification. Those points for Liquid mean absolutely everything. If they can take down Vitality today, there's 100+ points on the line, and here's the kicker. Here's the last little piece of it all. We've got the Esports World Cup Club Championship.
Right.
Liquid and Vitality both in the top 3, trailing Falcons at number 1. There's 7 million on the line for the number 1, and one of these 2 teams to be knocked out. Points will not be coming their way. For Vitality, this is a chance for them to potentially run, set the record straight, get 1,000 points if they can win the whole deal, and try and chase down Falcons.
All right.
So right now, there's a lot on the line for the Vitality versus Falcons matchup.
That should be an absolute banger. Vitality Liquid going to be coming at you, but that's the choice for the SNB match of the day. But first, myself and Chad, are going to be bringing you all the action of the defending EWC champions Na'Vi taking on the ferocious Frenchies 3D Max.
The main course may come later in the day, but first, an appetizer and a amuse-bouche here as the Frenchies enter from 3D Max, trying to get anything, any sort of win to propel them up in the rankings. They will have to battle for survival here. Key in hand, trying to avoid it being crushed, because on the other side, the returning champions of the Esports World Cup, a surging Na'Vi, come in here for our Jamil Motorsport check-in.
Second big event here, especially when it comes to a LAN EWC debut as well for you. Just tell me, how are you feeling going through all this? You know, like the emotions you feel now you're at these big events, you hit tier 1.
To be honest, I'm excited to play. Let's see how we will go. Our first opponent is 3D Max. We prepare and let's see how we will go.
Now, I spoke to you in Cologne. You were telling me there's a lot of notes, there's a lot of new things you need to learn when it comes to this Na'Vi, right? Are you starting to take it in more? You're starting to understand what the team wants from you?
Yeah, I start slowly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Confident?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure, he's always confident. I'll let you get on. Good luck with the game, man. Thank you very much.
Na'Vi now with a young gun in tow, retooling to try and contend for these trophies once again here, Moses.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. I think it's, I almost in one sense forgot that they won last year. Like, so much has happened to this Na'Vi team that it feels like decades ago they won EWC. But yeah, the returning champions coming in. I was super impressed with Mongolz and Cologne. I don't know, I thought he had good performances, they had good showing, performed really well against top teams as well, didn't really have drop-offs. I thought he was a really good player for this team, and I think they have a kind of a cool direction they're heading in with Ima taking over a little bit more responsibility and leadership, and now him being a force within the server. I think it's all looking good for Na'Vi.
Super impressed, Jason. I mean, you're easily impressed. I think he was very good for a rookie in Cologne, but he was very good at specific things, you know, point and shoot, use his mechanics, right, which is normal for a player who is new to Tier 1, right? But there's a lot of room for him to progress, which is a little bit scary, right? For now, he just focuses on the basic plays and whatnot, and there's definitely maps that he enjoys a lot more, like Ancient or Mirage, for example. But we'll see. For Na'Vi, it's been a bit of a struggle, right? Like, now they're still figuring out their map pool, they're figuring out, you know, the identity of this team with the departure of JL. There's some positions being swapped around, you know, for the likes of Ima, for the likes of Alexi B.
It
right?
as well got a couple changes.
So it's a little bit of a process for them before they. I think if you ask Blade, he'll probably tell you that they're barely at 50%, you know, of where they want to be.
He's the opposite of me. If I get super impressed, Blade is like super disappointed in everything, even when it looks good.
Yeah, the dude wins a major and it's like, well, we made some mistakes, you know, like it could have been better.
It could have been cleaner.
All right.
The real question is this a Na'Vi team that's good enough to put another photo on Blade's Instagram timeline?
Ooh.
I mean, it's
not yet.
It's a bit of a deeper conversation, because for me, it's like, if you don't have a Donk or a Zaivu or a Monesi on your team, like, you need to be really amazing as a team across the board to be able to take them down. The closest we have is Mouse, and as Jason likes to remind you all the time, they haven't won pretty much anything with these teams in the running. So I think that's where I see the problem, right? And also, they're playing worse than they did last year at the moment. So I don't think they win something this season.
I think we'd probably be maybe a little bit more positive if you asked that question at like an event or two from now. I think, you know, this team with all the moving parts that
you definitely will.
Yeah, I will. I'll bring it up again. But yeah, they have a lot going on. They have a lot changing, and I think that's the acclimation of Mongolz a little bit deeper into the protocols and get them involved in the system of Blade, have them learn the playbook a little bit more. You get a team that starts feeling a little bit better, and maybe then we can start having that conversation.
But it's not just Na'Vi in the server. We also have 3D Max, and here to find out from them, we have Freya.
I've got Body down on the show floor from 3D Max. First of all, welcome to EWC Body. Secondly, just looking at the VRS, you're just outside the top 10 at the moment. What have you guys got to do to kind of be more consistently staying within the top 10 ranked?
All right, so in order to stay consistent into that VRS ranking, we for sure have to start making playoffs. That is a goal of us ever since I joined the team. Like, we have to make playoffs again. We did it once or twice, I feel like, throughout the season, but we're every time like really close. Even in the major, we could have done that extra step, and Na'Vi was one of them. And honestly, yeah, it's pretty much like coming to those breakthrough results that we need to make. And then I think like once we're going to achieve that, it's going to be a consistent one.
Just looking at the last time we saw you guys playing in official, it's been about 3 weeks' time. What have you guys been up to in that period away?
All right, some big changes coming up.
Okay.
Within the team. We've been changing IGL.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been making a big move in the team, and we've been thinking that this would like fit all the players and everybody could be able to like speak their own Counter-Strike in order to make the team advance. So this is a good test for us right now.
Okay, I'd love to hear that. Can you offer us any insight? Who's now in-game leading? We're going to have to look at who's sitting in the middle. We're going to have to dive into that.
You probably saw it though. Who picked up that thing over there.
Okay, interesting. A little hint there. Final question. Overpass. We saw you guys picking it in Cologne, unfortunately losing out on that map as well. How much is that going to be like a staple part of your pool moving forward?
I'm a big Overpass enjoyer from the past and stuff. I've been thinking that maybe Gravity didn't play too much in the past, and we all enjoy it. Like, Mirage has been more raw for us, but We might have been practicing it, I don't know. But Overpass is definitely like a map that we want to be playing.
Man, so much excitement coming to the server for 3D Max. Thank you so much for your time, Body. Very excited to see it all go down in our first matchup.
Changes in the French camp. Body playing his cards close to the chest there, Yanko. What might those secrets be?
Yeah, Gravity's the IGL. I think
he's in the middle of the graphics, so
you can just say it. Like, you know, if you're sitting there or picked up their little key and whatnot, but you know, they're trying something a little bit different. Maka used to do everything there for a while, and he's maybe, if not their best player, definitely one of, and as the primary operator, you want to give him maybe a little bit more freedom. But you can hear from Body himself, you know, they're looking to make playoffs, they're looking to make that next step, right? At times it really feels for me they're one-dimensional on their CT side, just the relentlessness, the aggression all the time. You know, it's fine, that became the meta even a couple of years back, but if you do the same, if you do one thing the whole time, if you're predictable, it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to be countered.
And that might be why they've kind of made a little bit of a change in terms of who's going to be IGLing, especially when you get stuck in a rut like this, where like everything is just, I mean, everything 9th to 11th, 5th to 8th, not making those playoffs, not cracking into it. But that's frustrating. If you're this team, you're getting so frustrated that you're not actually making progress, changing where you finish in a tournament. So I think that's why you see this change, because it's a team that even when we talk about on the desk now for over a year, it's like at one point they were an exciting, interesting team, but we now need to see something more and something new out of them, right? And I think that's the change that they feel they need to make to get a new angle to maybe allow them to progress further.
And people at the start of the year were putting them in the same convo as the Mongolz and Aurora, right? And look how differently it turned out for both of those teams. So yeah, they haven't really shown as much progress as you would have liked.
Now we do have our maps coming through here. We have the Veto. Is there anything in particular we should be looking out for? Anything that could change the bounce?
As if he tried to sell the Mirage thing and then bans it right out of the game.
It's the worst bluff I've ever seen. I really hope Body doesn't play poker.
Oh,
He's just trying to use the interest. Oh, maybe we practiced it.
Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. You'll never see.
Even if you did, you're not going to let it through against Na'Vi, right? And this is actually a problem for Na'Vi. Their map pool has been... They've been trying to figure it out, really. You know, in Cologne, we saw a lot of Mirage, which has been their staple with this lineup for a long time. Had decent success on it, right? But outside of that, they turned to Inferno, which they found good results in that tournament. But, you know, for example, against Astralis online, didn't work out so great. And they go back to it. I think it's just a symptom of rookie on the team, people changing positions, like still not being comfortable enough to spread it around, and it's one of the weaknesses actually of this Na'Vi lineup at the moment.
Yeah, and I would expect that weakness to kind of fade just a little bit.
Gentlemen, it's time for Counter-Strike to begin at the Esports World Cup.
It's the game that defines Clutch. It's where nerves of steel and split-second decisions and precision determine everything. And over the last 20 plus years, it has made legends, destroyed dreams, and crowned champions. And we get to do it all over again here at EWC.
That's right, after 2 months of action. This is the culmination of Esports World Cup 2025, the last battlefield, the final test, the moment where clubs either rise to mortality or watch it all slip away.
All of the teams you know and love, they're all here in the building. We've got the front runners, we've got the underdogs, and they are all gunning for this trophy. And of course, the greatest share of our tremendous prize pool. And let's not forget, with this being the final week of the Esports World Cup, Club Championship points could not be more vital.
That's right. The stage is now set and the stakes could not be any higher. Welcome to Counter-Strike 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025. And Ian, it's time.
There's only one thing left to do. Let's bring out our team, starting with 3D Max. The only fully French roster in Riyadh. Full of grit, but still chasing their breakthrough.
It's Astralis. 4-time major champions rebuilding and rising again as a legendary name in Counter-Strike.
Aurora Gaming. Turkey's powerhouse, bringing raw firepower and fearless CS to the main stage.
FaZe Clan. Legends of LAN, Clutch Kings, and veterans still chasing redemption in 2025.
G2. Explosive, unpredictable, and always a dangerous opponent on any given day.
Gamer Legion. Fearless underdogs with upset potential, hungry to finally break through.
Please welcome Heroic. A team that has enjoyed some success this year, but now arrive in Riyadh with everything to prove.
It's Mouse. Curse breakers in Cologne and finalists across the calendar, the model of consistency.
Team Liquid. A name built on legacy, pride, and pedigree, chasing the points to climb back to the top.
It's Team Spirit. Cologne Conquerors and the hardest force in Counter-Strike right now.
Team Vitality. 7 trophies this year. And now the question is, can they recapture the magic?
The Mongols. From upset makers to major finalists, with national pride driving their hunt for a first crown.
TaiLoo. Champions of Asia, fearless and proud. The only team here who earned their place the hard way.
Virtus.pro. An esports giant with history across the game, still dangerous and unbreakable under the lights.
Please welcome Team Falcons! Superstars united under one banner. Your reigning, defending EWC Club Champions. A big result away from securing their organisation back-to-back trophies.
Welcome to the stage, Na'Vi! The reigning Counter-Strike at the Esports World Cup champions. Legends with everything still to prove.
This is it. Our teams are ready. Let's begin CS2 at the Esports World Cup.
Vitality is well prepared to be back on top. We are ready to show our best. This EWC will be redemption for us.
Na'Vi is inevitable. We are ready to fight. 3D Max wants to show that French scene is not dead.
Team Liquid is here to upset. We're ready to show our improvement.
The other team should be afraid of the FaZe magic. At this tournament, we're going to show our full potential.
The previous tournament was just, the failure was just a bit luck. We'll show much better results.
This time he's wounded, this time he'll get finished off. Ema, just take it all right now, as Ema stands tall. Robson is Rambanty. How's he got to that way? Get away! Robson is in the server, this is monstrous!
I hope this one is going to be able to live up to the hype. Na'Vi defending champions and 3D Max, the challenger, joined by Chad Sponge Birchall in the booth to get the Esports World Cup for Counter-Strike 2 started. Should be a good day in the office for us, Chad. Just one best of 3 and one I have an uncertainty as to what to expect. Na'Vi trying to get back on the horse. 3D Max, this unknown entity. Where do you slice them? How do you separate them? Is there a hot favorite here?
Interesting to hear from Body in the pre-game interview saying that they've chopped and changed the in-game leadership department. Last to get out of the chair and into the huddle. And well, if you go by the classic of Counter-Strike, the man sitting in the middle will fill that role. And I believe that's going to be Gravity, the young buck. So I have to wait and see once we get underway if there is a playstyle change. But for me, in this matchup, Kazi in the Na'Vi jersey has already shown he has what it takes to deliver at the highest of levels. So Na'Vi are my favorites. Locking horns right now. We've got Gamer Legion versus the Mongolz going on simultaneously on that B stream. And then later up today, Vitality versus Liquid. That is going to be a monstrous match with a lot of ramifications down the line into the major as well as the club championship. We're getting the huddles underway.
Yeah, looking towards the 3D Max, then coming in as the underdog, as you've quantified them, and understandably so. I think that's the general sentiment, world ranking, whatever it may be. The bookies agree. I'm looking for those individual pop-ups. When 3D Max have managed to make a splash, have managed to take down a big scalp, it's a product of an individual going nuclear. You know, we've seen it from Body, we've seen it from Maka, we've seen it from Gravity, Exercise. Lucky, I've just listed the whole team because they do, at times, pop the hell off.
I think that has to do with the flavor of their style, or at least the one that put them on the map. And the Des discussed this a little bit earlier. It can't be one-dimensional. And I even got to speak to Body during the lobby on the media day just yesterday, and he said, yeah, maybe expect something a little bit different from us. Now, when it's shock and awe, when it's crash and bang and in-your-face Counter-Strike that they've delivered, you're really not going to get away with that against such a systematic team like Na'Vi, right? As long as they win the head-to-heads-up battle, at that point, they're just going to be able to deal with you. So we do need to see a playstyle change for 3D Max if they want to continue relevancy. Now, maybe people are curious. Blade there, arm in a sling. Poor man back in Cologne, fell off a scooter. Broke his collarbone, I believe. Recently had some surgery, got some titanium whacked in there. So is he man or is he machine? Well, let's find out.
Blade the Cyborg, a saga. I'd be tuning in.
And hoping his team can play awfully robotic. This is one of the heaviest system-based teams we get in Counter-Strike at the moment.
Yeah, no, and I think there's a special something about the fact that this is just so cutthroat. We're talking straight single elim. You could play the first day and that could be it. You've traveled, you've pracked, you've set up your peripherals. You could be here all week, or your adventure could end day one. First game for one of these teams. It could be a very heavy head at the conclusion of this best-of-3 series. Whether we even need 3, I don't know. I don't know what to expect as far as how strong Na'Vi are coming out of the gates.
Well, this is the thing, the stakes, right? That amplified pressure. You cannot make a mistake. You can't slip up. And in MR12, the pros already talk about the differential between that and MR15. Oh, we don't have as much time to recover. Yeah. Oh, we lost one silly round. You can't lose silly rounds, and you especially can't do so in a best-of-3 single elimination. There's no easy matches. It's all business. Put up or shut up. Go hard or go home. All the cliches. Got Ancient first, Inferno, and then Nuke if we need it as the third and decider. CT side start for Na'Vi as we do start to set our eyes on the beginning of map number 1.
Map number 1 being Ancient. Interesting. I mean, do I even bother saying it's changed? Is there?
It has. Temple's change is actually quite dramatic, right? I'll be curious to see if we do get more A plays out of the gates. It is going to be easier for the T's, tougher for the Orpers playing that position without the deep line. But here we go. Smokes at the ready. A late one, so not the insta. Exercise, just chilling, gonna lob this out on a timing. 3 towards mid-elbow, gravity outside main. Mikazi for A-main info. He's postured forward quite quickly.
Yeah, he's tucking back as the red smoke's been spotted, and Ima has been too. Bullets exchanged, forced away. It is theirs.
Looking at A split, so into Donut. Mikazi with the spot at Ima. About to be under fire.
Yeah, what can he deliver here? New face in that Na'Vi jersey has an awful lot on his plate, and he's managed to confirm and deny. First takes down Gravity, tucks away Temple, and now here's Ima with a chip in. Nice find. Gonna be a response from Body and Lucky. They combine, removing from the CT side. Good tap from Mikaze. He's still there on Temple. Put down now. 2-on-2. Bomb loose. It's going to get awkward. They're going to double swing him. Body gets away with it. Good chip damage from Maka's P250. It's Body that puts the cherry on top, but still a 1v1. Maka up against Wonderful, and it's a P250 headshot. Juicy to get that 3D Max started.
And that's the man that was the in-game leader of this roster, but was one of their hardest hitters. So the fact that he doesn't have to worry about making those calls, gets to focus in a little bit more on that crosshair. Let's see if he can find the consistency.
Nice shot.
This looked troublesome, didn't it? A 3v5 disadvantage, waltzing into the site with the Glocks. They weren't able to swarm on any players because of the angles that Na'Vi chose to defend the site, but that's crispy on the P250.
Allez.
Straight away from Body. So, looks like we do just have a bit of a tech before round 2 gets underway. We'll see if Na'Vi want to hedge in with the force buy on the CT side. I can already see the buy that's come forward for 3D Max.
Yeah, it looks rather intimidating, to be honest with you. Don't fancy Na'Vi's chances if they were to shove.
Looks like Bit's just adjusting his microphone. There's also been some changes to the texture of this map, so maybe you've just watched Bounty over there in Malta, and now you're tuning into EWC, and you go, okay, hold up a second, the map looks a little bit different. Contrast to change. They've chopped and changed the CT spawn lineups for the elbow instance a few times, so we'll have to, honestly, this seems ridiculous to say, keep our eyes on the CTs landing those.
Yeah, well, you and Modesty were chatting about it yesterday. I mean, it was funny to witness you saying, no, they changed back. It's like, I've learned. I know them all. I know them all. I know both the new ones and then the old new ones that I need to know. I mean, everyone, I expect there to be an unusual quantity of missed elbow smoke.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep our eyes on it. Later up today, the match that is the most important, in my opinion, and the reason I think it's the most important is because of Liquid. They might miss out on the major.
Yeah.
And if they can beat Vitality in a best of 1 because of the decay and how aggressive it is in the VRS, they need LAN wins. That's why for them, I think they'll win over 100 VRS points with a victory there. They don't have to worry about playing Ancient against Vitality. So we don't have to worry about it in that one. And Vitality, obviously, I don't want to say looking to bounce back, because I don't think they are looking to bounce back. They just didn't win events, which is different for 2025, isn't it?
I think they got rather accustomed and used to the seeing Sunday.
Watching someone else lift a trophy.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't tune in. But yeah, back-to-back semi-final losses. 1 to Mals, 1 to the Mongols, and neither with a map to their name. And there is a lot of, I don't want to say organizational pressure, but I could lay out a scenario with the club championship here at EWC where Falcons bomb out, Liquid don't do too well over the course of the other matches. Vitality could snatch that #1 spot, and we're talking for $7 million.
$7
yeah, it's
million.
juicy. Mac is being run down on the eco, has some support, so Lucky in the back lines as they mow them down. The eco finding one frag, will it be two? Wonderful doubles up.
Yeah, he's done very well there. Of course, a third was perhaps asking a little too much, but getting something out of that Desert Eagle, it kind of pays for itself.
Yeah, good damage because it was a heavy rifle investment there out of 3D Max, but now we will get into the buys. So elbow smoke watch, that'll be first and foremost, but can Na'Vi get out the starting gates with the first rifle round? What's the opening move going to be from the T side? What's the call from what I am assuming is Gravity? Standard T side util. Red smoke dipped in. Change of mollies in mid. Cave smoke, B lane nades. They're going for this second timing mid control. Here come the flashes, here comes the push.
Yeah, and actually a little bit of chip damage onto Gravity from that cave player, spamming away. Quick to block is Makazi. Body slips on through. So they once again gain mid control, reminiscent of the pistol, but now the guns are out.
And right now, somebody has to come back to address red. It's actually going to be Wonderful and Makazi in unison, leaving A, leaving Donut, wanting to fight red.
Yeah, Gravity put down. Nice from Wonderful. Can't transfer into Lucky, so he keeps us level. Only for a moment. Exercise walks through the smoke, catches him. A lacking. Nice head back. It's a big one for Alexi to win. Exercise. He's in it to win it. One-on-one, looking for that ace. Nope, I'm misreading the graphic. He's just number 4. There we go. That's 3-0. 3D Max pick up the first gun.
Damn, okay, right there. I think in that situation, as soon as they know where Imma is on that B bomb site, at that point they're thinking, okay, well, we know that A's open, but the kerfuffle goes down over towards red. There's back and forth trades here, which I think very well done from 3D Max. This is happening very early in the round, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Molly forces the fight, bit into it, and Exercise with a sharp shot. We know he can be crisp.
He's nodding. Yeah, he agrees.
They're going to be partial right now. 3 over towards B. Lucky with the util to set up body. Kazi and Imma close middle, and opening with the Mac-10. Can't be found. Good flash trade there.
Yeah, Alexi really set up Makazi to put body down. He was supposed to be the probe. He was supposed to be running and bounding around with the Mac-10, get that info.
Still not easy. Gonna have to regroup towards B with the bomb down. It's just bit here for now, and he is committed to this angle.
Yeah, likelihood is Gravity's just going to bounce his head off of that doorway as he rounds the corner. It's going to be a question of tracking from Bit. Oh, and he spotted his knees poking out. Too easy for Gravity, and Wonderful put down by Maka.
Yeah, small detail with that cave play there. If you are slow and diligent, you can actually safely clear all of the corners and find the CTs, but you know, usually want to be a little bit quicker, or you're opting for the trade. You can see there, as you mentioned, the just side a bit poking out. Alexi and Imma, final 2 remaining, and this will be a 4-0 start for 3D Max.
Yeah, dreamy.
And it hasn't come with necessarily only pace. Now, sure, playing 3 through red on the first gun round is a little bit gimmicky. It's direct, but at the end of the day, it's won you the round. Now, we're talking about depth of consistency, but in a single elimination straight line bracket, doesn't matter how you get the wins, you just need to get them. So a good foundation and something that will need to be considered going forward for Na'Vi. If they take mid control, how do we address it? Or do we want to fight? Maybe they have Wonderful, Imma, and Makazi fight over towards middle, which then leaves your A site and B site a little bit more susceptible.
Especially in the modern meta, strong T sides, few and far between.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. I think that's a really good point you've just made there, because taking a look at Counter-Strike at the moment, 6 out of 7 maps with Cologne as well as Blast Bounty are CT sided since this additional change that's really helping the CTs. $50 per player per kill apparently has gone an awfully long way. CTs will take a tactical timeout, get Blade on the mic. Now the question is, okay, well, we know we lost mid and they went red. Do we think they're going to do that again? And if not, where do we want to play for that's strong? And what are we going to leave as a little bit of a weakness that we'll retake into? There is a kit on Alexi. There is an AWP on Wonderful. Still a Mac-10 on Gravity, who loves to make that work. And as far as head armor goes, there's 3 sets of those. So if he gets a head-to-head, it's going to be tense to break through. Lucky with the red smoke. Donut smoke from Exercise. So they really want to apply this mid-pressure.
Yeah, Makaze, he's going to be caught off. I say that. Just covered and masked by the smoke's plume. He throws out his own flash. Maka eats it. But he's safe behind his smoke, albeit very low HP, very close to going down to the spam.
Body's leering out in a gap on A right now.
Yeah, he is investigating. Wonderful's AWP donut side.
Is it a fake? Yeah, he's not going to commit, so this is drawing rotations.
It is. It's pulled him at.
Now they take
very, very effective. Just bitten Alexi. Isolated on the B side for now. Looks like him is starting to rotate back. You can see him in CT spawn, considering the possibility of a red slip.
But take a look at the T utility, Alex. We're talking a flash and a molly now to finish the round with a minute and 10. You were hoping for aggression or a kill somewhere along the lines.
You're right.
Right now, you don't have either.
Ooh.
So this is going to be a very tough close. The CTs don't have a lot to their name. So with nobody pushing and right now playing statues 3D Max.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how you could possibly break in with just a single flashbang. Alexi's actually getting curious. Maybe this is what Maka's hoping to see.
He's low on HP.
Yeah, it's unlikely he gets much here. Needs the headshot. Nice find from Alexi.
Bomb down.
Bomb visible. Info flows. Now you get blocked on cave. Gravity realizes time is of the essence. You can see Exercise's face. The plan has to change.
Look at the radar. Body's in A main, Lucky's in middle. You need to get the bomb. You only have 30 seconds to do so. I don't think you're winning this round.
No, I don't think they think they've got a chance here. Molly ramp. You're trying to retrieve the bomb. Forces Alexi wide. Exercise not ready. Clearing out Cubby instead. Well timed by Alexi. A double kill from Na'Vi's captain.
I think it's a save.
It must be. I mean, look at Body. He's been there the whole round. Still hasn't been able to do much after throwing out his minor fake.
You just have to think about the level of investment of smokes that they make in that round. A lot of teams you'll see throw cave smoke as well as red smoke, but they're throwing donut as well. And that's to guarantee the mid control, which they did have. Maka got across early, then he played safe, and there was also an extinguish molly. So the entire plan from 3D Max within that round was to get mid control and force a reaction. They didn't get what they were looking for. So now, back to the drawing board. How do you change the tune? Do you use the space? Now that you know that you can get it, instant doors lined up from Bit, and away we go again. The donut and red once more.
Just watching those nades start to deplete right out of the gates is Maka. Same thing, turns the flash this time. Yep, a little better. Break of the smoke exposes a little glimmer of Maka. It wasn't the perfect break. Imma in the smoke with him, either side.
Bit more direct, they're walking out A.
You're right, Wonderful's been caught off by the pace change here.
It's help.
Molly's gonna hurt him, he hasn't got the extinguish, he's gonna burn down. 13 points of health, he still contributes, removing Body. Missed shot on the second. Awkward in a 3v5. Good find from Lucky to finish the job. Quick attempted trade from Makazi, gets flashed off. Lucky behind the big box, swings on out, down to the M4A1. Looks like Na'Vi have pulled up their socks and tightened their shoelaces. That is a solid defense.
Great recovery considering Wonderful gets caught off guard. A bit of a grin on his face there and knows that he should have been dead. First he gets spotted, then he gets mollied and naded and still gets a kill. So very well done from the young AWPer. This is the top mid kill, so Maka getting caught. They did use the space. They were more direct towards A. So it's essentially the same round as they just run, but this time with more follow through. And now Na'Vi have rumbled them. At this point, you need something completely different to come out of the 3D Max camp. 3 AKs, 2 Deagles, util, and, well, not that same opener. Double mollies mid. It's a good way to try and contain the pushes.
Yeah, Maka is going to still get cheeky with it. Delayed probe of mid. Good flash. You can see that's forced a very deep smoke from Makazi in defense. Kind of concedes donut. Two-man cave defense, leave his Bit responsible for ramp.
I'm going to head back and group up for a B execute. This clear should be a kill.
Oh dear.
What are you meant to do?
I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to get AWP'd if he's not careful.
The fact he gets away with his life is huge.
Oh, even better! They come asking questions of the cave setup and both of them hit their shot. This is starting to feel very uncomfortable. 3D Max force him away, regain control, and likely some weapon upgrades for those Deagles. Exercise scavenges an AK, but still, Alexi stubborn. Elevated angle on that box.
As support.
He made to swing on contact. Lucky down to Alexi, Imma's turn. Nice work,
Beautiful.
Sweeps the rest under the rug. Team play on display.
Yeah, and multiple stages of cave being used there. I also love the fact that Na'Vi don't feel the need just to play heads-up CS against 3D Max. It's very classic throughout Ancient's meta just to go for the full mid-press B lane aggression and take all that control. So it's nice to see them allowing that space to be given, and Body should be found. Everybody's here to deal with him, and there you have it. 4 staying alive and a bank being built for the CT side, a one-round game as Na'Vi, they're here to play.
Yeah, just a little slow start out of the gates for Na'Vi. Pistol conversions first gun, then they arrive.
See, you've got one or two things if you're 3D Max. If you're throwing all this mid utility and you're hoping that they're going to fight you, well, you're not getting that.
Right.
And then if you do have the space, you have to do something with it, and they haven't been able to. Like, their lurks are getting caught, right? They're getting across to red, or they're not using it, and then Na'Vi are worried about the extremities. So this is a really solid start, and this is where the coach, you know, that's his name.
That's his name.
Has an opportunity to try and give them a different flavor. So the pistol, with the conversion, first gun round, very, very nice. But you need something in the later stages of this just to make sure that it isn't full momentum. Now, I can see 5 HEs invested upon right now. And I'm curious of the body language of these Ts. Is this going to be a B rush where those nades are used towards long, catch a player who's starting long, maybe jump spotting? Or is it going to be out middle to do some damage? Maybe it's a bit of both. So some set smokes from spawn. So here's the nades for the soften. Very light damage.
Not what they were hoping for.
Well, the nades did 7 damage in total.
Okay, yeah, nice.
But at least there's an idea. And that's what Counter-Strike's about. It's all about ideas.
Professor Birchall, what's the intention behind a T smoke at the top of ramp? Is that just to deter the ramp push early?
Yeah, stop losing that control. Making sure that the CTs don't try and eco-farm you. But they'll be able to do it anyway. This one could be flawless.
Yeah, should be. A chance, actually. Makazi versus this Tech 9, and Lucky, yeah, nice. First bullet headshot. It's looking like it will just be the one. Wonderful. He'll collect. Solid run of rounds here now from Na'Vi.
Well, this is... I really don't think that the timeout was to come up with a cheeky eco strat. The timeout should be about this round right now.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, no, well, look, it's good to know that they are manually breathing.
Yes, and you are too at home now.
Sorry, everybody. You have to be lighter on this mid start. You can't just be going all in for this. Nade this time. Bit more damage onto Imma. Cops that one, down to 60.
Looks like Alexi's got some company. Oh, what? Running and gunning his way out of that one. Takes down Gravity. Smooth sailing for Alexi B. Exercise trying to claw something back. Spots the head of Imma. Can't track him. Makaze's the unknown entity. Good work from Exercise, but he's not ready for that one. Okay, double trouble from Mongolz. That should be the round.
This slip from Lucky is huge, though. Will he get caught on the shadow?
I think wonderful. Just looked away, and now he's closing that gap.
He knows it's a possibility, though.
I don't know. I think he's going to just function under the assumption that there was no one home.
They're going to have to. They're worried that there'd be ramp slips in, so they're clearing this together. But wonderful. Once he gets to long, we'll turn back and look at red.
Will he have any trigger discipline here? Does it benefit? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It's a risky move from Lucky here. Oh, no! Not like that! He's looking for more, and he gets nothing in exchange.
Yeah, and Macca's not going to get anything done here. See, Lucky is operating under the assumption that somebody would be spotting it for Wonderful not to be looking. Now, when Wonderful went towards A, he checked Temple and he checked site. He didn't know it wasn't occupied. He just thought, I didn't see anything. And their player in Donut, which is Makazi, was jiggling in and out on a timing. He has to watch A and middle, so there was always the chance of the slip. Wonderful was always going to look, but Lucky didn't know that.
Yeah, it doesn't work out for Lucky. It's a frustrating one as well. That's one you've got to be able to shake off.
It looks like a freebie. Yeah. You're playing to win the round, whereas that one kill would have given your position up, and that would have likely been it. You would have got iced out from there.
Yeah, there's a reason that he hasn't just gone for one there. Yeah. You needed more. Of course, gets unlucky with the...
unlucky for Lucky.
Yeah, movements from Wonderful. Wonderful timing. $12,000 on the CT Orpa. He's going to be well equipped for the rest of this half.
And I think they've been doing a very good job with these CT side opening kills. So that they've been, and this one here does feel more in line with what you'd get from 3D Max. It was first time in cave fight they've gone for, really. And here it is. Yep, thank you, sir. So he had the A where he got caught off guard. He's been caught off guard here as, yeah, what? I don't know what, A rush, here we go. Or is this a fake? I think there's commitment.
Yeah, it looks like commitment. Makaze's going to react. FaZe in front of this donut smoke, just ready to stand and bang versus the pistols. Maka, that's a good catch elsewhere. Picks off one towards the cave side mid. This is the fight, though. Makazi has support. He had support. Down goes Immet. And they peace out. Knives out. Getting out of there.
Okay. Well, if Body goes down right now,
That's exactly my question. He's actually been leg shot, so gets a second chance. Wonderful, peeking into the deagle, and he gets punished for it. Body, that is everything. Keeps the options open, tries to sell it. Deep Smoke Speedway, but Na'Vi in two minds.
And this is the thing, the rotation back from A main is huge. So if they were to go for it, right, they know that they could get caught in transition. So right now they've just iced out. Body is continuing to search. He's going to call B completely clear. You may as well let Body continue to play, and then based off his info, because you still have 50 seconds.
This is the fight bit. Oh, another one from Body's Orb. Scavenges it and uses it perfectly. Mongolz, hold on. 1 versus 4 goes 1 versus 3. Body,
Now
his next
Bomb's
target.
rotating.
Yeah, it feels like he's got him. The shadow and everything. Body, that is his round. 3 kills in. Massive impact. Sure, there's a kicking up a fuss on A, but it was all to pull them away. Body makes the most out of the lurk.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they go for the A rush util.
Holding long. Should be key.
Oh, there's comm check-ins,
Yeah,
very
they're
clear.
cool. They are cool.
But I enjoy the fact that that boost comes in and they take the fights, right? So they don't just all run out and get mowed down. They allow themselves to take those duels. So good head on their shoulders there, 3D Max. And that was a round they were definitely not equipped to win. So there's 5.
It's a big
7
fight
available.
here, Chad.
Ooh.
3 CTs ready to receive them. Mongolz, he's doing it all on his own, though, for the first. It's Body with the trade. Wonderful's AWP is going to be very hard to get past, so attention now perhaps elsewhere. Smoke on ramp that Bit is actually going to be playing the fade of.
Has support. Immer's here as well.
Yeah, Immer and Bit playing the fade. Exercise and Gravity on the other side. And it's Immer and Bit that prevail. 3 on 2. Maka last seen mid. Lexi B, a forward position here.
A fake smoke. This is heard.
Oh, naughty!
Ow.
Baits the shot. The movement from Body's really messed up. Wonderful there. MS slipping through the smoke. Lovely pathing. Can't hit the flick. Can Body. Gets off the bomb. Does Maka. How's his AK? Needs it now. Immer dancing with him round the site. The backup's arrived and he can peace out. Use that smoke to elope.
Okay, round resets now. The chase, it's not on. They think he's stuck around. The bomb will get planted. Maka can win this.
Oof, plants at the very edge of the key, in front of the ramp.
Biggest problem right now for Maka is the fact that it's still a smoke on Immer. If they get into the bomb and he doesn't take the fight, smoke goes down, they tap that defuse, he has to spam.
This could be problematic for Maka unless he can isolate that first. Throws out a smoke of his own design.
Ammo.
Finds some. Fresh AK. Looking for that gold. Has done damage. Immer low. Alexi. Oh, they're going to smoke him off on the ramp side. He is in trouble now. I hope he remembers where he planted. It's off the angle. Alexi's found the angle for the defuse. He's helpless in the clutch. Can't pull it off. And a 6 for Na'Vi comes home.
Okay, well, that one's touch and go, isn't it? I think that push from Immer, while he does get the kill there, it's very risky, isn't it? Because if he goes down, then it's a 1v2 situation on the retake for your in-game leader. I love this move right here, very proactive. You can see Immer doesn't play on the fade as well. It's just Beer, and then Immer swings in. So sure, you know, am I baiting? Well, we're winning. So that's what this one's about.
Yeah, that's Carrigan's law. It's not baiting if you're winning.
Well, they've won one with pistols, but it is rifles again for 3D Max. Late mid-util. They are going to push on the second timing.
Okay, and Makazi's going to be forward again. He's so consistent right now. Every duel that comes his way mid, he seems to be putting his name in the feed. Immer puts a second on top. Oh, wow. 13 and 7 for Mongolz. That is a CT side. Na'Vi can be very happy with the new addition.
He's been racking up a lot of opening kills as well over towards middle, so he's done a great job. And this is one of those positions that this type of kid, it loves, right? He's aggressive as hell, just like everybody else from his region. Bad news, Eagles live on.
Ooh, and it even gets better for Na'Vi. Immer removing exercise. This two-man push, coordinated, perfect. 7-5, Na'Vi a run to take the edge at the first half of our first map.
Going along.
Started off with a bang, the French announcing their presence, pistol, first gun, they were flying. A 4-0 start for 3D Max and 7-5 to Na'Vi. CT side led by the spearhead of Wonderful's AWP and Mongolz in mid. A solid lockdown of what was a very mid-centric T-side.
Yeah, look, 5 rounds I think is more than enough for 3D Max, but in terms of their T-side approach, see what the analyst has to say when we get there. Doesn't feel like too much has changed. Gravity, as we're assuming, is the in-game leader of the ship now. Naka pushed away. Util lobbed out on his own.
Naka, you've got so much work to do, mate, and you're down straight away. Immer's Glock puts him down. A lot of responsibility and not much of a result. A-site is lost. That deep donut smoke thrown through. It looks like Mongolz and Immer want to fight around the fade. Lexi with a nice safe plant. Wonderful, responsible for their exit, Brokey. Here they come. Friction found. Gravity already takes a headshot. Lucky low as well in that exchange from A main. It's too perfect. Are we getting a clean sheet here? Oh, and Wonderful's holding on by a thread. 5 alive, make it just 4. A little discrepancy from Exercise, but that is a convincing start to Na'Vi's T side.
Yeah, hot shooting, and I wonder what changed, because as you said, they were playing on the fade for the donut smoke, and then they all decided to charge and fight CT spawn, so I'm not sure what information I missed. I definitely don't have the full piece of the puzzle, but a great defense, a very good idea once they're in the site. They know what their second stage is going to look like. So we split the pistols, and now, oh, Mag 7 out for Lucky. 5 7s, couple of digs, a bit of util. and maybe a hope and a prayer, because it's going to be tough to rumble Na'Vi on a round like this. First fight.
Surely Maka should be a dead man. He gets away with his life.
Maka versus Mongolz.
Yeah, that's not hard for me at all.
At least it's not Magix versus Magisk.
No, that one will get the very best of us.
Or Nico versus Nico.
That was one of my favorites.
All right, well, they are using their limited utility on the CT side to block. They've got this A main control, which is great if they were to come A main into the Mag 7, which right now they are definitely not. Mongolz has full space of Donut. He does have that support of Imma. B lane is still theirs. They haven't probed into Cave too far, and they'll block towards B only moments ago. Oh,
ouch!
That one's definitely rung his bell. No HE for the... Well, no, I lied. There was a HE for the follow-through. Doesn't hit its mark.
Lucky is about to push through this elbow side, and there are backs turned. He is going to have restraint. Oh, they don't realize the jig is up a little earlier than they may anticipate. Should still be fine. A Mag 7 flanking from Donut doesn't fill me with confidence. Oh, wait, maybe the fight comes to him. Hello, wonderful, and goodbye, Lucky. Galil will find that headshot that was necessary. Second pump from the Mag 7, he was a dead man. Gravity spamming away and taking a heavy lick. What is going on? Mongolz spinning around like a Beyblade. Body just racked up 3 headshots with his Desert Eagle. There was no conversation in this being a 3D Max round. And perhaps there still isn't.
Okay. Well, it was some nice headshots.
It was nice. And you know what? An AK and a Galil, you'll take it.
Oh, you're not getting away with it, are you?
You won't take it, will ya? Maybe Body can hold on to his Deagle. He's done a lot with that gravity. Okay. An AK-47, some Kev, and not what you wanted.
I would like to see a timeout right now just to have the conversation. So you save this AK, you're unlikely to keep it if you don't force behind it. Now, let's catch this from Body's perspective. Second is beautiful.
Wow.
Some great shooting from Body.
Dude, that second onto Alexi is fierce.
Now, just so everyone knows, that wasn't Body's POV because the mouse wasn't moving and the hand was off the keyboard.
Don't break my illusion.
I would have loved to have seen a timeout to have this convo because Body with those kills, he's made an awful lot of cash, 1,200 in total, has been able to buy a Silence M4 to complement the AK.
Okay, and Alexi can see through smokes.
On these type of rounds, especially if you're going to invest an extra gun as well, let the guns play. Just like that. Good boost, great shot. Gravity announces his presence. Now they might overlook the M4.
Oh, but Makaze's Galil feels like an AK. That death POV Body got no chance. And a very, very frustrating and suffocating smoke that Exercise has thrown out. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme.
Yeah, he's trying to use it to get to the bomb. Sorry, to the gun even. But he'd be a dead man. There you go. So, Bit sees the smoke, paths back, understands that he wants the weapon, and denies it. Now, this is why I'm not a fan of that purchase without the timeout. If you had the timeout, you had the conversation, great. Oh, caught a little look there, didn't he?
I mean, a fraction, yeah.
That's the one where it could have got out of control. But now, Body has to work with, I was going to say an SMG.
Get the gun, please? There you go.
Yeah, someone will drop you, I'm sure. But speaking of guns, Gravity takes the MP9 from Body. Body gets an M4 again.
Understandable with the shots he's been hitting in this first map. All right. Makaze has managed to stretch his legs out mid. It's quite reminiscent of what they were trying to get Maka on in that first half. However, they were struggling to find that next move. How about this? They play the fade. Imma and Makaze re-smoked swinging. Turns the flash, Body tucks in. Lucky to support. Hard fight, Makaze and Imma combined. Good work from Lucky and actually doubles up. He's kept them afloat. He's kept them with real solid shots. Beautiful play from Lucky. Plays the edge as well between the flame and the smoke to maintain vision, confirm a lack of commitment. Alexi eventually gets Gravity. And hang on, why has he got 2 there? How's he got 2 there? He nearly had another onto Maka.
What's just gone wrong there, 3D Max?
That was a bit of a mess. It's fine. Everything's fine. He would have liked to have not died. But you'll take the round regardless.
Okay, well, finally add another round to the tally. Remember, it was 4 out the gates.
Right.
Since then, we've had 12 rounds played. They've only won 2. So this one they can chalk up to Lucky's great defense.
This one,
I definitely thought Alexi was a dead. Like, that's okay, right? 7 bullets left. And he's still able to get another kill. So, look, good output for Alexi. Timeout called. This one is going to be by Blade. So the finances, they're there. 17 kills for Mongolz. He's definitely been delivering a lot of opening kills within that first half of play. I think it was 5-0 in total. 3-0 for Immer. So between the two of them, that's 8 opening kills. Then Alexi had 2 in the first half as well.
Yeah, he was very stalwart in his cave hold.
So who's going to take the sacrifice right now? It is going to be Wonderful. So the AWP onto a Deagle so that Mongolz can make sure he has a rifle. But this is where their money's on the brink of breaking. Will Blade stop that possibility and get his team up to 11?
Lexi gets across. Held by Body. Concedes as Maka has managed to get himself straight into the elbow smoke. This should be a free frag. He's here and Mongolz's back. Oh, again! I can't quite believe it's happened twice. First Lucky, now Maka had a back turn to him, and Mongolz just has a 6th sense. Something's behind him. A passing glance. Just a little flick of the wrist, and he spots him out. Maka has had a really rough start to Ancient. Exercise. This is a powerful angle for that MP9. You get that shadow, you don't get the kill. Mongolz is on a mad one. 20 frags.
Didn't even have head armor.
Oh, yeah. Who needs it? Wait, wait.
He's got this kill as well.
He's probably got this. Oh, he gave him a step. Who cares? It just doesn't matter. He tells you where he is. He's got no HP, no head armor. Doesn't matter. Mongolz gets another 4 kills in the round. What was this? Birchall, you're the expert here. I need an explanation.
I guess they're not seeing any friction on middle. Nobody's fighting them, so
God.
What a round. I don't think Blade called that one in the tactical timeout.
You know, I'm not necessarily watching every single Na'Vi game that's happened with Mongolz since he's joined, but safe to assume he's on track for the highest rating performance we've seen from him in the Na'Vi jersey.
Look, he has had some strong games. That's a great question to be thrown out there. Obviously, they had that online loss to Astralis at the first stage of Bounty. I'll take a little bit of a look here, see how he's been trending.
Yeah.
So, yeah, online they played a couple of matches for Bounty. They played TNL, a Ukrainian team. He did have a performance there, 29 and 21, but that was an overtime loss.
Okay.
18 and 13 against TNL on a map that they won. He's had some pretty good games, 20 and 12 against the Mongolz.
Okay, so he certainly is. This is not new to him, but taking full control of this game is Mongolz.
I think 3D Max is the type of opponent when you look at the Na'Vi junior roster who, I don't want to say they would beat every time, but I think they could definitely tussle with.
Yeah.
Because 3D Max are this team who we're really having a tough time placing. They can play that Shock and or Counter-Strike. I wouldn't even say they're not even a playoff gatekeeper.
No.
They might be a big tournament gatekeeper in general if there were more qualifiers, right? Can you get past them or not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're just very selective with the events they attend, trying to hold on to what they have. Lucky. Just the one on the 5-7. Doesn't look like there's any conversation to be had about these Deagles making too much of an impact. Exercise needs that headshot to Mongolz. Oh, okay.
Their best kills have felt like it's been with pistols, Alex, to be honest with you, mate. Like, the only times I've gone, oh, that was pretty nice. The best rifle round was maybe Lucky.
Body's Deagle, definitely looking good, yeah.
Pistol proficiency, sure. But this has felt like domination, and it is 3D Max's map pick. It's Inferno next, and we're just one round from getting there. 5 measly kills. But this is my expectation. I had Na'Vi as the favorites.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, it certainly makes sense. It certainly correlates. I think I've just I've been bearing witness to the slip of Na'Vi. from mainstay, you know, dominant, taking the first major of CS2 into what they are now.
Well, they were the team of the year last year.
Right.
But then the
Champions
second
of
half,
EWC.
The second half of last year had a few bright spots, that being one of them, but otherwise it has been a decent fall off.
What's happening in mid here? Mongolz eating a flashbang. Body tucks in. Very forward position from the CTs here as Alexi is going to go ask questions of the setup from this cave side. Oh, good headshots. It's Body and Lucky combining for a two-man advantage. Shouldn't be much weight for this to slip through their fingers. 3D Max, this is a must-win round, understandably. Captain Obvious here.
Right now, can't see too many ways in this one falling apart, but with a minute 10 left on the clock, bit wonderful and Emmett. It's a bit of a re-aggress. There should be a way, but you can see 3D Max resetting. 3 towards B, 2 towards A. The information players right now, I think Body is the most important. So they're kicking up a fuss on B. Now, Body on these jiggles will catch info. He's likely to block with this incendiary. There it is. Now they can reset. A B player will have to respond to red or play for info. First incision.
Oh, Exercise is going to be feeling a bit silly.
Now they're coming B. So red's a problem and B's a problem.
Yeah, you have no info if red is occupied.
Resetting.
Interesting. Maka pulls away from A. Donut less defended. It's just going to be Body pushing towards A main.
This is great. Really good mid-rounding right now from Na'Vi. They're in this.
They certainly are. Body's low HP as well. Looks like Maka is going to have just the opportunity on Wonderful and Ime's exit.
Can't miss.
Just like that. Doesn't. As Ime goes down to that French AWP. Body on A main. Gets the job done. Little late arrival from Bit there, and Body even lucky to get away with his life. 2 points of health. Bit announces his presence, and now the round falls in 3D Max's favor. I still don't know if they're going to be able to duplicate a double opening kill for the foreseeable.
Yeah, I think their biggest boon is the cash is a little bit light on Na'Vi. So there was about 6k left over on one of their individuals. And the save from Bit, so it looks like 3 AKs, a Galil, and a Mac-10. Alexi could offer something a little bit more pacey right now if they want to be direct and look for the finish. But standard start, wonderful to support Makazi, 3 towards B to get the control. Nothing too out of the box.
Quite quick towards the cave side. Alexi immediately asks questions of the first stage of cave. Held by Gravity. Lovely, clean conversion. Finds the headshot with his A4. Heavy damage inflicted on the wallbang. Ime just tracking Gravity on his retreat, and an important trade back from Body. Na'Vi, 2.5 men.
This round is essentially worth 2. So if 3D Max can win this, there's a chance for them to, well, most likely get up to 9 with the eco to follow.
Yeah, the scoreline would lose its sheen. Unless they could mid-round their way out of this one.
So again, 3D Max not really overstepping the mark with the number advantage. They're playing a 2-2 split essentially. Mid is the gap again. 35, maybe Na'Vi just opt for the save because of that eco on the horizons, but that's going to have further ramifications down the line. It's only 1900 loss. I think they should at least give it a look, see what they can find.
WWBD, what would Blade do?
Well,
a chance presented itself in that exchange. Mongolz, oh, Body's too quick, and Exercise will take it all down. Solid defense, keeping their numbers up, and Na'Vi's finances are broken.
Okay, so this one, I want to get ahead of myself because I feel if 3D Max can't win this, then there's obviously no conversation about a comeback, but this is what we'd call a gimme.
Nice! You see it go?
There you go. I think he decided, where is the station?
Well, I'm just going to siphon out the utility. So first they'll knock on the door of A. There's head armor across the board for 3D Max, so it's tough to see this get out of control.
I think this might be fun for Lucky. I've changed my mind. It's actually the opposite of fun. It's agonizing pain.
Nice, guys.
Hold on. 5-7 saves him. Oh, that could have really spiraled if you lost your AWP, fell into enemy hands. It looks like Body and Maka have managed to piece this one back together again after the shortcomings of Lucky. After the game Makaze has had.
Imagine.
No, I don't think I can.
What if he wins this round?
What if Maka misses his shot, Body gets... Nah, absolutely not.
With the game he's having.
Yeah, right. I'm not ready to write him out of anything. Body impactful once more. I mean, we're talking a lot about Makaze. I think Body does bear repeating that he has been putting in a very solid shift all the way from the start of the pistol, a triple kill that you just never let off the gas. And Maka's 5-7 truly did save them there. And Body, lovely shooting. Really, like you can see his mechanics are tight.
Maka's under a lot of pressure in that situation. I understand it's only Glocks, right? But if more players are swinging... Oof, okay, well, Na'Vi will expend their final tactical timeout. Blade wants this done, and now. He probably thinks it should have been over already. Scoreline 12-9, 3-round difference. Just 3 more needed to push this into overtime. Now, conversation being had now that Blade is off the mic of how they want to proceed. AWP for Wonderful. So there is a change. T-side will bring out the AWP. How do they want to use it? So Wonderful won't have to sit in spawn and throw the supporting utility by the looks of things.
Okay, we got a fast Lucky. Boosted up to fight for lane control. Flash is great. Alexi pushes through. Oh, still Lucky. I think he turned it just in time. A minor sound cue. An imperfect throw. All he needed to profit. Now Bit in action. Removes gravity. Oh, okay, and he's got another with the nade dunk. Exercise next challenge. Okay, gets his first, tries to transfer. There's help as well. Exercise has support from the cave side in Body, but he gets the job done himself. An important double kill to keep their dreams alive of taking their map pick here. Wonderful, forced away by the flame. Has to respect that, but tries to maintain vision.
Something that we get to look at, I don't see this falling apart, is these cams consistently. So you can see Alexi's body language waiting for this one to unfold.
Still gets one. Makaze quick to adjust and confirms Body's presence as well. Too easy. Maka holds for the Wonderful peak and another 3D Max round. Suddenly, a conversation very real about this going to overtime.
Yeah, so a partial now, full by next. And remember, Blade just used their last tactical timeout. And this was great from Bit, wasn't it? This first kill is very nice, catches gravity on his own. The nade dunk is great, but it's really Exercise just shutting things down, not allowing them to leak out of the smoke. Gets deleted by Makaze on the swing, but the trade is there. So here's the partial. Out the guts of middle, they want to fight.
Yeah, they do, and no one's home. Body behind the red smoke does break it open, but only the one.
A's open.
Yeah, Makaze kicks open the door through Donut. Lucky. Another nasty death for him so far on this second half. And the bomb will be planted. Imap. Next fight for him. Body should be able to adjust and win this one out clean. Double push. Makaze up close though. Tech9's a lethal. Wonderful demonstrates. Gets 2 and gets away. Falls onto Body's shoulders to keep this team in it. This is not the one. Smoke on Donut. Damage inflicted. One more bullet will do it. You could kill him with a paperclip. Na'Vi seeming set to collect that bomb ticket in their favor, and 3D Max's map pick of Ancient falls through their fingers. Na'Vi defending champs up 1-0.
Yeah, strong start. They get the pistol, they get the first rifle round, but it's that T-half that gets stalled out. Na'Vi with 7 rounds, then they pick up the pistol on their T-half, and it just felt like a matter of time. 3D Max had to battle back in to make it competitive, but one in the pocket. Inferno next. Let's head to a break.
Comme dans ta mère.
It's definitely tough. Considering the success we had last year, we started the second season coming here in Riyadh and winning the trophy. And from there on out, we played in many grand finals and lifted a couple more trophies. And for me, going from that high and, coming down slowly, it's never a nice feeling. But you remember you can't take things for granted. We understand we have some LAN stage games under our belts. It's just us understanding the map pool we're in right now, how we want to approach the Veto against our first opponent. It's nothing special, but it's just understanding that we're not as raw as we were in Cologne, so we have something to look back into. Last year was the best year you had as a team. You were doing so good on playoffs, and now you can't win a single game on the playoffs. So I think for us it's just maybe overthinking, lack of confidence, all these things combined. Every team understands that when it's single elimination, big team, a favorite could lose. Something could happen and something spicy could happen, and I feel like for us this tournament is a very good stepping stone going forward. And I don't want to set too high hopes, but I feel like it could be a very good tournament for us, like going through the rest of the season. You remember how the grind feels. Now we have a new player in the team and we're trying to, introduce him to the Tier 1 events. And it makes me excited because playing with a new team, it's also a new experience. Definitely new exciting things, and I'm looking forward to it.
This land is calling.
It's another Crossfire Club Championship check-in. I've got Bench with me here, and you actually commentating the Liquid game here now. Sadly, they lost. Did they get destroyed in this one? Did they have a chance? Talk me through it a little bit.
So for Crossfire, unlike Counter-Strike, China is the top region and Brazilian comes in the second.
Okay.
And Team Liquid, they made it very close against Q9, which is one of the top Chinese teams. Although they did lose 2-0, every single map has taken almost close to an overtime, and even for the second map they lost sub-base, it was, I think, 10-8. So yeah, very close calls here and there, but eventually just a couple round deficits weren't, just the gap wasn't closed.
I can understand what you're feeling and what you're saying. I can adjust that to what Counter-Strike is as well, but now tell me this, because Liquid want these championship points to give them a great chance. Do they have the hopes of making it through to the top 8 and getting some important points?
So here's my take on it. Team Liquid, they failed to just go directly into the playoffs.
Okay.
But they did win one series and lost one, so now they get to play in the lower brackets as it's a GSL format. You lose twice, you're knocked out. So,
okay.
And to me, Team Liquid, their caliber still stands strong to climb and claw out into the playoffs.
Okay, positive signs for this side on Liquid when it comes to Crossfire. But guys on the desk, you played much Crossfire? You involved in this? What do you think of it?
I can't say that I do, but I can say that it sounded like he was describing Liquid's game last week in Malta. Close 2-0 loss. Every map was close. Couple round deficits cost them.
I played 1.6, Mike. So essentially, I feel like I've played Crossfire my whole life. It's basically the same exact game except without economy.
Was born in it.
Yeah. Molded by it, some would say.
Molded by it. Well, let's talk about what our narrative is molded by in this last matchup, because it was the main man Mongolz massacring the messieurs of 3D Max Moses.
Yako, were you super impressed, or just like regular impressed?
I
with
thought they're Counter-Strike players. They're massage therapists. What?
Dude, Mongolz had a sick game. I don't know. This game was like a good little like. It felt like most of this was like a great show of like what we were talking about with 3D Max, where they get out to this 4-0 lead. They have like one really nice round. Chad mentioned it, a little bit gimmicky with like the massive bodies up in Red Room on the first gun round. But once you like lose the momentum, once you lose the economy game, 3D Max just don't have the tools, the resources, or the plans to get out of that hole, right? I think Na'Vi runs up a massive scoreline on them before they can really start getting back into the game. And you just see that they do feel at times like a one-trick pony, and this was another one of those times.
Yeah, they got off to a 4-0 start in the first half, and then the one extra round win is an eco with a saved AK where Body hits that, sick eagle shot, and a couple more with the AWP from that. But there wasn't really a lot of depth on that T side. There's one questionable buy, and then they're 4-0 up, then it's 4-2, and you still keep buying, and then they just try to walk cave, and it just felt very disjointed, just very weak, right? And it wasn't reassuring, and especially once Na'Vi gets off to a good start in the second half, it only felt like a matter of time before they'd be able to close it out.
Yeah, it really did. And I think for some of the struggles of 3D Max, I think too, like they have that in-game leader changing. Both these teams are having like big changes in terms of how their teams, how their players, like what roles they're taking on, right? I think 3D Max is just kind of that new IGL in these situations. You could see it in a couple of rounds where they got stalled out, their main plan got taken away from them. You could just see like the exasperation on the faces and the webcams, because those are just frustrating moments where you lose a round because you feel like there's a disconnect because you have a new IGL.
Speaking of that new IGL, I mean, part of the reason they probably wanted to make this move was to take pressure off of Maka, right? To have Maka more involved, more implicated in the action. He had a rough game.
Yeah, it wasn't great. They might be looking over at Furia and seeing like Fallen saying you need to have a badass opper and trying to go down that road, right? Free Maka up to be a little bit more power in the AWP. Yeah, not today. Navi's a tough team though. Like even despite some of the inexperience with these new positions that they're playing, Navi's always going to be really smart and like with the protocols, really smart with utility and how they do that. Everything's planned out. Blade has all the details down to a T. That's always going to be something very difficult for operas to overcome.
And this kill that you just saw here is one of the two openings that they had in the first half. And the other one was also by Maka in that saved AK round that they won, right? So they were just struggling to even get the first kill, play from ahead, find an advantage of any sort. Outside of that round, it seemed like Na'Vi was really ready for his lurks, every time. He had that one sort of unfortunate round on the CT side where he's flanking and going through the elbow smoke, and Mongolz just turns and sort of kills him, right? But there just wasn't that much there for 3D Max.
It feels like with that kind of like the way that they play and with like the current meta swinging more towards the CT side as the longer it goes on. We're seeing stronger CT sides. I think, you know, games where 3D Max doesn't win the pistol, doesn't like convert the first gun round, doesn't get out to like that 4-0 start or some early momentum, I think they're just going to be in a lot of trouble if they can't get hot starts on T sides.
More of the same, where they just can't outplay these teams. Right. Like they cannot outplay them.
They can't outgun them either.
They have to have the classic underdog, you know, win both pistols, have a reset in there or a clutch. They even got the good start and the sort of equal win, and it still wasn't enough, right?
So win conditions narrowing here for 3D Max, but with Na'Vi, right? We have another good map from Mongolz. We have another good piece building his resume here. Have you seen enough from him to really get a sense of him as a Counter-Strike player in this Na'Vi team?
Come on, say you're super impressed.
I am mega impressed. 9 maps or 10 maps that he's played so far online Counter-Strike have been nothing but mind-blowing, Jason.
I'm glad to have you on the
I don't know
train.
how people are like, everyone just wants to jump to conclusions immediately. If you are not a donk, it's going to take time to see if a player can develop, right? Like, and how good he is going to be. Has he had good games? Has he had impact even on the big stage in Cologne? Yes, absolutely.
Well, let me go back to my super impressed thing, because I would say when I mentioned it, I'm super impressed in the context that he's a rookie and performing like this, right? Like, I don't expect him to be playing at the level of like a 5 or a 6-year veteran or making every perfect decision. But for someone coming in and having your first event be Cologne and coming in as a rookie, I think he's kept up the pace pretty well. He's kept up with these guys, which to me is impressive as a rookie in your third event now?
Yeah, third event. I mean, can you blame people when you had the era of Daunt coming through and dominating, but you also have the Zways, you have the now Mongolz coming in, you've got Kyosuke, who everyone's super excited for. It's all of these young kids who are coming in. And
bro, I like Chad's take on this. You know, if everything is hype, nothing is hype. Like, if every new player is, you know, if you're telling that everyone is super impressive, then no one is impressive, right? I mean, Donk is a unique player in the history of Counter-Strike, right? Like, and putting other people up there.
Wait, is someone comparing Mongolz to Donk?
No, but I mean, like, we're talking about every single player, like, being out of this world. It's like, what are we doing here? You know, like, is anyone bad? Did we have a bad player join a team in the last 2 years?
Where would you temperature check Mongolz at this point in his debut in Na'Vi? Give me 1 out of 10. Where are you at on your excitement levels for this guy?
I don't know. I'm at a 6, 7.
Okay.
I think a 7.
That's positive.
Like,
that's a happy place to be.
I think, you know, for first, they also put him in positions that he had in the academy team, right? Which are some of the positions where a veteran player...
Not a lot of rookies get that benefit either.
...would do better, right? Like, you have to play Yard on Nuke. That's not Mirage, where you can flash him out ramp and he's going to run out and, you know, just point and shoot, right? Like, that's where you need to be sneaky, need to outplay your opponents, need... you know, to use your brain a little bit more. So I think it's over the course of a couple of tournaments, when you see how those things are going, I think Na'Vi is satisfied with how it's been going.
Absolutely, they should be.
I don't think he's a liability for them, right? But if this will be the roster that they can go back to winning tournaments, I'm not so sure.
Well, looking forward, right? We've got a map of Inferno up next. How are they going to use Mongolz? How are they going to display him?
I think on Inferno, I mean, for me, Inferno is all about bit. Mongolz is going to do his over in Banana, right? He plays the B-bomb side on the CT side, attacks Banana on the T side. But for me, like, Inferno is usually about bit. I think his T side's over in apartments, his ability to find some picks up in apartments, his ability to anchor the A-bomb site. He's a monster on this map. So I think coming into this with what we saw in Ancient, I think Navi's going to be feeling great. I think they're going to be completely fine. And I think this map, more than anything, more than Ancient, they're going to show how much better they are than 3D Max.
Yeah, I think, you know, we even saw in Cologne, right, on the stage, had a really poor T side, turned it around. The CT side was one of the main reasons they were able to win on Inferno. They struggled, both him and Alexi, in the game against Astralis to make the playoffs in Malta, right? But we'll see. That's going to be the focal point, really, and he is the fragger out of the duo, right, on the B-bomb side. Like, Alexi's doing more of the setting up, and it's down to Mongolz to do a little bit more of the fragging.
I bet that's fun for Alexi too. He's like playing his own little game of chess. He's got like his little pawn. He's like, I'm throwing this flash and this smoke, and I want you to peek at this point. He just gets to play for 2 people.
Well, the Puppet Master there. But if we were going to look at the other side, I know 3D Max, we've said that the window is slim, if anything. But how would they cut the strings of the Puppet Master if they were to do it?
Well, like we said, I think especially on the T side of Inferno, they have to win the pistol on T side. I feel like if you're going to get any significant number of rounds on your offensive side, you have to win that pistol if you're 3D Max. So let's start there. Probably going to have to convert the first gun round so you can maintain some economic advantage for the first 5 rounds or so. I think more than anything, I think you would attack. I guess you would attack Mongolz over at the B bomb side, right? Like that would be a place because we know 3D Max like to be pacey. We know they like to push the aggression, and I think they're going to test Banana pretty early.
I think what's interesting to me when I watched Navi playing Inferno with Mongolz is they actually had a couple of set strats and faster strats that they were running, right? For Navi, who is notoriously a default heavy team and plays slow and likes to take map control and keep their opponents in the dark, I think they were maybe aware of their deficiencies at the moment in that department. They sort of had to adjust a little bit in order to be able to rack up some rounds on the T side. So I'm curious to see if that will continue here, or they've had enough practice with Mongolz where they will be able to revert to a little bit of a slower style, because if they are, that's where 3D Max on a map like Inferno can take some risks, some calculated gambles, right, with their aggression on the CT side and try to make Navi uncomfortable and hopefully get some opening kills, right, and play with a man up.
Interesting update over from the B stream. Mongolz just won their first map, 13-7, and it was the first Overpass they've ever played, this time against Gamer Legion. What do we make of that?
Cool.
Super impressive.
Super impressive.
Right, really impressive.
I hate you so much.
New map.
So much.
It's another arrow in the quiver of a team that's starting to push into being able to hunt some of these big dogs. I mean, they got the victory over Vitality in the last event. They're showing that they can add Overpass into the pool. Is this a Mongolz team that's pushing into that upper conversation? Echelon, you could say, Yanko.
Yeah. Would you say Echelon?
If I'm interviewing Russians, absolutely.
He was Mongolian. He is Mongolian still.
Whatever.
Oh, I got him. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Look, Mongolz had Overpass.
Yes, it was. It's a nice win, and obviously
there's been a paradigm shift in the Mongolz and their ability to win tournaments and contend for titles.
Overpass is going to be the thing they were missing. It's going to be the map they needed all along. I don't know. It's
got a little bit of ointment going on there.
Anytime you see a team like Mongolz, I mean, they get their first win. It's over Gamer Legion, so let's not make too big of a deal out of it. But I think any sign that a map pool is deepening and that a new map is dangerous for them is a good one.
Well, it's time for us to paradigm shift, Yanko, right off of your screens and get back into the action, because it's time for map number 2 here between Navi and 3D Max.
Hello? Are we live? Map 2, Inferno, 3D Max taking on Navi. See if this one is going to be a 2-0.
Sorry about that. My headset was a little askew. There we go. Now you can hear me. Let's get this one started then, shall we, Birchall? Second map of the series. We just recapped, of course, Ancient. The desk has discussed the high-flying performance of Mongolz. 3D Max's pick slips through their fingers, and I will remind you, it bears repeating, that there is elimination at stake. Day 1, game 1, and it could be the end for 3D Max. In fact, it kind of feels like it's gonna be, right?
Well, yeah, coming into this, they were definitely not the favorites by any stretch of the imagination, and it feels like they're one of the teams who, well, it feels like they'll be secure for the major, definitely continuing a bit of a downward spiral. Gamer Legion versus Mongolz. Map 1 is concluded over there. They've got Inferno and Ancient coming up next if they need it, so you can check out all that action as well. But let's get into things. Pistol round, CT side start. And a joust down middle, netting in nothing. Now take a look at the U2 on the right-hand side of your screen for the T. Smokes, a couple of flashes, and a HE for good measure. So, the early stage of this, Navi just want to understand what type of setup 3D Max are working with.
Yeah, for example here, Im and Bit are going to be able to call that Apps is completely unoccupied momentarily.
So the fact that they've already dropped out a top mid smoke this early into the round without a level of pressure. Oh, Maka, that's unfortunate timing. Does get to live to tell the tale. Now, this is all about the 3-man B stack for 3D Max. They are hoping that the B finish does come in. And with 2 smokes, the flashes and the HE, that would be a good spot to use that util. Now you have a couple of options. You go up B, you execute with that Ruins and a CT smoke, or you head A, you get a long smoke and a moto.
So I don't know if he's going to throw it, but Body currently has this really geeky flash lineup that's going to land in front of Lucky's pillar. It's going to land just perfectly to not blind Lucky into the little cubby in front of this pillar.
The problem with this is they don't have that 3rd man as the beacon. There's a fight towards long, Bit picking up a bit of a fuss,
nice
goes
find.
down, and now here comes the B play.
Yeah, let's see how far that body flash gets him. Is it well timed? Mongolz turns the first, the second does connect. Mongolz down, controlled by Lucky. He's running light on ammo, and now up to Body, up to Bat. Just the 1 and a 2v3. Alexi gets that bomb planted with just a couple of seconds to spare. Rotations coming through. Mac is quick to this. He's made no secret of this, and Im is happy to take the duel down to 22.
And he's pinned in.
Should be overrun here. Alexi's going to have an awful lot to do from this coffin's position, and so he fights just the 1. It will be 3D Max starting in the same way they did Ancient, a collect of the pistol.
That's where if you're Alexi, you probably want him to be a little bit more selfish in that situation, right? You see him right there, he jumps up, he tries to take the fight to bail out the pressure that's going to be applied on Ima, but realistically, Alexi is going to have to clutch that out. So the bomb does get planted. This will allow them to go for quite a strong T-side force spike. There should be a couple of Galils in the mix. Speaking of a couple, they've actually opted for a little bit more utility than firepower. So 1 Galil, 2 Mac-10s, a Deagle, and a Tech-9 with the util. Now makes sense, it's Inferno. Unless they were just going to sit and wait out the early onslaught. They will need some nades to try and contend for positional control.
Flash and go. Body. He's trying to keep fighting, and actually, you know what? Significant amount of damage dealt to those daring to ask for an early biff on Banana. Mongolz goes down, Alexi B wounded. They're trying to turn up the heat. Oh, and Mac is in trouble. Had his bell rung. Exercise spotted on the balcony. Throws out his incendiary, but the site is under so much pressure. Second round looking like it could be Na'Vi's. Alexi to plant. Bits already borrowed into Graveyard. Even a cheeky Molotov still available for Alexi in this now retake for 3D Max. Kit on Body.
Gonna give this one a look. The smoke on Lucky. Not really going to help him out too much. They need to break into the site. Oh, timing.
Oh, that does not look good for Wonderful. Very unlucky.
Now they'll be in.
Yeah, they should be. Bit on Pit now. Powerful angle for him, knows what he's doing, but Alexi B gets pantsed. It doesn't matter if he comes up clutch. 1v3 very swiftly. Becomes the 1v1. He goes with a knife out to try and pull him away. No kit in time. No chance. Absolutely no chance. Na'Vi's second round is theirs.
Oh, okay. Well, you think Wonderful in that situation is going to be having to apologize for the round loss after giving that one away for free, but great little moment there from Bit in the back of Pit. Oh, man, that's so frustrating for Wonderful, isn't it?
What's crazy is if he's doing less there, he's perfect.
Exactly. But trying to patrol that gap, gets caught.
Exhausted is bit.
Well, that's better than winning the pistol, especially if they can convert this next one. Lucky does hold on to the FAMAS, the kit, the armor, the smoke. That's all good. He can
silver linings, I guess.
They can drop another FAMAS. So I always ask the question, Alex, what's better than 1 FAMAS?
Well, probably 2.
Especially at this stage of the game. So
yeah, that's a really rough round to lose. Very nice little pace change. I do think Mac has had a real slow start here at EWC, and you talked about it right at the start. You said there is no room for these slip-up rounds. You can't be losing second round force buys if you want to be making a run in this single elimination 16-team 5-day tournament.
Yeah, this is the real problem, right? MR12 and single elimination.
Yeah, right. A recipe for you can't be losing second rounds.
Oh, they can maybe
force buys, to be specific.
Wipe that away if they can contend for economic control. This will be a tough one to win. They've already lost banana control within the early exchange.
Yeah, that is already going to be a lot of pressure in the uncertainty for the CT side. I guess a gamble is in order.
And if Alexi does just call a B hit, right, which I think would be, I was going to say unlikely without the probe, so They show presence, a smoke dropped, a nade lands. Now, if they do pivot back towards A, as highlighted by the Obs team, you can see this setup in the boiler and halls, and, well, now that's been noted. So Bit thinks exercise. They will have to start rescinding from these positions as they do back off. They are migrating now. They're French. On the move to the B-bomb site.
A full rotation. Will there be an A probe at 43?
And they just dropped another smoke as well. So I think it becomes tougher to go A because you've seen the Halls presence, right? You had that exchange against Exercise. You're thinking if we do go back towards A, we definitely can't go Halls or Boiler. Now more pressure, now spam through. There's still a chance to pull the plug, but it'll have to be now.
Yeah, they commit through to see how many bodies are on the other side of that smoke, and I think they've worked it out. Yeah, pivot. Straight to the unguarded A site. They've managed to pull it perfectly down to the wire. Look at the time.
Yeah, they don't know how safe they are. The site's completely empty. You don't have to worry about anything whatsoever. The rotation is all in vain. 3D Max, hold on to your goods, and we'll go again into the next. Or we'll get planted. Seconds to spare. But that's the sign of a good team, right?
Yeah.
Is the fact that you do leave the door open for other options. You'll see other teams who are not of the same caliber who will be all in that scenario and have no way back. And the fact that Na'Vi do give themselves that opportunity and then they're able to avert the stack in this scenario, that's a good sign.
Yeah, and I really like that it's Alexi B. You know, it's certainly like a captain's move to be pushing into B, pushing the limits to try and get that info for your team to educate on your finish, even if it was right down to the wire. I'm sure the team has like a number in their head or like that they've in their practice sessions where it's like, we can still go back to A from Banana, from half wall at this time.
Oh, yeah, down to the margins, I'd say.
Calculated. So they will get another bite, right?
Yeah, and look, they don't have to invest anything behind this now. They can go buying into the next round of play. So the CT is 2 Famouses, 5 7s, deadly, but they are lacking Yuto. And the thing is, you go, oh, you know, a smoke or an extra flash would be great here, but you can't justify it. You have to just rock what you have right now, and then maybe that means you need to be more in or direct on your opening CT gambit. So how are you meant to contend Banana, right? If they molly car, what do you do? You can't extinguish it.
True. Just have to concede the space or go for a fallen boost and hope you get a quick... Hang on. Yeah, no, you don't, actually. And you evade a very chunky nade.
Yeah, probably a good thing.
Oof, that could have gone horribly wrong. Okay, so an alternative boost is erected.
This is the problem, though. At the top level, when we're talking about these teams, he might even pre-aim this. Let's see. How well drilled? Yep.
Another nade.
There's even a nade. Well, this is it, right? You go through the theory. What are the options available with these type of buys? And you're looking to eliminate all of them. And now they're waltzing in on a completely different timing. There won't even be the opportunities stack. They're layering Yuto into the site as Makazi's already in pool.
Yeah, and he's got nothing, absolutely nothing to report. He knows the site's clear now. Clears out Dark, clears out New Box. Jobs are good. And is this really going to be another 5-man save from the CT side?
So, look, the armor is very valuable.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So, and next round you do want to have full nades for your first gun round. So, on some maps, I probably wouldn't justify this type of a decision, but on Inferno, I would. Now, you could say, okay, well, make sure you go for exits, you try and get some AKs or do some damage. That conversation could be had, but there's a couple of Mach 10s, it's Galils, there's only 1 AK on Bit, so realistically, a Galil is equal to an M4, essentially. Going exercise. And nothing for his troubles. Makazi will mop him up.
An extra $600. Wow, Na'Vi, I mean, this is just smooth sailing. Alexi's got to be feeling very good as at the start of T-side Inferno. The fact that you've managed to find the unguarded site and lead to heavy saves from 3D Max. They haven't even really had a go.
Well, just to, I don't want to build upon, I just want to take a nugget from the desk in terms of talking about, you know, is this type of an RV one that we can see contending for trophies? Because at the moment, the conversation was coming into the season vitality. Now, look, they've lost in semi-finals. It's not like they got blown out in groups. They're still in the conversation, of course. Spirit are up there, right? The Mongolz made a final, Mao's made a final.
Yep.
Now, they both went missing in said finals.
Yeah,
so that's your top 4.
Okay, Body, you've got 50 HP and no way out. You've just, lost your life to a drive-by. Makaze. Naughty on the Mach 10. Lucky a response. Goes for a little bit of a burst. Finds the head of Wonderful. Lexi B to be boosted up. Gravity making no secret of his position, and it should be a free frag. Okay, Alexi takes the site. Round done.
It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? You'd love to have a competitive... Like, imagine your 3D Max. You fly all the way out here.
Yeah, right.
You get 2-0'd, you go home.
I actually think they'll have spent more time
on the
doing their media.
Oh, yeah.
And doing their media day than they have in their first game day.
Well, this is the thing. We don't have too many tournaments in Counter-Strike that are single elimination. We just had Blast Bounty, which is, but it starts online, 32 teams. You boil it down to your final 8 to venture into the LAN. Here we have 16 teams on LAN. We had only one team that came through, I want to call it an external qualification. That was ACL. That was where we were able to pick up TaiLoo at this event. But everybody else was based off of VRS invitations. And we've got 1.25 million. Obviously, for certain organizations, the club championship for EWC is a massive deal. We have Falcons currently at the top of that, leading the charge. But if they lose to G2 tomorrow, a whole conversation begins. Has that given enough leeway to Vitality or Liquid, who are playing each other today?
Yeah, I've actually got it up on screen. 4,200 CC points for Liquid, so trailing Falcons only by 4.
That's the problem for Liquid, though, isn't it? Right? Like, their Counter-Strike team up against Vitality, they're not favored to win.
No, of course not. But as you've highlighted, multiple times, a win there for Liquid kind of it's a very, very important game for them.
A great job from Alexi. Doubles up, and as we mentioned, round over.
We were eating so many
Okay.
So many flambés.
Okay, I see.
Talking about dinner last night.
But we were eating so many flashes. So is he saying we were lucky to get away with that?
Perhaps.
Either way, back into things, saved AWP.
Yeah, and it does seem like this banana-centric focus from Na'Vi is going to be rustled by Body, burning down to 44. Wins his duel versus Mongolz, though. Block smoke, and this 3-man star on the B side seems to be paying dividends.
For now.
For now. Looks like Bits being activated to start claiming some of the apartment control. Naka on mid. Actually, throws the incendiary to buy time for his rotation around.
Alexi doing a lot of talking right now. One of the things that I'm liking about having all these cams on HUD all the time is that you're able to see who is calling in the mid-rounds.
Yes.
You can literally see the mouths moving, regardless of which POV we're on. So keep your eyes on that. So one player towards top banana. That is going to be wonderful. Has a smoke. And is going to use it right now to just keep some boots planted. But he's still on this boost. He will have vision over that, so that's going to determine who plays first. Well, neither will have to play by the looks of things. 30 seconds left. Over towards the balcony, Exercise in the site, Lucky low HP.
I feel like Exercise needs to be able to catch this one. He reports to Maka. Maka will have his attention drawn. Short and Amp simultaneously here from Na'Vi. Oh, good pathing, but Maka gets him. Channeled into the meat grinder here. Wonderful. Just the exception. 2 is great. 3 is exceptional. Hold on.
Oh.
Takes it out. Body swings on through. He doesn't have the time to win the round. Oh, it was valiant from Wonderful. Makes something out of nothing there, but just a little less time than he had to play with.
Yeah, look, you can see...
What, 2 more seconds?
You can see the thought process there. I can hear the guy coming through, so he gets that extra kill, which actually does have some pretty decent ramifications to this next CT buy.
8, 7, yeah. I mean, maybe a default plant, but the fact he just planted where he picked it up.
You can't, like, this is the thing as well. Planting open in that situation, it's so risky. But look, they're lacking util on the CT side. He's done so much damage.
There we go. Well, in the absence of nades, we use bodies. Quite literally, here he comes, and there goes Mongolz. Boom. Maka builds upon it. Lovely start for the CT side. 3D Max trying to hold on. A double take from him. I couldn't believe how free that one was. And Maka doesn't even elect to pull the trigger there. Slow to react to Alexi B's util. Comes forward and nails it. Double kill from the sniper of 3D Max, and maybe even a third on the cards. He's actually... Yeah, now he has him. He gets the info. Maka doesn't finish him off. Him is a threat. Him is a perpetual threat. How has Gravity and Maka gone down to just the one? Oh, 3D Max, this was your best bet at sinking your teeth into this defense here.
Well, safety first, smoke and the molly land. That'll allow the bomb to go down safely in the site. Emma on for the ace. 3 kills so far. Tucks in back pit. Looking good for it.
Yeah, throws out a flash to delay the crawl and return of Lucky. Body is coming in from that app's elevation. Wonderful, responsible. Making their move. Sandieri towards the pit side. Ime to play first. Waits for that headshot, gets his freebie. Ime's ace is denied by Wonderful, but 4 kills. Ime takes control and resuscitates hope. It goes 3v5, and 3D Max still cannot convert.
Yeah, well, I just love the response from the individuals on Na'Vi, and this is where you hope that the theory comes into play, right? Because Banana Push comes in, and then at that point they start activating and searching over towards A. Sure, Bit goes down for free. They identify where the AWP is, okay? It's porch side. Well, when you know that, long can be the gap, but it actually wasn't. There's already a player tucked into trash. It's all just about Ime catching that timing, Exercise not ready for that little leap up, and it all falls apart because the damage that Wonderful did in the previous, the ramifications felt immediately, and poor 3D Max just down to some pistols.
And Na'Vi, they know all too well what that means because they've gone for 2 MAC-10s to just take these fights willy-nilly. Exercise and Maka go down, the job is done, the round is won.
And it definitely is a choice of those MAC-10s, right? If people are not unfamiliar, take a look right-hand side of your screen. You can see the residual cash for Alexi and Bit. Both would have had more than enough to go for the AKs. So they've got 3D Max right where they would want them. This is going to be 6 rounds already. Still a massive bag available, and you brought it up during Ancient. Obviously, we're in a bit of a CT-sided meta at the moment, or at least within the early tournament since the economy change.
Chad, a lot of people have had something to say about Makaze's AK craft. It's unique, and it features your ex-team.
What don't they like about it?
It wasn't necessarily like a dislike so much as its uniqueness. As in, you know, he's really let his creativity flow.
Okay. I'm curious as to, you know, what the inspiration is.
It's like a Vox Eminor worm.
A Vox Eminor worm.
That's at least my read of the situation.
There you have it. Just one casualty in that one, and it's a bit on one of those MAC-10s, so he will gladly upgrade into the AK-47. We're getting ragdolled right now. Plenty more games of Counter-Strike coming your way today on the A and the B stream. Mongolz versus Gamer Legion going into map 2 shortly. We've got Vitality Liquid up next with Harry and Hugo, TaiLoo and Astralis, FaZe Aurora, and Spirit Heroic. Those will be the matches to round out your day. And also on HLTV, for all our stats lovers out there, they've brought out 3.0.
Oh, it's here?
Apparently
it's
so.
It's arrived, okay.
Apparently so. So this is where we're getting economy-based adjustments going on. So we'll see who the eco-farmers truly are.
Okay. Keep your eyes on that.
Timeout taken, guns back out, AWP for Maka.
Is it ego or is it strategy that Bit keeps this MAC-10?
Interesting, because he's traded that with Alexi.
Right.
Because he did invest in an AK.
Perhaps he feels it favors him in this moving and shooting.
This is the only guy with head armor.
You're right, Exercise, comfortable. It's still Ime on the trade though. Maka hits one with his AWP off screen. It's Lucky with the chip in. Oh, nice shot, headshot, just to guarantee that lethality. Overkill. I don't know how Maka had a jump shot on that Bit kill. I don't know if he just like slipped off a ledge as he pulled the trigger or if it was something even more ridiculous, but I did see wings affixed to that that AWP kill.
Oh.
And the MAC-10 didn't work out for Bit.
No, not at all. Again, 3D Max playing forward, it feels like they are ready. This should just be a matter of time. It feels like they are ready for the reaction from Na'Vi when they lose that banana control early, and they were giving it over in that round. There he goes. So 3 rounds now and still 6 available, which would be more than serviceable for the 3D Max boys. At least you would hope. So this AWP has been quite pesky, right? Worrying about window jump-ups, worrying about Hall's aggressions, and as he goes down in banana again. There you go.
Okay.
So was moving and grooving.
Yep.
GG.
They're going to fight for Banana this time by the looks of things.
Yeah, certainly does. Gravity and Body are going to be asking for a brawl. Wonderful Alexi B and Mongolz quick up and swinging. Look at this. Confidence, conviction on display from Wonderful's AK. He's looking sharp on the rifle. Body knows he's got to do something. A USB pushing through the smoke. Good luck, have fun. It's Mongolz's round.
Now, they don't have the bomb.
I see that.
If it goes down, this is a problem.
Yes, it is. That's if exercise a free frag.
Okay, round over.
Yeah.
I kept it alive.
You did for a moment. Maka's trying as well.
Oh, it still don't have the bomb.
Oh, yeah, actually weird. Actually quite weird. Maka takes down the bomb carrier.
Emma?
Yeah, Emma was not aware.
And these two were the ones that entered B. So, you know, both of them were lusting forward early. Wonderful and Mongolz both getting kills.
I have to say, I love what Maka's done there, as in he goes and glances at the potential for the wraparound. It informs him that it's likely going to be a two-man Banana return.
How has this happened? Look at Alexi shaking his head about that one. This is a bit of a fumble.
Yeah, it must have been a no comms on that.
So fortunate. Okay, caught by the timing. But a round that should have never been stressful became very much so.
Part of me wonders if like he's done enough there where he can just like let them pick up the bomb, disappear, you know, go for around the world, be in ruins if they return to B, whatever it may be. He elects to stick around where he was last seen. But yeah, Mongolz, I thought this was the one that secured it. Look at that, just full unload.
Yeah, when you're the man throwing the U2, you don't really want to be the first one dying.
Ideally. Ideally.
All right, well, four-man B start. They really want this space, 3D Max. Oh, and the call. They're just going to execute into A. This is a set piece. At least it's a direct move.
Exercise might get an early warning sign if he holds that smoke push. That's what the nade is supposed to deter. They have got through. Through! He's gone. 8 for Na'Vi, feels like a certainty off of a single kill. Imet and Bit reveal themselves, Body pushes B, but the job is done, the site is lost.
These are the rounds that feel the best for an in-game leader.
Right.
Because your call has completely avoided the stack, and it was from spawn. It wasn't even info, well, it is info-based because it's how the flow of the half's been looking. So another round that looks to see some saves for 3D Max. They've had a couple of those, and Bit might have a monstrous double on the table. There's the first and the second clinical from Bit. Well, they were saving, or at least they thought they were, as it will just be the AWP and the M4. Lucky and Maka both tucked over towards B for the interim.
3D Max, it does feel quite feeble. Defensive side being kind of ragdolled here by the calls of Alexi, as well as just the muscle of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the last two. Very direct, very in your face. And the ideas have just worked out perfectly.
Hey, Case. Nice grab it.
Oh, they're having fun. They're having a great time.
It sounds like he's bored.
Yeah, nice, guys. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, cool, I guess.
Yeah. You do really need to win this. May I remind you one more time, there is a $500,000 for first place in this tournament, 1.25 milli, and single elimination.
Now
it's quarterfinals the next round.
Exactly, right? So this is business the whole way through. Something to keep in mind, winner of this does take on the Mongolz, and I say winner, well, sorry, they haven't finished their game against Game Legion. I got a bit far ahead of myself.
I see.
The winner of Na'Vi 3D Max takes on the winner of Game Legion Mongolz.
Yes, correct.
There you go. So that's where we're at in the bracket. We're in the upper portion where we have Vitality, Liquid, TaiLoo, Astralis as well.
I mean, even more evidence that Wonderful's rifle is feeling pretty damn good today. He's left an AWP in spawn. And Mongolz sent to the Shadow Realm with a double nade to start.
You need this fourth.
You certainly do. Little bit of a cushion. In there, back turned, and so was Maka's. Serendipitous turn.
How many rounds of this? Oh, it's just started in apartments. In a lot of these rounds, he really wants to be jarring to the default spread of Na'Vi, and he's done it again, but surely a two-man advantage is enough.
It wasn't once already in this half.
If Bit just walks into this, it's over.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's exactly what Mac is banking on. Oh, wow! That's why you're toggling off the X-ray. You see what Mac is working against. Bit just absolutely puts him in a grave.
And you can see Bit's reaction, right? He's low on HP, but if there's an AWP in Halls or Boiler, Counter-Strike 101 says he shouldn't be there alone. So he gets the AWP, he posts up, waits for the reaggress. Now he's going to have to operate with that for the round finish. Now, I was going to say I hate this setup, but the fact that they have utility at the back of the site to deal with should mean this will be okay. Even if there is a molly thrown towards New Box that they can extinguish.
Yeah, I like the game plan.
But there is double nades, so if they get pinned behind the smoke, oh dear, they should double nade this.
Okay, now you know the boost, but they gave themselves something to work with behind the smoke. Body swings on, nice find into Wonderful. Lexi B returns the favor, has Body low, still looking good for the 3D Max fourth. Body's looking to convert it, and so 4. It's not much, but it's something. 3D Max, they need this. Inferno for survival. We'll be right back after the break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Single elimination and 3D Max on the ropes. Na'Vi taking Ancient rather convincingly. A bit of a cosmetic comeback, has the scoreline reading 13-10 in that map loss. Now we find ourselves in Na'Vi's turf, and it certainly felt that way in the first half of Inferno. 8-4. An important fourth picked up in the final round of the first half of our second map here in the first game of our first day at the Esports World Cup.
That's a lot of numbers. And speaking of numbers, Na'Vi just need, what is it, 5 more? That's some quick maths for everybody playing at home.
Slow down. Let me keep up.
Now, 4-player ace start for Na'Vi on the defense. One long side. That is going to be none other than Wonderful. And this porch setup that you can see highlighted here. So if there is a mid-play, there are a lot of bodies to munch down hard on this.
Yeah, it does look like it's the perfect setup. Wonderful, tucked, bit the same. Makaze acting like he's on his own. But no overcommitment just yet.
The thing is, if nothing comes, they'll just re-clear. As soon as there's any noise elsewhere, they'll, well, not even noise.
Here they come, Makaze into Maka. Nice find from Maka's P250, but put down, and Na'Vi have the edge thanks to Wonderful. Body's gone, Exercise trying to claw something back, but here comes the support. Imet gets the job done. Gravity and Lucky, 2-on-4. Bomb to be retrieved at the bare minimum, they'll get that done.
Does always just feel Na'Vi one step ahead.
Yeah, it does.
2v3 for the A finish. Need some tidy shots. Oh.
Bit's got some.
Yep, and Gravity ain't winning this. 1v4. Scores on the doors, 9-4. Ah, it's tough.
3D Max support.
I do like the watermark, though, on their notes. That's maybe the highlight for 3D Max right now.
Well, you've got to find something. As Maka did, but that was about all they had in that pistol. Step ahead, stacking A. Lexi B certainly had his Na'Vi boys moving and grooving to the same tune today. What is this? Well, 3 Tech 9s, 2 Mac 10s walk into a round. We'll find out if it's a joke. Just a moment.
Okay, fast apps. Bit with an M4.
Oh my god, they're gonna run through it! They're asking questions of Bit! This is on Inferno, in apartments, versus Bit, and you ask questions of him immediately. What are you doing? Wonderful's got him cooked here, they're running him down. And he actually gets overwhelmed. They know Bit's low. He has the bomb, though. Weird one. He kind of has to give it to them. It's not a fight he can win.
Have a look at his teammates.
Oh yeah, they're all here.
You are now boxed in, so you can finish A. Oh, no, you will finish A.
Yes, that decision's been made for you. Oh, Alexi.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of leg and some significant damage dealt to both Imet and Alexi.
This one's on now.
It really is. I mean, this is just to keep hope alive. Jumping straight in, gives it a go. Body's got him cooked, and now Alexi and Makaze having a go. Makaze making no secret of his presence. Body hears him above him. Angle held by supportive teammates. A nice headshot from Body. His mechanics have been sharp throughout. And Makaze gives it a good go. But that's 3D Max taking a little bit of a glimmer of hope. And all thanks to Body, who has really been at the top of the tables consistently. Top of Ancient. You can see he's G'ing up his boys. Individually strong is Body.
Okay, so we get to reflect a little bit on what happened within that first half of play.
That guy got sent to the moon.
Ow. You did have 3D Max win the CT side pistol, but lose the follow-up force. Was that?
I just know what one of those words means.
Okay.
Yeah. Like intercourse.
Ah, okay. Well, as long as he's having a good time. So Na'Vi were able to avoid the stack.
Oh.
3D Max are running into it.
Whoa, he's quick. Mako, quick on the mantle. It's Body, quick on the trade. Finds Imet at least, and oh wow, fully flashed. He catches Makaze pushing through. Exercise a nice dunk. And that is all she wrote.
Okay, so looking like we're getting some similar patterns of rounds from half to half, as well, Na'Vi won't be keeping all 5 alive for the save. It'll just be the Ukrainians Bit and Wonderful to hold on to their pistol upgrades. And then in the next Na'Vi, we'll have to take a save behind these before the guns can come out. So the scoreline likely to be 9-7, making it a 2-round game, which it has felt quite dominant, but the scoreline not really reading that way. And with map number 1, it was a 13-10
right.
that could have gone further because it was a low buy, a half buy from Na'Vi late in the piece that ended up being the game winner.
I will remind everyone this would be a T-side comeback. On top of that being said, I mean, this is it's a big ask from 3D Max, but this is exactly what you needed, right? You need to be converting that second round Tech-9s into A, this one as well.
It just felt so unlikely, didn't it? Because it's a 3v5 and you're stuck on the site. You didn't have the bomb. Fortunately, a lot of damage was done to Bit, so it did make it more possible. And yeah, Body just continuing to find strong output. Frustrations for Mongolz on the replay. So the flash to try and set up these pistols. Emma will start over towards A. The rest will be residing tucked in at B. Now, I don't think there's too much of a rush. You know that it is going to be just the residuals, or that is the most likely outcome. Double smoke ruins.
Just to be sure.
Well, they're sure that there's quite a few players on the sidearm. It has to come down to the sidearm. Body will eventually finish Bit. Now, Alexi tracking all these steps. Doesn't risk the smoke push. Any damage would be good. Seems unlikely with just these USPs. Bomb will get planted now. So being quite safe about it is Gravity. Next rifle round will determine if there is a comeback available or not. So all 5 staying alive. Lots of residual cash now to work with the 3D Max for extra buys. Alexi straight into an MP9 and Mongolz with a FAMAS. This just shows you the preference for utility. See if the two of them combined are able to grab the banana control or if it's even the opening move. No timeouts taken. No coaches trying to take the wheel. 3 players starting towards B. Wonderful, dropping the deep banana smoke. Will join Bit on A, and they want to fight for this.
Here we go. Early brawl. And Imet, Mongolz combined. Lucky does manage to put Imet down, but it's Mongolz that's standing his ground. As it's Lucky punishing with the double. Still presence on B. Alexi B feeling pressure now. Very high pressure. Swings on out, gets spotted out. Lucky has got some support, doesn't need it. A one-man army into B with the triple.
Okay, well, Exercise has gone down second mid, so this is now a 3v2 situation. Not impossible, but still very difficult. And conventional Counter-Strike would say save. That's now what we see unfolding. So the banana defense felt like it started okay. Definitely didn't end that way. Lucky with the peek off the back of the HE. Mongolz thinking it was a flash. Or was it Immer? Regardless.
Yeah, I think it was Mongolz.
Caught looking the wrong way. Okay, well, back on.
It is.
9-8, a competitive affair on Inferno.
And no surprise that it comes with the synergies of Body and Maka at the top of the table. Complete, I mean, sure, Body was on for map 1. Maka the opposite, though, so it's good to see that he's found his legs. Necessary in such a brutal format. Can't have 2 bad maps. Looks like the vibes are high. You know, trying to keep his boys happy. And this is it. So you can see that Imet does go down to Lucky. It's the second one from Lucky, catching Mongolz, turning the HE.
Yeah, I think I like the confidence that we're seeing from the individuals of 3. I want to catch the comms, right?
Yeah,
I don't speak French, but yeah, I really enjoy the confidence we're seeing with the swings and the type of fights that they're looking for. Second tack. So played in between Alexi and Mongolz. This is likely about the banana defense. Now they could drop guns. Wonderful and Bit could send some M4s across, but as you can see with this economy heads-up display we've got on screen, it looks like 5-7 upgrades for Mongolz and Immer. Alexi likely to get into something light as well. So is this timeout all about the next rifle round? Really want to just get some kills and force the rebuys for 3D Max going forward. Try and just apply a little bit of pressure, because in the second half so far, in this spree of rounds, they've only lost a total of, what are we looking at here? 6 casualties in 4 rounds, so they have been able to start building a bed of finances. But if you continue that type of pace against this type of buy, you might trip up.
It's a big one. Bit anti-flash tucked into Boiler.
This is where a 3/4 smoke long, right? When you don't have mid control, it doesn't mean anything.
Ooh, Gravity gets the info safely, but still swings into Bit's headshot. A second asking too much. Exercise an important one back. Heads starting to roll when Bit gets that weapon in his hand.
Trying to do it maybe a little bit too much there, Bit. One was good, could have reset. Now we go 4v4.
They are coming though.
Yeah, they can lock this down. They're AWP to lead.
Ooh, he's very vulnerable, susceptible. Here's the swing, tucks on in. Wonderful, not desperate for the fight. Has Imin out in support. The gap being that long wrap, soon to be held by the library side. Lexi B, oh, he's hearing this. The wrapping. Relays the information. They're coming library side. Alexi B a chance. Not a favorable one. Good find from Lucky. Catches the response. And now Makaze, he's in so much trouble. They're going to be coming in from both sides.
This. Yeah, didn't have a choice. Had to do that.
Yeah. I don't know what 5-7's supposed to do. That was a quick headshot.
All right, get a gun and hold on to it.
Yeah.
That's an AK-47 as...
Just making sure it's still working.
Yeah, well, that did give over exactly where he was. So Maka getting the kill, best case, worst case giving over the AWP for free.
Ships in the night. Maka's in pursuit of where that sound was. And in the meantime, him has managed to get himself all the way down second mid towards T-spawn.
Now we're all tied up.
Body, the likelihood of him going any deeper is very, very low. Yeah, I know, right? He actually...
It's so close.
Could have denied.
Go back, Emma. You'll probably see him this time. All right, so an AK retained. We are talking 5 consecutive rounds. That is the most for anybody in this match so far. One that looked like it was, well, quite perilsome at moments. Like, there's the first. Didn't have to go for the second, but knows that his team don't have the best to buy across the board, so wants to make the play.
Yeah, it was just that little spree at the end there. Score at one point rated 6-2 in favor of Na'Vi in that first half, and an 8-4 becoming 9-9. 3D Max, they're putting up a fight. Tournament life on the line. Lucky forced forward by the Flame. Early banana biff, wonderful up close. Combat AWPing here required, and it's actually the nade that finishes off what Alexi B had started. Makaze draws first blood with the HE.
It blocks towards top middle as well, so the reaction...
Is Maka pushing the mid-smoke? He's in it as it fades.
It's fading now. Oh, he's ready for this boost. Wonderful. At least he was.
Oof, he loses his teammate. Makaze can't quite believe his luck. Straight headshot from Body, but immediate trade. Maka working towards his A site. Bit gets the info. Throws out a nade, a little bit of damage. Theirs does a whole lot more. Bit is in trouble and strife. 16, all he has to work with. Tries to find a safe haven, and it works out. Baits them in. Imet receives. Awkward now for 3D Max. Bomb is miles away. He's trying to amplify the pressure. The bomb's still on T steps, as Bit miraculously still lives.
See, Gravity thinks there's someone on site with that type of a smoke.
Oh, but he can actually kind of worm through it.
Yeah, but he's going to have to worry about so many angles. He should be dead. He's been able to slip in. There's no smoke for CT spawn.
Yeah, and that smoke's not going to be sufficient to stop that AWP.
Oh, they pick one up.
Damage, and the smoke does work. It just arrives in time. Maka leg shot. Lives on. Gets that bomb planted. 2 on 4. Is there really a conversation to be had about more? Maka removes. Wonderful. Alexi B unable to provide assistance. Starts to dip away, starts to reposition, trying to get away from the Ruins line. They're coming quick, he's ready, he's in the open. Alexi B spots him out with the shoulder peek. Still the unknown entity lingers on site. Is Gravity side by side actually towards Car. They've cleared out the site. They confirm it's likely double banana. Smoke on the bomb makes things awkward, especially for an Aurora, but not if he hits him just pre-bloom. Swaps out to the M4. Can he deny? Maka's coming up clutch, going absolutely massive. 3D Max will take it. They keep the wins flowing. Turning the tables, a clutch indeed. 10 first for 3D Max.
That one is going to leave a bit of a mark. Na'Vi are not going to be happy with that whatsoever. That is now 6 consecutive rounds. That is the first one that felt like Na'Vi had a real shot at contesting, and it started so well. I can watch this one back again. So just running in, Exercise not ready for Imma whatsoever. This one makes it such a huge deal because it slows down the retake, and the fact they both get the reposition off the banana. That defuse starts coming in, the spam through the smoke is beautiful, and then at this point, no time, no chance. And double digits found first by the French.
Holy, yeah, we got a game here, folks. Thought the 8-4 bar was set too high, but 3D Max, they disagree. That one really, really hurts Makaze. Max damage. Oh, and hang on a second, 2 is better than 1. Double nade onto Lucky has him low. This is a lot of space early for a T side. Gravity and Exercise going to be boosting up for the fade, trying to catch return of Ime.
Don't have banana control, don't have brackets control, so interesting to see if they do play for info, but it looks like 3D Max will move first.
They draw attention short side. No one's looking at long. Ime pulled away from that by that Maka util. And it's enabled this wrap to be pretty potent. Body and Gravity to swing into Ime. That's a good find from Bit, but Gravity, that's even better. Instant deletion. Gravity doing everything, put it in a shift for his boys. Triple kill from Gravity, securing the A site.
And it's a FAMAS and an MP9. I don't know if you really want to be holding on to these. Alexi, it's felt like a long time since he's had a frag. Makaze hasn't had too many either, just up to 9 now. So the B defense on retake, that's where this is on hard mode. So they are going to look to retain what they brought in. Loss bonus obviously maxed out. But I think that you have to... your choice right now for Na'Vi is Wonderful can go into an M4. Alexi and Makaze can drop something, so they can buy, but it's not going to be pretty. So your choice is buy in again and lack everything for a quote-unquote full gun round.
Right.
And essentially give over... no, you don't give it. You fight to make sure they don't get to 12, or you take a partial and give over 12, and then have to battle back with 3 of your own just to force it into overtime. So it's not the best choice available.
I mean, that second round was just the beginning of the end. Na'Vi, they won the CT pistol. That put them up 9-4.
It was a 3v5 as well.
It's been one-way traffic. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so they are going to take a partial investment behind the safes because they understand that, hey, we might want that AWP, we need the M4s, and we need all the utility, and we couldn't have had all of that if we invested right now. So 3D Max have been given their best opportunity to find 12 right now by this investment choice.
Yeah, but a slip-up versus Bit could have been the end instead. He gets nothing for his troubles. His teammates flashed off. Wonderful gets absolutely the same treatment.
And the round's over at 1:30.
That's right.
Okay. Well, they're cooking now. They are playing this more crash and bang aggressive style, and they're making it work.
Letting Gravity off the leash for that one.
I just think when you recount some of these T-side rounds, right? The 3v5 loss, second round of the second half. Then you've had the 2v4, I think it was.
The Maka,
and the Gravity finish, the Maka clutch. Then Gravity bails them out with a massive 3K wrapping from that arch side. And then you smatter in some easier rounds to deal with, which they've handled with aggression as opposed to Na'Vi, which we're talking about late rotations, keeping the door open. And now it needs to be 3 consecutive rounds. That's just for overtime.
Tough for Bit to track that. Too many targets. Didn't have that first bullet accuracy he would have needed to find the multi.
So they have been able to get M4s, the wonderful AWP, and full util, barring 1 nade on Bit and 1 on Imma. Got plenty of kits. Most of them have head armor. It's not really going to matter against the AKs. Blades last. orders issued. But this T side, because of this haul of rounds, they have enough money to buy out the remainder of regulation. And then once they make it to overtime, they're going to have cash to splash again. So 3D Max, they're in the driver's seat.
Let's see if they can put this one into third. Nice shot, Maka. Oh, he's just one sit more than they do. Makaze and Alexi B brought to their knees. And Maka should be traded here. Where is it? There it is, provided by Body to secure it. Nuke awaits. Bit and wonderful task with what most would consider an impossible retake. A 2-on-4, smoked off on the CT side. This is their chance. You would have loved a clean smoke break, a miss thrown from Wonderful and a replenish of the smoke.
Oh, this is punishment, isn't it? You pick Inferno. This is the map you played back at the Austin Major Blast TV 2025. Best of one. It went 16-14. Well, this time it's about to go 13-9. 3D Max are going to push this one the distance. Nuke is mere moments away. Wonderful try, as you might, son, but this is great. 3D Max still looking themselves with a style of Counter-Strike in their face. Aggression, clutch play, annoying AWP moves from Maka throughout that CT side. But you're going to be very happy with that, because now the pressure on the reigning champs at EWC, Na'Vi, it's going to be a team talk that's going to need to pull their socks up, because Nuke up next.
On va faire un G2. Vous me acheter, je crois. C'est bon. Comme ça. End of the game, guys.
The French fire is alive here at the Esports World Cup. They came to play, snatching away Navi's map pick of Inferno in a stunning display. Things are good in the 3D Max camp here, Jason.
At least for this one map, yes, absolutely. I mean, great. I think Maka just gave you a nice thank you for taking him off the IGL, just being like, free me up, baby, let me go. Maka had an awesome game, good opening kills for 3D Max, what they struggled with on Ancient. And there is that underdog element of how an underdog wins is catching that momentum and never having it be stopped by your opposition. They just run through that T side on Inferno.
Yeah, I think also for Navi, they don't have that killer instinct in any way whatsoever. I mean, they had the game fully in control, right? Strong first half, win the pistol in the second half, have a 5v3 in the round after, and then everything goes sideways. I mean, you had that, then you had the 4v2 that they lost when the score was 9-9. You can't afford to lose those rounds in MR12. Simple as that, especially that second round. We know how difficult it is with bad economy. It really sets you up for a bad situation in the next 3-4 rounds almost. And yeah, it was just really poor play from Navi in those two key rounds.
Yeah, which is unfortunate for a team that, like we always talk about. I mean, with the new roster, it's going to take some time to get back to it, but usually disciplined, usually based off protocols. But yeah, this cerebral style didn't pan out when Maka's doing things like this, coming up and Anna getting you a double entry as well. Like that's him at his best.
And they have 4 different nationalities on the Navi. It feels like they spoke 4 different languages on that CT side. Like no one was listening to anyone. They weren't on the same page, and you know, it's very simple. And it's not even it's a 4v2 and a 5v3, so you have your 2-man up. The only thing you have to do is not, you know, allow yourself to just kill without the opportunity to be traded, just play the numbers, right? But it seems like when one player was trying to do that, the other player was fighting, or they then played it too passive, leaving too much space for the opponents, and tried to play it a little bit too safe. You could see how losing that second round really stayed in their head, and I think losing round, what was it, 19, was the because they tried to play it too safe.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that's something that I think they'll learn. But I wondered, I wonder if that would, like, because we always talk about Navi as like a team that doesn't really have like a superstar, right? And the superstar is one thing that I feel like that usually separates them from like really good players, is that killer instinct, as you mentioned, like that instinct and that moment of understanding, this is where I can have the most impact. This is where it's time to make this play that can change everything. And yeah, I wonder if that's like maybe a factor into the Navi thing, or maybe just a bad game.
I mean, they always need to play like more than the sum of their parts,
right?
In a way, but for these rounds, like the key rounds that they lost, it's just about fundamentals, and it's very important to not overthink it. Like, the players have to play with confidence, right? Like, you can't just be turtling up, but you also have to play smart. And I know that sometimes doesn't maybe feel like an easy thing to do.
It's not always the fun way to play either.
To do both at the same time, but it's really straightforward. You don't need a star player to convert 5v3s and 4v2s.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point.
But, okay, if we're looking at the other side of the things, right? We're looking at Navi as maybe being deficient, but over on the 3D Max side, they've got a new IGL. They've got Graffiti taking over. They're changing up how they want to call. We've talked about them maybe being a one-trick pony in the past. Are we seeing a little bit more depth to that playbook here with Graffiti on the comms?
I mean, I'm not going to make a judgment so early in this switch, and I mean, they still have to win the series, right? Like, that's a nice map. I think that's probably the most disappointing thing for Navi, and obviously going to be the most positive thing for 3D Max is, for Navi going to a third map against 3D Max, I think they got to be very upset about that, especially if you're Blade and you watch those rounds that you're talking about.
And you're losing your map pick.
Yeah, that as well.
You lost your map pick after a strong T side. I don't know if that was maybe getting a little bit too complacent, right? Especially after you win the second pistol and then have that advantage or whatever. But this is like really not what you want to see, especially if you're Blade. I mean, and talking about single elimination, now you're one map away of being out of the tournament already.
Now, there was one round in particular you wanted to look at from that second half. I think this was round 14, right?
Yeah, it's the force by win from 3D Max, and it feels like without this round, Navi closes it out, and now we're moving on to the next game of the day, right? And the thing is, it's a set call for 3D Max. It's a fast A split through apps. Bit gets 2 kills and the bomb, and Wonderful is sort of, he had a smoke and a flash, didn't really use it. He's waiting for a flash from his teammate, but dies a little bit unfortunately, and then Bit is sort of low HP. They know where he is. The 2 players from ours, they tried to go for the boost. It doesn't work out. I don't know, I think it was Body who was aware of it, or someone in the side, and now all of a sudden the round is completely over, right? I feel like once Bit gets those kills, whether it's, I think it was Zima on the Royce, it sort of has to commit through the smoke. Maybe Wonderful just, as soon as Bit has contact, use your smoke. Just block off the area between default, plant, and truck, because when you're doing it that quickly, it's a set call. You can use your utility, right? Even if there's no one there, in a way, better to be safe than sorry, right? It was a little bit unfortunate how he died, because once Wonderful dies, they don't have the sight. Bit is low HP, and then it becomes trickier because 3D Max also picks up the gun. So those details really matter, and it's unfortunate that Wonderful is in that position, who's an opper. I mean, he's not an anchor player. He's not in situations often where he has to, be in that scenario and pick and choose. He decided to go for the fight, but he didn't even swing. If he was like,
if he swung for it,
I think he was just. That's the worst type of way to die, where you're sort of trying to play it smart for your team and you're waiting for the flash, and then you get it and it's not the best flash and you just end up dying and you're like, I should have just fought.
I think it's what you alluded to, where you're trying to play it so smart in a position that you're not normally in. So you're like going through the things in your brain, and you're like, okay, how would an anchor play this? And you just gotta get stuck and wrecked. So yeah, sucks for Wonderful in that round.
Well, the problem with being an anchor is sometimes it drags you down, right?
And you're a sailing man.
Sailing man, I had to work it in there somewhere. Moving on to our third map, we've got Nuke on deck. Signs of concern for the Na'Vi fans out there?
Yeah.
Because their T side wasn't good in Cologne on Nuke. They've struggled mightily on it, right? And we'll have to see. This is where, you want to see some evolution from Akaze, right, in that position, playing outside on yard. This is where Rima was able to find good impact for them, taking over JL's roles and playing in the lobby. Alexi got moved as well, having to play A on Nuke. So we'll have to see. 3D Max is definitely going to feel good winning, 9 rounds in a row on T-side Inferno, right, to extend the series, and we'll see if they can continue that to Nuke.
Yeah, if they come into Nuke with confidence and like a fast pace, and we know 3D Max at some point is going to pick up the pace and have that change and be aggressive about it, maybe you can catch them in some of these kind of new roles that are somewhat like with Alexi switching into the upper bomb side. Maybe you can catch him sleeping a little bit. Maybe you catch him maybe missing a piece of utility.
I think for me, a lot of the problems with Na'Vi this year compared to last year have been mental. Last year they were so resilient, they were able to grind out games, and there was none of that this year. They seem to crumble when the games get close. If they lose a bad map like they did just now, the third map, they're nowhere to be seen.
I mean, they clearly lost the cohesion they had last year, right, in the first half of this year. And then I think now it's like, I think coming back, when I spoke to them in Cologne, it was very much like everyone felt like it was like a fresh slate, a clean slate, where everyone just kind of gets to start new and rebuild that kind of mental toughness that they lost.
I mean, we were seeing the signs of frustration even in the player camp for the last one. It's Alexi head in hands for basically 30 seconds.
Bro, anytime you're on a team, and especially at a LAN event and a LAN tournament, I mean, it even happens in online matchmaking, but your team loses a 5-on-3 and a 4-on-2, you're just, that puts you right at the edge of tilt. That just sits you there.
In the second round too, right?
Yeah, in the second
completely
round.
Reset. Now you're forcing, if you don't with that, next buy round you have 4,400.
Yep.
Not great, especially on a map like Inferno, and wow, now it's 9-8. Sick.
Yeah, sweet guys. Thanks for that. Thanks for losing those rounds.
Do we think that's a situation where, are they going to be able to put it behind them, or are we seeing those frustrations from earlier in the year start to bubble up?
They'll put it behind them at the start, but if there's another frustration, you have to think of it like it's like they'll come into this with tilt meter halfway up, and that's fine. It doesn't have to, that's not a huge deal, but if you get anything that's going to push that forward, you're just closer to falling over the edge and mentally losing it.
I don't know, man. 3D Max, they're very rarely out in last place, Jason.
It's true.
Always get one, albeit usually in the lower bracket. They're just the one bracket. But maybe this is their time.
This is the one?
Maybe this is the one where they sort of do the upset. They do the thing.
They do the thing.
I mean, it's a pretty big prize for them to do the thing too.
Yeah, they were the team. We had them in the category of just desperate for the one win. It would be cool. I don't see it happening, even with some of the weaknesses on the Na'Vi T side back in Cologne. I think the CT side should be sharp. I think ramp is going to be a tough thing to break into with Bit there. I still have too much faith in Na'Vi in terms of their protocols, in terms of the quality of the players to drop this third map. But it's possible.
It's possible.
It can happen.
I was seeing the cams from Na'Vi has a watch party, I think, going on in Kyiv, and they were elated after the map 1 win. And I was thinking, that feels like a lot for the opening game of the event. But you know what? Maybe they were right to be very excited about that 1 win.
Sometimes you gotta take the celebrations when you can. Take the little mini victories. Don't let them pass by unrewarded.
Things can turn south fairly quickly.
Yeah.
As they now know.
As they have figured out after the map, after Inferno.
We do have a little bit of an update from the B stream. This is the end of the series with Mongolz triumphing over Gamer Legion. And they did it pretty substantially.
They trounced him. Yeah, they broke him down. So the Overpass victory leads into a dominant Inferno. Very nice. Is that Blitz having another good game? I don't know what's up with him recently, but I feel like he's having a ton of good games for Mongolz.
I think this was one of the more expected results because Mongolz like 2-0 Gamer Legion pretty much every time that they play. You know, it's just not a good matchup for Gamer Legion. It's unfortunate that they drew them against a different opponent. I think they might have been able to put up a better fight. But yeah, Mongolz, it's good to see them continue the great form that they've been in to kick off the second half of the year, and curious to see how far they can go.
It feels like we're just waiting. It's a waiting room right now to see which is the trophy that they're actually going to lift because they're getting so close. They're getting so close. They got the win over Vitality. They finally cracked into one of the top 3 teams. That was the victory that had eluded them for so long.
Feels like the ultimate curse, you know. If you beat Vitality not in the grand final, you're not going to lift the trophy.
You're not winning the trophy. It's just the way it is.
The question is that a curse or is that about Spirit just being in a crazy run right now?
They got the dead team buff.
Yeah,
nothing
they do.
beats it. Nothing can beat that.
It's an interesting conversation about Spirit because I'm with you. I think the dead team buff of knowing Zontix is going to depart, and I'm pretty sure he found out at some point either before or during Cologne. Yeah. Yeah, you play a lot less. You play with a lot less stress, and you don't have to like fix any problems. You don't have to focus on any problems. You're just like, we're just showing up and playing the game, and we're just going to see what we can do and make sure these last few events are positive, which they absolutely are. The depressing irony is, what happens if Spirit goes and wins this?
I want them to win it because then they've won the first 3 events of the season, 14-match win streak at that point in time, and you're going to change a player. It's unheard of. Unheard of.
Imagine they triggered that buyout clause, and then you've just got Tanir sitting there on the bench because they're like, well, we can't slow down this momentum.
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can do that. Yeah, you can't. I don't know. It's a weird place. It's an odd place to be. I think they're going to be fine either way. It's just for Zontix, it just has to suck. Like, you're probably just sitting there one day like, what more could I have done? Literally nothing. Literally nothing. You won, and you haven't lost matches. There's literally nothing more he could do.
It is Zontix, though, so he'll probably just stare into the sunset, recite a piece of poetry, and just not even weep. One single tear rolls down his cheek, just the right amount of manly emotion show.
But if you want to talk about it like in a realistic scenario from like the Spirit point of view, they obviously feel like they've had enough time with Zontix in the lineup to test him against the best teams in the world and feel like they haven't been able to get that feeling consistently like they can beat the Vitalities, you know, with that lineup. So they've made the decision, they've made the change. You can't go back on it now, and it just is what it is. But that is the fun conversation about the dead team buff is when that actually comes in and there's no longer a dead team buff, are they still going to be playing at this level, or are they going to drop down and slide a little bit?
The alive team nerf.
Alive team nerf. I don't think I've ever heard it put in that context, but it does sort of flow. Speaking of alive team nerf, I mean, for Na'Vi, we know they're still new team, they're integrating a new player, so on, so on, so forth. But still, at some point, this is a Na'Vi team that, for the organization's pedigree, we expect to be competing for a trophy like EWC. They won it last year. They won it.
I know. But, you know, that's what we said at the start of this, though. It's a different Na'Vi team. Echo just mentioned it. The mental was broken in the first half of this year. They were a completely different squad coming into 2025 than they were in 2024. Make the change. You're trying to get it back, but this isn't the same team I mean, they're defending the trophy, but it's not the same team that won it.
And winning masks a lot of problems, right? I mean, they weren't the perfect team last year, even when they were winning, you know, but they had that going for them, and that's going to help a lot, and everyone is going to be in a better mood when you end up on top after a tournament, no matter the issues you go through along the way, right? But now, when you're not even a contender and you can't win a playoff game for the most part of the year, right, is when things are going to become a lot trickier, and some of those problems are going to come out on the surface.
Yeah, because you're battling the frustration of not getting those wins as well, and you're battling a team where everyone wants to win and is all pushing towards that win, and everyone is looking and pointing at a problem, and it's all about getting everyone on the same page of what that problem is.
Now the question is, who's going to overcome those frustrations? Who's going to battle past them to survive here in our single elimination bracket to match up against the Mongolz? One more map between Na'Vi and 3D Max. Who is it gonna be?
Yes, who is it going to be is the real question, Mike. We are wondering whose key shall be crushed as the very first to fall at EWC CS2. Chatty B in the room with me. We're getting ready for this one. The desk has highlighted that 3D Max and Na'Vi on Nuke could be more of the same that we just witnessed on Inferno. Rather intense, both teams taking their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I think when we take a look at it, Yanko's saying that the T-sides for Na'Vi back in Cologne not great as far as Nuke is concerned. Well, the last time they played it was at Bounty. Sure, it was online, and they lost to Astralis 13-2, starting on the CT side, only getting 2 rounds.
On the CT side.
Yeah.
Oof.
So, some problems, some might say.
Good T-side would be nice then. A T-pistol would be even better. Wonderful has been dispatched to go searching yard with his P250. And Body, happy to oblige. USP versus P250, a fair fight. Gravity in Heaven does hit his with the P2000. Dips down and actually gets put down by Bit. That sounded spicy, just a quick burst to the head.
There's another one.
Yeah, freebie as well. Lucky clear in lobby. Immer, patience rewarded now. Exercise. Finds himself in the fading main smoke and just walking to his inevitable demise. Perhaps not immediately. He does tap onto Wonderful. That was the bomb just hidden by Unbreakable there. Alexi B not making any moves too quick. They know they've lost this Heaven control. Maka from ramp is going to try and regain some of it and trying to avoid those 2 pesky Glocks. Bit actually with the scavenged P2000.
All right, well, into A. Bomb will go down.
Will it, though? Will it, though? Exercise gets it denied. Lovely output.
You know where Maka is. Only way is up, ramp, or vent.
And it's vents. Quick and very efficient. Now, should be okay with him as support from Heaven. Just not wanting to overextend. Allow these duels to be isolated. That's when things get awkward. Bit now being overrun, but support from him should arrive. Maka trying as hard as he might to make the clutch happen. It's Bit's round, though. Quad kill to start.
That is going to be 3 pistols for Na'Vi out of the 5 played so far. Each map we have split the pistols, so we'll see if that continues, and that's an awful lot of rounds away. This one here, so Gravity launches himself off the ladder into his demise. Wanted to rotate quickly away from the Heavens. Great work from Bit. I think it's a little bit confusing in that situation because Emma was committed to that fight, and I think that Bit didn't realize it because he ran all the way around the site to swing the same side as Emma was continuing the duel, but it is going to be a force out of 3D Max. UMP, Famous, MP9, a Deagle, and a 5-7. Everyone's got something different.
Yeah, Body, this is a perfect fight and perfect aim. He tracks the jumping Bit. Wonderful response. Forced away by the Flame, looking like they're going to be applying pressure towards B site early.
2 players down here early. This is a great chance.
Yeah, Makazi's actually getting kind of wrapped upon. Good turn. Maka unable to hit their Deagle headshot. They clear him out towards Astralis, and the round simmers on out.
Oh, no.
That was a real chance. Low HP as well, just needed the bullet. Like a single bullet would have been fine there.
Felt like Lucky's had a few of those moments throughout this game.
Yeah.
Going well exercise to save the Famous, and this time we won't have the Force Bite falling through the fingers to start off. Inferno. That was on display, and that's where things started so right and then oh so wrong for Na'Vi. (2-0) with 3. A likelihood coming up next, especially if they take this away. No, Exercise won't make the same mistake as Lucky did.
What is that?
Oh, I think he's checking. No, it was my mouse sensor. Sorry, Alexi. I hit my keyboard.
You kind of... You got to laugh. You have to laugh. The alternative is not so fun.
I'm curious to see what did happen in that situation, though, because he immediately reached over the table and grabbed a cable or something. What have you done that for?
Cheeky left.
Where's he gone looking?
Do you know, I want to see Blade's face. That's what I want to see. He's not going to be happy with that. Let's not forget, this is a really big deal. You're in the 3rd map. You thought this was a shoe-in. You thought this was going to be leisurely. Body's Desert Eagle. It's going to be hard to get much output from him. Just unarmored for the majority.
Same approach, though. Ramp, pressure, take the control. This time, I don't know if somebody been able to slip down either through the vents or secret. It is going to be quite a heavy lobby presence. Now, Maka has taken away a lot of space from them. They've heavily rotated down towards B, expecting it to be more of the same, and he gets caught. Makazi onto Maka, and now they can just look for the finish. Linear util available for the T side. A smoke towards main. They have no idea where 3D Max are, but as we can see, the top site is completely unfortified. Just that one lingering piece of Lucky on the upper deck. Everybody else resides on B at the moment, so this round is as good as done. The Gamer Legion versus Mongolz game did come to its conclusion. You would have seen that ending over there during the death segment with Daft Mike, Yanko, and Jason Moses O'Toole. Oh, bit. Oh, boys.
So we've had knife kills and self nades.
If he gets away.
It was all part of his master plan.
What's going on?
Oh, dear. Well, Exercise, he did have a FAMAS and Kevlar. He did. Oh, there's some revenge. Lucky, maybe you can save it for him. The bomb is not too generous, but he'll be able to get back, and the FAMAS comes through.
Okay, well, best of a
Yay.
interesting situation.
It's early, I guess. 3-0 start. We've had knives, we've had nades, we've had it all.
Those in the VOD review are the ones where you go, well, that happens.
And then, understandably, Exercise gets this bloodlust, and it actually results in him slipping through the smoke and getting away. Okay, all right, guns out, let's go. Maka on his AWP, yet to see him in the kill feed map 3. Be a dream start to the first gunny if your Orpa finds something yard early. Protocol nades and the wall erected.
Yeah, so this is a little extra smoke that Na'Vi like to flirt with. It gives them a few more options. They're able to path through this, either go into main, head in towards credit card, pop out of Unbreakable, in towards warehouse. It's just options are plenty as Gravity removes one from Alexi. Slips into lobby, finds a frag, and Bit's actually going to allow the smokes to fade.
And he's just in the open. Maka not on it.
So now I think Makazi has to look for a fight to force a rotation. How much info can he gather? Well, making steps, Orb goes wide, takes down Bit, 3v5. Make it 2.
Make it 1.
Make it what's about to be none.
And the fourth attempt at making it 1. That's lovely.
That's a very strong opening CT side rifle round right there. I love the response from Gravity with those yard smokes. So able to slip into lobby, find the opening incision. He knows that space is being taken elsewhere, and that's cheeky. So Alexi. Okay. They did see the bomb going. I assume he was going to say ramp. Lots of breathing.
Yeah.
It's still good to see they are keeping that up.
This is a staple of CT aggression playbook.
But it's interesting, in 2 rounds in a row, they've gone for lobby aggression out the gates. Like, almost premeditated.
Himmet just flew up the ladder.
Look at this space for body.
This is monstrous and completely unspotted. I say that. Yeah, he has sailed through. Imma might spot him now, and it's going to feel like he's just walked out hurt.
Surely you feel like you've gotten away with murder.
Hello. Imma's roof.
So
info.
now you know everyone else's yard.
Makaze wins his duel. Pressure applied to that B site by Makaze, dropping into the vents, but he's not scared. He should be. Presents his bottom.
Because of Lucky's position.
Okay, I like that he's opened the door and slowing it down. Throws out an additional smoke to work around. As an Orpa, that's uncomfortable. Lucky, however, very comfortable. Removes him. And now we have Na'Vi trying to access that A site, and it is wide open for the taking.
All right, chuck that bomb across, watching Secret. Wonder if we should have this one dead to rights.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? Or not! Unnecessarily showboating with the unzoom. Back in his aim on the quick scope. Good for those, typically. Still not out of the woods yet. Na'Vi looking to try and quickly return to their winning ways. However, Gravity has something to say. Gets them both down. 3D Max, 2 consecutive.
Oh, I felt like they had fumbled that after all the early space and information. You knew that everybody had to be towards outside, so where else could they be? They charge down Secret. They take those jewels based off Imma screaming for information. They're in lobby. So Lucky maybe finding some fortune.
Oh, fuck shit. Vents, and main. One coming main.
Yeah, okay. Well,
what's the logic on not wanting to zoom in there? I'm trying to think, like, what did he? Could someone be close unbreakable main and he didn't want to make the sound cue?
This is the thing, right? He doesn't know that a player is definitely coming up secret.
Sure.
He's just tasked with holding it, and I also think the player steps out and you're watching it but not actively watching it, if that makes sense.
It does.
And you can see there with his frustrations, the fact that he's cussing himself out before he's actually comming.
Yes.
He's definitely very upset with how that one unfolded.
Yeah, well, I understand. Because it's put them in this position where everyone's just picked their favorite pistol. And you've gone for an eco. Exercise could have a massive multi-kill here. Alexi slipping through the smoke, maybe, is a threat. Nice from Makaze's dig. And now Ime with the chip-in. Lucky stubborn. Pushes back through, but it has enabled a plant, so they'll get something for their troubles. Don't think it will be the round, though. Maka doesn't either.
Careful now.
Pistol. And jobs are good and no scope to finish.
Yeah, and a bit of a smirk on Maka's face. It's so cheeky. The two players coming to assist him are both coming in from main, and he just takes those jewels where they're on the side. Could have been losing his life and putting him in a 2v2. So the bravado of 3D Max on display now from Inferno into Nuke, tying things up, but the gun's about to be reinvested upon. Mate, the lurk worked out perfectly for Alexi, just couldn't get it done with the dual Berettas. Oh, right. What is that?
Yep.
What is that?
And on to Wonderful, no less.
Yeah, my AWP doesn't work like that. My AWP doesn't work. I think it's user error. Okay, well. Deep outside incendiary. Is this fast top?
It was. Gravity's made short work of Ime.
He's had some really important moments, Gravity, so far.
Yeah, he has. He's been playing quite an aggressive defense. Still trying to rectify. How has he got two? Alexi B handles the double push on ramp. Predictable, perhaps. Makaze in the blind spot. Lucky pushes in, confirms it, and removes him.
All right, down the vent needs to be the rotation, and it is. Exercise is here.
Yeah, confirmation they're coming now as Exercise choose to play this with that health discrepancy. It's a head-to-head versus Alexi. And perfect from the Finn. Quad kill from Na'Vi's captain. Just Lucky remaining for 3D Max to have a voice.
And maybe they expect Secret because he got the kill towards main.
Yeah, there is potential for that. Wonderful looks like he's going to be focused on the ramp side. It is a blind spot, though. This entrance point. Is he further forward than Wonderful's ready for? Now he knows. Panic sets in. Communications flow. Things get hectic, and Alexi's forced to ace out the clutch. If he had a smoke, it's a different game, a different state of affairs. This one's very uncomfortable. Going to play with the doors, goes for the wallbang, gets Lucky low. Alexi B, bit of a quick switch, dangerous game! What's he doing? Oh no, Alexi, a misplay. Lucky can't believe it. A little cheeky smirk and a glance across the stage. Alexi lets that one go, and it was a 4K already.
What happened?
A scroll wheel jump, a quick switch, a...
What?
He's trying to put too much mustard on the hot dog. That's all that is. Overthinking, doing too much.
I'm having a hard time piecing what happened. Is this like a technical malfunction or something? Like
that's the question, isn't it?
Quick switch, go back into the car. Oh my giddy aunt.
Oh, was he trying to jump into the vent? He was trying to jump into the vent.
And Alexi's normally so sharp on the movement.
Oh.
A lot of these rounds, the way that this CT side are approaching these situations is either immediate reaction based off of the smoke walls or plays that are causing chaos. Now, there have been some aggressive maneuvers out of Na'Vi as well to open up these, but I think 3D Max are going to thrive more in the chaos. This was the DNA of the team earlier in the year. It was the type of Counter-Strike they were playing that people are like, okay, yeah, we need to take notice. They play fast, they're in your face, they want to take jewels. They are being allowed to play that type of Counter-Strike at the moment. And with the type of rounds that Na'Vi have lost, the way that Inferno started to simmer out, you can see the reactions of the 3D Max players compared to some of the expressions we're starting to get out of Na'Vi. They were the heavy favorites coming into this. They've, I don't want to say allowed this to go to a third, but it has. And the type of rounds that they're losing are really going to bubble up that pressure. This is elimination, single.
I mean, we're barely, halfway through this third map, and already there's been multiple instances where there's like this inexplicable. We've seen knife kills, nading yourself. We've Had a scroll wheel jump, or rather, sorry, a jump trying to be evasive, knowing time was on his side, but Alexi misjudged his model's position. Ended up just jumping on the spot and being a freebie for the P250.
Now look, if Na'Vi win this, it is against Mongolz next, and they beat Mongolz in the playoffs over in Cologne. So look, I'm sure Mongolz would love to get revenge, but it's a game where they go in and go, okay, well, how deep can this team really go? I don't want to say Alexi looks dejected right now. This is the type of leader who can pull himself back together, and especially after 30 seconds where Blade will be doing an awful lot of talking. They have the money, they can buy again, the loss bonus is there, the bomb went down. It was still a shaky moment for 3D Max to get past. A 1v2 clutch, you're not winning those every day of the week.
No, sir. Lucky trying his hand at some yard aggression. Deep Nade doesn't find his mark, but swings on in and confirms presence. Mongolz there. He shows his face and he dips.
I hate the fact he doesn't have head armor.
Oh. Yeah. Prioritized his nades.
Opting for a safer route to get him down secret, and oh, here we go again.
Mac is up to his usual antics, and Exercise is doing the 3D Max special. Is he pushing through? That would be a Imet. Doesn't matter if Alexi B goes down to body. He can peace out. You just got your opening kill. Like ghosts in the machine. Where has he gone? There he is, and he wins it out. Exercise gets away with murder. Lucky blind screen still takes down Bit. Off the back of all of that timeout, they've only got Mongolz left, and Gravity secures it. Oh, the alarm bell. Get it out the box, start ringing.
With the accident that happened there with that sound cue, I'm curious to see this from Alexi's position. Did he start to address Squeaky Door to assist Imma and then body caught the timing? Here it is.
Alexi was gone on.
Okay. So he was still worried about Ram, but these kills, look how blind he is and adjusting back into that. Lucky, that is massive work as they have just been rinsed. It has to be a lighter investment now.
Yeah. Kazi's managed to muster a Kalashnikov. Lucky starts lower. And it's Gravity that's just drawn first blood, as easy as that.
Yeah, Top Heart dealing with the squeaky lurk. Imma trying to find some space, maybe sneak down that vent. Block towards Secret. 2 players down here.
Lucky. Golden opportunity, and it's the prime target. He removes the rifle. Should be retrievable, but pressure, only amplified with the double door angle now opened up by virtue of the nade. So a 5-on-3 that doesn't really have legs. Wonderful's going to pick up the AK-47 and the bomb. It is going to be inquisitive. And that's the fight. He takes down Exercise CT Vent. Maka has got the HE with Bit's name on it. But now the rifle falls into Alexi's hands, and perhaps a bomb plant and a round, still a conversation to be had. Vents for Gravity, slips on up, nice distraction, body pushes the smoke, gets his, only Bit, and he falls. Maka will take the Tech 9, thank you very much. 3D Max will take a 6th.
Okay, well, the bomb didn't end up going down, did it? Now, that means there will need to be a Galil in the mix, and likely Alexi will take that from Mongolz. He gives him the AK, and that's exactly how that's unfolded. 6 straight rounds. And maybe 2 of the first CT rifle round was brilliant. The next couple were a bit more touch and go. That was against the lighter buy. The previous was very strong. Still 9 available for this CT side. 3D Max playing with house money right now. Look at this.
This is ridiculous. No! Exercise straight up the ladder. He's playing Premiere.
You would have thought he was a T. That's a minute 35. Like, this is the chaos I'm talking about, Alex, that they're causing.
Gravity's been pushing squeaky door smokes, but Exercise takes it a step further.
Look at the cams, right? Look at the body language. Wonderful, back in his chair. What are you meant to do?
I mean,
the fight's coming to you.
We've played against, you know, a variety of Counter-Strike players, but when they're doing that, when they're pushing lobby, they're at T-Roof 130, you're being disrespected.
Exactly. And this is... 3D Max, I want to say, are being allowed to play their game, but they're having to force this, right? They're staying in all these rounds active towards lobby, a ramp push, squeaky push. This one has to be straight through hut. I looked at him going the ladder and it didn't even click.
Nope.
It was like, what? Wait, hold on.
Wait,
why
is his name blue?
Is the HUD bugged? What's going on?
Bloody hell.
And this is what I mean playing with house money, because you have extra cash, you're winning these rounds, you know they're frustrated. Now, one way to dispel this is a 2v4. A 1v4.
A 1v4.
That's one way to dispel this. A captain's clutch.
Good luck, have fun. The kitchen sink thrown at Alexi, catches bodies push, but there's the trade from Lucky. Exercise, the cheek, the audacity, and the fact it's not one, it's two. Wonderful, slumped in his chair.
How many of these rounds are they going to win, though? They've just been able to manufacture gaps.
I mean, doesn't it feel that they've, like, something they discussed, something they saw on the tapes was lobby's not as guarded as it used to be?
It's so simple.
Who's responsible for this?
Well, Emma's the door guy, but at the same time, right, he's pushed through hut, so your door guy tends to be focused elsewhere. Yeah. It's just, yeah, this is great.
Oh man, Na'Vi. It's a completely different feeling to the Na'Vi games these days. A roll of the eyes, a tut of the tongue, and a necessary final 2 rounds here. If Na'Vi want to have a conversation of surviving their first day of play.
Yeah, their Nuke's had some ups and downs for sure. A win over Spirit, but that online loss to Astralis, where they've managed 2 rounds.
On the CT side, this is the East side with 3, so things aren't... Counter-Strike maths is indicating Na'Vi are in trouble.
Maybe they have to try something faster, like fight fire with fire.
Right.
Now we might get a pace change out of 3D Max where they just play default.
Ima holding the hut push this round.
So you've gotten away with the aggression so many times, and 7 is good. It doesn't take a mathematician to tell you 9 is better. So I feel like you don't need to be too crazy. Or put the line.
Oh, Mongolz! He wouldn't dare, would he? Nah, not braving those flames. He still, I mean, he wins that exchange.
And they learn where the AWP is, but unable to really activate off the back of it.
York finds himself ready to play the fade up against Ima, and he gets output as well. Wonderful, necessary, gets his trade, gets the double. Exercise manages to match output. And an AWP retrieval costs him his life. Alexi B returns with his 8th. Lucky up the vent silent. It's Mongolz holding, good angle for it, good anticipation of the rotation, and now just body. Nothing he can do, held from below, Bit collects, and Na'Vi buck the trend, and it's nearly a full team effort. Ima, the only player without a contribution in that one.
I think that 4 is good, right?
Yeah, right.
4 should be enough. So the pistols really bowed them out at Dodge, because that was 7 consecutive rounds for 3D Max, and still 5 available. So what has felt like quite a dominating half for 3D Max, that buffer with the pistol has placated all that. Now they're going to get 2 minutes in the halftime break after this round to be able to reset. So if Na'Vi get this one, I think they're still sitting pretty.
And that's an if. Oh, Mongolz lucky to be alive there. Just a misthrown smoke break.
So Alexi again with the second wave. Making it look the same as the last, but different timing or different fit. Okay, well, trying to make it look the same as the last.
Interesting. Mongolz And a head-to-head. Oh my god, he's in a 1v2 down lower.
Good info.
Very good info. They're going to try and punish on towards the safe side, but Exercise very nonchalant about it. Takes down Imet. And the rest is just falling into place. There they go, one by one, pieced together. Body, his late arrival lobby, catch is wonderful. Alexi and Bit, just the two of them, up against the whole squad. This is very important for Bit to find the multi. Can't get anything done. Individual shining bright R3D Max, an 8-4 scoreline. Na'Vi, are they on the ropes? Is 4 enough? Well, we'll have to find out together in the second half and final half of this game. defending EWC champions Na'Vi are finding themselves staring down the barrel of elimination. 3D Max have got them here, got them right where they want them. CT pistol feels like a necessity if Na'Vi are to see day 2 of the Esports World Cup.
And that would mean they have to win both pistols in this map, something that hasn't happened in the series so far. Pressure's on.
What's the play? We get to see a little taste of what the French have on their T side. It was aggressive on the defense, and Bit, he steps up to the plate. A masterful deletion to start off. They ask questions of Ramp, and he gets one. Mongolz, another. Oh, and Alexi B holding from the heavens. Exercise was not ready for the pre-aim on that one.
It's tough to let a 2v5 go. They still have the bomb, so if they're able to get into the site and get it down, it will facilitate a force going into the next. That's the best case scenario right now for 3D Max. I really don't think they have what it takes to get around victory. There have been some tough rounds to watch for Na'Vi, but this one would be the worst so far. And it's not a bad goosh. Now the rotation will be on the way.
Yes. Dead. Body, here's Mongolz's rotation. He can't track him. Mongolz's got no fear. Runs at them, overwhelmed by numbers. Na'Vi, a convincing start to their CT campaign.
Okay, so that right there is really the recipe to success for this CT half, because the bomb doesn't go down, which means that the force buy, while possible, should be unlikely. That will really now be an 8-6 scoreline before the guns come into play.
I really like the absence of fear from Mongolz there. Things get awkward if you hesitate. He opens the door, swings on up, takes him some space, and enables Imer to be there for the finish. Nice, slow, steady, economical then.
So a couple of digs. If you can soften them up and force those rebuys and then win that first rifle round, you can ruin the bank of Na'Vi early. But Mongolz continues just to take these jewels, and these are the type of kills that everybody at the top level is going to be lusting for. Just about not overstepping that mark. So how many will he get, and will he be felled? Out of ammo, we'll need that reload. And there you go. The expected outcome will follow. Gravity will pick up the dig. Can he find anybody swinging a little bit wide? Damage onto Alexi, and a nice shot. That's just an MP9, so he's now got 4 players burying him down. There you have it. Now it will be the investment. So it's just a 2-round game. Do you want to take a timeout this early on the T side just to discuss what the approach is going to be, or is it more chaos?
Well, I'm especially considering that, you know, you have the opportunity to knock out Na'Vi, but it's on your T side with a new IGL. Allegedly swapping and changing. We're assuming it's gravity.
Well, that's the thing. Body didn't tell us.
Yeah, which is weird because it's not like it's sacred info. And Exercise actually beating out Bit. Empty hands for Bit's ramp defense. Wonderful, just the one.
Immer's already down towards B. If they continue, he's here.
Okay, he's got the opportunity laid out in front of him. So many headshots. Oh my God, I think that was a collateral onto Lucky and Body as well, through the head of the first to fall. Now Alexi B and Mongolz find themselves with a real point to prove. Body has that bomb, but not in a rush. Oh, he's so softened up. Perfect team play. They've managed to make it a 2v2. And another from Mongolz. 16 frags and counting, coming alive on the CT side for Na'Vi. Lucky, much worse for wear after the Imer dink.
Well, he won the 1v2 on the CT side down here. This time, I don't think so. Plenty of time, sure. No bomb in his hands. And I love the fact that Mongolz's given him this room. Doesn't want to allow that 1v1. However, it does put a bit more pressure on Alexi, who has repositioned.
We can't have the 2 Lucky 1v2s on this bomb site yet, can we?
Does he want to try and go vent to top? Because if he does, Mongolz has him absolutely booked. He's accounted for this. It's time to go back up secret.
Interesting. That isn't less accounted for, I presume.
Yeah, this is a really strong position from Mongolz, though, right? So he's worried about the Heaven Wrap. He'll also catch him as he comes up the vent, just in the corner of his eye. And I don't think Lucky will have the time to clear all these angles with only 18 seconds left on the clock.
No, however, if he's really switched on, there's just enough time not clearing his vents. 9, 8, headshot found, just enough time. Lucky, another 1v2 taking shape.
He's heard this.
Knows where he's coming from. Slips away, an audible reload in the hut, and now ready to just swing in. Alexi gets it. Valiant attempt from Lucky, gets way more than he was worth.
See, that's the... oh, mate, I can't believe he even got that kill.
Through the vents, it always feels like it's hard to find the head, but
and
he did it.
On such low HP as well, so decent attempt there from Lucky, all things considered. This is all the damage being done in that moment. And then they stall out. Alexi drops the lurk smoke forward of their door smoke, a flash as well, so Body has to be concerned that he can push through because it segregates the setup on the lower side as we hear Mongolz letting out a cheer, keeping the boys in it. A very impactful round with that one. Now, it will be a buy again. They know that Na'Vi are teetering.
Oh, real golden opportunity for an opening onto the prize of Mongolz. Doesn't get it though.
Heading back to either hit top or ramp. So they've applied this pressure. They know that they've pushed him away. And by doing so, they've removed the early information yard. Immer investigates now. So really heads up play from him. This actually allows Na'Vi to know that, hey, they haven't been able to take this yard space. It was all a ruse. Batten down the hatches, boys.
Yeah, Alexi gets himself further away from that hut. Doesn't want to be run down by a MAC-10.
Might be mollied out of position, though, if this one hits its mark.
Oh, that nade does. Damn, 100 damage. Wonderful. Finds lethality onto Gravity and spots more coming his way. Wonderful. Racks him up. Holding hut with the AWP. Lucky the last man standing and only for a moment longer. RV, that's the most convincing sign of life we've seen from them yet. Of course, it was a compromised buy, but regardless.
I think because it was only one player staying alive, 3D Max go for that type of investment. And Wonderful tries to get away here, actually slips down, but still able to find that impact on the AWP. So great work from him. But now it will just have to be a partial investment. There's a hero AK, there's some upgraded pistols. We're all tied up 8-8, and the reason Emma was so pumped about that one is they know that 3D Max have to respect the buying pattern. It seems unlikely that they full force again, and that would be the correct call. Yeah, this is the thing with aggressive Counter-Strike. When it doesn't work, it looks silly.
This might not be silly, though, from Body. Threads through. Alexi likely going to be anticipating this. Wonderful. And Alexi, switched on. That was the only way back in. And that's been thwarted.
So another scenario where the conversation changes. The dialogue now is just about some damage, a couple of kills. Oof. I don't even know if they'll get that. Emma, very staunch defense on yard. Happy to take the fights against the pistols at range.
Gravity fancies his chances with the dig. Do what Exercise couldn't, but Emma. Lovely round from him, a quad kill.
That's probably the most problematic patch so far in this half, is the fact that they've allowed so many players to stay alive in 2 consecutive rounds. So to break them open now will require a bit of a masterclass on this T side. We know how hard these rounds are to come by. So 5 consecutive, only 1 round with the bomb getting planted. No pistol to give you that buffer, which is what Na'Vi were able to secure. In a series where we had split pistols in the previous 2 maps, Ancient and Inferno, that could just be the difference maker. 3D Max were winning clutches, they were winning solid gun rounds, they had all these cheeky aggressions, they were finding gaps, they were being so annoying.
And they typically are, you know, like that is definitely part of their game plan. Let's make no mistake. They want to get under your skin, they want to rustle your jimmies.
Oh, now they're looking like the ones who be having that key crushed. Now V. The smallest of leads, but can they extend it? Guns back out. Aggression, yard control.
Yeah, wonderful was the fight, and ooh, narrow miss just over the shoulder of Body. Nice opening for 3D Max. They lose their AWP, and Na'Vi have to pivot. Oh, and a back turn. Gravity punishes Mongolz in the chaos. Turn tail to main. And is brought down to a 3v5. 3D Max, more control than they've had in some time.
Love that move as well. Body, as soon as he gets that secret space, you can see him with the flash ready to try and tee up Gravity for that swing. Trying to be ahead of that rotation, and they were. So Wonderful and Mongolz having to watch as they push in a lobby. How many does Lucky get?
Yeah, that's the question. Does he have anything to say? He certainly does on the first, an immediate trade. Yeah, if we keep trending in that direction, it's likely to be a 9-9 scoreline.
You know, Bit's the ramp holder, so he's either ramp or rotated down B. Alexi, you know, last noted pushing lobby, and now they're triangulating his position. Deleted, and Bit should be on the save. But remember, lots of cash to work with for Na'Vi. So they will be able to buy again, but we do tie things back up. So that's wonderful. Drawing circles around the aggression yard.
Yeah, body was quick. I think more progressed than Wonderful was ready for. And the quick reaction flick not quite connecting. And need I remind you as well, for those of you that may have missed it, this is EWC. It's kind of like having a ribeye in first class. The stakes are high. Could have your key crushed in just a few rounds' time.
We get the 500 grand for first. You get 20 grand for coming last.
You do?
Yeah, so
I mean, it's a rather golden wooden spoon.
Everybody wins in a way.
In a way.
Okay, well, that is the first T-sided round. Yeah, and one of those wonderful frustrations showing.
He's just like me, for real.
Red pole for Makazi, so he won't be able to be so jarring outside. This type of a position is trying to catch players lurking into warehouse, in through main, over towards heaven and hell.
He's trying it again. This time, target is credit.
Well, the AWP right now.
Not looking.
No, helping out ramp. Bit's been tasked with on rotating down B. And
oh, he just looked away on the fade. He was not expecting someone to be playing it like that. Body does very well to provide an opening. Round 19 and a first blood.
So no AWP noted. I think you'd be on high alert for Makazi's position for sure.
Yeah, I mean, even Gravity's going to be providing a hand as he maneuvers up.
Makazi active now. Has to be.
Has to be. This gap is growing. He might just moonwalk straight into
timing.
Body. Nice timing. This time favors Makazi. But it will be a Gravity in knee-jerk trade.
Yeah, you'll take that. Number advantage.
Oh, Alexi, you're in trouble. You don't have a smoke grenade. You just have to swing, stand, and bang. Instead, he burns. 2 on 4. Slipping through the Na'Vi fingertips. Can Bit do anything with that vent position? It feels like it's just a death sentence going up the ladder. And, well, so is this from Wonderful.
What?
Or not, I guess, actually.
An AWP wide swing.
Yep. Just like we all expected, the 2v4 goes 2v3.
Well, if he goes fishing and gets another, Bit might be enticed to give this one a look.
Wall bang straight to Lucky. And we're on.
All right, well, if you're saving, you better get out of there.
Or more realistically, a save.
Yes, so right now, just taking a look at residual cash. Wonderful can drop, Bit can drop. Alexi will take one of those, Makazi as well, and Imika by himself. So important saves to guarantee the full buy again, because there's only 1,900 being injected into the bank balance for the next. It's hearing this, wants a bit of damage. Don't want to give this one away, though, and won't. So takes a shot, but does dip back into cover. Take a little look at the spawns as well. So that one right there, a bit of a mare from Emma. Really good trade from Gravity. It's 2 rounds where Gravity has put a leash on Makazi. So the fact that he's just able to punish that is really important because Makazi's playing some great Counter-Strike, isn't he? Sure, there's a couple of ecos in there, but still 18 kills in total was third, and pressure is on. Blade pacing back and forth. This is, again, on the death knock, and it kind of feels a bit like more Inferno right now.
Yeah, that late resurgence from 3D Max on Inferno did put us here. A 5-0 start for Na'Vi's defense. And now we start to see those cracks forming. 2 consecutive from 3D Max. Will we see a third? Wonderful. If ever there was a time to see that AWP in the feed early, it would be a perfect moment. Playing it nice, though, is Lucky. Knows his angles. His Body, excuse me. Naughty, a single bullet, and it's got Wonderful on notice. A headshot through the wall. And Makaze, an audible spam near Unbreakable. Body's trying up to his usual antics. He's coming for Wonderful, I think. You're not ready for this? Yep, no backflip. Lovely work. Body and exercise in unison. There's Makaze, makes up for it in little, but the damage is done, and it seems that Lucky can get into this site with exercise as well.
Now you got Doors Control, plan Astralis, and play the post plant. Maka has the rotations from Silo. He's unlikely to be rumbled.
Yeah.
There you go. It's just shooting gallery. 2v3. Do you give this one a go?
Oh, you might have to. Especially if Ima gets anything going. I feel like Exercise's angle is well informed. As deep of a line as he can hold for that info, but hugging the wall, flash and go. Good util, good work. And not going for it.
Okay, well, now up the vent to try and save. They can get their AWP back from Yard. Body's been such a nuisance outside. He's found impact in all 3 of these consecutive rounds now. Fast outside takes down Wonderful. Next round, through the smoke, takes down Ima on the fade. And this time, again, with a different smoke wall, weaves through Credit and catches Wonderful. He started it off with the goose through the wall and finished it with a bullet to the face. Body, this is exactly, he only has 9 kills.
Exactly.
But these are the most impactful frags that he's gotten. That patch is just throwing these rounds into disarray. This guy taking space. Remember, he was brought into the team, replacing Jocko. It's a while ago now, but look at it.
It's so audacious when you see it from that bird's eye perspective. Just knife out in the smoke, no support. And just such a disruptive presence. Yeah, you're bang on as far as impact goes. You know, I don't really care who's at the top of the table. So that's 3 T rounds consecutively, starting with a body frag. And now pace, changing, charging, straight into that top site. Have they got it? The minerals. Makaze holds on just enough, gets another double kill and piecing. Finds himself the AK. Still pressure on. Maka from the main side, caught by the AWP. It's just gravity. He has got that bomb and he has got a chance to plant.
AWP through ramp here, Wonderful. He's not going to get here in time. Bomb will go down.
Gravity makes no secret. If they hear that, they stampede through the vents. They're rushing towards that bomb. Close the door and hold it. Yeah, just sticking, just sticking. I think that's the perfect play. It's absolutely perfect. Now V10. As Gravity's attempt, sure, you got the bomb down. That's nice. But absolutely no chance in the clutch.
Okay, so they've gone for that pace change, and Makaze gets the double kill that really turns the tide. Wonderful grabbing that kill on Maka, trying to jump through the smoke, makes it the 1v3. The bomb goes down, sure, but the money was there for the buy. Check this one out again. So fast up, Mollies are there, Ima running into it. Makaze flicks back in, smoke pops up, no fear. Straight in and really turns the tide of battle in that one. Do we go back to more of the same? A 3D Max going to maneuver outside with these smoke walls, and can Body get away with it again?
You're going to feel silly, aren't you, after 3 successes with more of a yard-centric approach, or at least Body. And the Body drops. Gravity was trying to get cheeky with it.
Wonderful had some tough moments, but the last 2 rounds kills back, so we're going to tie things up and break the money of the French late.
Oh, Body. Yes, indeed. Wonderful arrives, and you can see him slumping back in his chair as he realizes what that means. An 11th round imminent for Na'Vi.
Are you already having the conversation of the save? You would love to get that bomb down. It's 2,400 into the next. An extra 600 would be huge across the board, but I don't even know how you're meant to make that possible. Might be a minute of just sitting and watching as plenty of sound cues heard. Aka hoping he catches something. Doesn't look like anybody is going to oblige. So if Maka and Exercise can hold on to these, it'll give them an AWP and an AK. Gravity will be able to get the investment going. He might even be able to drop something. Remember, no loss bonus will happen for Exercise and Maka.
The only question I have is whether or not Na'Vi can be emboldened to do anything more. Like, is there going to be a little late resurgence charge towards spawn, or is it not in their best interest?
So that's the question, right? If you take these rifles away, then their buy is going to look a lot weaker, right? So there is the pros, but at the same time, hey, let's try not to give away anything here unnecessary to put pressure on our economy. So they're being very diligent with it. They're being safe about it. I don't think they're going to get there in time with only 10 seconds left. They have to start running now. So they're safely hunting.
Right, okay. Still, for 3D Max, I don't, it's an unenviable position as far as the finances will be concerned.
Lucky can buy, Gravity can drop.
Make it work.
It's okay.
11-11.
An impactful round from Wonderful's AWP. This time, Body empty-handed on the yard side. Oh, Makazi's having a great CT half.
The thing is, you had 3 very well pieced together T-side rounds. And they were all rifle rounds. You haven't broken their money, right? You've had to deal with gun after gun after gun, and that is going to be the case all the way. Even if you win this one, get yourself 12, there'll still be money for another Na'Vi buy. So this isn't with the pistol. This isn't against a low buy. It's not against an eco. They're having to do it the hard way.
I wonder if Body's got any more tricks up his sleeve. I don't think he can get away with any of those credit card maneuvers. Surely the time has passed and the info's flown. I don't know. 11-11. Let's get it going. An AWP from either side.
So lighter on the util for the T side. It will limit the amount of options, but because they're direct, as long as they stick the landing on the initial gambit, it can be okay. Taking the pace out, allowing Maka to search top silo. Wonderful will have to cross back.
That's what he's banking on. And here it comes. A jump! Maka tracks. An opening kill for 3D Max. First to 12 is on its way. Late smoke wall. Body starting to maneuver. Oh, is Makazi aggressing? Looked like he was. Lucky and Makaze side by side in that squeaky smoker. M4 spams.
He's got the space. It's more valuable.
He's walked straight past you. Here's your reload. You're not ready for this. Oh no, Alexi B gets completely pantsed. And Imet down to gravity. 3D Max have pieced it together flawlessly.
Makazi's unknown though.
Not anymore, he isn't. Fires off a warning shot, doesn't get what he hoped for. Hit versus gravity. The first is nice, and that's all he'll get. Nothing from Makaze further. 12 found first. Na'Vi, they're key to be crushed unless they can convert.
The money's still there. They can buy again. There's no dramas with that. Remember, but Blade's taken all the tactical timeouts. He doesn't have the opportunity right now to call this. And outside, that's where the weakness has been. This time, it's Wonderful. Caught lacking. Must have known that the orb was still saved across here, but gives away that opening death. And then Lucky, just who's had some very, very frustrating moments throughout this series, is able to pass through perfectly. Is this it? Are Na'Vi being sent home in last place?
Hot favorites. Third map, final round of regulation. It's gone the distance. Exercise is the one that's going to try and succeed. Oh, M4 VAK, a tale as old as the game itself. A dink exchange, but bit the one that has to twiddle his thumbs and watch.
They're across. Bomb will be down secret. Imma down here will have to be the hero. Gets support. Makazi also drops down the vents. Multi-kills required.
Wimmer. He'll try and tuck in. Caught off. Makazi at least spots them out. Does convert. Body goes down. So does Gravity. They step up and deliver. And not unable to track that jump back. Alexi B progresses forward and removes the exercise ramp lurk. Looks like Na'Vi have done enough to secure OT here. Nice quick response to their cross. Proactivity from Makaze joining Imet. It's paid off.
This is a kill.
It is. And now 2v4 becomes
got some
a
nades.
2v3. I'm getting a little uncomfortable. I'm getting a little anxious. Makaze is too. He knows he's been spotted. That flame could find him. This would be awkward.
Ramp's theirs. Bomb will get planted. 2v3.
All to play for. To throw the knockout blow. The underdog bares its teeth. No, 2v2, Wonderful and Alexi trying to progress back into the site. Wonderful from the Ram side. Alexi from Decon has the kit on the fin. Na'Vi's captain. And an AK on Wonderful pushing through. Alexi's brought down. Mac is just running and gunning, and they've done it! 3D Max take them down. Na'Vi, the first team eliminated. Wasn't what we expected, wasn't what we needed or expected. But my God, is it spectacular. 3D Max overcome.
It's just insane there. The final throws in the round. It's a 2v2 situation, and Maka just runs out the door to take the ramp fight. There's a player in sync, never expecting that type of pathing, and Na'Vi, it's all come undone. Body, the hero for me. The patch of 3 rounds with him taking all of this yard space back to back to back, really punishing this, but this was done the hard way. There were so many rifle rounds they had to get through.
the defending champions Na'Vi. Eliminated in last place. What a difference a year can make.
This does set up a matchup for 3D Max to take on the Mongols in the next round of play. Na'Vi, off the back of online bounty loss to Astralis, their Nuke, it was rubbish, 13-2, but this time it felt like it had gone the distance. Sure, their T-side's still pretty rough around the edges. It was that pistol round with the conversions, only one rifle round to their name. Got off to a hot start. They won both pistols on this map. They were in such a commanding spot. But that is that for Na'Vi. 3D Max are the victors.
Wow. What else can you say other than, wow, what a mind-blowing performance here from 3D Max. Nothing lucky about that at all. And I'm here with Lucky. You just knocked out last year's champions. This must feel like a huge statement for your team.
Yeah, of course. We knew we were capable of doing something like this. Now we just want to keep going and prove that we are better than this, you know? Yeah.
I think it's pretty obvious that you and your team have a lot of self-belief. You were, I guess, overlooked by many coming into this matchup. They were the favorites, that's for sure. Do you think that gave you a little bit less pressure than they had on their shoulders here in this series?
Yeah, definitely. We had to prove ourselves, and I mean, it just feels good to be able to beat them now, you know.
What I love about your team is you are the only fully French roster here. This is, of course, the Esports World Cup. Are you doing this for France as well? Do you like the fact that you are putting French Counter-Strike on the map here?
Yeah, of course. We want to see the French scene grow even more than it is now, so it feels good to represent France now and to win.
Do you know what else would feel good? Crushing the first key for CS2 at the EWC. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go. This is part of the, I call it beautiful brutality at the Esports World Cup. And it doesn't get crazier than this. A shock exit of our reigning champions. Our Keymaster will talk you through this, Lucky. I want you to enjoy this moment. The 2024 winners, Na'Vi, are out. And their specially marked championship key will be crushed.
Hey everyone, I have Alexi with me for our exit interview. First of all, I want to say commiserations to you and the rest of the team. That was a tough flight. So you guys came in as the defending champions of Esports World Cup. So can you tell us what went wrong?
First of all, they played great. Second of all, I don't know, I think we did a good preparation coming into this tournament and the preparation we had for this game. But something was lacking. We made the comeback on Nuke, what we needed. And when it got close, they just ended up winning the rounds. Small details.
Right, so you guys coming in as the defending champions, you also might feel a little bit pressured into this tournament. Do you think that was a factor into losing this match?
I don't know, I didn't think we felt that pressure coming into this match, but yeah, there's not much I can say about our performance here.
Of course, well, the fans are watching you right now. What do you want to say to them after this loss?
I'm just very sorry, guys. I feel sick to my stomach losing that clutch. We should never lose that round, and it was far hard for me to think about anything else after, but we tried to fight. We have a bootcamp coming up, trying to qualify for the London Blast. But yeah, I don't know, I need to gather my thoughts.
Well, I'll leave you to join your team. Thank you for joining me on this interview, and commiserations to you and everyone else. Back to the break and then studio.
No break needed. What a difference a year can make, as Machine so aptly put it in the world of Counter-Strike. Na'Vi, the champions of last year's Esports World Cup here in Counter-Strike, out first in the first round to 3D Max.
It's quite an upset, especially feeling that 3D Max coming out. I mean, we even heard Body in the interview who's just like, he's like, we're always close and we can never actually get it over the line. Well, he made the joke, Yanko, maybe this was the one, this was the time, and it was the time.
Oh yeah, so when I'm right, it's a joke, Jason, to you, right? They ended up losing. It's like, oh, you had that take that they were...
You're like a passive-aggressive girlfriend.
I think also... Wait. Something about that was wrong, whatever. No, I was going to say it's really impressive the manner in which 3D Max was able to win in the end, right? Because this is a game in which they lose both pistols, right? Like we usually say for an underdog, that's their win condition. Like you have to win both of them and whatnot. Then at the very end, you know, sort of they're starting to grind back rounds, gun round after gun round. They get to 11-9. All of a sudden 11-11, right? Like that's where they usually unravel some of these underdog teams. Like, they were kind of close, but it seems like it's just going to slip through their fingers. But no, they stepped up. I mean, they even won the match with a 2v4, right? Like, so they definitely had the mental fortitude. And I don't know, it's been the story for Na'Vi this year, right? Like with the way how that second map went and a couple of rounds that they lost, you just have no faith that they will be able to bounce back on the third, that it's going to linger. And even Alexi saying that the clutch lingered in his mind, you know, throughout the map. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, you should have won that, but you
got to get over it.
Exactly.
I think it's super telling, just his body language. You know, I don't want to be a psychologist here, but he's clearly not having a good time. And just the frustration that we saw on cam over and over again in situations that feel like you should be able to move past them.
Well, I mean, Yanko was right on this too, and this one wasn't a joke. Talking about the mentality of the Na'Vi guys and how it's just kind of missing, and that's a good sign of it right there, of Alexi even just saying, like, yeah, after losing that clutch, I'm just distracted. It's just playing over in my head that I can't get back into the game, and that's a bad thing for the IGL. I want to give some credit over to 3D Max. I thought, you know, they did a good job of mixing in some of the gimmicky plays they were kind of known for that makes them feel one-trick pony, but they had some substance to it on this map. You know, the yard plays, the smoke plays they were making outside and yard, the walk through the smoke over towards Squeaky Door, and I mean, just calling those more gimmicky decisions in the moments where they needed to happen. It was really well done from 3D Max. For a team that we didn't have confidence in their T side, the two maps they win in this series, great T sides.
Well, and this ran counter to the narrative that we've been talking about in Counter-Strike since the CT economy patch. Like everything's been CT side, CT side, CT side. That was not the story of any of the maps in this game, really. It was the big impact rounds coming through, gutting it through in tough T rounds that flipped the script.
Well, I mean, the problem with it is that the CT side accrues so much money that, you know, it can be hard to sort of get that reset, or early on they have like way too much money. But the thing here was like it didn't matter because the 3D Max was just able to win the gun rounds on their own, right? And I think where the guys in the cast also pointed out Body towards the tail end of that game with some of the moves on yard, you know, sneaking through the smokes, going blue, finding tons of impact, really. And it's not just, you know, about winning that particular round and getting the kills. It's like now you're conditioning the opponent too. Yeah. Now it opens up the map. And I think also something that happened off screen 2 times is Exorcist just entering Bit on ramp while they're, you know, the majority of the team is outside. They're putting the focus in. I think that was the plan for 3D Max. It's like, okay, maybe Bit sometimes likes to leave ramp, help the outside fight, or go down B, go into secret. So either you'll have a 1v1 fight, or maybe you'll just take the space for free, right? And he was able to win 2 duels in 2 key rounds, which were really, really helpful for them to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I want to contextualize like Na'Vi with this kind of a loss too, because it feels like they're in this. It feels like they're in this state where, like, you know when like a team has success like they had last year, and then you experience that dip. I think there's a lot of frustration building with the fact that they can't get back to that, because I think in their minds they're saying we haven't changed much. Only one new player has come in. Like, I think it's very frustrating for players who have been at the top, and for some reason what they're doing isn't working to get back to the top. And I think that frustration is now just compounding.
I think it's also, I mean, I did make a joke, Jason, at the HLTV thing in Cologne, saying, you know, for Na'Vi, the whole last year was a fluke. Obviously, a year cannot be a fluke, right? But they just had a really good year. You know, the guys, like, they meshed as a team. Guys maybe overperformed in some spots, right? And they just struggled to replicate that this year. Other teams improved. Other teams made changes. They caught up, and they just started off on the wrong foot and never really recovered. And that's sometimes how it goes, you know, for some of these teams, right? And now it's a quest to sort of regain their form, figure out how it is that they need to play, and whether they need to make further roster changes really to compensate for what's missing compared to last year.
Are you starting to feel like that might be on the horizon? I mean, you were hoping with your Na'Vi that the one swap would be kind of a spark plug to get everybody back in gear. Hasn't necessarily played out that way so far.
Yeah, I think the one swap probably fixed the mentality issues of JL kind of hovering between going into content creation and playing, and that was probably a frustrating thing. So I think it probably solved those, but the new frustration of them not being able to replicate that success has now kind of filled that gap. I think more than anything, I don't know if they're considering a roster change. I don't know if it's time for one. It doesn't necessarily feel like it. But if you're gonna make one, like the only one you do is go for star power, right? Like you need a player who can like really like. If you're going to make a change, you need to bring in a player who's really going to be able to kind of get you those 25 kills game in, game out.
Say it, Jason.
No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not saying it, Yanko.
Say it.
He's not coming back.
Simple's not coming
Don't
back.
do it.
No, okay. I think also, I don't think they're considering roster changes. I think it's too early. I think you have to remember, it's not just Makaze joining the team. It's guys moving around the map, moving roles. Ima I didn't feel like any impact on this map, like especially on the T side. You know, it felt like he couldn't get anything going.
He's usually great.
Side, he was killed in the side, you know, in the back a couple of times. We're just like, whether it's timing, miscommunication, or just lack of awareness from his side.
Lack of experience and reps in the position, right?
Could be that as well, right? So I think obviously they're going to, I think they definitely will ride out the season with this lineup, but after that they will have definitely big enough of a sample size to know, okay, is this just a matter of time that we need more reps? Actually, at that point you have enough reps, so it's either it will work or we need more changes.
Blade's a coach that is not going to make like a hasty, impulsive decision about a roster change, right? He's going to do his research, he's going to gather the data, he's going to look at what they need and what he feels like they're lacking in the demos and everything, and that's when he would make his decision. So I'm with you. It's too early for a change, and it would take longer to find the right piece anyways.
Well, I think the interesting thing about that, as we've got a little bit of a reverse of last year here, putting it back for whoever might come back in, is they also sold their academy team. So they don't have that easy spot to draw from and grab a player.
They got what they needed from it, Mike.
They got what they needed.
They got what they needed.
Or do they need a little more? One guy who's kind of delivering what they're needing over in the 3D Max camp, we've got Gravity, who knew IGL. Body was being pretty coy about that one.
Yeah, exactly. We switched the roles. I mean, we make a changement about the roles, and yeah, I'm the new IGL now.
I am the new IGL. How did it feel?
It feels good. We have like, actually, we are feeling like we make a changement without making a changement.
Okay.
From the inside, it's very good. I think for everyone, we needed something. So yeah, I think it's good. We will see in the future. Cool. We had only one win, so we will see in the future.
Was it just, you know, looking for a spark that you understood something needed to change to try and get that result that you guys have been chasing?
I don't know. We just knew, everyone, without saying, you know, we just knew that we needed something new, just new cycle, new things. And of course, nobody want to kick anyone in the team. We don't have any conflict, nothing. So we wanted to keep playing together. So we just try new things. And we will see if it's working.
If I'm not mistaken, you did pick up the IGL role back in the LDLC days when Lambert moved into coaching. How much has your attitude towards the game, what you want to do, changed since then?
It's so different than before. Like in LDLC, it was like in the chair 3 or 4 CS. Like now we are in the chair 1, so it's so different. But it just feels good overall. Like it's something new also for me. And I had a lot of experience last year. keep taking a lot of experience with everyone in the team. It's just, I think it's good for everyone.
How would you describe yourself as an IGL?
I would describe myself, I don't know, someone very like explosive, maybe, let's say. Even in the communication and how I play, maybe, because with like my skin in game, kind of like my model in game, how I'm playing, like it's pushing the team to play aggressive around me.
Do you think that maybe helps you guys be a little bit more unpredictable, difficult to read?
Yeah, for sure, because if they watch our demo like in the past event, we play, I think, really different on Inferno, at least, and maybe they were not prepared for this.
Oh yeah, I mean, Alexi said they had a great game plan for you guys, so maybe that switch kind of threw the game plan into a little bit of a mix, so well done there. How's Maka looking on the without the shackles of the IGL now that you get an AWPer that's kind of free reign around the map? Are you feeling like that's a fun tool you can use and put in good positions?
Yeah, for sure, it's a fun tool because he wanted more freedom.
Yeah.
But he was IGL, so you cannot be free like 100%. You have to control the team because you are the captain.
Right.
And now that he's leaving this role, he can like do whatever he wants. I will be okay with that.
Yeah, you set him up however he needs.
Yeah.
Is this you becoming an IGL? Is this going to make you trash talk more or less?
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe more, maybe less. Depends the game. Depends the event.
No, it's not the only change, right? Because there was also Wessink out as coach. Is taking over the coaching role, if I'm not mistaken. Was he the one who instigated the change in the IGL? How did that come about? What kind of role is he having now in the conversations?
You mean the coach?
Yeah,
He is the guy who like kind of make the decision for switching the roles. And I think he's good. It's a good coach, but the thing is in this team is that we all have a lack of experience compared to the other team. They are all playing like major playoffs, tier 1 playoffs. We are not playing this type of event, so we need just more experience, more games, and we'll fuck them all.
I like that. Do you think that then what's missing for you guys is maybe some of those mid-round situations or clutches where you feel like you're maybe not on the same level as some of these teams because of the experience gap, or is it something else?
I don't know if it's the mid-round or if it's this or this or this. It's just like every event we are learning something from, like we make a mistake from the last event. So every event we are improving. For example, the preparation, we are improving. We improved so much on this for the past few months. We keep improving on this. We keep moving. We are not fixed. We are not like just doing one thing and keep doing it. We are just improving always. We are moving the things how we're working from the inside and just trying to get more experience and understand how we work as a team.
Well, you guys might need to improve by the next round of matchups, because if we take a look at the bracket here, you've already taken a huge scalp. Last year's EWC champions in Na'Vi, but what that's earned you is a date with the Mongolz, who are themselves looking like they're on a bit of a hot streak. What do you make of the Mongolz as an opponent?
We play them a lot.
So I want to say, like, it's like every other tournament you guys go up against.
Yeah, we play them a lot. We beat them, they beat us, we beat them again, and now they improve a lot from the last time we played them. They keep improving. So on the paper, I will say they are better than us. But we never know. We change our roles. We beat Na'Vi, we take our revenge from the major, and now we will face Mongolz. So we will see. But on the paper, for sure, they are better than us. But Na'Vi was better than us also on the paper.
You've got this spark now. You've got this change. Could it be enough? Could it be enough to catch them off guard?
Yeah, go on.
Actually, I think it's gonna be enough for Mongolz. I think we can fuck them tomorrow.
Oh, I like that.
I think we should end on that sentiment.
Yeah, that's a really good closing statement.
I don't think we're going to get better than that statement, so we're going to go to James Banks for a check-in over at the Crossfire stage.
There has been so much action going on with the fighting games at Esports World Cup, and a man who knows all about that and more is Ryan Hart, the prodigal son, one of the GOATs of the fighting game community. Brother, how are you?
I'm great, man. This has been a fantastic experience already. We're only beginning Street Fighter 6. It's been pandemonium all the way through, action, intense, fast and furious all the way along the weeks that have gone by, and I've just been so impressed with the level of gameplay. Yeah. Everyone has really brought their A game to the surface, right? Because this is where it has to be the showcase, where you kind of reveal the quality that you have as a player, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's been really cool watching it all go down.
And it's been good you're noticing that quality, because the quality of these players and how they're being picked into the different clubs is so important for our club championship right now. And in Street Fighter, it gets real crazy. Now I know Vitality don't have any players.
No.
They had their last shot of fighting game.
Indeed.
Back when it was in Tekken. Didn't work out for them in the way they wanted, right? Top 4 finish is okay. Yeah. But in Street Fighter, how can things turn and change here?
No, totally, yeah. John Ding did really, really well in Tekken 8, had a great shot, did well for himself as well and for his club, but couldn't quite seal the deal. And we don't have that org in Street Fighter 6. But what we do have is we have 4, count them, 4 Team Falcons players. NL, Kusanagi, DCQ, and Climate, right? 4 top players that could win any major in the world. Now, these 4 guys have a chance to seal Team Falcons at the top of that leaderboard, because they are obviously have overtaken Liquid, have overtaken VP and all the other teams. So Falcons sit at that top spot where we saw them last year, right, in domination. And now they have 4 top players in contention to get another club championship win for them, which would be another 1,000 points, right? So basically, it's really, really interesting for that team. But there are other teams that could kind of put a spanner in the works, put a dent in the operation, you know? Twisted Minds, okay? They've got Latif, they've got Wasim, they've got Noah the Prodigy from North America, up-and-coming youngster as well. So there's so many players that can hurt the running order as we speak.
So they can cause an upset, they can mess some of that up, and they can reorder things in there as well.
They really can.
Now, talking about Liquid a little bit, okay, I noticed their player at the recent Evo didn't do so well there. Can he give them a fighting chance in this? Could he be a player that makes top 8? Give me your honest opinion.
Nephew is an extremely hard worker. He's dedicated, he's devoted to the craft, he's an absolute legend in the sport. He likes to come in as the underdog and sweep the rug from underneath you. So we might see that here. We've seen players struggle on that top level stage. Maybe he'll be able to take advantage of that. It's all to play for here, man, at the Esports World Cup.
Well, that's what it's all about when we come to this club championship. I'm looking forward to seeing how the games go down. I'll keep checking in with you, man. Thank you very much for your
Appreciate
time.
it, man. Anytime.
Let's see what happens across the rest of the event, and we'll keep checking in with Street Fighter.
We are back here at the Esports World Cup for Counter-Strike, where we've already seen a stunning upset here on the A stream, and we just might get one in this next round. It's Vitality taking on Liquid for our second match of the day, and our SNB match of the day as well. And joining us to talk about it, we've got Tanner, who is the liaison for the Esports World Cup for Team Liquid, and also in his free time / professional time, performance coach for Team Liquid. So many hats there, Tanner.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here and excited for this last weekend. It's going to be crazy.
Now, for Team Liquid, you guys have a pretty good shot of actually taking that top prize. Maybe dependent on how the Counter-Strike team can do here. Yeah. You sweating for the organization?
I'm excited for the organization, right? You know, it's a lot on the line, but these are the reasons we go after the teams that we go after, right? And we have a lot of faith in the teams that we've built and the players that we have on the organization. So it's their time to shine, and it's going to be really exciting for the fans regardless. So win-win there.
And you know, if you don't get first, you still get second place is still pretty nice chunk of change as well. That's always good. Yeah.
4 million. It's all right. Do you think that's enough for Team Liquid to create a competitive Counter-Strike roster?
Oh my God.
No comment.
Right out of the gate.
Set me up for that one.
I don't think the problem before has been budget spend per se, but it hasn't necessarily clicked. We started to see the Counter-Strike team have a little bit of, they're having good games. They're having quality losses, but you'd like those to turn into wins at some point. What do you think's the step to get there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's time, right? And, you know, they got a new coach and they're finding out how they mesh together. If we were having this conversation 2 weeks ago or even 8 days ago, I think the conversation, I wouldn't know what to say here. But I think when you look at taking Vitality to overtime in 2 consecutive maps, like it shows that they're on the right track and they're improving. So
I think, you know, you're not directly super involved with the Counter-Strike team, if I'm not mistaken. But when one of your when your star players after a loss tweets out, "We're not a team," from a performance standpoint, is like, what's your take on something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more fair for me to speak on what I have seen. And in these past, 2 or 3 days since they've flown in, I've seen a team that is having fun together. They're dedicated, they're working hard. So I don't think there's much animosity from what I've seen. And, they played scrims last night after Media Day, and they were just full focus, and they were enjoying the camaraderie of being a team together. So from the outside and from the fans' expectations and how they're looking at it, I can see how it would look that way. But internally, it seems like they're on the right track as long as they buy into the program.
Since you've been one of the only Liquid members of Liquid who's been here for the entirety of this, what's been your take watching some of the players in some of the other games? Is there an extra pressure that you feel is added with the club championship to there's always pressure for them to perform in their own, that they're putting on themselves. But now that there's the club championship involved for the organization, do you feel like there's more pressure on them when they're playing? Do you feel like that's more in their mind than it should be?
I think it comes down to what each team is playing for, right? When you look at teams like our MLBB team, who is from the Philippines, and they're just playing for each other, and they have a completely different outlook, and the money is life-changing to them. Their approach is much different. I think the biggest thing that I've noticed is having the home field advantage for the Falcons, with the exception of maybe like Dota, and we'll see how it is with CS. I think a lot of those teams who are not used to having a huge crowd or anything, it might be putting more pressure on them. Okay. So I think that could be why we're all sitting here and Falcons are less points than I think we all expected when the event started.
Sure. Yeah, I like it. We actually have a lot of Counter-Strike teams. The Brazilians always struggle with that. The Danish players always struggle with that. Playing in front of your home crowd is for whatever. It's really tough.
Well, thank you for joining us, Tanner. It's been an insightful look into Team Liquid here at the Esports World Cup. I think we're going to go over to James Banks with a little bit of a check-in, this time actually with Crossfire.
It's getting very exciting here on the Crossfire stage as Falcons have managed to keep their hopes and dreams alive, especially when it comes to that club championship side of things. They already did have a tough fight on their hands, but they managed to get themselves the win in here. Now they're moving through to another elimination game, once again with all the pressure against them, and it's against the same team who took them down from the opening game 2-0 in game 1 by Shah Gaming from China. It's going to be tough, and just remember, if they go out early here and they get eliminated, they will give an ultimate chance to teams like Vitality to have a chance of jumping up above them. This massively affects the point scoring side of things, and they can't be affording this. But if they do manage to go through to the playoffs and they do get this extra 200 points, well, that'll keep them safe and make sure Vitality cannot win, even if they won the Counter-Strike event. So it's all to play for. There's a lot going on, and I'm going to be keeping track of it all the way through.
Well, it's time to welcome someone new onto our couch. We've got Jacob Pimp Winicky, the newest Iron Man.
Yeah, I guess that's what they call me now, huh?
Yeah, eat your heart out, Robert Downer Jr.
And you'll always be a pimp for me.
I like that better, to be fair.
That's pretty good.
A pimp, an Iron Man. When do you get your robot suit?
Hopefully never. Hopefully never.
He's got it on right now.
Well, speaking of new arrivals, it's time to dive into our next matchup. It's going to be Liquid taking on Vitality in a rematch of a playoff game that happened just about a week ago. Very exciting for Team Liquid. It's a tough opponent for sure, but they almost cracked through last time, and if they could here and now, it would see Liquid massively improve their chances to actually make it to the major. But they will have a tough time defending this key because, of course, Vitality, even if they've shown some gaps in their armor, have been an absolute titan through the last season of Counter-Strike, dominated the world here. And now for our Jamil Motorsport arrival.
Great to see you back. We can have a little walk and talk. I know it was less than ideal that you ended up having Sunday off at Blast Bounty. What did you guys get up to on that day, either way?
Well, I think we played squash a bit. We went to the gym together as a team. We didn't have pieces, so we stayed up a bit late. So I woke up a bit late. Everybody woke up a bit late. Maybe not the old people in the team. But yeah, we just did some gym together, played some games together, but we didn't do much other than that.
What's late for Flamesy? How late do you normally wake up?
I woke up. Normally I wake up at like 10 a.m. 11 maybe.
That's very reasonable.
Yeah.
Liquid today, how tough do you anticipate that being as a game? Because last time around it was a pretty long affair.
Well, we didn't play our best CS in Bounty, and we checked a lot of stuff, and we want to show a better CS. We just want to play, to some sense, the game we know how to play and play together. So we're going to do today that best. If Liquid are going to come up and they're going to play out of their minds, then you never know. But we're just going to do our best, and that's our main focus.
Thank you so much for your time, Flamesy. Best of luck in the rematch.
Thank you.
Focus on Infra Vitality roster that is showing signs that the honeymoon period.
I think both you and Jason need to relax.
What did I do? I haven't said a word.
No, you are here telling us, oh yeah, Liquid played Vitality so close. They're back. They're sick.
I haven't
they're
said
gonna
a
be
word
at the
in
major.
this segment yet.
They're going to be so good. You know, they're going to be amazing. Meanwhile, you know, Vitality was just like enjoying the sun, man. They didn't care about that tournament. You could hear it from Apex in interviews. He's like, yeah, I'd rather fail here than at EWC, right? Because it's more prize money. It means more for the organization. You know, if they win the whole thing, maybe they can bankroll the team for a year.
There was a fair chunk of frustration when he was on his way out of that one, and we saw it in the server as well, right? With the listen-ins, with the timeouts, with the huddles in between. Look, I don't think it was all roses.
I don't have a single alarm bell for Vitality going off after the semifinals in Cologne or Bounty. I actually really like what Flamesy just said in that interview about how they had their day today of just like, we woke up, we hung out, we went to the gym, played some games together, and that's it. And that's all we've done. I like that they didn't go into some like hard like prep. I like that he just said that he didn't even say that we prepped for this game, because I think if you're Vitality coming to this after that loss, and with the interviews we've had from Apex, who he's very always open and honest about why he thinks they lost, it was details, it was mentality, it was lack of energy. None of it was down to tactics, none of it was down to strategy, none of it was down to ideas. It was the fact that they just didn't have it. So I think coming into this, just focusing on making sure everyone's in a good mood within the team, rather than having some complex game plan, I think that's perfect.
Well, I think we saw that in the Bounty. You know, the reason why we shouldn't be worried for Vitality going up against Team Liquid is that they did play like shit throughout that tournament, and they still won against Team Liquid, who probably played the best Counter-Strike they've ever played together as a team. So you put it up like that. If Vitality is just playing slightly better, then it would.
I like them apples.
The man's not wrong. It's not wrong.
All right. Speaking of them apples, we might have some different apples because Freya caught up with Mezzy for an interview.
Granny Smith?
Mezzy, firstly, welcome to EWC. I want to get straight to the point, because obviously big story is that Spirit overtook you guys in the VRS rankings. How much does that bother you, bother the team, considering how long you've been ranked #1?
I mean, it's not something we think about too much. I think it's obviously a little bit funny. It kind of feels like everyone kind of forgets what we did in the first part of the season, but at the same time, we just focus on ourselves. We want to make sure that we're playing the best CS possible, and I think here's the perfect place to showcase that. I think we had a rough start to the season, but yeah, we want to be back on top, and it's the best place for it.
It sounded like Rops kind of post both those series in Bounty said that, you know, you guys had identified some red flags within that game. Can you tell me now, I imagine you've had time to review them, what those kind of key issues were for you there?
I think overall, of course, coming out of play break, sometimes you might feel rusty individually, but for us that wasn't really the problem. It's more that like the being on the same page and the in-game communication was not the best at all. I think there was a lot of messy rounds, a lot of times where we kind of, someone's peeking when we thought we were not meant to be peeking, and it was just like, yeah, it was just a lot of 5v3s, a lot of clutches that were not going our way, which normally we should be winning. I think we looked at some of the stats and our 5v4s were really low compared to the start of the season. So I think for us, we just kind of trying to focus more as individuals, that we need to bring as individuals together to improve on our team play and our teamwork and communication.
It's pretty crazy that we get the Liquid rematch already happening here. Was there anything specific that you picked out from that series? Of course, you did win it, but it was a very, very close affair. Anything particular that you picked out there?
No, I think as well, I think it was on Nuke or something, maybe we sometimes look to kind of finish the game too quickly. I think we had a good lead on that map, and we kind of just let a few rounds slip. We were giving up entries, and like I say, we just individually we were just playing a bit sloppy, like maybe not maybe sometimes just a bit over peaking too much, not playing together when we should be playing together, and looking to close out the game too quickly. And I think today it's just we respect them a lot. I think they're of course, they've not had the best results, but I think as a team, they're showing improvements. So for us, it's just about focusing on ourselves, making sure that we show the best CS, because, yeah, I think we've not been shown the best, and we want to show progress and improvements overall.
Just zooming out to look at the club championships here, right? We've got Falcons as number 1, yourself and Liquid vying for that second and third place spot. If you guys win here and Falcons have a poor result, you could overtake them. You could be number 1, but it relies just on the Vitality Counter-Strike team. How much is that adding an extra element of pressure at all?
I mean, I think there's always pressure being a Vitality player, whatever tournament. Of course, here it's important for the organisation, but also for us, like I said, we've had not the best start to the season. It's important that we get back to winning as well, and we get back to the deep runs, get into the finals and stuff. So, of course, we want to take it one game at a time. But yeah, the club championship is also very important. It, of course, brings extra pressure, but we're professionals, and at the end of the day, I think there's been many tournaments this year that we've had to deal with that pressure as well, and that's the main thing that we have to do. And I think Vitality staff and our performance coach does a great job of trying to make sure we're well prepared for these moments as well.
Lots at stake here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you so much, Mezzi, for your time. Good luck in the match.
Thank you.
Lots at stake for the Counter-Strike team and for the organization that relies on them, but this team, they're no strangers to pressure here. Vitality able to deal with the harsh lights.
Yeah, they've proven it over and over with the run they had at the beginning of the year. I mean, just never ending. So yeah, I have no alarm bells. I think Vitality's going to come into this, and I think their mindset and their goal in this match is to embarrass Liquid and to show that the Blast Bounty was just an off game, was just like literally a one-off, and I think they're coming in for blood right now.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. You know, obviously Cologne wasn't necessarily a great experience either for Vitality, so I think in terms of alarm bells, no, they're not ringing yet. But if they somehow, some way manage to fail against Team Liquid, that's when we start that conversation. That's when we dive into that. For now, though, it's okay for Vitality. Player breaks are underrated. You know, I think when you come out of a player break, when you don't play Counter-Strike, when you're flamesy, you go on vacation, etc., you are going to come out rusty. Some teams, they thrive in that. Some teams need a bit more synergy, and give it a month or two, and Vitality will be back where they were before the player break.
Especially after the season that they've had as well.
Exactly, yeah.
And you look at also the two teams that they lost to, the Mongolz and Mongolz, they beat them in like combined 15 times in the first half of the year. Like, just eventually they were gonna have to lose. So
yeah.
I'm very curious to see the next time they play Mongolz, the next time they play Mongolz, how it goes, because that's going to be very telling about where they're at.
Well, first we're going to have to watch the next time that they play Team Liquid. And this Team Liquid team, they've started to look a little bit more cohesive at the Bounty victory over Furia. Really tight series against Vitality, but running into that buzzsaw of Vitality 2 times in a row, it's a tough challenge to overcome.
I mean, we were talking about this towards the end of last season, Jason, with like, Liquid's going to pay for all these, you know, last place dropouts at tournaments.
Yeah.
And this is it. This is you being the lowest seed in the tournament and having to start against Vitality.
And having to sign on to like a tier 3 event in Poland just to get some VRS points.
Shout out to Birch Cup.
Yeah,
yeah, sorry. No disrespect, man.
But that's the problem. Is like, is Liquid a terrible team? No. Can they beat Vitality? No. Right? And if they can't do that in a single elimination format, I mean, they can't accrue any points, they can't get any wins, they can't get anything done. And
the graphic right there is so telling, right? There's not a single good result. There's not a single one where you'd be like, oh, that's how we have to play. That's how we have to approach the game. And that's when we had our breakthrough. You talk about Bounty as being a breakthrough. Yeah, they did okay. You know, they did get a decent win against Furia, who's also a team who, as of recently, has started to play good Counter-Strike after struggling for 4 years. And who knows, maybe Liquid is entering the same period.
And like, the series against Vitality was nice. The win over Furia was nice, but you need to see more after a season like in the graphic that we just saw. I echo your sentiment, because I would like to say Team Liquid is not a terrible team, but they're playing like a terrible team. But then you see the results, and it's like, at some point, like, man, it's tough to make any arguments in your favor. So it's good to see them seemingly getting on the right track, but we got to see way more than just a close game.
Team Liquid at a Fragadelphia when? That's what I want to know. I also want to know what maps we're going to be playing in this one. Overpass and Ancient out immediately. Anything to look out for here?
Yeah, I mean, the last time around they picked Train, right? And again, it was a close series. This time around they switched it back to Mirage. Also, Vitality switching their pick from Nuke to Dust 2. So different maps, both teams wanting to throw a little bit of a curveball compared to last time.
Bro, I think the Dust 2 pick from Vitality is exactly just saying, let's not go to a tactical map. Let's not go to like a detailed map. Let's just get into a map where we can just outskill everyone, let the deepness of our roster shine, and just destroy everyone.
Doesn't matter where they would have gone here for Team Liquid. There's no way they win win the veto or win, coming into the game feeling more comfortable after the veto. It doesn't really matter what you play if you're Vitality. You just want to make sure that you play maps that you're comfortable at, which is pretty much all.
Not like maybe Vitality at the start of the season was really pushing to punish their opponents, right? They picked Overpass one time, or they were picking Train a couple of times, which usually was a third map in when they played it. So this is maybe them just sort of, hey, let's not overthink this. Let's just go to something that we have a lot more reps, that all the players are comfortable, that we, even if we start out slow, can give opportunities to Zaivu, to Rops to win us some rounds.
Well, it is time to get this matchup underway one way or another. We will find out if Liquid can overcome this hurdle or if Vitality will show that the last time round may have just been an aberration. Vitality versus Liquid. We come back.
We are one game down here at CS2 main stage for the Esports World Cup, and already a team has felt the full force of our brutal bracket. The title defenders Navi have been sent packing.
Yeah, I don't think it was the start to this tournament that anybody saw coming, but it is the harsh reality of this bracket. You lose one time and your key is crushed for the world to see. And now it's time to bring out our next two teams onto the stage.
And this one has huge implications for the club championship standings. So let's welcome our first contenders. It is Team Vitality. Their incredible streak may have ended, but don't be fooled, the bees are still buzzing with championship pedigree.
Their opponents, Team Liquid. They haven't beaten Vitality since Katowice 2021. But tonight, they are fighting for precious club championship points, second in the standings, chasing down Falcons.
A win here secure points that are potentially worth millions of dollars for both teams. Let's get it.
So much on the line as we get into this matchup. I've got Anne Banchbach, Director of Esports at Vitality, to talk about the stakes coming into this one, because of course we talk about this rematch that just went down a few days ago. It was a very, very tight race for your boys in Vitality, but there's so much on the line with the club championship as well. When we're looking at 1 through 3, obviously Falcons number 1, Liquid 2, yourselves at number 3. Does that add an extra element of pressure for the guys up on stage today?
I mean, we're trying to just focus on the game ahead, but I think everybody knows what the stakes, are. For our boys, it's really one game at a time. So they're really professional, they're locked in, but they want to win for sure, and this is big for them.
When I was chatting to Mezzi before the game, he was giving a really big shout out to the supporting staff of Vitality. We know you have quite the entourage that travel with the team to all these events. Tell me how they help alleviate some of the pressure that the guys have experienced so much that 2025, right?
Yeah, I mean, they have routines down, sports, sleep, meals as a team, a walk. They shout on stage. And for them, it's just about knowing what's coming, routines and being really up to speed on that and no surprises. And so far, it's been going well.
Have they got their eyes on the prize here, though? Because it requires them to win this entire discipline of Counter-Strike in any hopes of taking down Falcons.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they know how important this is for Vitality, but the boys also never enter a tournament without wanting to win, right? Like, they're competitors at heart, and I don't think you can get them to come on stage and not want to win.
I'm so excited to get this matchup underway. One more time, we've got Vitality taking on Team Liquid.
That's right, a potential banger of an opening match here in Vitality versus Liquid. Not just because we saw it go down but a week ago at Blast Bounty and it ended up being a very competitive affair, but because this one has some pretty huge ramifications for the club championships.
Yeah, as Freya mentioned, right, second and third on the leaderboard are Liquid, Vitality, and yeah, chasing Falcons in that first place. Vitality would have to win out the CS in entirety in order to take home that club championship first place. That's $7 million they're fighting for across this week. This is Vitality's last tournament, their last chance, and even then, you just want to be fighting for that top two. To try and take down Liquid in this opening game would be a huge way to get there. It's $1 million difference between second and third. There's another 500k in first here in CS alone. There's a lot of money flying around this week, Harry, for the EWC, and Vitality and Liquid, single elimination. Now's the time to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned these squads already went head-to-head back at Bounty. We caught that head on, and it ended up being a far closer game than anyone could have expected. I think what's been interesting here is seeing the Vitality approach. They put a lot of pressure on themselves at that Bounty event, saying this was their chance to show good CS again. Here, they've taken a bit of a different approach, trying to remove some of that pressure. Saw in the pre-game interview, they've had kind of a relaxed start to the day here. But there is a hell of a lot riding on this matchup.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, VRS for Liquid, extremely important, as the desk mentioned, even signing up to some smaller lands to try and get those points, taking down a top dog like Vitality, who have themselves moved to second place on the VRS rankings. Bit of a surprise, but not one that seems to be affecting Vitality given their previous season. And, you know, we're holding them to such a high standard, Harry. That's the thing that's crazy for Vitality, right? We're talking about them like not winning the last couple of trophies, like it's a huge problem, but this is still a team that feels guaranteed to make deep runs every single day. And taking down Liquid, while you would typically think that's an ordinary, easy matchup, at least Liquid have proven that it can be competitive. Their chance to harness it today in a BO3 on the stage.
Yeah, we're looking to kickstart this one on Mirage, our first map in this series. We've stayed to flat maps with Dust 2 as the second, and we're ready to get into this. It's Liquid's pick of Mirage up first.
Yeah, a bit of a different veto, right? Nuke saved for later. Vitality not risking out Train. It was a very close affair back at Bounty. Liquid on the T side changed their mind. We had Ultimate ready to line up some nades. He goes back. Meanwhile, Mezzi stops the first man into B. What's caused this change for Liquid? Going to check the flank. They've missed that timing entirely. ZywOo all the way up.
It feels kind of crazy that Ultimate's waiting for this. Okay.
No one heard that.
You're hoping Naf doesn't have ears right now if you're ZywOo. Doesn't have a head anymore. ZywOo's taking it off. Okay, this is a pretty awkward way for the pistol to have opened. Team Liquid slowing down, waiting for that flank to come in, but rewarded for none of it. Its kills are plenty here for Vitality. Twist trying to sell a bit of a B fake while his teammates look for results elsewhere, but nothing has come up well for Team Liquid in this round.
Yeah, it feels like the wheels came off at the beginning of the round. They set up for a B play, Ultimate changed his mind, reset back to spawn with the bomb no less, and the team just get picked apart, pushes on all fronts for Vitality, and they're looking for the flawless pistol, not letting a low player face this Glock. Ultimate not even given the option to 1v5 right now. ZywOo coming over the top. Nice shot for Ultimate. What? There are low players. There are players to worry about here. Ultimate's taking down another full health, and it's suddenly Robs coming through to save the round for Vitality. A 1v5 gets way too close for comfort.
I mean, yeah, you're dead on. That was, you know, a flawless pistol round building for Vitality, and Ultimate called it all into question. And I mean, that's promising already. This is a nice turnaround in the pistol. Well, it was him who was hitting hard in that matchup.
If you're looking at individual form on this team, it's not Ultimate that you're going to be worried about, right? He's actually been one of the outliers, one of the more consistent pieces for Liquid, even in their biggest losses yet, in their major elimination against Mongolz. We saw him show up massively on Mirage. This is always a great map for him. You know, it's been some of the firepower pieces that have struggled to be as consistent or show what they did in previous teams. Nerds, for example. So Ultimate is a good sign, but it's also a typical sign here for Team Liquid. Apex warming into this game. A couple of kills down mid, and with just Glocks and a Deagle, this one's going nowhere for Liquid. Nice 4K for Apex, keeping it nice and clean here for Vitality as we get into the gun rounds.
I mean, since the player break, not been uncommon to see Vitality get off to good starts and then have the game get away from them as it drags on. I think that's where maybe some of the worry for this Vitality team comes from.
Yeah, we even saw that in that Vitality Liquid game as well. It was comebacks after 9-3 halves on train, for crying out loud.
I mean, with the general shift to the CT side, you want Vitality starting strong here. The rifle's now out for Team Liquid. And a little jaunt out in towards lower. They see the smoke down. They're expecting that ZywOo is floating around here in mid.
Yeah, it slowed the whole round down for Liquid, right? They've not even come out top mid yet because they're waiting for the underplayer to have some clearance. Nerds is checking it out. Flash comes in. Nerds can play later, knowing that Vitality have just cleared this position. I like the slow place for Liquid. They need to link up, though. Nerds starts to peer down lower. And while Vitality using everything they've got to block this position, jump spot for ZywOo might get some info. Good kill to open up, and Vitality can leave middle at this point. Flamesy going back in, though.
And you won't be expecting this. Twists trying to wrestle for the mid control, gets out with 2. Nerds has been spotted on the path out through lower, and Robs, to say he's dedicated to this fight is an understatement. He's going to pick up Twists in top mid for free. Even has the nade for the trade, and more aggression out of Robs. He runs straight into Nafly, so keeping it flawless thus far on the CT side are Vitality.
Super bold mid-fight for Vitality. Thought they were going to be happy to cut and dry with the 1 kill from ZywOo, but he gets 2 from Connector despite the Molotov. Flamesy runs up top mid. 4 out of 5 players on Vitality committed to mid control, and it works wonderfully. And that's a round where, you know, when you're that committed with 4 players, you're scared of lurks. A player can walk out ramp Palace, a player can pop B. And Vitality, disinterested, they read Liquid's late mid-take and dispatch of it with ease. Just a hero gun now for Twists.
Oh, and that double swing out through Con is just brutal. This is going nowhere fast for Team Liquid. Another flawless round. Vitality mean business, willing to fight and die in middle if need be.
Yeah, barely dying, though. Locking Liquid out of this game so far. Timeouts called by Liquid. Can not blame them with how decisive these rounds have been. And especially if Liquid are coming into this game with a game plan of doing mid-takes, especially doing late mid-takes, and Vitality have read them both rounds over, dedicated a lot of players. That's going to make things rough. Liquid have to problem solve on the fly. That's where you hope this latest coach addition of Flashy can be a big impact on the team.
Yeah, I don't know how you're feeling already, but for Vitality, they're bringing a real fearless mindset into this game. The way they're going about these mid-fights is not, you know, oftentimes there's not even a lot of util to kind of tee them up. You're getting the 1 flash over from A, they're double swinging, they're fighting for that top mid control. Flames had that ballsy MP9 run up as well in the 3rd round.
Well, you have undeniable firepower on Vitality, so seeing them use it is good. They mentioned after losing that letting Liquid into both those previous maps back at Bounty, it was, sloppy individuals, maybe players trying to close out too quick, players playing on their own. We're not seeing that right now for Vitality. 4 pack in middle every round. This one, they decide to give it up. It's just Rops who has info. ZywOo locked behind the smoke, and Liquid who get full control with the smokes.
Yeah, a lot more space taken here for Liquid. Better pacing on the round, and with Vitality a little slow into mid, they've got their most room yet. Naf in with an opening. There's a swift reaction here. Apex and ZywOo just been tethered together in these first few rounds.
Oh, the boost is so crazy. Twist might get shot in the back here. Bomb as well. He turns around at the right time. What a read, and you know there's more in window as a result. Should we just get fed flames 1 by 1? Vitality might finally be losing their round. Liquid picking them on all parts of the map. Mezzi alone at B. Liquid have him trapped. It's a better look of things for Liquid, even though Vitality allow the mid control. I don't get anything from this. As he looking to save. Nothing is guaranteed. With Nerds clearing out B so early, they know there's only so many positions he can be. Push deep apps or CT spawn. So Liquid get on the board. We don't wait too long for that.
I mean, finally breaking through that mid-hold as well. Maybe going to see Vitality return as something a bit more aggressive there. It's the first round where they've given up mid off the top, and it's an immediate conversion found for Team Liquid. We're going to get to see the ZywOo Warp now make an appearance as well. Early in the game, felt a little jealous that Ultimate had his in the round prior. So Easy does it here to open up, but there is going to be some pace on this by the looks. Players set up over towards ramp. There's that util lobbed out towards stairs and the cross. They're trying to force a reaction right now from Vitality. Hoping that someone gets curious enough to peek over the stairs and give a kill to this orb. It's not a reaction that Liquid are able to force. Another double swing. Apex, the guy at the front of a lot of these pushes, and he's often grabbing some of the best pieces of Vitality to go into those fights with him. It's given over an advantage. ZywOo's AWP hits a blinder. Vitality looking to take back control after they give up their first round. They're in a 5-on-3. Naf on a late lurk out through Palace, just can't find a target, and as he tries to slink on out, that's when Rops and ZywOo both deliver.
Oh, an audacious position for ZywOo on top of the cinder blocks, close ramp, and he even got the headshot onto Ultimate's AWP as well. So scary Vitality right now, looking locked in. As said, Nerds attempting a clutch, but too many targets. You surely think 2 kills come in. Bomb is still back in spawn. He's got to win this off of entries, but you see Vitality, look at the moves ZywOo's making. They've realized on the map he doesn't have a bomb. ZywOo goes looking for it. But even just disengaging means Nerds cannot win this round, and he's thrown in the towel anyway, saving the AK for a rainy day as Vitality go 5-1 up. A bit of damage on the way out is nice, but it only matters if you capitalize. And right now, Liquid is struggling to get in this game. And this could have gone worse, even so, right? The first option for a kill for Vitality came off of that window boost. Nerds ducked below it. And a missed shot for Rops, a rare sentence to say. But that could have been 5-on-4 off the top, and it still was when they swung out window together. I'm liking you're drawing attention to these Apex plays right now, and I'm liking how much he's setting up his stars.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's just kind of grabbing a different one every time, whether it's him and Rops, him and ZywOo. It's been very oppressive over here in middle, and Apex more than willing to kind of lay down his life to set up the rest of them. Hasn't really had to do that, but yeah, they've always found the kills cleanly.
Ooh, that was scary.
Oh, really close.
Yeah. They walked down. Through the valley here for Liquid. And Apex on the fade might be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, he finally doesn't have kind of someone tethered to him, and on that smoke fade, 3 players sat in it. There's nothing Apex can do.
Panic.
ZywOo will have to be the stopgap here with Flames dead in an instant. He's now the last piece over towards this A site. Even though his teammates move in to join him, you've done a lot of damage here if you're Vitality as well, but the backstab from Nerds, surely that's what seals the deal on this round. Liquid fight forward in spite of the low HP. And they'll come through swinging with a second, looking to keep 5 alive as well. They've got Nerds committed to this hunt. Do you clear Rops here?
No.
This late in the round, up on the boost. Oh, it's a shoulder check, so now he knows, has the info, doesn't make it any easier.
Miss survival, pretty important this stage of the game, right? Liquid have been making some rounds interesting. They've been getting those exits and the clutches. And I said it makes a difference if you capitalize. Liquid finally do. And so this save is paramount here for Vitality's economy. ZywOo, he's only going to get so many shots off from that position before they converge on him. And only hitting a tag to Naf, not enough. But no one able to hold strong with a kill here in defense of the site.
We're good, we're good. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
And Liquid happy with that as they find their second round. All of these coming from mid-control right now. Not really seeing any execute so far for Liquid.
And I think these rounds always, you know, look to hurt Vitality the most. It's the ones where Apex maybe gets caught off guard a little bit. We've seen that in some of these recent losses that Vitality have fielded. You know, caught by a triple swing out through Con. There's also this slow start from Flames that's been like burning along in the background. You haven't really had to think about it yet because Vitality were winning the early game in spite of his absence. But as this game goes on, Flames is going to have to start to put up some numbers.
Yeah, he's really been worrying about the Palace position where you're going to see Naf lurk a lot, but we've just not had Naf come through on this one yet. So Flames has been getting kind of drawn into nothing at the moment. And especially when you're against Liquid, a team that have two very capable late round players, two players who will kind of swing on almost random timings. Oh dear, miss smoke. You've got to watch out for Nerds and Naf. And Flamesy struggling to find either. Naf's up in Palace, Liquid have mid. Despite that miss smoke, no punish peaks coming through. Liquid let Ultimate fire off, and if he went for it blind, he would have had a kill, but instead ZywOo picks him out of the round, goes back for a bit more. Dink onto Shui as Liquid come up connector to split this site.
As the Naf lurk arriving, Apex rewarded for his patience on the ramp side, and this is a good foothold for Vitality to have a grip of this late in the round. Him and Flames play off of each other, and a nice bit of synergy, nice bit of interplay there for this Vitality squad. The flash play to open it up in mid. The reaction to go and take the ramp space and then play that, you know, 1-2 contact on the push. For a team, I think that it felt like at times they're not all on the same page in these last few tournaments. That's after a near flawless start to the year. It's reassuring to see.
Dude, the tandem for Apex in this game. This time he's on Flames, back at ramp. I mean, if I was going parachuting, Apex is the guy you want to be strapped
Dan's
to.
the man.
He is the man. Safe pair of hands.
Safe hand, Dan.
Dan. And keeping this game burning here for Vitality. Not live on this one. Bit of a tech as Mezzi crashes at the start of the round. It looked like Liquid were setting up for an exec. We'll see if that change is coming back in.
I mean, that is where you want the crash at least.
Yeah, true. Top
nice
of the
and early on.
We've already seen one massive upset today in our first game. Na'Vi returning champions. Eliminated by the French. Question is, can another big dog really be removed in the first round? As I mentioned earlier, Vitality looking to win out entirely. But Liquid, who are competing in multiple titles this week, even a single win could make all the difference down the stretch when it comes to those club championship points. But of course, Liquid draw the hardest team to face.
That's what happens when you're in a bit of a decline, in a bit of a spiral. You no longer get the nice opening round matchups. That pleasure's gone the way of Vitality.
Yeah. You'd like to think. Can they keep it up? 6-2 right now on this CT side. Liquid sneaking into this A site, and Nerds has found a great timing.
And he's faster up Con than they're going to be ready for. I can't believe Apex gets out with a double there. Full blind as he finds the openings, and now he's got ZywOo on hand to clean up. That's a full French round for Vitality, and Apex didn't see a single player.
Unreal. Full blind, and they just line up like that. I don't know how that even happens coming out of
There are times where for Vitality it feels like the game is just on rails.
Yeah, a little bit of luck goes a long way. Oh, they just... Oh. Twist trying to take Chewy's shot is taken down with him, and ZywOo looking clean as ever on the AK. Liquid hemorrhaging timeouts early in this first half. You can't really blame them.
No, I think it makes sense too, right? Like, these T-side rounds are worth a hell of a lot. You really want to try and get a couple because you know that better half is still ahead of you. And so, you know, things can feel dire here, but you're kind of at that turning point in the game where the next few rounds really do decide just how competitive, how good you feel heading into that CT half. A bit of a partial buy here.
I mean, all of the biggest comebacks on Mirage have all come off of huge CT sides. You think of FaZe, Liquid, or Cologne. You think of even Mongolz Aurora just the other day, 11-1 back. Every little bit counts here for Liquid, but they just can't make a dent in this eco round. One kill maybe, but still nothing connects for the Deeg. And there is no hero here for Liquid. There is only a graveyard as Vitality go 8-2 up. Domination on Liquid's map pick in this series. Running out of time now. And even though we are definitely seeing this game become more CT-sided, right, with the recent changes, with the economy, even with the map pool as well, with Anubis swapped out for Overpass. You know, we saw earlier in that Na'Vi matchup, a game kind of led by T-sides. Right now, I think this one just feels Vitality-sided. Liquid looking for a way in their final full buy.
They make the effort of going back to this mid control. Chewy, Ultimate, and Nerds all looking for it. Twist is also with him down in lower, and you've seen Liquid employ a couple of these boosts now to try and gain some leverage over mid. Might be what they're looking to do here. For now, it's waiting to see if they're afforded a fight. Nerds holding the window, Twist's holding for a wider swing. But neither Rops nor ZywOo wants to give it to him. And I think one of the things that's felt at times tricky for Liquid here is when they get the mid control like this, you're constantly on the edge of your seat expecting, you know, one of those flashes from Flames, maybe a double swing out through the connector. And so even though they get the space, they're still pretty slow and reserved once they get this room. Only now exploring the catwalk. The bomb is alone here in the apartments. Naf had to win that fight. Mezzi picked up. It's Rops on the rotate to keep Vitality in this round.
Twist, great position. He needs value though, and he gets ahead of himself. Tries to force the fight. ZywOo backs up and lets it come to him. 2v2 now. Retake attempt here for Vitality. One they should absolutely give a shot. They bought their way back in this round. Ultimate in the swing position. If he goes down with nothing, this is a huge problem. But Ultimate forcing one more before all is said and done. 3-kill round from the AWP on the rifle. He goes on to close it out. Liquid needed that, and Ultimate will provide. 4 kills, finds their 3rd round on this T-side.
And look, I mean, you know, with how the game's going, like, Liquid are going to have to earn these T-side rounds. There's no freebies left. Vitality have money for this final round of the half, but Ultimate has just given you a huge stepping stone here to try and recover something. Give yourself some wiggle room, because even those teams have loved playing these CT sides in the new meta. It's a case where you need enough so that even if you lose that pistol round, the dreaded pistol, you don't want it deciding your fate. Oh, Apex. It's not quite how ZywOo ever told him to do it.
Yeah, that really would have opened up a opening kill, you feel, for ZywOo. Oh, now he's in a difficult position. ZywOo squeezing the shots out, though.
Doesn't feel that difficult.
Bolt pull back, 2 kills taken. ZywOo lets them up cat, but Liquid, they're loud about this. Mezzi has no problem locking down the bomb and looking to shut out this half. Now, there is no one in the B-bomb site. Could this be a way in for Liquid?
We're going to need a big round from Naf. He's the only guy with health here. Chewy has a lot to consider before he even goes for the bomb plant, and this extra few seconds spent clearing has allowed Vitality to close the gap. two players lurk through the apartments, and it's not just any two, it's Rops and ZywOo who are hitting hard right now for Vitality. Nap's going to have his work cut out for him. He's tunnel visioned right now on this market play. Gonna get eyes on the apartments, but too many angles, too many fights. It's a clean finish there from the Vitality squad, who look to dominate this opening half. 9-3 lead. Vitality are hitting hard.
We're good. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going.
In the matchup between the Club Championship's second and third, Vitality and Liquid, it's a strong lead held by this Vitality squad on the Liquid pick of Mirage. They were brutal in that first half. Liquid scraped by with just 3 rounds. Now they move over to the CT side, but it doesn't give you an awful lot of breathing room. You have to find success straight away if you're Team Liquid.
Yeah, you know, you can't count any team out at this point in Counter-Strike with a 9-3 deficit, but at the same time you're facing the world's best unequivocally in Vitality. That doesn't make things any easier, does it? I mean, look at that scoreboard. Top heavy for 3 players on Vitality. Flames and Mezzi barely having to hold strong on their bomb sites.
I think if anything, it just shows how mid-focused that first half was, right? It's all these players that kind of dip and dive in for mid. And then your two more extremity players sitting down bottom of the board. Flames probably feels like he hasn't really had a chance to play yet.
That's a good point.
And so let's see what he can do on the T side, where he will be a lot more involved.
Liquid need to be better than mid in this pistol, though. They've stacked it right. 3 players in B.
Naf dual Beretta's going to open. And now into the crossfire. Go Vitality. Not looking good off the rip, and Twist hits a blinder. It's only ZywOo left, 1 versus 4. They've got him boxed into a corner. Not even ZywOo can turn the tide of that pistol round.
Oh, look at the hype from Twist. Getting loud on that one. 3 kills in the pistol round, and Liquid back in the game. It's a pug pistol, the triple B, most importantly for Liquid. No one facing, no one committing until Vitality are out into the crossfire on that B bomb site. Nice shots for Twist.
Nice! Let's go! Let's go!
Believing again on their map pick in this series. Pistols out for Vitality. Going to be, you'd assume, quick and easy for Liquid to get rid of this. Mid bash. ZywOo and Robs grab 2.
Okay, they're all so hurt, though. Surely this is still safe for Liquid.
I like the reset at least. Very decisive call to give it another go elsewhere. Liquid might get inquisitive. Twist look to take back that position. And Vitality just bleed out this round. Let Liquid waste everything. Guns in window is the goal, but Liquid won't allow it. Twist comes in to clean up. Oh, God, another.
That's a crazy shot. Robs surely has no more left in him. He's not supposed to win this. 3 kills off of Robs and a Deeg. And suddenly Nafly is the only hope for Team Liquid. This is an eco round with a couple of pistols purchased up. They're a shot away from certain death. And Robs, alongside this Deagle, look to set the server ablaze. It's only Apex now, but he's been no slouch in the game. 3 points of health on his way to a bomb plant. Naf moving in. Bomb has been planted. They've got to rely on their old safe pair of hands to try and clean this up. Everyone's been asking, is Naf back? This is the time to show it. Molly pulled. That gives a window for the Apex swing. It's really close, and it's so far from comfortable.
11 points of health for Naf. Apex tagged him down. We saw even an assist onto Apex there from Robs, who shot his captain. You wonder if that damage doesn't come through, does Apex land the final bullet? The margins on this eco are way too tight. I don't think you can say anyone's back from winning that round. I think Liquid...
Nice, Robin. Oh, you headshotted me, fucking newbie.
Barely surviving against the near full eco. And if Robs didn't shoot Apex, I think he wins that.
I think he wins it too.
But
he
also
had to do
Robs,
11 damage.
Robs got 3-1 Deeks.
Robs giveth, Robs taketh away.
Yeah.
Woo. All right, fast pace for Apex here. He rides straight through the mid-smoke. That was a chance at an opening.
Oh, good nades. Soften up the captain. And middle, Liquid look like they want it. Flash peek is lovely. Spray does get there just about. Flamesy responds over on Chet, but he's trapped out now and they have no problem flushing him. 3v4 here. Vitality have the site, they don't have the bomb.
Ultimate good catch on the cross, and it's quickly cleaned up here by Team Liquid as the gap starts to close on this game.
Liquid not afraid of fighting middle, just as Vitality got all those rounds on the CT side at the start by just sending 4 and sometimes even 5 players into the mid battle. Liquid do the same, it comes out just as well. 3-round game, Harry. These tighten up quick. Rob's Hero AK, I love it. 19-6. It would almost be silly not to. Fake B-nades. But mid-control is the aim of the game, and that's drawn Twist out of position. That's given Vitality the space that they came for. Eventually, Liquid realize it's a bit of a fake. Twist actually pushes back through the cat smoke to stop this split. Vitality, do they want the window boost? That's what it looks like. Rob's getting put up in position as Shuey gets back. Might just go for a swing here, but punish position for Robs. Doesn't catch what he's bargaining for. Flamesy will hit his. Robs needs everything right now, and nothing connects. Nerds with a double of his own. The idea was there for Vitality, but Liquid clamp down on the pistols in middle. And they keep this comeback rolling.
Yeah, the threat of Team Liquid starting to feel very real right now if you're Vitality. And I mean, in a matchup that is worth millions to these two organizations, it's certainly a good time for Liquid.
I just think it helps so much, although, you know, you hate to go into back-to-back single elimination events where you face the world's best team, but just the fact that you've proven you can take them the distance the other day, I think gives so much help to Liquid mentally to know they can overcome this obstacle. They could have won that match, and yes, it may be an off day for Vitality. But Liquid right now looking on. 5-on-4, connector push is well timed. Nerds are just about. And Rob's found on his own. Shuey holds for 2 at ramp. My God, these rounds are decisive for Liquid. And they just keep them coming. 5 rounds on this CT side. Vitality, do they feel the threat yet? Only getting that second round of the half even close.
Nice! I mean, I think that's why this team's result at Bounty when they played was hard to quantify, because sure, Liquid could have 2-0'd is one way of looking at it, but it also felt like a huge win, I think, just for the team that they were able to push this squad, and they are playing with a good degree of faith in this comeback here. You see Twist getting hyped up. This pistol round stands the promise of getting out of control with the opener coming through at the hands of Apex. Smoke blowing open, there was your chance to catch him in a trade.
Oh no.
That's a big pickup for Ultimate. Keeps this in the advantage of Team Liquid, and now these smokes start to fade, and suddenly you feel like you can't get this bomb planted. Apex gonna give it a go, but the spam comes through. A tie game at 9-all.
I think Mez even dropped again during the round. That does no favors here for Vitality, as a tech is called out. Mezzy 4-10, Flames 4-13. We said these weren't really problems in that first half, right? And they certainly weren't. It was all about mid-control. It was all about Zywoo and Robs, with Apex paired up with many a player. But now on this T side, where you especially need Flames to be hitting hard, Mezzy is one of your closing pieces. Both these players struggling to get back in the game is going to do Vitality no favors. And Liquid are loving life. They're on the back of a comeback. This half has gone by very quickly from 9-3 down to an even game. You also want to talk about the coaching. I mean, for Flashy, ex-Na'Vi analyst, and if you think back to Na'Vi on this very map, they were the best in the world at it at their peak in 2024.
Yeah.
Huge win streak on it. Really figured out how to make Ema such an important piece on the T side, on his underlurks. Having this extra set of eyes for Liquid when they've been struggling for a while, coachless. There's a lot of reasons to buy in to Liquid right now. It's not just the comeback.
No, I think as well, like, just looking at Shuey as the captain of this Liquid team, thinking back to like his stint in Maus, it was like, one of the criticisms I think you could have leveraged against him was some of his T-side cooling, but here we are in a CT-sided meta, and so that's kind of where you're looking to get great mileage out of Shuey. And I think that's why, whenever Liquid are getting onto these second halves, they're very much looking to be a bit of a comeback team. I think that's how they're going to have to situate themselves in the landscape at present. And even that's interesting. Liquid were always known as chokers. Not the guys launching and sticking the landing on comebacks. Here's another set piece out in Awards A. Shui can hear this. Catches them blind. Had a chance for the double. Ultimate with a crazy charge through the smoke. Hope to bail out Twists, but he's only good for one. And so finally, this is a good spot for Vitality. They've softened up this player back in Con. There is this wrap for Nerds, and I don't know if they're going to be ready for just how quickly he's looking to emerge. Attention is still fixated on jungle. Nerds. Ooh. Golden chance for a double. He's done a lot of damage.
Who's alive, though? Rops and Zaiwu in a 2v3.
Now looking first for that ramp fight. Liquid slowing down on the other parts of this retake. And that's going to cause some anxiety to creep in for Vitality. That's why Rops goes and deeps checks the spawn. Nerds finally gets his double from this ramp position, and Rops left alone in the clutch. But with 2 players low, it's not a done deal yet for Liquid. They've got to finish the job. Rops finds the first. It's Naf, hot off the heels with a trade, and Team Liquid move into the lead.
I love that reset for Liquid. Not only do they buy time for Nerds on the very quick flank, they leave the A site entirely to set up for retake. Vitality, they play their setup, they go flash spawn, they get info, they use everything they have in their repertoire, and then they're just stuck on their own in positions in the site. Liquid trade out to win that round. My God, what a fast flank for Nerds, though. I think that's just the kicker. Not only finds Mezzi, but puts Zaiwu very low. And Liquid now hold the lead on their map pick. Could we really be considering this full comeback flawlessly for Liquid? In a high-stakes matchup, not just for Vitality to prove themselves right again in this next season, who have yet to lift a trophy on the latter half of 2025.
Yet to even make the final appearance, right? Which is a notable drop-off of this Vitality squad.
And you couldn't imagine them surely getting first rounded by Liquid. I know I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but this is looking like a very strong map for Liquid. When we had Vitality feeling invincible, almost winning a full eco to start this half out. And safe to say, if Apex clutches that 1v1, that game's over. And do we have more tech? Because Mezzi's sitting back in his chair. No damage done. So big problems for Mezzi right now. And I mean, it's impossible to get back. You must feel like it's out of your hands to get back in this game if you're Mezzi. With 3 different crashes, 1 during a live round. Really puts a dampener on Vitality at the worst possible time.
Yeah, they're going to swap out his PC. I think it might be good to try and put some numbers on this, right? Because we talk about it having like a $1 million matchup and why it's so important for these teams. Team Liquid currently 2nd in the Club Championship. They're the ones trying to chase down the Falcons. In behind them is Vitality. Liquid have teams left in other titles, right? And so wins here, important, sure, but there's other hopes. And on top of that, for this Vitality team, CS2 is the last event they're playing. They need the win if they want to shoot for first place. And if they end up falling in this series, it makes a world of difference. Essentially relegates them to 3rd to 5th. And so this could be worth, you know, this one game and really this whole tournament worth between $6 and $4 million to the Vitality organization.
Insane to imagine it that way. And yeah, it's always the case when you look at an underdog saying there's far less pressure, being easier to perform in that stake as well. And sure, Liquid, don't get me wrong, they're here to win, but knowing they have other titles to compete is a relief. And for Vitality, even if they win out entirely this week, Harry, even if they take the trophy for CS at EWC, that doesn't even guarantee them first place.
No, it just gives them the chance.
It's safe to say, falling in the first round to Liquid was not on my bingo card.
No, not one bit.
Even despite Liquid's very competitive affair back at Bounty. But when we look at that game, it's very different to what we're getting today, right? Like Mezzi talked about it in that pre-game interview, saying, yeah, it felt like we were just trying to close out too quick. And I definitely got that feeling on Nuke as well when we saw, you know, Apex really need the bathroom. forcing a tech go, coming back, playing great. But that was after he kind of threw away 5 rounds in a row of man advantages, just trying to force the final kill to get the game over. It felt like extenuating circumstances for a while for Vitality before they were able to close out that match. And yeah, they did it 2-0, but it took 3 overtimes across those 2 maps. More than you could expect for Liquid. We're getting a full PC swap for Mezzi, and I think that's the right move, given the tech problems this game. So hold with us for just a moment. Here on this matchup as well, we've been referencing the bounty game a lot. It's a different Veto, Dust 2 being picked by Vitality, as opposed to going for Nuke, which will be the decider of this series. Liquid moved away from the train pick to go for Mirage. That was Vitality's second ban last time around. Liquid looking good for it at the moment. And Vitality even turning their nose up at Train. That's their second ban of this series. Nuke Decider could be a banger. Remember that. ZywOo Apex 2v4 or ZywOo Rops 2v4. Can't remember who it was on the B site. Mezzi's back in the server. And fist bumps exchange. Vitality looking to lock horns yet again with Liquid. If you're just joining us, this has been a hell of a streak for Liquid. 9-3 down, 7 rounds in a row. They hold the lead on Mirage.
The rounds thus far for Vitality have been pretty pacey on this T side, and that's all well and good when they were up in the lead. But I hope we see maybe a bit of a slower look here. You don't want it to feel like you've essentially pissed away all your chances of winning this game. And so there's a nice opening move. The nade stack in a window. Twists picked up, and ZywOo catches one more. Ultimate picked up from the short side. It's kills all across the map here for Vitality.
They're back. Even Mezzi gifted one on the B push, and I love that Vitality just freeze. They let the round come to them, and it shall. A 3rd kill for ZywOo after that window nade opener into a perfect peek on Ultimate. What a read about the ladder AWP who made the jump across. And it doesn't matter where you go, this round feels as safe as can be for Vitality. Bomb heading B. Nerds looking to force a kill, but Rops won't give him anything. And mid is cut off, the only point of rotation guarded by Mezzi. Nerds has 14 grand. May as well look to cause a bit of chaos here. Bomb has been planted. It's safe to say Vitality break that 7-round streak. Does Apex take the AWP for ZywOo? Does he even want it at this point in the game?
With how pacey the rounds have been, maybe not.
Yeah, his rifles looks really sharp as well.
I think you've kind of wanted the multi-kill potential.
All right.
But the AWP will get picked up.
Go on, jump in window, Apex, do it. Oh my goodness. Oh, he didn't see him. He was on his screen. Backstab at the end for Nerds, bit of damage. But Vitality are happy to feel that feeling of victory again.
Problem Vitality you're going to have is this will be a real grind now to try and close this game, right? There's not a point where they're going to break Liquid this late. Nerds has 16 grand for crying out loud.
Wow. I know who's dropping me.
And so you're really going to have to earn this win. ZywOo goes looking for that opener on the AWP, but nothing was given, which is kind of surprising with Naf making it across in a sandwich.
Can't believe a player goes right back to window after we just saw those triple nades in the previous round, but Liquid.
You kind of just expect they're not going to do that twice, right?
Sure.
No one triple nades window twice.
Well, But now they're right. Heavy A setup, 4 players committed. Nerds will go through the con smoke. He's a bit of a demon here. Got to watch out for him. Confident display reaffirms this mid control for Liquid. They have no eyes on it but Nerds. Vitality coming through Palace. ZywOo lurking con with the AWP. This is a hell of a round into a 4-man hold.
ZywOo might never get given a chance on his AWP. Instead, it's into this Crossfire and Naf. A nice, easy double lineup. Even though Apex is going to chase him down, him and ZywOo have to get a move on here if they want to win this. Jump up for Apex, spot on Nerds. But he's still tasked with getting this bomb, and the route to plant is not safe. Ultimate's AWP moves in and removes Apex from the equation. ZywOo left on the sidelines. An outsider looking in on that A-side play. He's got to save this AWP. Liquid do not give up the lead.
Dude, that's rough as well, because ZywOo into an A peak with the AWP. 4 players there, not a single kill even on offer. No point did Liquid expose themselves to connector. If there's a rifle lurking up con, it's probably going to get multiple kills, but instead ZywOo is left to save and Naf a huge double kill coming out of the sandwich. As Liquid make a massive gamble to put 4 players on the A bomb site. No better time for that read. Liquid hold the lead, and Vitality by full. Lose this round, and the map may follow.
I mean, if we've been commenting on the pace, you can bet this round's going to be slower. You don't want to feel like it just disappears in an instant. So mid-control off the top. Awkward miss there for Ultimate. Mezzi's done a lot of damage, and that's going to force some respect out of Liquid's AWP.
Oh. Naf did hit that tag. Not too consequential here. As he pulls back off the B bomb site. He leaves a low AWP alone on B. Vitality, this couldn't be better set up for them to win. Naf's going to move back, and that's the right play. 1 minute on the clock as Vitality puff their chest up in middle, but it's all about this B hit. Naf tucking into a strong position. Ultimate trying to catch a cross through this window. And Vitality just putting all in on this B bomb site. Ultimate needs to connect his first kill.
At this point, you know, you'll take 1 from Ultimate. That would be fantastic. He's low on health. They're looking to trade him off Vitality, and so he will hit his. Ultimate now crossing out, hoping that Naf could take it even further, but the openers rein in for Vitality.
Naf's dodging imaginary flashes. They're not even coming in. Vitality just make this happen dry.
Only 1 back for Nerds. For Shui and Twists, they arrive to a lost site. They desperately need a kill to tip the scales, and they decide to not even give this a go.
Hurts for Naf, who got that massive double in sandwich last round, but I think if he was just eyes on, gun on off that abs drop, might have been able to squeeze a couple of kills out.
This has also been a bit of a trend in these Liquid Vitality games. It's actually not been uncommon to see Liquid get in really good positions where winning that 1 round that breaks the money could seal the deal on winning the game. That happened in both the maps back at Bounty. And here, this was it again, right? If they win that, there is no money left for Vitality. The victory essentially belongs to Liquid.
Oh, I thought you said they weren't choking, Harry.
Well, old habits dying hard here for Team Liquid.
Late in the game, losing out here to let Vitality back in on the economy. That was the chance to win it here and now. And Liquid have to fight harder than ever as Vitality look to reaffirm this series once again in their favor.
That's 2 rounds in a row. He started big with the AWP.
Okay, bit of a read. Do they want to punish B? Ultimate, correct. Call for Mezzi, starts window side, breaking the smoke. But look at ZywOo's routing. He got fast out towards tap. Vitality pause in the middle. Been fine with letting the game come to them in these last couple of rounds. Boost is something new for Liquid. Apex v Twists.
Oh, and Apex ready for the boost up. Both parties decide not to play in that head-to-head. As Vitality look for another B hit. Now, the read early on was the ultimate wouldn't be here on this AWP. They hear it fire off. He loses Naf, and he loses his head. It twists as the third man looks to put a stop to it. He's kept this round even at least. Liquid still on for a chance here. It's left down at the retake. And two very heavy hitters still in the server for Vitality. It's Rops and ZywOo. 46 kills between them. ZywOo goes hunting.
Oh, no.
Missed shot from the AWP, but that one kill from Flames looking to be enough. And that grind of rounds that we talked about, the Vitality had to embark upon, they've actually broken the Liquid bank accounts here, putting them in a bit of a weird spot. Down the tail end, this save is a requirement for Team Liquid.
And Robs knows, coming hunting for it. Vitality, classic fashion for Liquid, but a reassuring look to close for Vitality despite a very slow game from two of the 5 players. Rops and ZywOo have carved a path back into this map. ZywOo's multi-kills have been integral down the stretch.
Nice!
And some stress alleviated here perhaps for Vitality as they hold at least the promise of overtime. A familiar face against Team Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid able to repeat that. Or do we see Vitality look to level up? Had a timeout here. Whole game resting on this round. So Liquid with an extra few seconds to talk it through. Millions of dollars on the line. You don't want to slip up and throw your map pick away. So let's see if Liquid have the solution. It's aggression in towards ramp. Mezzi tested, and the openers come through for Team Liquid. It's a proactive stance that nets them an early 4v3.
But you're still reassured with ZywOo and Robs back up alive. Flames with a big spam. That nade on the smoke give him a bit of info. He puts Nerds down low. A kill just averted by Liquid. Vitality have to make up their mind here. He has been the way in. Liquid looking for info again, this timing awkward as he could get shot in the back. Flamesy turned the wrong way, he flicks back. Nerds absolutely whiffs that spray, and look at what it costs them. Double kill in middle, ZywOo plays off the info, and Liquid might be running out of luck.
Yeah, they're so tunnel visioned on completing that kill on Flames. It lets ZywOo just have open sightlines. And now a gamble stack for Liquid in a desperate situation from 4v3 to 2v3 in the blink of an eye. And they've moved to the wrong side of the map here. Naf out of position, Twists nowhere to be found. And an empty B site for Vitality to just swan into.
Absolute
They're looking to recover this game in style. From the worst of starts to this final round to the best of recoveries. And now they've just got to beat this Canadian duo to steal Team Liquid's map pick away.
Naf waits for a mistake. Twist moves up the catwalk, but you can't wait forever. Gonna have to force this play. And no kills opened up. ZywOo on the angle, sees the jiggle, takes the kill. Twists alone, ZywOo to close, and it's Rops right by his side as they amass nearly 50 kills between the two of them to close it out 13-11. Team Vitality take the win on Liquid's pick.
too familiar for Team Liquid fans as they watch their team come within inches of a map win over Vitality to just make like Pimp's toenails here and fall off at the end. Welcome, you've taken Jason's spot fully at this point. Another one that's so close yet so far for Team Liquid against Vitality.
Yeah, it kind of must suck for Team Liquid to do it once more. Obviously, first half wasn't pretty at all, and then they find a way to fight back. And I don't know about you, Janko, but for the vast majority of the second half, it did feel like Liquid were actually going to pull this off. Vitality completely stopped. Won one round, lost the following round, and I thought to myself, okay, that's it. So I felt like Liquid did a lot of things right. I felt once again, and maybe we're starting to see a bit of a trend in regards to that Vitality are not playing their best brand of Counter-Strike. And gotta be honest, if you're facing Vitality and they're currently not at their best, you gotta punish them. You gotta, use that opportunity to get something out of it. And Liquid have failed to do so 3 maps in a row.
I think it was all right I think for Liquid in the second half at the start of it, they were playing together a lot. They fought mid with 5 people in the first gun round, right? So they were taking calculated risks, gambles. Okay, they're gonna fight for mid. We're gonna do it as well with everyone. We have the numbers and we're gonna win out on that. And it felt like while they were doing that, sort of playing ultra together and taking those risks and guessing right, they were able to win rounds. But once they started being a little bit more default, Vitality slowing down the pace, is where Liquid didn't really have any moves in the mid to / late round to be one step ahead, really. What Vitality did was slow it down a little bit and just, decide to end rounds on B, which I can't even say that Liquid that they were caught off guard by it. They just couldn't have good holds and they didn't have information to be able to cheat an extra player there or have someone on the flank or anything along those lines.
Just a couple of errors when it's most critical, right? But you brought it up that there are still some gaps showing for Vitality that we're maybe not as used to seeing. However, like Vitality won a lot last season, they make it happen when it matters most, right? They win those critical rounds.
I think it's as much gaps as, they played 3v5. Like Mezzi and Flamesy didn't really have to didn't do much and until the very end where they had a couple of good trade kills and had some impact. And granted on the CT side, it was Zywo and Rob's show and they were mopping up a lot and that's where the action was. But I don't think there were any glaring holes in Vitality's game, right? It's, you lose pistol in the first gun round, they go for a 5-man mid fight and you're spread out across the map. All right, and all of a sudden the game is getting kind of close. And it's hard to come back and still grind out in regulation as well from those situations. So I think Vitality did a good job of adjusting and getting it done before overtime.
Yeah, we even heard Flamesy saying, coming into this game, and Apex for that matter as well, he doesn't feel necessarily it's the individual level that is lacking within Vitality. I honestly very much disagree with that. I think you can see some of the players are not playing as well as they used to. Flamesy is a great example. You said it yourself, Janko, nowhere to be found in the first half. Maybe didn't have to do much because Zywo and Robs and Apex for that matter did it all. Even in the second half, sometimes he has those moments where he comes alive. We're seeing less and less of that from Flamesy, just to use him as an example. Cologne was the same thing in the in the semi-final versus Mouse on Train, nowhere to be found. So I do feel like after Vitality came out of the player break, some of those individuals who have had more good moments than not, we're seeing a little less of it. And I think Counter-Strike right now is so competitive that if you have a guy like Flamesy not delivering, 1 or 2 rounds a game where he's the one taking charge of it, that will be reflected in the scorelines. And I feel like I've seen that happening a lot, for Vitality after the break.
Yeah, but the X's and O's do matter. And I feel like, Liquid in their first half, they're 4-0 down, first gun round, kind of slow, just getting owned, not really putting much pressure. And then, okay, Flashy takes a timeout, 5-man mid default, right? Like Vitality likes to fight for mid. If they want to fight, we'll have 5 guys there, we'll win the fight and we'll win the trades. And that's what happened, but there is the round after that, round 6, where I really had a problem with what the approach was, because Flash is not going to take another timeout, right? So here's what they do. They have some mid utility. This is like sort of a weak fake towards A to try to get someone to overpeak and get that punish, which isn't really going to happen for the side of Vitality. So here he gets shot at the underpass guy, so that's, maybe he knows that, should guess that it's a boost happening there. But what happens is not only does Zywo get this kill, is actually that Shui just gets double peeked from window, standing in the middle of slope. It's like, it's just so slow, there's no pressure there. Vitality is one step ahead, the entire time. And this is a reset round. I mean, it's one of the most important rounds you're going to have in your half if you're Team Liquid. And it was just very timid. They didn't threaten Vitality whatsoever. They didn't feel pressured in this round at all. They were the ones making the moves the entire time. And when you allow Vitality to play like that, you're going to have a very tough time beating them.
And I mean, when we consider the scoreline at the end, one round gone their way could have been all the difference. We did see some proactivity on the CT side right at the tail end to push some of those rounds to keep it close, but it does feel a bit concerning for Liquid. What are you seeing from them? What are you seeing in terms of the game plan of sort of what Flash is bringing in, what Shui's calling? How on the same page do they look at this point?
I mean, the CT side look much, much better. I think that's where they came alive in this game. I think Nerds, again, has been a big point of conversation. Obviously, doing the bounty in the online stages, you could clearly see him struggling, you know, playing with a high ping. On lane, he's more proactive, you know, he's seemingly getting more and more confident. I think Liquid did a good job, again, taking calculated risk. I love this play as well, where you go out middle, you fight in the middle of the round. Again, I feel like when you're Nerds, we've been after him quite a lot because he is a star player. He is a player that was brought in to help out Liquid, and his level, you know, was definitely evident in this game. And I think on the CT side, Liquid did a lot of good stuff. It wasn't necessarily only Vitality not playing well. You can see Nerds as well coming in from behind, getting a couple of kills in the back of Vitality as well. So in terms of changing position and being all over the map, he did a fantastic job on the CT side. I think they were, I think they felt Nerds was a pain in the ass, to be honest, by constantly being all over.
He had a good game, and he was the one that's been a little bit, you know, in the crosshairs in a way. He's fallen off a lot compared to his time, of course, in ends, but even in some of the heroic times as well towards the tail end of it. And, you know, he's brought is this big signing, right, to push them over to the next level. So Liquid has struggled with a lot of things, and individual performance has been a part of that. We all know about the woes of NAF so far this year, but for me, you know, it's a little bit of the big picture stuff as well, a little bit of the macro where it just feels a little bit off, and that's also what's holding them back. You know, for your players is if you don't put them in good situations, right? If you play like poor Counter-Strike as a team, like they're not going to be able to do all that much, right? I mean, if your opponents can read you easily, if they're always ready, if they have the information where you're going to go, and it's always a disadvantageous fight for your players, there's not too much blame that you can put on them.
Well, to take a look at some of the other games that we have going here in the Esports World Cup Club Championship, we've got James Banks over with Street Fighter.
Well, we know what's going on when it comes to Counter-Strike and Team Liquid's chances, but I'm here with Hollywood Rob TV himself to find out what the hell could be going on for Liquid in Street Fighter, because it's getting crazy, right?
I'm going to tell you what. First of all, what's going on with you, man?
Oh, man.
And I'll tell you, it's a whole lot going on as far as Team Liquid.
Okay.
I got Nephew, a.k.a. Dark Neff. The bad guy, when he needs to be. He actually recently, just like last year or a year and a half ago, went full-time, left this huge hot-paying job to get into this full-time. And so far, it has been going absolutely phenomenal. And actually, he just won the mix-up in France. First place to qualify for Capcom Cup and EWC as well. Nice. So Nephew has a very, very strong chance to actually get some big points on the board for Team Liquid.
And Team Liquid really need those points, but keep it real with me. This tournament's completely stacked. If you would say it, can he make it to top 8? Could he have a chance of winning it? Because I look back at his EVO performance, that wasn't as good.
But, you know, this is the thing. In the end of the day, Punk the God literally won EVO last year, and this year he didn't make top 8. It's just that stacked of a tournament. But what I will say is EVO and EWC, two completely different formats. Okay. EVO is a 7,000 or 4,000 something man bracket, all first to twos. This is only 48 players, so you're able to train for your opponents, do some type of Batman work, and Nephew excels in that, and there's longer sets, more time to adapt. I think Nephew has a very strong chance to make top 8, actually.
Okay, well, I'll keep checking in with you. Thank you so much for the insight. This is why we have these guys here. The action's kicking off, and I can't wait to see what happens as we go through the rest of the tournament. Back to you in the studio.
A little bit more anti-stratting coming through in Street Fighter, apparently. Anti-stratting here in this matchup, right? It's not the same two maps that they played last time around, so you can't draw back on that. But Dust 2 from Vitality, we've seen a lot of it. They're quite good at it.
Quite good at it. You know, a map I've also seen Liquid play a couple of times where I feel like their results are shaky. The way they approach it, very shaky. I think Liquid, as a team, have been trying to force Dust 2 into the map pool, have played it quite a lot as well. I think when Twist was in-game leading Team Liquid, it looked a little bit worse than it is now. So Shuei and Flashy have definitely made it somewhat better. I don't see a world where Liquid should be able to take down Vitality here. Again, I think there's a reason why Vitality picked the map, and they want to free up the individuals and play basic, simple Counter-Strike, where the individuals like ZywOo, FlameC for that matter as well, can dictate the rounds.
I think if you're Team Liquid, you're hoping Nephew can deliver because you're not going to get too much out of the Counter-Strike team at the moment. It feels like, you know, if Vitality won first map and it was Mezzy and FlameZ carrying, you know, I would have been like, all right, they can maybe still have a chance in this, but with ZywOo and Robs playing this well, you know, they're by far the two best players on the server. There's no doubt about that. So that's the extra gear that Vitality has. They don't need to play that great as a team. If these two individuals are on point, they can just bail you out of so many tough situations where I don't see a way for Team Liquid to come back into this one.
I think there's also the mental hurdle for Liquid now, having lost 3 maps in a row. All 3 maps were close. All 3 maps you feel at some point in the game that we could have won it, probably should have won it in some of those occasions. I also do think Team Liquid are aware that Vitality right now is not playing their A game, and if I'm a player on a server and I'm playing against Vitality and I 3 times in a row pushed them to a close map but I couldn't win it still despite them not playing well, mentally you're going to lose it at some point.
I think I would keep an eye out on the extremity players for Vitality on the T side, right? Because as we've seen, Liquid still likes to play together a lot on the CT side and do aggression as a team, right? Which is then going to leave gaps in some areas of the map. And in those scenarios, usually the extremities, like your players need to have the courage and be decisive in at least searching, you know, and trying to get some information, trying to take some space back because, you know, let's say even if a trade happens 2-for-1 in the favor of Liquid, if your player has gotten a lot of space, maybe taken long, maybe gotten, you know, sort of halfway into the B bomb side, like you can still be content with that and maybe you can still claw your way back into the round.
So timely aggression, the key here for Liquid. If you had to give it just a percentage chance at this point, they've taken a lot of maps close, but here on Dust 2.
17.3.
17.3.
I like that.
Calculus there.
I like that. I'll give them a solid 20 as well. You know, there's a world where Liquid can push it to a third. I don't think it will happen. I think it again requires Twist to have a great game. I think some of those individuals from Team Liquid will have to have an out-of-body experience in a sense, you know, where they step above and beyond what they probably should be able to deliver against Vitality. Right now, you can't say tactically Liquid is on the level like Vitality. They don't have enough playmakers on the team to do it, so it does require a freak show from other Liquid players.
I think if Liquid is going to win, it's going to be on first timing plays in a way, right? Like if the round prolongs itself and there's a lot of mid-rounding and, you know, talking around and
want a snowball game, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's where they're going to struggle. Like it's a little bit more set calls or the first idea, if they like can get an entry and just sort of keep and speed up behind that entry and take a lot of space. I think they can find success that way, but if it's a lot of slow down rounds and trades and it gets a little bit more methodical, I think that's where Vitality has their number all day long.
Well, we'll have to find out if they do indeed have their number. Team Vitality looking to keep their team's last shot at the Esports World Cup Club Championship alive here. It rests on their backs for Team Liquid. If they could pull the upset here, they would lock themselves pretty much guaranteed into the top 2 in the Club Championship standings and might just have the opportunity to overtake Falcons for that first place prize. There's a lot on the line here. Survival in the VRS notwithstanding for Liquid. But it's one more bout in the server between these two teams. Who's it gonna be?
Millions of dollars on the line. Vitality steal away Mirage right at the final hour. Now they head to Dust 2. This is a 10-map win streak here for Vitality. And one that they hope doesn't get broken today. Team Liquid, they had their chances back on Mirage. Are the best times, the best chances to have done something in this series already behind them.
Yeah, it feels like it. It feels like they needed their map to make this interesting on Nuke, which we know has gone the distance before, but this is uncharted territory for Liquid, but very clear for Vitality. 10 win streak, as you say. They're coming in confident. Liquid have had a chance. Can they raise the level here in map 2? They're getting decimated in this pistol. 4v2. Storming the board, Apex at the front of the pack, as he was all CT side of Mirage. And with re-smokes in at both choke points, Liquid ain't walking through that door.
And you never love having a save in the pistol round, but you're really left out of the picture here if you're Naf and Nerds. You know, this isn't even a real attempt at it from Nerds. He's just firing off on the catwalk. Naf is already committed to a save. Just hoping to do some extra damage and at the end of the round make a bit more money on this CT side. That's the best you can hope for.
For Liquid to have a hope today, they're going to have to play their best Dust 2 yet that we've seen all year. Saw them get a decisive win over Furia online as the caveat here on Dust. That was something. But otherwise, it's a bit of a sea of red for Liquid in recent form on this map. A close loss to Vitality, at least earlier in the year, back at EPL. See if they can channel that one. Because I think the thing that hurts most is that we have certainly chances. Overtime felt like a certainty for Liquid. In that 4v3. Back on Mirage. Flash play along, dodged by Flames checking pit. So that comes in perfectly for the entry of this T side. 3 kills from the MAC-10. Simply done.
You talk about there being chances, you know, I think like I've spent time studying the brain of a Liquid fan and the turmoil they've gone through over the years, and you're always in this cycle of, oh, it's over, it's never been more over. But then you kind of start to get some hope again, you start to buy in, and then you start thinking, yeah, maybe we're back. That is very much the life cycle. And I think even the close game at Bounty kind of got you back on that track of, oh my God, you know, like this is a really good result actually, considering how far Liquid have fallen, pushing Vitality to the very limits. But if multiple times over in these series, you're left saying, well, there was a golden chance actually for Liquid to win it. I think you hit a point where that stops being a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, like eventually you have to land that breakthrough. Now, this is only the second time they've matched up. And, you know, it's still been a good showing here for Liquid. But I think they want to feel like they've progressed a little bit. Since that matchup, even just the other week, it was meant to be a good nudge in the right direction. To feel like you had the same pitfalls in this series just wouldn't be a nice feeling. That's before you take into account the club championship and the implications it has there.
Well, Apex even spoke about, you know, the importance of this tournament more so than Bounty, and Vitality looking to level up at the right time. So even if those improvements are there for Liquid, they're also there for Vitality all the same. It's a nice 5v4 taken by Liquid in this gun round. Long control has to be conceded as Huey is smoked off with that flash. They break the smoke. Vitality won't commit with that play. Naf looking to make the odds even better here for Liquid with their lower flank to drop Flamesy. That constricts Vitality to long. Apex looking to late lurk this one through middle, but Ultimate gets that info, gets the shot off. And a 5v2, Liquid licking their lips at the chance to get this first gun round on the board, and to do it flawlessly is a perfect storm here. Back in the game sooner rather than later.
And yeah, this little one move from Nafly makes me once again feel a little hopeful for Liquid in this map. I think something we've seen since he's come back from the player break and the kind of shock at Austin for this Liquid squad, him at the lowest of lows, kind of the worst point he's actually been at in his career, and trying to get back on the saddle, as it were, is he's been more active with these pushes, right? He's the guy playing anchor spots. He usually wasn't really getting a big degree of freedom to kind of move around. That's what it felt like towards the tail end of last season. He was very much stuck in place, but we're seeing Naf look more active, and I think Liquid look better for it.
I think it's a two-way street as well. It's not just Naf looking more active, it's Liquid looking to use him in all ways, right? A lot more stacks in the right positions, gambling. We saw that on Mirage just as well. Give and it takes, though, for Liquid. With a double entry for Vitality.
They don't know about him. He was able to sneak on by, but it's that long flank for Mezzi. Stops Twists from going huge.
And this is the life of the B anchor. Stuck to save is Naf. As Vitality respond quickly to Liquid's first round win. Just going to have a wealth of comfort on this T side of Vitality. in historically the most T-sided map across Counter-Strike throughout the years. CT money meta ain't gonna change that.
Terrorists win. I mean, if you're Liquid, you really want Ultimate to have the ability to bring the AWP out straight away. And so you would have loved even kind of a fraction more damage here just to...
It means it's been don't forget about the name, because...
Yeah, you would have really loved to even just have a tiny bit more damage come through there. You can see Ultimate still has it, but lacking some of the bells and whistles. And go behind that AWP. Pinch smoke in, and a slower round here for Vitality. So they're going to go looking for control over the tunnels. They haven't had eyes on mid from the get-go, so cautious as they go about this control.
Very methodical mid-exec, the second smoke. Molly flash for lower control. And Vitality take it cleanly. Orb for Ultimate constricted to a bomb site right now. And so this fight on Cat is paramount for Liquid.
You can see them kind of weighing up just how much they want to fight for this control. You saw them juggling the util around, but it looks like it's going to mainly fall to Twists on this angle, who takes a fight, drops down. Now gives a... Oh, that's frustrating.
Oops.
You would have loved that chance to block here, because there's only 30 seconds or 40 seconds left as this hit's about to come through. No chance to block on the catwalk with that smoke missing. Mezzi selling a fake in the downtime, makes it out through mid, ends up on the receiving end of Nafly. 25 left on the clock here, and there's the spot from Nerds. Twists alongside him, they strike in tandem. Vitality battle through, they will be on their way to a bomb plant here. It's ZywOo and it's Apex. Left in a 2v4, and with ZywOo hitting shots like that, there's still reason to be excited. Low on health. A chance to find Ultimate with this AWP, who rounds the corner first on Cat. He finds a fortunate timing, and the round is held onto by Team Liquid.
Yeah, really feeling like they have to force kills there. Shame to see Apex just die for nothing, or something could have been cooking there for Vitality. ZywOo too low, and the Orb finds timing. So Liquid get back on the board, despite the misutility and a bit of a fake for Mezzi. Naf removing him entirely confirms Liquid's suspicions. Twist has been bringing the hype on every round when we've seen today from Liquid. This is a bit of a broken buy for Vitality's ZywOo scout out. And only one AK.
Once more, they put this pressure on mid, but the objective here is to go B. And currently, Naf, from that kind of mid pressure, isn't actually in the B site. He's going to get back over now.
Oh dear.
Just going to make it in time, but they've got him pinned back at the site. Naf needs even more here. He's trying to buy time. His teammate's still far away, and that molly seals his fate. And with the kill coming in, no more done for Naf. It might just be a save. 3v4 retake. You don't love the odds here if you're Team Liquid.
Wow, Vitality make the most out of the least. Having a scout, a pistol, Galils.
It feels kind of punishing there because Naf, I think he's expecting them, you know, it is a broken buy here for Vitality. There's no instant molly, even though they've seen him at the back boxes. He's trying to tuck it. He's waiting for Flames on the run-up. And because Vitality have held on to that Molotov, they lob it in right as they're taking the site. And it leaves Naf in this kind of rough position where you've played to delay, but you don't really delay. You don't also take any fights on your way out of the round, so it ends up feeling like a bit of a wasted opportunity there for Team Liquid.
Yes, he also got a bit lost on that fight, right? Like stuck between Flame Scaling and the Tunnels players when he re-peeks off the flash. The flash is so late because Liquid are really committed deep on long. And so on his final re-peek, getting no extra damage off.
I do just think that's a consequence of the Molotov. Like,
we don't have.
He wanted to fight Flames and then realizes, I'm going to die before I get to.
Yeah. Orp again for ultimates. Is something salvaged here for Liquid? Vitality will not meet it head on. They've just been cycling this mid-smoke. I think part of the hardest job for Ultimate is knowing where to be against Vitality, who've already shown some fakery in this T side. Spotted Apex trapped on that box, trying to force the reswing with the Molotov, but flashed out. Nothing comes easily here for Ultimate. Twist, Tuck, Goose. Shui on long. As far as Liquid are concerned, this A execute is completely open for Vitality, and they're leaning towards it right now. James looks for an entry. As Liquid hope for the mid to be, they may be left disappointed.
Twist has got to go huge. He's going to have some support from Shui. 15 seconds, kill in the right place would be so valuable. The mollies obscured him. Twist slows them for a moment, and that's allowed the rotates to arrive.
Whoa!
All the kills in an instant for Vitality, and the bomb planted in amidst the madness. I don't know how they managed to thread the needle on that play. There is seconds the difference. Even though all those kills come in, if the bomb isn't planted, the round is lost.
A jump shot could have done it from those two CT players, but Rops just ices them out. I wonder if he broke that smoke there. Just got two players, as perhaps it faded on the catwalk. Some keen shots for Robs, but him and Zaiwu were just beasting on that previous map. 49 kills between the two of them in a game where two players of Vitality didn't even break double digits. Important kill for Mezzi, coming out long, catching Sui looking the wrong way. That's twice over he's gotten away with that frag, and it's made all the difference here for Vitality.
And it shows the limitation, right? That misread for Liquid, the confidence that it was going to end in that B hit. And so you just don't really have the resources if you're Liquid to properly stave off that A hit, especially with the late long lurk. And you see Shui looking frustrated at the end of that round with good reason. Feels like he didn't even get a fair fight. And well, it's because he didn't.
Liquid pop a timeout. Maybe exactly that for them down the stretch, as Vitality lead with a very clean T side so far. It's not been a haphazard one though. Methodical, some late round executes, really making sure Liquid can't force any opening kills in middle. There is an attempt down lower, but Flamesy with the famed jumping Mach 10. Bit of a signature.
I mean, yeah, it's feeling like the Flames trajectory in these last few series you've seen for Vitality. He'll kind of have a rough opening and then play jumping Mach 10, map 2, turn it all around.
Yeah, well, he's already matched his frags from Mirage just 8 rounds in. That's not a good sign. I don't know what is.
This is starting to spiral here for Team Liquid, who have lost all grip over this game. And, you know, this is where we talk about this being like a rematch series from Blast, one that Liquid did far better in than you were anticipating. But this is, you know, the the notable change. Map pool slightly different. Vitality leaning in to Dust 2. And so, you know, you don't really have the history here if you're Liquid. Don't have a lot to feel good about. When you think about their individual reps on this map, it doesn't look fantastic for the Liquid squad, and it's, you know, bordering on a home map for Vitality. I think the strat book just runs far deeper, and far better teams have tried and failed. Far more proficient Dust 2 teams have tried and failed to take down this Vitality squad on this map.
Yeah, last time they lost it, it was in a BO5 final back at Melbourne against Falcons, and it's still a series of Vitality 1 out. Oh dear, a bit of a mess in middle here as Liquid scrap. They've been affording this control round after round. Liquid this time have a different answer. 4 players fighting, 3 survive. Robs attempts to lurk out this smoke, does not see him there. It doesn't matter, Nerds has got the cover. And Bomb in no man's land, Mezzi on 10 health, Liquid built back in. And just given the nature of this map, 4 rounds is enough on the CT side. Liquid can get by with it. They still made the last map interesting with only 3 on their T half. So while the odds are never going to be good for Liquid across this game, right now they're fighting just for the opportunity to compete. ZywOo's AWP finally comes through, round 10. Of the molly, stuck. Ultimate twist comes to support him. Good grenade. No clear for Apex, and 2 players around that corner is a bit of a surprise. And now the worst part for ZywOo is he's got this AWP. It's going to make him a little more immobile, but with Liquid having a 2-man advantage, they don't have the need to force the next kill. ZywOo will not be gifted anything. He will have to come hunting. Need to be smoke, and up cat they go. Liquid waiting.
Twist has felt like a safe pair of hands here, and a miss on ultimate as he makes the cross. This is a big problem for Vitality. That molly splits the push in half. 25 seconds, more util to try and delay here at the hands of Team Liquid. It's a huge kill for ZywOo, but how much further can they take it? Rob's in the kill feed as well.
Surely
There's still time for this plant here. As Vitality try and pull this round back, Shui now throwing into question. It's Nerds to clean them both up on the rotate, first to arrive. And so Team Liquid looking to stagger back to their feet here in this second half. The answer seeming to be more of this aggression, no longer giving away so much of the catwalk for free. Since they've started fighting for Vitality in this area for this control, they've looked far better for it.
Yeah, just having man advantages and being able to fall back in their setup, 1 or 2 men up. When they've tried to let Vitality execute in 5v5s, Liquid have either had the wrong reads or been caught off by the long lurk twice over. Been hit with a B rush, or a B execute rather, with only 1 man in the bomb site. Liquid's answer is coming in the form of entries. And finding this solution at the perfect time to still draw out this half.
These are the rounds that Liquid always struggle with. Like, it's the moment where they can take control of this game again. They can be back in it. They can look to tie up on the half at 6-all if they win this round. But so often in these series versus Vitality, this is the one that's let them down.
It's the one that Vitality adapt in. It's the one they come in with something different. So let's see what it looks like.
And Liquid have almost proactively rejiggled the setup themselves, right? Anticipating something different here from Vitality. We've seen the pitfalls of this double A hold in the past for Team Liquid. And so if it does get, Shui is really screwed.
Yep.
They know they've got him boxed in. Getting out with one there, he's actually done well for himself. He was not in a good position. Ultimate moving back up. On this AWP, looking to thin the herd. Flames chases it down. And these players rotating through CT. Nearly backstab. Naf bails out Team Liquid and gives them a fighting chance in this retake.
Oh dear, but where do they go? Because Short just gets blocked. Unless you hit smoke spam onto ZywOo here, you can't get through this position. He's even got more smokes. Drops his gun.
He's done that a couple of times now.
It's a little scary, but it's not going to cost them anything. Liquid are coming up from the long side. Issue with that catwalk setup is they had no one in the A-bomb site. It falls with ease, and Vitality, with time on their side, a flash to force a peek. It's an ugly shot from Mezzy, but I don't know if they can get on this bomb with the clock running dry. Double kill for Flamesy. He's having a round, 4 on the board, and Twist had to save. Vitality in the round to win out the half. They do it with ease. Liquid get caught up on that short control and get almost nothing for it.
Yeah, the whole thing just feels awkward there for Team Liquid. Like, in isolation, Shui did good to get out with 1 kill, but likewise, you feel like it's a position he should have never put himself in. And now a fast, explosive play out alongside Shui, nearly caught again as the opener. Ultimate AWP is the thing to kickstart this round. And Nertz, well-timed aggression.
Oh, that's the bomb.
Bomb dropped back in the double doors. Nertz is going to have eyes on.
You ready for this?
Y'all ready for this? There's the lineup! ZywOo with a TK adds to the chaos, and he's super wounded. Apex suddenly feels the burden. And he can't find a thing. It's a 2 HP ZywOo. All that's left to do is die. Liquid scrape by with 5. Will that be enough?
Every moment I'm with you feels like heaven.
On the matchup worth millions, we've just had a new team enter the conversation. VP eliminated back in Crossfire, and that now leaves their Counter-Strike division in the make or break spot, essentially. VP have to have a strong tournament here. The Crossfire squad's hopes got crushed, just like their key to the trophy.
Yeah, if you're talking about one last hope, you talk about Vitality as well, because they are the only remaining squad for this organization to run through this entire tournament to take the trophy. That is the goal. Vitality look for nothing less. And to be fair, they had to work for it on Mirage. But here on Dust 2, another strong affair in that first half. Liquid buy themselves enough time on the CT side as they come in for a pistol on the B side.
Let's see what Mezzi can get away with. Teed up with a flashbang. He's only going to make it out with one. Here's the barrel through for Vitality. They don't wait long. They don't want to leave this to a retake. And Robs and Apex not going to ever let it get that far. It's only Twists left in the picture now. And the swarm continues from Vitality.
Couldn't have been better set up for that, right? They have the flashes outside the door in no danger of death. Mezzi able to peek off of it, get his one. And sometimes that's all that matters as Vitality just spill in and flood that B bomb site. Liquid picked apart in the pistol. The util doing nothing. And Molly misses window. And they pay the price. Now looking for that third round buy. Even Mezzi 4 and 10 doesn't look to farm the ecos. He lets a few of them up. Picks Twists at the back. And Liquid just jumping around here in middle with no hope, no chance. 3 Glocks. Get him out. Oh my. So here we go, Liquid. The mission to start strong on their T Endeavor. Versus a Vitality that I think is more reassuring now going to CT side Dust 2. There isn't just a one-man army or a two-man army like Mirage. Everyone's kind of had their moments. Everyone's been able to fill the void. Mezzi on bottom performing, still having a few crucial kills on that T side coming up long. Everyone finding impact. Rob still keeping up his star form. These are good signs for Vitality. In a map they sit on a 10-win streak on, dating back 4 months. No one's been able to touch them. That'll certainly help.
Let's see if that can lead to anything here. ZywOo takes a very audacious angle, and he will get punished for it. Apex also whittled down. Liquid are content with the 3-on-3. They're going to go back now and try to spill out here into mid, but Robs plays to contain that molly. They get stuck on each other trying to leave through the doors. This gets messy for Team Liquid.
Bombs running.
Low health. Flames and Apex both very, very wounded. Naf and Twists are split up on the approach, though. And do they want to change their mind again? This is crazy routing for Team Liquid. Twists feels like he has a path into A. Maybe right in that. Big catch on Apex, jumping up. That pulls Flames back over the middle, and Twists, a good head on his shoulders here, knows that the one way they can lose this is if the bomb is found on the cross. There's the catch. Twists, great stuff, goes back and supports Naf. They have the read on that last man being B-Wood. And so the round kept in check by Team Liquid.
Just super decisive moves for Twist. So decisive that Apex's internal timer isn't even reading it, right? He thinks he can climb up the cat box before Twist is up. He is deep already and back in time to bail out his low teammate. That was a cautiously close round, but one that Liquid do find. Starting their T-side campaign. Entry out long denied entirely. No flashes.
Oh, Apex with a Mag 7. Hello.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
Gives and it takes.
Seen him have a bit of a love-hate relationship with the shotguns.
blocking that smoke. Oh, they wait for it. That's exactly what Liquid wanted. Is it going to be enough, though? ZywOo surely good for 2 in the bomb site. Able to take a second one out. Pistol to finish the round. And Ultima, they're just going to run at him one by one until the trade comes through. Vitality respond so quick, so efficiently, and sit just 3 rounds away from eliminating Liquid yet again.
Starts with this for Apex down in the lower tunnels. And ZywOo puts a nice bow on it here with this double.
Yeah,
Timeout for Liquid. They're running out of time in this series. I mean, you know, we've homed in on Vitality, the importance of their CS division having to make a deep run. In fact, having a win if they want a chance of winning the club championship. For Liquid, they still have teams left competing, but it means the fate will not be in the hands of the Shui-led Counter-Strike team.
I feel like you had to be prepared for that when you saw this opening matchup, despite improvements for Liquid coming into a new season. Back-to-back single elim events where you face world number 1.
I mean, even if, you know, you end up swapping second and third, that's a difference of $1 million for these 2 teams. Liquid want all the points they can get their hands on with an eco round here. About to gift over 11 to Vitality. It is dire straits now for Team Liquid.
Not to mention VRS implications for Liquid, a team certainly struggling in that regard. Hunting a major appearance at the end of the year. A disappointment in Austin. Potentially a devastating way to end 2025. They can't even find the qualification there. How low do Liquid slip? Or can they boil back into contention? These type of wins hold a lot of weight.
Okay.
But we might have to wait for them.
This is getting a bit weird though, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, Ultimate converts his Glock kill on ZywOo.
Should be fine. Bomb's lost.
And lost in a pretty awkward spot at that, over towards B. It's interesting for a moment, and then it isn't. Vitality quickly steamroll over the Glocks after losing those first few fights.
Looking ready to just finish this with ease here on Vitality. A reassuring Dust 2, if nothing else, despite a huge comeback on Mirage from Team Liquid. That may be all it is. Shui 3-12, struggling individually. Nerds had a great Mirage, a very strong CT side on that comeback. But I think more than that, we remember the whiff in round 24.
Oh, don't take me back.
Too late. Twisters had immense impact for Liquid in this map. It just hasn't had the supporting cast. Whereas Vitality, you can look to anyone to win you a round right now. Tick on that molly even gives Vitality info. Liquid move up Cat. Rops is making an aggressive move up B, tucks himself in the tunnels. ZywOo does fall off. Liquid, wait out the util. Does Snap want to check this? Oh, Robs walks in. That's awkward. Does that change the plan for Liquid? They get a man out middle.
Might have been some temptation there for Naf to try and pick up the pace from it, but it's a good thing he doesn't, as he never left that B side of the map. Still just getting that 1 kill. You know you have a easier time getting out through mid, and so Liquid look for the path of least resistance. It's only Mezzi between them and the B site, and resist he shall. 2 kills deep now, still buying more time for Vitality, and looking to move them onto that finish line. It's just Nerds and Ultimate, 2 versus 3 as Mezzi beats back against some incredible odds here. That was a chance, a golden opportunity for Ultimate, but it's just eluded him. Plant found, sure, but Vitality are chomping at the bit to come through. You've seen them flood through this window once already. They're sending ZywOo in as a decoy, and he's made it past. Takes the space away. Nerds trapped in at the car, and everyone is looking at him. They all want a piece. Vitality move up on a match and series point.
And that's the X factor Mezzi adds. How can you expect an anchor there to get away with 3 kills when you're being split like that? In fairness, I think it's a really ugly split. Look at this kill here. Shuey is hung out to dry by his teammates in middle. I think it was Ultimate and Nerds. Neither of them come in to help him out. They are both holding the mid to B smoke and the flank. He has given no support, no trade. And then Team Liquid diced up 1 by 1 on that retake. Vitality, a red-hot CT side. And looking to finish it with a bash on this B-bomb site at Team Liquid. Cancel the plan.
Look at Apex, bro.
Oh, no. He's going to hear this one for sure.
I mean, you just don't expect him to be here this early in the round.
Crazy.
Oh, they do. They're sneaking. And Apex, given a false sense of security, went hunting for those deeper players. That's kind of crazy from Twist.
I can't believe he jumped up, though. He heard them come through. Where else would they be looking when they cut noise? Patience may have paid off. Vitality love to force the close. Can they do it 4v5?
I mean, Liquid don't know it, but they want to stay away from that A site. That's the gamble that Vitality have taken here, bringing 3 players over, leaving Rops alone at B. Now, last time it was a heroic play out of Mezzi to turn the tide on this B hold. ZywOo's going to catch one through the smoke. Shuey's rough game continues, and Rob's back at it again. Quick turn. These B anchors just refuse to go down without a fight.
Oh, they lost him.
Ultimate eludes them in the smoke. Gets out with one more. This kill could win you the round, but Flames is going to overrun him. And it's Twists requiring 20 kills and a 1v2 clutch to keep Liquid in this competition. Util spilling in. Twist has put on a show in this game. Has he got any more left in him? Tucked in, back of the site. It's a strong catch on the first. Is he ready for Flames? Yes, he is. Twists is dependable for Team Liquid, refusing to let Vitality close it yet.
Keeps them in the competition. More than just a pilot on this B-bomb site. 4 kills, 1v2. And despite back-to-back phenomenal B holds from Mezzi and Robs.
Nice! That's good.
Twist keeps Liquid alive for at least one more round. And you may as well, at this point, pop that final timeout.
And I've been loving the energy that Twist has brought to this game. You can see Shuey next to him having a very, very rough time. It's been him getting found through these smokes. It's him dying in a lot of these like weird fights. He's often the first to fall when they try to take space. And so just having 2 completely different games here between the captain and his wingman on Liquid. That's nearly a very ugly death to give away for Ultimate. He's done well to still be in this round.
Barely.
Doesn't feel like he's doing well. He's down low.
This is nice, though, because Liquid are going to go. They're contact all the way up. They may as well just hit this bomb site. I don't think Vitality are ready for the pace. One flash reveals the play.
Missed shot for ZywOo, and Flames dead already. He's not going to get many more chances on this AWP. What's ZywOo supposed to do? They are all around him, and the disrespect, they run him through the smoke. Team Liquid with a clean round here, and no good ground to stand on if you're Vitality.
I love that call to come through at this point in the game. You're not going to get away with that again. But Liquid walk all the way into that A site and never give ZywOo a shot. 5 alive just like that. Do Liquid really save double AWP though? That would be audacious. Ballsy call to make with elimination point looming over your head. But Liquid play fearless despite the stakes. Vitality with 4 chances to close this game out for once and for all.
And I think these rounds could feel the most scary, right? Both because, as we've kind of brought up to no end throughout this series, Liquid have provably struggled against some of these low econ rounds from this Vitality team. But on top of that, this is where Vitality get the most innovative. This is where you're going to have little gimmicks, tricks up your sleeve to try and get as much mileage as you can out of what little you have in this round.
Ooh. And nades have just been brutal in the CT side. They were last round, they will be again. Shooting down 50. Flash to lower.
That's the one flash they had. They've used it to get an early kill. Shadow spotted Mezzy in with another.
No!
Even more damage put down range from Mezzy. That's the SMG doing so much heavy lifting to open this up. Aggression now from Rops. 2 lone players in front of him. Naf will hold on, but it's thin margins on this round. They've split the defense. That bomb is running away. Naf looking to carry it and link up with Twist, who has been on a heater in this game.
Yeah, he's again made the perfect move. He's found the gap. He never heard Flames. He saw Apex cross, but the second player is unbeknownst to Twist. He has to clear out this position. All in the meanwhile, Naf is a shot from death. But if he goes long, this control affords an opportunity for Liquid to avoid embarrassment against a low economy round. Naf makes it up. Flames gets armed on the catwalk or on the long flank, maybe both here for Vitality. Flank timing's good. And Naf, one missed shot could spell your end.
With C's legs. Naf wins his fight out on the long side. It's feeling a lot safer now. Twist just backs up and waits for Apex to come to him, catching him on the jump up again. Twists and Naflight pull through for Team Liquid, recovering a low econ round. The Vitality end up steaming ahead in after that Mezzy play on the Apex flash out in a mid.
Yeah, that one got tight. That one got too uncomfortable for Team Liquid, but Twist has just been unstoppable.
And dude, I mean, you want to talk good value there. Naf is like 10 health in both the kills he gets, both the fights he wins. He's the one playing for the bomb control as well. So sure, Twist has been like fantastic all series long, but taking a look at that moment in isolation, that is a huge pickup for Naf. If he dies in the tunnels, they never get to the position to win the round. Vitality of bomb control, and it's all over.
Well, now 4x back out. If Vitality are that lethal with just SMGs and a couple of save guns, what can they do here? No AWP for ZywOo, but otherwise everything you could ask for. Clash at long, AWPs traded. Liquid get that catwalk. It's Rops alone on the B site with Mezzy in middle. Dodges that up for now.
Bit of a shame that it was Nertu with the long spawn. He's got 15 kills with the AWP this year, so just a bit out of his depth in that fight. Flames aggression.
Strong retake.
And just immediately seizing back this cat control. Still, Ultimate gets an opener on the board, and Flames has been spammed out as him and Nertz clash on catwalk. This puts Vitality on the back foot straight away. They split the defense up. Too strong over here in middle, running a Crossfire. That's their best bet in this round.
No chance now. It's only Robs on this B site, barely inside of it. And Naf can catch the backstab if he wants. Not like we're going to jump the gun. They've got 40 seconds to make up their mind. Nertz looks for an entry, and that opens a path to A. Robs forced out of the round. And Liquid just keep on coming back. Refusing to die in this series, back-to-back maps, with no business being in these games. Liquid long it out once more to double digits. Peekaboo. And look at Liquid fan out. They want this gun. Nothing comes easy here for Robs. This rifle removal could be everything. And it is. Not a casualty in sight. Liquid force Vitality to eco. And we are looking at another 24-round game at bare minimum here on Dust 2. Liquid say, if you want to eliminate us, you've got to earn it.
The Apex Scout exchanges blows with ultimate. Nade stack up in the top middle, and the orb's been dropped.
We've always got something.
They will always have a thought, an idea, something to do in these rounds to make them interesting. In amidst all this madness, Rops even made it into lower. Oh, dodges the tag as well, and he might just look to escape here.
I hit him. Eagle might bait for him running away. Rob's on a strong position when you consider his weaponry. A one shot to the head with that.
Dude, I'm really nervous. Like, all of Rops' moves in this round were so perfect. That's one way to deal with him. What if you never give him the fight?
I mean, a B hit is perfect here. It's Apex with a scout. Yes, he's on the headshot angle, but one bullet from Liquid, and the round is really over. Apex needs multiple kills from this position. Liquid, don't overcook. Just need to swing this fight.
He likes the scout, though, does Apex.
No.
You don't want to give him too many chances. Good stuff for Shui to stop that. ZywOo going to try and move in, but he doesn't have teammates this time to take the reins and come in behind him. Instead, it's a Tunnel's flank that gets shut down by Nerds. He'll deal with both of them. And with ZywOo brushed aside, no hope for Mezzi here. The full 24 rounds required as Liquid showcase resilience once more.
Very impressive to think that they were just rounds away, or they've been a round away from elimination rather this whole time, from 12-6 down, looking to find 6 straight to drag us into yet another OT. But Harry, it would be so Liquid to lose right now. So many times we've been here before. Another full buy for Vitality, their final try. A double orb dropped back as a tag is found by Naf. Mezzi's put low, finished off by Ultimate, and Liquid sit 5v4.
Honestly, I think that's an implication of the double orb coming out. They thought the orb was going to be late to top mid. Mezzi caught out in no man's land, and that's given over the opening. Dear. That's been a bit of a fixture in these last couple of rounds. Mezzi falling first. Apex now joins him 6 feet under. Liquid 5 versus 3. And while they've had fall downs in the past, you feel like they have to find success here.
No excuse.
Looking for 6 straight. This is the best possible start they could have hoped for. And it forces Vitality to have to make very awkward decisions. They've conceded B. They've got a one-man hold over at A. They're playing heavy for this mid control. And that is where Liquid look to move into. Rops and Flames, they trade contact. Bomb lost out in middle. Ultimate with a must-win fight. And that just leaves ZywOo. Other side of the map, he was the guy left to defend A. A chance to catch Nerds on the cross, but he's got a smoke. He can block this. And so 2 smokes come down at ZywOo. No chance to stop that bomb. Have Liquid completed the comeback 6 rounds straight and now looking for extra time. There's the killing blow, and it's Ultimate to deal it to them. From 6-12 down, Liquid are still in this.
You can't say you didn't get nervous on that mid-fight when Vitality have a crossfire. Happened so many times here to Liquid, but actually converting the difference maker. That ultimate AWP. And Team Liquid fight for bonus play.
Nice. Well played, guys.
Their run here at EWC is not done yet. Oh, ZywOo just missed that top mid fight. Ultimate getting more present on this T side. Vitality's nades still knocking back Liquid. 2 players put to half.
Dude, if they climb up quick, they might catch ZywOo out in no man's land. He just gets aware of that, but still it's the kill for Nerds. Even if that trade is found immediately, this is a nice start for Team Liquid.
ZywOo's definitely been getting shut out of this CT side. He was fine on T-half. He wasn't really a problem piece, but he's not really had any openers with the AWP. He's been on rifle most of the time, and even in the one time he could have won this game at 12-7 on the A site, Liquid went for that contact play up catwalk, and then he didn't have an AWP for four more rounds or so. Apex has picked it up. Liquid again and execute. Apex blinded, and Twist is just not stopping, not slowing down. Another T-side skull crushed. Bomb planted. Vitality with the consideration of economy, but they are too invested. Mezzy goes 1 for 1. Rops comes up from the spawn. Flamesy at the long side, missed shot from the AWP, may break away in. Flamesy having to clutch, and Shuey says no. Liquid find the first of OT on Vitality's 10-winning streak map.
I mean, there were a lot of frustration in the player cams at the initial deaths in that round from Vitality. Apex slams the desk when Twists finds him on the long cross. He knew that he was the guy who had to stop that play. He had to shut it down. And so when he falls getting nothing done and ZywOo faces the same fate, there's not much you can do to stop Liquid from just steamrolling through that round in a 5-on-3. A 10-win streak might get called into question here.
Just the most unlikely map, isn't it? We said Liquid needed Mirage to make this series interesting on Nuke, a map they've already taken Vitality into overtime on. But to do it on a map that Liquid have had no love for in this year, this would be shocking. Naf and Twist out the long side finding entries, and ZywOo's AWP strikes for the first time in a long. Robs thins the herd back on Nerds, lurking into that B-bomb site, and this 5v3 advantage suddenly thrown to the wayside for Liquid.
And that starts to feel kind of brutal because you're very much all in now, right? You lose Nerds back in the tunnels. That's removed your option to go back. You feel stuck at committing to this play. Thankfully, Vitality have eased off themselves, and ZywOo just went back to check B.
They crossed
That's
without
allowed them to cross. They didn't have to smoke this, and now they have it for a post plant.
Oof, ultimate AWPing longside with a Molotov as well. This is a perfect storm for Liquid. Flanks coming in though.
Ultimate stood out in the open. You're nervous. He tries to reposition here right as Rops comes in. Oh God. Uses that smoke for the cross. Eyes back on the long side. And so, hang on. He's going back. Finally rewarded. Timing doesn't get the better of Ultimate. They lose Naf in the site itself, but him and Twist feeling so safe here. It's only Mezzy left, up and over for 1. No idea where Ultimate's gotten to, and the blade is pulled. Ultimate shanking Mezzy. And 2 in a row now in overtime for Team Liquid, who have really hit their stride in the tail end of this game.
Yeah, and this was a game that Shuey was on single-digit kills, and the whole time he had 3 kills just a few rounds ago. But it's been Twist, it's been Ultimate. We even had moments from Nerds on this T side that have brought this comeback into the conversation.
Oh, that's so close.
Right between the legs. Robs boosted up. We've got a second AWP out for Vitality in this last round. Robs tries to put it to use, and even Shuey finds that opener. Captain's clash. Apex with a dink onto Nerds, but Liquid maintain a man advantage. Doing this from behind. Every time in this series, 12-6 down, Liquid look for a flawless T-side.
Even the double AWP inclusion kind of speaks to where the mind's at. You need a change. You need this to go different. Rops tries to be the change he wants to see and ends up falling first. Him and Apex caught out in this mid and cap fight.
Oh my God.
Flames goes back to the long side. Ultimate had no business winning that.
It's jumping around the corner.
And ZywOo's completely missed the timing. Naf's already made it past him, and that's kind of been the story for ZywOo in a lot of this game. Some missed timings where he just has been in the right place, but then left the angle, left it open. Liquid looking to go flawless on their T side. That nade will be big. There's nothing that Ultimate can do about it. That's the bomb as well. Let's lend more time to ZywOo in on this backstab, and he's going to catch Nerds. Naf pulls up in this clutch. Finds the first on Mezzy. Has to steal himself for a moment. That fire, he's one tick away from certain death. It's ZywOo with the reroute. Around the world and back again. He ends up in CT. Naf is none the wiser.
Oh, Naf for the jump check. That might confirm his suspicions. The reroute for ZywOo, but Naf's reading everything. Considering all opportunities. Is he going to force it? No. ZywOo squeezing out a round at the tail end of Vitality CT side, a CT side that has been lacking for some time. An 8-round streak broken by ZywOo in a clutch, and it gives something to Vitality. Not too late to save this game and to save a win streak with it, with everything on the line.
I mean, winning the clutch is huge in its own right, but the fashion in which ZywOo does it, we said how it feels like he's missed some timings, had some misreads over the game. That was a super decisive set of moves from Vitality star Orpa. And, you know, if he gets switched back online very, very late in this game, suddenly it can open back up for Vitality. Liquid go back to the more passive stance over here on short, right? No longer playing for the deeper clear. Maybe that changes with Shui moving up to join them. 3 strong on Cat. They're anticipating something in towards this A site.
It's a safe bet. Ooh. Run boost round though. Flamesy with great routing. Finds a double entry. Devastating for Liquid. They knew it was coming. They just couldn't stop it. Flamesy trying to catch up with Twist right now on this entry. 5v3, Vitality pull the handbrake up. Twist, oh sorry, Liquid looking to make a gamble with Twist dead. They group back in middle, taking his place. And looking to flank at the right time. That's not a bad shot. Nerds catching Robs, but they're up Cat already, and that bomb is out long.
I mean, even that alleviates a lot of pressure just off of whose name is in the kill feed, right? You knew the whole way through this retake, you'd have to be looking over your shoulder with Rob still alive. Now you feel like you have a lot more freedom. ZywOo puts the hurt on them for 1. I don't know if they're going to be ready for a triple reroute out the long side. Mezzy goes back to hold this. Liquid going late. Flash to try and tee them up for that first peek out. There's the second. Mezzy caught.
A shot.
Miss for ZywOo. This is info still, though. Idea on the whereabouts now of both players of Vitality, and so they put distance between themselves and Liquid before recommitting to these fights. Naf full blind. And a tie game again as Flames answers the call. A heroic round. Double entry up through the catwalk, and he's the closer as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hard round to lose for Vitality in the post-plant, but look at the indecision on that post-plant move, right? They go running away up Cat, then the call comes back into reflash and fight long. They all do it together at least, and that's the key for Vitality. Side by side, as a unit.
I'm stupid.
And that's what works. Leveling out 14 apiece. And remember regulation. Not just a T-side comeback streak from Liquid of 6 straight, but Vitality having a very strong first half. So they look to reunite with that fact. Nerds' second AWP comes through.
Okay, that's a crazy attempt at the cross shot for ZywOo.
Give it a go.
Double AWP here for Team Liquid. That's with the second. Not uncommon to see Naf be the one to pick it up, so Nert's with it. And he's going to die early on here. Oh, I don't know how he survived that.
Thought he'd at least smoke the Molotov. He just jumps through, knowing that player had nade in hand. They keep the 5-on-5. Vitality set up into the stack.
I mean, Ultimate has had a very impressive game. He's been, I would say, the standout AWPer thus far. And so you want some good mileage out of him here, but nothing found from the Ultimate AWP. Likewise, a miss for ZywOo, but he's got teammates there to make this round happen regardless. And as Shui moves in, it's a lost sight. 3 players facing him over that smoke. Vitality put themselves back in a pole position here. It was a flawless T-side required, and they're one step away from achieving that goal.
Yeah, it might not just be the Liquid way of losing a match in this fashion, but it's certainly the Vitality way of just having an unbreakable spirit and fighting on. No matter the comeback from Liquid, 6 rounds straight in regulation, made into 8 in overtime. Vitality find that elimination point. And 1 round with even a weakened buy due to the double AWP. Means Vitality are just chomping at the bit to end this series yet again. 2-0 Liquid. Nice. Last time they faced them back at Bounty, it took overtimes as well. But 2-0 is still the goal here. Looking to jump Liquid in the Club Championship. Looking to eliminate their CS team. As Vitality is the last remainder, Liquid demand more overtime.
Naf and Twists in with the openings. And Vitality wanted to try and accelerate on this B play, but with a smoke to block them, that AWP firing off in a 3v5, they don't want to throw away this final chance. They're going to take the pace out of this round. That leaves them with a lot of ground to cover and a lot of angles to clear. Every single one thwart with peril. Liquid still have full map control.
Good setup.
Time rapidly running out for Vitality. Openers have to be found. There's ZywOo in with the first one. Twists shutting down the cat play. Even flashed back in to round it out. With 4 in the round, Twists, there is no doubting the mileage that he is giving Team Liquid here. He has kept them in for another overtime.
Yeah, they would not be here without Twist dropping 30 kills, right? Let alone the regulation now in the overtimes as well. Pistol out to finish the job. Catches 2 players, nades out after the kill from ZywOo. A rare moment where Vitality are caught off guard. Not expecting the double cat setup.
Nice flash!
Nice flash indeed. Twist is loving life right now.
And it's what you want to see, right? You want to see them setting him up, putting Twists in positions to succeed. He plays first in this round. And anticipating a bit more respect there on the play down the stairs. Even if finds him early.
Even in his death cam, still seeing him be very vocal here. Eyes in the sky, looking to offer value. Post-death. Now it's down to his team. Ultimate answers the call. And another double cat setup for Flames to get by. They spotted him on the clear. Liquid bringing that aggression. Watch out for Robs.
Ultimate will. He's been everywhere with this AWP. Not just getting the better of ZywOo now, but shutting down the lurk. These are 2 highly impactful kills for Ultimate, and more might be required. He's got a low HP Apex coming his way, and that's right as he's given up the sight. Apex now recognizes the timing he's got. He's not going to go tunnel vision on the kill. He's going to go for it a little bit later. And as far as Ultimate is concerned, there's no way he can be here. Low health on Apex, but a nice, easy kill to open up this B plant. Can Mezzi and Apex recover this for Vitality? Shui caught with a knife out, trying to rotate quickly. Wasn't ready for someone so far behind in the back lines. Nerds fights forward, but slowed down by the util, smokes it off. Into the B site now with Apex, who's low on health. One shot ends his round. They try to sandwich Nerds and they catch him out in the open. That is a hell of a recovery from Vitality.
It's just so late in the day. Why would Mezzi be top middle? That's what Shui's thinking. He just falls back in his chair. Not been feeling it individually, but then when you misread a round like that and it costs you the first of a new overtime, what a heads-up move for Apex to just walk into that B-bomb site, reads it perfectly, and Vitality take the first in an uncertain matchup. The Liquid have more to give. Can they keep digging deeper? That was all with Twist dead first. So now at least he gets to play into this round. Vitality look for something on this B-bomb site. Flash falls awkwardly. And Apex in a lot of trouble here in middle. They just surround him with utility. Now they just have to go into B.
Yeah, Naf here has support from Nerds available, but turned from flashes. And the openers come through from Flames and ZywOo. Now the tunnels, AWP comes into play. And once more, Vitality flip the script on this round. They might go down a player early. But they stumble back in to success. Apex's death not in vain. And a couple of awkward B-holds in a game this long, not uncommon. But it's a loss that feels hard to stomach here. When you get that 5v4 to open up, you have two players in B ready for the site hit.
Especially now that it's Vitality hunting for a 3 OT side with that opportunity. Sets them up perfectly to close this game yet again. Not that they haven't had ample opportunity, but that was all on the CT side. Naf, some of these rounds where he's left alone, showing the difficulty of being an anchor. And Vitality are not making it easy.
And I think that's been one of the problems with Naf so often playing to delay, right? Is that Vitality aren't really scared of him over at B. Even the routing that ZywOo takes to try and sniff him out from behind those boxes speaks volumes as to the fact that they know Naf wasn't going to fight them there. So here he is trying to be a bit more proactive, donning that second AWP. Aggression into the tunnels, smoke behind him to hopefully bait someone into his crosshair here. And Robs just steals himself away right as Naf moves in.
That's cheeky for Robs. Behind the pillar. Nerds now plays up close. ZywOo hit the tag with the AWP at the start of the round. He's doing this from his back foot. Fighting forward into Robs. They climb over the box. Nerds still gets 2 kills. Is that enough? It still forces a retake here for Liquid, but they won't get that far. Cut down in middle by Flames. An absent first map, a superstar in the second. And Shui, who's been struggling all damn day, looking to save Liquid and give them one fighting chance in this CT half.
And it's in such an awkward clutch. 2 players set up to play around this bomb. Time rapidly getting away from him. And someone who's been struggling throughout this series, confidence not at an all-time high for Shui. He's going to get shot in the back of the head. Vitality and a flawless T-side in this second overtime. Is that enough for them to seal the deal on this series?
You would surely think so.
And, you know, I think Vitality deserve a hell of a lot of credit for these lurks, right? When they found success in these B plays, when they get that bomb planted, the retake never even gets to a position to materialize for Liquid. They get so battered, so bruised as they rotate through the map. And those lurkers only get to be that successful if the entries come up in favor of Vitality. So It's all going well. It's worked flawlessly thus far. ZywOo to open, Naf dead first.
Look at him.
And he even hangs around for more. ZywOo wants it over.
That's a ZywOo you want to see. Not had it all map, but makes his claim on this potentially final round of the matchup. Nice tap for Twist, doing anything he can to hang on in this game, but there's 2 flanks out long. Flames ready to put the knife in the back and to eliminate Liquid from contention, from the competition. Ultimate dead, and Liquid, the trump card is activated. Vitality know exactly where you are.
I mean, with a flawless T-half, look at how much movement, look at how much freedom that's given Vitality. Now that they're on the CT side, they're aggressive, they're all around the map, they're all over it. This does leave Mezzi alone at B, and it's given a route to a bomb plant here. Robs won't be able to help out just yet, and that is a huge miss. Thankfully, 34 kills on Twists. He wasn't able to punish, and so Vitality still looking good for a retake.
Got the util, they got the players.
Full belt of util is on ZywOo in the tunnels. Going to be hard to get much usage out of it. Instead, they just walked contact here right into Twist, who nails his kills. Shuey with the cover, Shuey with the trade, and just barely gets it. That's some thin margins on the conversion.
We've seen Flames hit those turnaround shots already in this series, so Shuey needed that kill. Twist teed him up for the round win, and Shuey doesn't let them down despite the initial worry. Twist is just a monster right now. Vitality's contact play absolutely lets them down on that retake. And Liquid just find a way to win the most impossible round.
I think that's going to be one of the big what-ifs, you know? Like, what if they had used that full belt of util on ZywOo?
Yeah, they could have done a lurk smoke, put some flashes in, made things very uncomfortable. Liquid just forcing a B hit. Rops alone. Great position, though. Flashes don't do a thing. Rops finds a triple, and Liquid disappearing in front of your eyes. Ultima overwhelmed as Rops is on for the ace. And Vitality, second time is the charm in this overtime. They eliminate Team Liquid from EWC 2025. Vitality fight on.
Yeah, rivals in the club championships, but in the server, Vitality remain unmatched. The 2-0 over Liquid, who sure did push all the right buttons, and once more able to take them the distance, but unable to take a map from Vitality, denied in the overtimes of Dust 2. It was in the lurks. That's where the recovery began. ZywOo started to find his confidence, and then it's all sealed with Rops on a stellar B-site hold. Vitality, they need to have a strong finish here at EWC if they want a shot at the club championship.
Yeah, they got an open path in the bracket, right? The biggest threat maybe looking to potentially be Mongolz in those semi-finals, a team that has already managed to take down Vitality this year. For Liquid, again, it's another bitter pill to swallow. A good game, a close match, an overtime or 2 against Vitality, but still not enough to take a map from number 1. Liquid left to the other teams and the other esports titles in this competition to keep it going as Team Vitality eye up that trophy.
Building in the right direction, you could say for both of these teams, but yeah, it's Vitality first past the post here. And, you know, for Flames, this was a pretty big second map. He was struggling to start this off, and he's someone who you've seen a bit of a dip in performance across this string of rough results for Vitality. It was a strong bounce back, and he was very much a driving force behind the success on Dust 2.
Him and Mezzi both ending with great kill counts at the end of this game after both similarly struggling on Mirage. Huge show up for Flames and Mezzi to finish this one as Vitality take the 2-0.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I have Robs with me after a stellar performance from Team Vitality. You guys might have taken the 2-0 today, but a little bit of a struggle, a little bit of overtime, and similar to what happened to Blast Bounty against Team Liquid. So what is it about Team Liquid that pushes you guys to the limit?
You know, it's about them for sure. Some things that's they click when they're against the wall. But I think also we're having trouble just closing the games. You know, I think it's very similar to as you say, in the games in the Bounty, where we're very far ahead and we just struggle to close it out. And I think we need to work on that right now.
Well, before the second half, before the break, you guys were unstoppable. You won 7 trophies in a row. Everyone was praising you guys. But then after that, kind of a bit of a fumble, let's say, in Cologne and Blast Bounty. But at the same time, a lot of people are asking questions if Team Vitality is going to be back on track. Do you think this win proves that?
This win is very far from that. I think there's still a way to go. Obviously, semi-finals in the last 2 tournaments for us, which, you know, for any team would be a nice result, but considering what happened last season with us, it's still a disappointment, and we want to do better. And for sure, we will try to move forward from here and keep working harder.
All right, well, now that you won an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. Are you ready to go and do that?
Let's go.
All right, let's go and do it. And with that, Team Liquid falls here. They miss a massive chance to climb to the top at the Club Championship standings. And Team Vitality keep the pace and move on to the next round.
All right, I am standing by with Shuey of Team Liquid. Unfortunately, their journey here at EWC 2025 ends now. Shuey, listen, it's a harsh bracket. 1 loss and you are out. And that one, it wasn't due to lack of effort. You pushed them as far as you physically could.
Yeah, I think we did our best. Not the outcome we wanted to, especially after the close game last week against them. We wanted a little bit more now. And it kind of, we just have the same feeling now that we were so close, but it's actually so far. Yeah, they were always going to be a tough opponent. Of course, the bracket is also very tough. But nevertheless, I think I'm proud of the boys. We're showing that we're able to play against the best team in the world, and that's what matters to us in our current situation with how we're working on our progress. So I'm very happy for that.
Yeah, you should be proud of yourself and the team because you put up one hell of a fight, especially towards the end there. Look, when you look ahead now, does a loss like that fuel you to continue to climb back to the top when it comes to CS?
Yeah, I think that for us competitors, we're never satisfied with any close result or even second place or anything like this. So we always have that inside ourselves that when it's a close game like this, we want to get our revenge as soon as possible. And I think that's what we're going to be aiming for, but it's going to come in time. We cannot rush the steps, and we cannot skip any steps as well, so we just have to be patient.
There will be a lot of disappointed Team Liquid fans. You've got a huge fan following. They'll be watching along at home right now. Have you got a message to them as you move forward from EWC?
Not the result we hoped for. We wanted to give you guys a little bit more. I know you guys were cheering for us very much. We wanted to give this back to you. Unfortunately, it's not going to be this time, but definitely there's going to be a time where we're going to give it back to you guys. So thank you very much.
You'll be back. Best of luck at the next event.
Sisyphus will roll his boulder up the hill, and Team Liquid will bring Vitality into overtime just to watch it tumble on down again. Another nail-biting series that still ends with a 2-0 for Vitality.
Yeah, heartbreaking for Team Liquid. Once again, they put up a good fight, apply an awful lot of pressure to Vitality. Different fashion this time around, another comeback on Dust 2 here. Did they win 8 rounds in a row, I believe, you know, from down 12-6 to all of a sudden leading in overtime, 14-12. You think they're going to win. They lose a couple of dumb clutches, and then all of a sudden, like, Vitality starts believing that it's possible to close out Dust 2 once again. I don't know how to quantify it, Janko, but I feel when you're Team Liquid and you continue to do this over and over and over again, now 4 maps in a row, and you just can't finish it, it's also a story in itself, and it's quite telling for Liquid season so far.
I think for me, the key round was the first round of the second overtime, right? Where, if you remember, it was Apex and Flames in a 2v3, and Apex got a kill top mid and immediately booked it with the C4 towards B, walked out B, and ultimate just a little bit of a mental lapse, you know, holding mid, not really looking at B whatsoever, allows Apex to walk out of window, kill him, come back, plant the bomb. Then Shui just runs out, cat, knife out, Flamesy top mid, punishes him, and the round goes away, right? And I think if you're Twist and you're dead in that round and you're watching that and you're just, you know, shaking your head, basically, like, what a terrible way to lose a round, sort of, you know, just understanding that you're not going to be able to win the game with losing rounds like that, basically.
No, and he gave us what we asked, right? We needed a freak performance from one of the players of Team Liquid, and Twist, as of late, have been playing incredibly well. You know, ever since he tweeted out, you know, saying that we're not a team anymore, and it kind of felt like he was not necessarily on the way out of Team Liquid, but he kind of lost faith and lost hope in the lineup. He's been playing tremendously well, and in this game, he was the catalyst behind Team Liquid, doing a lot of the dirty work. So I agree with you, Janko. If you're Twist and you're looking to your right, looking to your left, what more are you supposed to do at that point? If your teammates are making mistakes like that in crucial moments, then you're going to lose whether you play well or not.
And for me, it was always one of the more interesting things about team dynamic, because for the situation that I just talked about, it can be like, well, why doesn't Twist just, if he's dead, reposition a couple of guys around? It's like, some teams do that, but sometimes it's, if you're dead and you tell a player who's alive to move somewhere because there's a gap, and then he dies while moving, or something else happens and they die, like, that can really lead to frustration. And that's why the team dynamic has to be specific, where everyone's fine with that, and just understanding that, okay, this guy that's dead maybe has a better overview because he doesn't have to worry about his crosshair, right? But that's not just as simple as, okay, yeah, why don't you just tell him to do it and move people around in that sense. But yeah, just another very disappointing game from Team Liquid ultimately, because it's more of the same that we've seen in the last 2-3 months from them, right? Like, it can be a different opponent. You guys were talking about the same thing in the O2 game against Mouse, right at the major, and it's just a recurring theme, unfortunately. And I don't know if a little bit more time with Flashy is going to change that, or does it have to be something a little bit more drastic?
It is the question. It is the question. Flipping to the other side of the conversation, right? This is a match where you're happy for Vitality that they managed to get it through. It's important for them that they stay alive here for their teams, their club standing in the Esports World Cup overall. But much like the close 2-0 to Liquid at Bounty, it's not exactly one that's without its red flags. We had a regulation where Zaibu wasn't the magic man that you're used to. It took a clutch in overtime where you start to see that gel. Vitality here, are we still concerned? What are we thinking?
I mean, essentially, there's no winning for Vitality here. They had to win this game no matter what, you know, and despite of the fashion they won in, you could argue that, yes, it's a little bit concerning after what we saw in Cologne and after what we saw at the Blast Bounty. At the end of the day, they get the job done, and I think that's the most important thing for Vitality, but it is a trend that is starting to occur now more often than not, that I don't think they're playing the best brand of Counter-Strike right now. However, they don't have to in order to beat Team Liquid, and had they gone to a third map, I'm still relatively confident that Vitality would have won, so they're coming into this game with basically nothing to win, in the sense that we all expect them to get it done. It's just the fashion that we can then discuss whether that's good enough or bad enough. And let's be completely honest, even when Vitality won Beatable and had this amazing streak going on, there were a couple of games, Janko, where they also were pushed into overtime, or where they were close losing.
So we should have lost them.
Well, that's the thing, right?
You know, but they didn't, right? Like
exactly.
The Mongolz game in Dallas, maybe, obviously the Melbourne final and whatnot, but they didn't. And I think also I'd much rather win ugly than lose pretty, right? True. Like, so even if not everything was perfect for them, they managed to win, which is in single elimination format, by far the most important thing. And if it weren't for Apex deciding to jump T-spawn, you know, when they're up 12-6, perhaps they win 13-6 and we don't, you know, talk about any of this whatsoever. So yeah, in MR12, you just have to be really, really careful and take advantage of the opportunities that you get, because these comebacks happen really quickly.
Yeah, we are seeing certainly a lot of them. But I am curious, right? Because, yes, it's better to win ugly, right? But we're used to Vitality of last season was winning ugly in BO5 Grand Finals, clinging to an extra map, was winning in the moment. I think Rob's put it nicely when he was giving the stage interview is, yes, it's been 2 semifinals, which for most teams would be a success, and for them, with the standard that they've set, is a disappointment.
Well, in the words of the great Aaron Rodgers, Mike, you know, an off year for me is a career year for other guys. So an off event for Vitality would be the best event of the season for some other teams out there. That just tells you about how high the bar we've set, and they've also set for themselves, where, you know, a couple of top 4 finishes are now a disappointment, and now everyone's up in arms, right? And, you know, obviously when they lose in the semis, someone else is going to lift the trophy, and, you know, Spirit, who did win both times, didn't have to face them either time. So we'll see. I think for Vitality, it was good. It's a little bit of a kick in the behind, you know, understanding, all right, like, people are catching up. This isn't just going to happen forever automatically. We need to want it for it to keep happening.
I think for it to happen during this part of the season as well, Mike, that's probably, as Janko said, a good thing for Vitality. It will make them, you know, aware that we have a few, maybe not necessarily weaknesses, but we can't just win on autopilot, you know, as easy as we used to. And there's more important tournaments coming up. Obviously, EWC right here is very important for the club and very important for Vitality as well. The major coming in here as well. So for them to have a bit of a slow start to the beginning of the season, it may be a good timing to do so. Obviously, Cologne is a big tournament not to win, but as you said, a semi-final at Cologne it's not that we're talking about Vitality as, oh, maybe make roster changes or look to change a player. It is disappointing when they don't win, when they're the best team in the world, but it's all within, you know, reasoning and all within a fair grade of performances. So let's say they go out here and lose in a semi-final again. It's not like people will start calling for roster changes, and if people will, then they're stupid. But to be honest, you know, it's okay to be not winning every single time.
I think also for Vitality, with the amount that the Counter-Strike team has won this year, I think they paid for themselves 100%. Already probably for the year. So I don't think they'll end up winning the Club World Championship, Vitality, because Counter-Strike is all they've got left. But they'll be second or third, you know, and that's 3 or 4 million. So
not bad.
Maybe that can be like, hey, this is esports, looks fun. Let's get into it, right? Like, that's what it allows you to do. So we'll see how it ends up looking, and maybe we see the consequences of their run here a couple of months down the line.
I mean, between stickers, between that already top 4, I think, guaranteed placement here, I think, you know, Zywoo's earned himself a few more years.
I think they should just buy Mouse as the academy team. That's not how it works, I know.
Well,
whatever.
Well, we'll see about that one. All I'm hearing is that Vitality needs a Darkness retreat. Liquid might need a little bit of a retreat after that one, because it's, again, the situation, you mentioned it in the pregame, right? They're paying for the sins of last season. You're coming up against this crazy opponent again and again, and the reality is that at some point now, they're going to be the low seed. They have to get one of these complete upset underdog wins if they're ever going to get themselves back in that conversation, and particularly before we head into the major.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have FaZe versus Aurora in the next game, right? Can Liquid beat either of those teams? Absolutely. But because of where you are in the rankings, you know, you're the lowest seed coming into this tournament. Like, we have teams, no offense, like, you know, TaiLoo's here, Gamer Legion's here, some of these other teams are here, right? Like, and they're the ones who have to go up against Vitality. That's just where you are at the moment, and it is going to be difficult, right? Like, when each tournament starts like that, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
And that's another point of this game, you know, and that's why I think Liquid are so frustrated as well, because they came close at Bounty, they came close here as well. They would have gained, I think, 127 points to the VRS system, Mike, points that they need desperately in order to qualify for the major. So it must be a bittersweet feeling for Team Liquid, getting so close, but not quite making it anyway.
Well, you know, it's a sweet feeling for all of us is having a guest on the couch. We've got Flamesy joining us.
Hello,
that
guys.
was another little bit of a nail biter against Team Liquid. You guys are starting a bit of a trend.
Yeah, to be honest, it went the same as the last game, that were like 12-6 leading, and then it goes into overtimes. And to be honest, they had one of the overtimes, I think they had the ability to win one more round and be in match point, and have 2 opportunities to close this game out. But we're slowly getting back into our form, into our shape, and we are happy to play those games in some sense, that you get the rust out of the way.
How much trash are you going to write to nerds after this game? It happened 2 times now.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not gonna write him anything because it was fucking close. I think that we're used to, whenever we played Liquid, we used to play more dominant. We used to have a more dominant scoreboard, but I think they're also playing good. And it's tough to sort of see how good they are if they play us in some sense, because you don't know how they play against other matchups. But I think they play good, so I don't think they need to be down or sad.
How much is that you guys not bringing your best form? As you said, you're slowly getting back to it, and how much is it Liquid actually playing well? I know it's a tough question to answer, but as a player on the server, you probably have a better feeling of that than we have from the outside.
I think there is. It's obvious that we aren't playing our A game yet, but on the other end, it's not something that we cannot just keep saying that. So I think they did play good. They also played good, but I think for us, we lost some rounds that maybe we don't lose them, but we don't play them as we know how to play them. So there might be a miscommunication, might be something that we don't do correctly or don't do it to our level, and then I think every team in CS can punish you for that. You can't get away with those mistakes anymore. So I think they played good, but I think we also haven't played that well in terms of communication. On the other end, we started really strong. It was 12-6 on Dust. On Mirage, it was we also started quite strong on City, but the T side was quite tough, and I think they also played really well. They got the kills where they needed, and they played really well on mid round. So yeah, I think they're a team that moves a lot, and it's not as easy to play against them as some other teams. So it's if they hit their shots and their bullets, they will have advantage.
Both you and Messi are speaking a lot of communication. It seems to be a big talking point within the team that comms are lacking a little bit. Is it just rustiness coming out of the player break? Is it players not being as energized as they used to be? What is the issue with the communication?
Well, it's tough to say what causes that, but I would say that how it goes is that sometimes we wouldn't be as sharp with the communication. You need to scream sometimes someone's name until he realizes we talk to him. Okay. And in the last season, we were fucking screaming at each other, and we made sure everybody knows what's happening and everybody reacted to that information. Right now, we're a bit slower on that, so someone could scream, someone could not focus on that. On the other end, we do have really good rounds with that. It's not like we lost this. It's just that I think we're missing some things that are quite crucial, but they're so minor, they're so small, But so it's tough to pinpoint what causes that. But what I know is that with every game we're improving a lot in that, and with every game we're getting more into that form. And I think once tomorrow we have a game, so we will need to show up with that, because it's really important for us that everybody knows what's happening, everybody's on the same page. It's key for anybody, right? So, and that was our success weapon in some sense.
You guys were talking a lot in the first half of the year about setting goals and everything and staying motivated despite being on such a run, and you won so much that some of the things became a little bit ridiculous when you say them out loud. Well, I guess we can go for 2 Grand Slams in 1 year, or we can win 100 tournaments in 1 year, right? So now that you've had 2 exits in the semi-final, how did that conversation go coming into this tournament?
Well, we sort of obviously we had our internal conversation, but in some sense we need to be happy that a semi-final result in Cologne per se is something that is not good for us. So, and you're always going to play against the good teams, and to be honest, it's the same teams on repeat. But we just had a talk that to some extent we need to live behind the expectations and the goals. Last season we talked a lot about just focusing on game by game, and we didn't really care about the outcomes, and that's something that carried us. So we found motivation in every match, not in every tournament, and it's not like we escaped that truth, but I feel like we came into after the player break, and we thought it's gonna go easy in some sense, but it's not gonna go easy in this game, but in this scene right now as well. So we need to get back into the focusing just game by game. We don't need to take it, right now we're not. I would say Spirit is the best team in the world, and obviously we didn't have the matchup against them, but we're not playing good enough to get into the places against them. So I think they're better than us right now, and what we need to do is that.
You don't believe that.
Well,
you don't believe. You're just saying that because that's kind of what you feel like you have to say. I don't think Spirit's better than you right now.
No. What I mean is that if we play how we play currently against Spirit, then I don't think we'll have a good opportunity. But obviously, if we play how we know to play, I think we can beat anyone in the world. So I don't think it's I'm never gonna think like, you know, we're number one and it's clear status. Even when we won all the tournaments, you come into a tournament and you don't really know what's gonna happen. You know, you need to come and be humble enough to. You need to play your best. So obviously, if we play our best, we're a very dangerous team. But with how we played in the last two tournaments, the matches that we lost wasn't good enough to play against the good teams. So that's what I mean. But I think obviously we have a lot of potential as we showed, but we also need to work hard to gain that. And as a team, because I think right now, maybe, you know, a game there I don't hit my shots, a game there someone else doesn't hit the shots. But as a team, what carried us last year, even though someone didn't play good, we just kept going together and doing plays together. So we didn't really have a problem getting back into games after a really tough half. And right now, it's something that we just need to get back to it. And I'm happy that we're having tough games in some. Obviously, we're going to go back and tell guys we could have played better and stuff like that. But those tough games kind of make you way better, and you have more rounds to choose from to improve on. So yeah, it maybe feels bad, not bad, but you know, not the smoothest Vitality. But you get it by that. You keep working, you keep playing, and you keep doing your best, and that's it.
But putting you on the spot right here, Austin Vitality, Cologne Spirit, who's winning head to head?
I think Austin Vitality. I don't know if Austin Vitality.
We got him on record.
Yeah.
Now I have another question for you, because over on the B stream, I don't know if you've seen it, but TaiLoo beat Astralis, which means that you're going to be matching up against them in the next round.
I didn't know that, but G is so nice. He came to me, he's like, we're playing Vitality, and he full hugged me. He almost grabbed me and said we're going to do our best.
I don't know if you saw his interview earlier, but he said they asked him how far he could go at this tournament. He said, maybe one game, because then we play Vitality against Zaiwu, and he's going to have some colorful words for me on the server. Well, you think it's going to go fun in the server today?
Well, to be honest, I don't think I ever played against TaiLoo, and I don't think we ever had this matchup in like against those kind of players. Either ways, we're obviously the favorites, and we need to show up and we need to play our game. And the only case about playing the underdogs is that you just need to play the CS, you know. There is a reason you're better than them. You don't have to do crazy shit and go crazy in the server. You just have to play what you know, play together as a team, play good, and we'll be good. I think they can shoot really hard. I don't know how the Astralis game went, but I would believe they could have even destroyed them, you know. Like that's.
Are you surprised at the TaiLoo that you're playing tomorrow?
I didn't know the other side of the bracket was Astralis and TaiLoo, but when I had TaiLoo, I was I didn't know they beat Astralis, but I was thinking who could have they beaten, but yeah, makes sense.
Okay.
This is how we know you're right when you say, we're just thinking about the next game in front of us.
Yeah.
Keep that focus. Thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win today.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck going forward,
Have a good day.
And now he's getting out of here. It's time to hear from Banks, who's standing by with G.
TaiLoo get the victory over Astralis, and especially on that train, it got crazy. G, just tell me, how hard was this game for you guys?
Yeah, it's so hard to ask. I think we played too many Inferno.
Okay, yeah.
It's first one, and we make a lot of mistake in Inferno. We need to back to the hotel to watch the Inferno happening.
Yeah.
And in train, oh my!
You get a ice cream for the win.
Wait! Let me talk.
Yep.
You know, in train. Wait. Yeah. I'm happy right now.
Of course you're happy, bro.
Excited. Yeah. You know, in train, we lose a knife.
Yeah.
And we, as a T side first, you know, we 7-0, bro.
Yeah.
It's too hard for us to come back. But you know, today Mosi is fucking sick. Mosi, I think today is China Kyuseki. You know.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay.
He love Kyuseki, you know.
Yeah.
And Jamian love Donk. Yeah. Today Mosi is so crazy.
Yeah.
He saved us, and you know, you need to never give up, and nothing impossible. Nothing impossible. Just trust each other. Always trust your teammates. Nothing impossible. Yeah, we come back. We got it, bro.
I love that. And your next opponent is going to be Vitality.
Yeah.
You said in an interview, Zaiwu, yeah? He's so good with an AWP.
Yeah.
Scared?
Of course. You know, Team Vitality is the best team in 2025, right? They have 7 champions. But I want to say, we don't be afraid.
Good.
Tomorrow, waiting for us, Team Vitality.
Yeah.
We will bet you, bro.
Oh, yes.
Waiting for us.
They're waiting for you. And
we will try our best.
ZywOo's not Munacy. Munacy's the real one.
But you know, actually, the Avi is a GOAT.
Oh, okay.
But I love Munacy.
I know you do. I know you do. Well, let's see what happens on the server. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory. Enjoy the ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh.
And, thanks for Banks buy ice cream for me. And today, before the match, Banks cheer for us. You know, I love Banks. Banks, you're my brother.
Thank you, bro. Thank you very much.
Thank you, bro. I love you.
Love, man. Love.
Here we go with our Jamil Motorsport arrivals. It is Aurora v FaZe, which is what we're sitting up and getting ready to watch right here and right now. We're live in the desert in Riyadh. It is hot outside, and this competition is heating up inside as well. And as much as I can tell you then, I would rather just hear it from the side of Frozen now.
Good evening, Frozen. Hope you're doing well. What have you guys been up to since Blast Bounty?
Practice. And just practice.
Do you have like a boot camp together? Is it online?
More like an online bootcamp kind of thing.
How, if we're given 1 is the worst phase we've ever seen, 10 is the best phase we've ever seen, where are you on a scale of 1 to 10 right now?
7.5.
That's pretty solid. Coming into another single elim tournament as well, does that add more pressure to you guys, or are you used to it by now?
I feel like the CS tournaments are pretty cutthroat themselves, so just gotta be ready, you know?
Very excited to see it go down. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Well, Frozen, definitely one of the front runners over there you look at for firepower when it comes down to the FaZe clan. Now, of course, on the other side of them, they are going to have Aurora, so we'll jump right into the nitty-gritty of that. My name's Trey Stunnasaranthus, and I will be taking over from Darth Mike for the rest of the evening, a.k.a. just this matchup right here. Pimp and Yanko also on the case, and we're here to tell you about the story known as FaZe Clan. Where is FaZe?
7.5 is pretty high, I'd say, if that's according to the best FaZe clan ever. I don't know. Maybe they had a great online boot camp. Results doesn't really seem like it. Let's put it that way. I think ever since Brokey came back, there's been a small uptrend, I guess, in the level of play on the server, but the results, Yanko, are not looking great for FaZe clan. It's not a team that is anywhere close winning anything, not making playoffs. I think it's been a rough start for FaZe as well.
Yeah, we had, Navi here to kick off the day, losing to 3D Max, and FaZe lost to them twice in Cologne. Oof. And that's the reason why they weren't in the playoffs, right? So a bit surprised to hear Frozen put him that high, because, 10 is them winning tournaments and maybe being, in contention for the #1 team in the world. So in that contest, 7.5 sounds pretty high. I'd put it more at a 5 myself, but hopefully he knows something we don't.
Yanko, trivia me of this. You get an online boot camp or something like that.
I don't know what that is.
What is that? What is that exactly?
And there's a boot camp and there's online practice. I've never heard of who came up with that first? Was it Heroic who was talking about it?
I think so, yeah.
I prefer an online boot. What does that mean?
It's so you're going to play from home.
So
Okay,
So you just play more, but from home. I don't know. But in any case, FaZe, we'll see if they can come up with something different here. They played Aurora in Cologne, albeit Aurora was without Zantara, so there's that tiny bit of an asterisk, I guess, to that matchup, and we'll have to see if they can sort of repeat the result here in Riyadh.
Yeah, and Jacob, that result we got was a 13-10 on Nuke, picked by FaZe there, and then we also got a 13-1 on Mirage, where FaZe just went ahead and drug Aurora around the server. So when we look at those results, we look without Zantares. Where do you think FaZe fits into this matchup today?
I mean, it's two different teams with and without Zantares, so I don't really want to dive too much into that, to be completely honest. I think Zantares is the heart and soul of Aurora. I think without him playing well, without him being there, they're not a great team. And some may even argue they're not a great team right now. You know, they have been struggling a little bit.
They've been struggling decently. I mean, that collapse against the Mongols, you know, on Mirage, like, that's something that scars you. I mean, Voxy was talking about is like, this, I don't know. I still think it was a dream. You know, I don't think it happened. This happens like once or twice in your life. You know, I don't want to think about it. It's like, yeah, but it did happen, right? And they've been struggling. We're talking about last season. They made every single playoffs and whatnot. It's been a little bit more difficult this time around. And you're wondering, you know, after a collapse like that and the issues, and you're talking about Zantares is the heart and soul. I mean, he's the heart and tilt of that team. It feels like at times, right? I mean, just so much frustration. You know, where I wonder whether it translates to some of the other players and sort of hurts the atmosphere within the team at this point.
Yeah, what that does to a team's morale. I mean, you kind of have to generally question that from our side of, obviously, we are only privy to what we get to see on our side of the camera. But in this notion, we can hear from Elige and what he's got going on in the FaZe clan.
Elige, great to get to catch up with you. It's been a couple of events that we've seen Brokey back in the mix for FaZe. How comfortable is he feeling? How comfortable are you guys feeling with him back in the mix?
Well, I think overall we have what we had before. I think that we've improved on some things. We're still like not hitting the top 5 level yet, but I think Cologne, not a success, but better than we were doing before, and now we just have to keep on building on those successes.
You mentioned Cologne. Obviously, you faced Aurora then. Bit of a different situation though, because no Zantares in the mix, right?
Yeah.
How much does that change things when you look at Zantares being back in the fray for Aurora?
Well, I mean, they'll definitely have more, crazy rounds that they'll win just from Zantares popping off, but it doesn't change like our overall game plan, because I'm sure that they probably didn't change too much from Zantares not being there. That would be too much to change the whole game plan and everything. And they're a strong team, strong fundamentals and everything like that. So I think just the normal type of rounds should just be a bit harder. I mean, we did, kind of smash them last time, so it should be harder.
I want to get slightly nerdy with my last question, just because we had some really interesting data come out of Bounty and Cologne when we're looking at the update affecting the CT sides. From your perspective, like, how much harder is it to be playing with this update with the $50 reward?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really think, things have changed too much. I think that the CTs would have just a couple extra nades like here and there. Maybe they have like an M4 where before they had to have like a FAMAS and like armor with full nades. So I don't think it changed overall. I think it's just, a combination of, Overpass is back. That's a CT side of map, so I'm sure that's skewing some results. And I think that, it might even just be teams having to adapt more and adjust their T sides. I think it could just be that.
Love your insight, as always, Elige. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck versus Aurora.
Thank you.
So let's talk a little bit about that update. You guys got any opinions, thoughts, commotions, or comments?
Kind of agree with Elige. Obviously there's been smaller changes and a slight adjustment. I don't think it's changing the landscape of Counter-Strike. It's not a massive update in the sense that it's completely changing and screwing, how we approach the CT side or how we look at it. But, he said it himself. Sometimes you have an M4 instead of a FMS. Sometimes you have a couple of more nades. And at the end of the day, that will net you more rounds on the CT side.
I like it because some of the meta changes that we see stem from the fact that the CTs don't have a strong economy most of the times. When that happens, you feel forced to make a specific play because you don't have maybe the weaponry, right? Before with the MP9s, you would do something aggressive, up close, jump around, try to do something, right? And this way it evens up the field a little bit more and makes the T side have to really work for some of those rounds, right? Where instead they could just count on, all right, the CTs are pressured and we can just sort of take a back seat, figure out what they're doing, punish that, and win the round that way.
So tell me, Aurora, Where have they been under this new banner? I know it's been some time now that they've been there, but tell me about what this team's got in store for us today, Jacob.
I mean, I'm probably gonna make a lot of people mad right now, but I think they're exactly what they're supposed to be. You know, I think what they did in the first part of the season, making the playoff every single time, starting off by beating Vitality at the Bass Bounty, I think they overachieved and overperformed to a very high level. You know, I don't want to take anything away from them because what they did in that period was fantastic. But you look at the player material, you look at the team as a whole, they were not supposed to be a top 5 team, and yet they were for a short brief of time. Now they're back into the mix, you know, where they're battling it out, top 5, top 10, in that range, and I think that's exactly what they're supposed to be. I don't think they have the player material to have higher expectations than that, and I know the Turkish fan base may not agree with that.
And talking about the update, they got really hurt by the map change, right? The removal of Anubis. They were arguably the best team in the world, at least one of the best teams in the world on the map, and now Overpass comes in. Doesn't matter how, you know, they can't immediately be amazing on it, right? So that's going to hurt their map pool, have to make them sort of figure some things out again. It's just going to be frustrating too, because that was something they always had in their pocket when it comes to best of threes and map vetoes, right? And here you see them now going for that Inferno pick, and Overpass will be still in the pool as a decider.
Yeah, not a bad map pool for FaZe Clan though. Inferno being picked against them, that's a map they picked themselves against other opponents in Cologne and at previous tournaments. So I feel like they're coming into this one feeling relatively comfortable.
I also like how when we see that vlog from FaZe about in Cologne and everything, they're talking about different stuff, they're like, you know, Mirage, we've been winning some games on Mirage, but we thought it was our worst map, right? And even them talking about it, and now they pick it like 2 tournaments later. Well, so very fickle and trying to figure things out, you know, and it can change very quickly when it comes to the map pool.
Yeah, you know, there's obviously a reason they want to pick into it. 13-1 kind of speaks the volume itself, but the volume I want to ask for you guys really quickly, who do you have winning this?
I mean, I think FaZe is going to win this, and I would love to see them winning convincingly because that would give me hope that they can remain competitive further into this tournament. I don't think Aurora has what it takes to beat FaZe. 2-1, 2-0, doesn't matter.
I know this one is tough to call because I don't expect much from either team, you know, in general. I mean, the loss to Virtus.pro for FaZe, our whole team's on Inferno. I think they had an 8-4 T side or 7-5 T side, and then you lose it. It's like, but still, we're on LAN now, and
yes,
you want to give it to FaZe by an inch.
LAN, you say? Well, LAN is what you're going to get. It's time to jump into this matchup right now featuring FaZe and Aurora, so we're going to do just that. Day 1 of CS2 at the Esports World Cup is almost in the books, with several teams booking their tickets into the quarterfinals, others booking their flight tickets home.
That's right, for Vitality, the journey goes on, along with their hopes of becoming this year's club champions and be crowned the best club in the world. For others, it's a bit of a struggle, so let's get ready for our next match and find out what happens.
Yeah, let's get right back into the action here on the main stage. One more best of 3 before we wrap things up here for Playday 1. Let's welcome our teams onto the stage, starting with FaZe Clan. Shaky or not, history favors them. With championship experience reunited, the pressure is on.
Their opponents, Aurora. Once written off as outsiders, now flying a new banner with nothing to lose. They're also hunting pivotal club championship points to up their earnings.
For one final time here on Playday 1, let's get back into game as we look to send one more team through to the quarterfinals and crush one more key.
FaZe versus Aurora set to go down on this very stage. I've got Esmiguido, the new performance coach for the side of Aurora, for a few words ahead of this one. This is your first time you've actually been with Aurora in person at an event. Can you tell me about that?
Yes, first time in an offline event, but we done a lot in the boot games, so actually it's not my first time, but it's been good. You know, it's really good to be done with the unofficials, so we can arrange some details or master plans. So yeah, it was nice.
During your time with Aurora, it's been a couple of months, obviously. What have you been able to change within the team? What kind of routines have you put in place?
Yeah, it's Aurora's first time working with a performance coach, so we started with fundamentals like breathing techniques, some routines, and sometimes their diet plan. And yeah, we have done a lot, and I hope we're doing well in the future in future.
Now, of course, we saw them just walking out on stage. Are there any routines that you've kind of taught them before coming out on a stage like this?
Yeah, not before the stage, but we usually do some sessions every week, 3 days, and maybe before of the matches, like some breathing exercise to calm them down.
I imagine that's super important considering how many events Aurora are attending, right? Like in the first half of the year, you guys were just going back to back to back. Every tournament you could be at, Aurora were there. Have you been doing anything with the team to make sure the tight schedule in this half of the year doesn't really affect them too much, doesn't make them too tired?
Yeah, it's like sometimes annoying to stay away your home that much long, but you know, as a performance coach, I told them like imagine them like they're home, so there's some imagery like they're with their family when they feel nervous. So with that practice, they feel a little bit safe and calm.
I hope they're feeling calm on the stage today because obviously single elimination is cutthroat, but also there's quite a lot of cash on the line for you because you could potentially, if you get a good result here, be etching yourself just into an opportunity to get, I think it's 100K throughout the club championship. So are they feeling the pressure right now?
Yeah, I don't think they feel pressure about the prize, but of course they have some pressure because of the other things. But it's the nature of the, how can I say, the CS2, and I think it's the optimal pressure is better than no pressure, so it keep them on the flow state.
Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Guto. So excited to be kicking this one off. It's Aurora taking on FaZe.
FaZe versus Aurora. This one getting ready to go down. And, we already had this matchup take place back at Cologne, but as mentioned, Aurora were missing a pretty key piece of the puzzle. You might have heard of him. Xantares, not there. And since he's been back in the lineup, well, we've seen him dish out some revenge to the squads that bested this Aurora team back at Cologne. They're hoping he can be the difference maker today in this matchup versus FaZe Clan.
Yeah, two teams in weird positions, I think, right? We've seen such high highs from both squads. For Aurora, certainly more recently, the first season, the start of the year, making finals, making every single playoffs for quite a streak. And that's a position FaZe have been in. If you even look further afield, further back at the start of CS2, they were the grand final merchants with a little less trophies than maybe they would have liked. Since then, they've slipped massively. And FaZe looking to re-establish themselves at the top of CS. Big question marks on whether this is the roster to do it and whether this roster will even remain come the end of the year. Waning form from certain players. Brokey back with a bit of a flash, but also struggling to find his peak again. And a Liege, obviously the biggest talking point with a lot required from him, being said by pundits and players alike. Taking a lot of space on this team and needing to put up good results. But his T sides have been solid. Despite that, FaZe have been unable to make the runs you would want from them, given the lineup, given the experience, given the stature of this organization inside of Counter-Strike for years. Frozen said in that pre-game interview, 7.5 out of 10. It's confident. But are FaZe going to be able to prove it in the server today? Still single elimination all the way through the EWC. And so, no time to start slow in this series. Start slow and you go home.
Hey, you're dead on. I mean, one thing that's kind of been trending upwards a little, I think, is where FaZe have found their exits in the last few tournaments. It's been versus some heavy hitters, right? Not falling prey to kind of teams you would view as beneath them. And that's been a nice change from how some of these early events right off the top of the year went for FaZe Clan. They've taken L's to squads like the Mongolz, Na'Vi. That was what saw their exit from Cologne. Mao's in there as well, whereas prior, you had some odd losses. Teams like Gamer Legion taking them down, and you would like to think FaZe have it in them to beat that squad. I mean, you talked about the Brokey angle in and out of this roster. Some time with Simple in FaZe Clan, and then Brokey back in the fold. You had some good games in at Cologne, but you still want to see more mileage from him.
Yeah, going to be a lot to prove today. Got a bit of a tech delay while we wait for this game to get ready. So I hear we have Banks down at Street Fighter. So let's throw down to him and see what's going on.
More updates, more changes, and more madness when it comes to the Club Championship standings. It's getting wild, especially after Vitality eliminated Liquid in Counter-Strike. And that doesn't just end there as the problems for Liquid, because their Street Fighter player, he lost his opening game, one more game, and he could be eliminated as well. And right now, they need as many points as they can get to make sure they stay above Vitality. And then, as it gets from bad to worse, in Crossfire, they're in the same boat, facing elimination. That could be the last two remaining team and player for Team Liquid, where they won't get any points. And right now, Vitality are only 250 points away from them from taking second place and getting an extra $1 million. That's a huge difference in there. And this, all it takes is for Vitality to at least get top 3. But if they win it all, the stakes can go even crazier, the stakes can get even higher. We'll have to see how it all goes, but I'll keep updating you throughout the tournament.
This land is calling.
It only gets bigger and better when it comes to Counter-Strike here at the Esports World Cup. And I had to get the biggest guy I could find his tweet. My man, how you doing?
Hey, yeah, nice to meet you again. Yeah, it's good. I'm good. Love to be here.
Now, what's crazy, if I'm right, you just finished releasing your vlog from Cologne, yes, but now you're back on the road again doing another one. So
like we were back to back events. Like it's crazy. No, like you haven't finished the event. I think I released it yesterday. Yeah, you're not
perfect.
Yeah, I just released it yesterday. See? Straight to the plane, and now we're here.
So straight to the plane, another video log, more time to do it. But it's your first time here, so okay, give me your initial thoughts. You've just hit the ground running. I know you hit the gym.
Yes, first time I did actually hit the gym. Then I came here tomorrow. I would say the first thought in my mind was, that's impressive.
Yeah.
It really is.
Now, give me your thoughts on the CS for this event, because, you know, Spirit, they're on the rise right now, you know?
Yeah.
Couple of big trophies to their name. Vitality need a bit of a bounce back in it. Where's your mind siding on all of this?
Okay, my mind is there that Vitality is actually going to bounce back.
Okay.
And we're going to have resurgence of Falcons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
you're not going to bust out Monacy and as well as, you know, Nico and then Kyosuke now as well, who's playing banging in the server. You're not going to bust them out another event like that. Not happening.
So you saying that we're going to get a Vitality Falcons final?
Well, that would be great to have like a Melbourne rematch. Hey, I'd be all for it. I'd be all for it.
All right, well, I'm going to catch up with you and let you enjoy more of this later on, though. We'll keep catching up throughout it, but thank you very much for joining me. The Counter-Strike continues, the action continues, and everyone's here. But, oh, actually, one question.
Yeah.
Have you seen anyone with bigger biceps than you here so far?
I don't think so. But a security guard came up to me and was like, you hormones?
Of course.
So that was fine.
We'll see. We'll check in with you on Sunday.
Thank
Maybe
you.
he does find someone.
A big matchup with bigger stakes here between FaZe and Aurora. raging through Inferno, Mirage, and potentially an Overpass, which tickles my fancy by the end of this series if we can get there. Both these teams having only one map played on Overpass so far, both of them coming through. FaZe with a loss to VP online that was mentioned by the desk, and Aurora smashing Heroic as well. So uncertainty is what this series promises.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, map pool is an interesting discussion in this one. Aurora, the team that was maybe hurt the most by the removal of Anubis, their former home map, out of the pool, right? And now Overpass in. Gonna get to see them play that a little bit more and how it's looking since that departure. Inferno has been kind of the replacement for this Aurora squad. That's where we're starting. And this is also a map that FaZe Clan don't really like, both in terms of results and just as individuals. I've said in a few content pieces this year, they do not like Inferno.
Definitely been some of their most devastating losses as well. If you look to some of the large tournaments and the eliminations, it's been some bad moments for FaZe on this map. So scary time to be a FaZe fan. It always is. Brokey comes up with a double down mid. But there's still damage done, and we know how quickly these rounds can turn on Inferno with the player out apps, but also Madra and Underpass hearing Elige running back. I'm getting a little bit scared for Elige. Caught off guard, poking out the pit. Cardia with a nice shot. That bomb can still go B. Oh, nice.
Frozen held, and now they know where Carrigan is. He's got the bomb down, but 6 HP to try and win this round with.
Almost out apps.
He's going to try and pick his position well. He knows he needs the first kill cleanly. What's weird here is there's still a Molotov and a smoke. Molly in the pit, Carrigan's round is over.
Yeah.
Do you want to play contact here if you're Aurora? One thing they have is the element of surprise. They're hoping they can get the drop on Carrigan, who steals himself away for now. Drop down, they hear him, and Madja there to pick it up. That is one hell of a turnaround for Aurora. 2 kills from Brokey to open.
Yeah.
Past that point, everything comes up in their favor.
That's what I said in that 3v4. It's far from safe, right? With Cardia deep in apps, with Madja down in the pit, Elige not considering it. Too many open runways for Aurora, and Frozen punished with that B push. Well played by Aurora to recover. And FaZe take a full eco. It's the right call. Get your guns in ASAP. Some teams have had some rough draws here. And even though FaZe, if you look at rankings, are higher than Aurora, have had better results more recently, I guess. Mainly due to Dantara's missing Cologne. I still think this is not the best matchup for FaZe in terms of what they would have wanted, right? Facing a firepower-heavy team with very strong T-sides, with a team that plays pack really well, especially on a map like Inferno. This is going to be a hard game today for FaZe. It's also a matchup where every single time we see this happen, they trade wins. Both these teams, neither of them winning 2 in a row until the first time, since the first time these two teams faced. Like back-to-back, talking Copenhagen Major. Every match since has just been one for Eternal Fire / Aurora, one for FaZe, one for Aurora, one for FaZe, just back and forth. And FaZe won the last one. So is that a good sign? Probably not.
I think in terms of style, some like similarities between these squads. And with Aurora, you maybe have a bigger degree of comfortability in your roles. Carrigan looking to start this off with a bang, all the way down through Banana. He's taken this control away. FaZe have said, one of the reasons they don't like this map is you're waiting behind smokes a hell of a lot, and so Carrigan's trying to do that as little as possible.
Oh, nice catch for Elige. Double top balcony. Elige jumps off, so they're not going to be... Whoa, I was going to say they're not going to clear rain. Maybe feeling like he got spotted as well. Elige gets a second kill in the boiler before FaZe depart. Very hard 3v5 to win all of a sudden, but long opened up. FaZe looked to close it with 3 players there. Although in the meantime, Carrigan is still on his own.
Re-clearing mid late in the round. And even though Woxic and Xantares side by side, not the guns for the job. Karrigan gets the drop on Maja on the deep push through Banana, and so it doesn't take long for FaZe Clan to get on the board.
Yeah, always unexpected when a player commits down bottom B because it opens up a path to a very quick B play. You feel like you have to rotate out the site when you have that control. And so CTs often don't commit with it, but FaZe are playing pretty active on A, right? They got that double kill on Porch. They smoke short, then they re-aggress on long, looking to keep info the whole time in the round, never wanting to be in the darkness.
Yeah, especially with the safety net of Karrigan so deep down Banana, like you say. It also just means he wouldn't get hung out to dry. You know, like if that is the B play when they clear top mid, you have 3 players aggressing, able to help on those mid fights. And so a nice set of reactions there for FaZe Clan. Karrigan again. No waiting around, no rest for the Wicked. Xantares caught by Karrigan's aggression.
Yeah, that's great. On the smoke fade, Xantares a frustrating way to start the game. Doesn't get to play the round. Maja takes his gun, and Aurora look elsewhere. But again, getting stalled out on mid control. Leash behind the long smoke, and just getting cycled smokes on short here. FaZe try to force Aurora into these long setups yet again. 2 players in position. Karrigan alone at B. With info still. Ugly from Jota. Can't really fire off. And Elige goes for info yet again in middle. 40 seconds. Aurora's strung out right now. Karrigan calling for a rotate. Trying to play things by the book. Aurora getting closer, but still spread thin. No trades available in this setup. Bomb might just be lost. That feels like the round. 20 seconds. And so Aurora throw in the towel.
I mean, Madge has obviously been someone that's been under a bit of a microscope in the Aurora jersey, posting some like super rough games. So going to be taking a look at that as this one continues. Because I'm thinking back to Aurora when they were really in full swing. I'm talking, you know, start of the year. Made the finals out in Bounty. And went on a streak of playoff runs. And it felt like in that kind of golden time period for them, Maja was great in clutches in particular. I remember a lot of sick Maja, you know, 1v2s. The 1-4 style he likes to call was working really well, and it felt like it was complementary because then when he was left in those clutches, he would pull through. And I think you've kind of seen less and less of that as time's gone on.
Sure.
You know, in this team, when you're surrounded by the players you are, you don't have to be top of the board. You just can't afford to be entirely quiet.
We're in a time in CS where in-game leaders have to frag. That much has been made clear by the best teams in the world. We look at Apex, when Vitality are winning everything, he is dishing out a lot of output. I think Blitz has really raised his stock this year. And Chopper as well, in the last couple of finals for Spirit, has had extremely good games as an individual. So,
I mean, yeah, back at Blast, right? There was the game where kind of Donk was really slow to get going and Chopper took control of the entire game.
Can't be quiet. Not in this day.
All right, let's see what these hero guns can do. It's labored in this round as they try to work their way in through short. They know about Rain in the pit. It's Elige up here on balcony that's meant to be a bit of a nasty surprise in this bait and switch setup, and there were 3 prongs to it. But the pace doesn't get picked up after that first kill. Aurora slowed down.
FaZe are a bit in the dark here. They don't know about long. They're scared of B. That smoke is fading. Frozen has nothing more, so Brokey must go back. That leaves a comm. The long is open. There is a gap. In the back of FaZe's head, they're scared about the wrong site. Maja makes steps at Banana. And yeah, Brokey doesn't buy it. Straight back to A. 15 seconds. These 2 rifles have to make a dent.
Free kill on Xantares. Follow up on both rifles. Rain in the pit. Showers Aurora. In 5-5-6, he finishes it off with a 4th. And so FaZe Clan go ahead and sport this early lead.
Looking very comfortable right now for FaZe. Had no individual moments really for Aurora. No flashes of brilliance. Very early in the day for sure. still, FaZe holding strong on each and every one of their positions. Mixed buy here for Aurora after those hero guns, only 3 AKs. But I think Inferno is the best map to try and get away with these kind of risky, aggressive purchases. Something the Mongols do a lot, because you know you can play these pop rounds where MAC-10s and pistols can lead the charge. But again on the boost, Elige putting down work with the AK. 2 kills over the smoke before he departs. Here's the Yaps push. Finds a third headshot. Elige looking solid right now.
I mean, he just one-man armied the entire round. Sure, he has support from Rain, like stopping the spillover. But that is a beautiful 3K from Elige. Gets thrown up on that boost. And then makes quick work over Aurora.
Oopsie.
Kill back for Woxic, sure. A little bit of danger on the round now. We'll have room to work with here and a chance to get this bomb planted. What can Woxic achieve? This was 1v4 as it begins. Southpaw swings wide and right into Frozen. So no love for him in that clutch. Put down after the plant.
Just consistent for FaZe so far. 4-0 lead, or 4-2 lead rather. 4 in a row since the rifles.
You know, I think for FaZe Clan, I'm looking kind of intently because the results in Cologne, you know, sure, they fall to Na'Vi, but they were close to making the playoffs there. And I think you're always going to hold FaZe to a higher standard than that. But this is a team that have been struggling for a minute now. And one of the things you always hear from FaZe Clan whenever they've spoke about their big moments throughout the career is this idea of, yeah, we weren't even talking to each other. We just kind of knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
I feel like they've always had such a clear identity and knowledge of how each player likes to play. And that's why, as we had some role shuffles, you even had Carrigan in the midpoint of the year taking more control and micromanaging more, right? All of that kind of chipped away at the standard FaZe Clan identity. Then you bring Simple in at the major. That was eye-opening, at least, for this FaZe Clan squad. And so I hope that as they kind of find themselves again and how they like to play, we can see the very best of FaZe Clan come back out. I don't think you're ever truly ready to fully give up on this team. That's the thing. You're always buying in slightly.
Yeah, you know me.
Even at the darkest of hours, which, you know, FaZe are kind of in right now.
Yeah, I like that you talk about Cologne because, yeah, sure, they lose to Na'Vi. They lose to Na'Vi twice, but that came off the back of Makazi pop-offs and, you know, new Na'Vi on a honeymoon right there. And if you actually look at FaZe's wins over Aurora, over Liquid, man, they were dominant. They destroyed Aurora, 13-1 on one map, 13-10 on the other. The Liquid games were not even close. Neither map there.
Yeah, and they started back in the first stage, which is more games. And sure, like, you know, they're favorites in those matchups, but things can go wrong very easily.
Yeah, the ceiling for FaZe has been the question, not the floor as much. Not often a team to lose to an underdog, but Aurora are on their level. They look to level the playing field here in this A play. Popping out of apartments, denied by Elige. Brokey catches one through the smoke of the pit. 4v2, Aurora strung out again, split. They try and regroup in middle. Do FaZe realize they have the bomb? Carrigan and Frozen checking out that B bomb side again. I don't think they actually have the info just yet, but this round is already set up perfectly for FaZe.
I think, you know, this is kind of the Major effect. Like, when he's alive, you know he quite likes going on these big reroutings, and so just a little paranoid that he might be on one of these late B-lurks. They find him now at the long side, and FaZe keep it clean. Since the Rifles have made that first appearance, it's been nothing but success.
Yeah, clean is the right word. Not had Aurora get more than 2 kills in a round, and they only did that once in this 5-round streak. Love the body blocking apps. Very annoying to get out and do those apps pops. Play the balcony in the current Inferno.
That's perfect timing. They might come.
Carrigan calling the next move. I think he said they might come B because we've got a triple B for FaZe and we've got an Aurora who look interested. Brokey with the AWP here. The read is right. The nades connect and FaZe still sit back with 3 in the sight. Oh, that helps. That definitely helps.
Flash in, Brokey, full blind. And I mean, he's hit 2 blinders here at top banana. The wall bang on a Jota, now a full blind follow-up onto Xantares. Brokey hasn't even seen an opponent yet, and he's got 2 kills to his name. They're just going to leave him to anchor the B site and once more free up players to rotate. They're about to assemble a 4-man stack here that Aurora would have to break through, and that's with low health on Wacardia. Maja looking worse for wear too. And more aggression. Karrigan in through the back line.
Lovely.
Maja just turned to try and watch that, and Karrigan's able to long out the fight.
Karrigan's impact kills have been great, right? It's not like crazy numbers, but just getting the most important kills in the rounds right now, it feels like. That's good info. But Wacardia is so low, it's on the shoulders of Woxic, and he's already gone. Rain follows up from the pit. No matter who's in the pit, him or Elige, they're putting up multi-kills every single time. Aurora are looking flat.
Dude, we heard the comm from Karrigan, right? Anticipating a B hit. Has the stack in the right place. Brokey's here for the wall bang and the full blind kill. That AWP has a lot of value. And then, dude, with Rain and Elige playing like this, I don't know how you're going to break through this A site. They're both looking lights out. There's 19 kills on the 2 of them. And those are your 2, you know, like rock pieces at this A side of the map. Aggression out of the top mid. Rain has a chance to pad the stats even more. Flash dodge. Xantares once more fed to the wolves. He just can't get any purchase on this game. There's Elige and Rain again. This tag team tearing through Aurora, and it's not even close.
4 from Rain once more, and that's a con where, you know, Xantares is saying he's not blind. He flash mid, he's not blind. Dodged it perfectly behind the pillar.
This looks so threatening. This is so scary. This is worst case for Aurora. Xantares has been getting kind of wrecked in these openers. He's kind of what you were expecting to be the missing piece from that Cologne head-to-head. You were hoping that him arriving was a chance to beat up on FaZe Clan. But if you think about the last few rounds, he got full blind shot by Brokey. Then flash dodged by Rain, the first to fall on the Rain 4K out in top middle.
This has been a map that's been letting FaZe down, and while we're nowhere near the finish line, it's FaZe's T-sides that have done their best work. They've really struggled on this defense. So seeing...
It's kind of hard to struggle on the defense when your 2 A players are just destroying the opponents single-handedly.
Yeah, and Aurora have barely even touched this B bomb site, if you remember that as well. Last time they really went there was the anti-eco.
Yeah.
So it certainly helps that the game plan is working perfectly for FaZe. Shutting down A play after A play. Even FaZe going back to a B stack. They had 4 players there, just in case. Elige handing over some utility, perhaps. Because even FaZe don't think this one's going to keep coming. Frozen left alone at Banana now. But it is that late B take for Aurora, finally. And so FaZe play aggro in middle, behind the Molotov. Karrigan up close. Limited support. Brokey's got his boiler. That's about it.
Back turned on Wacardia. Brokey with the support, and Elige comes barreling through after the fact. It just feels really tidy there for FaZe Clan. Aurora, as they go out through mid, fighting a whole army of FaZe players, and now Frozen letting them cross in, decides not to play through, not to play on. Just going to use the 4v2 and try and play this safe. They group up here on a flank in through the ruins. Keen trade for Elige, who continues a reign of terror. And that leaves Maja alone. Looking for an unlikely clutch here as he is sandwiched by FaZe Clan in the top of Banana.
Even though I kind of want Frozen to go through it, it's kind of in the DNA of FaZe for him to do so, to catch that bomb at the back. I love that he's called off. Maybe Elige says, hey, come back, play with me. Let's just play the numbers. 4v2. They trade out one more kill. They put Maja in an unwinnable clutch. It's just by the numbers for FaZe right now.
Well, dude, the thing that's really nice is they're playing super tethered in all of these rounds, right? And that feels like it's kind of the approach. Karrigan is the one who is always going to be the furthest afield, right? He's like the one who will go down, and if he gets one kill and then you're able to trade him, that's good, that's fine. That's really all the mileage you need. Outside of that, Rain and Elige have been glued together in some of these A-side holds. There, Frozen slowing down for Elige to meet up with him. This makes it's harder to get lost in what you're trying to do when you're playing back-to-back.
Can Aurora find a route into this game? Because an absentee side on their map pick is not part of the course, does not track with the numbers. Their best map since the removal of Anubis. Roki just dodges, climbing over the balcony in time, but Aurora getting closer, and he's missed that chance to get a free shot off. Smoke comes in, Aurora almost have to push through.
Okay, that's a huge pickup for Xantares. Been a while for him to get the ball rolling, but dealing with rain is no small feat. Carrigan dead as well. Missed shot for Brokey, but Elige suddenly offers up the goods. 2 kills from him. Brokey with a no-scope in the downtime. They can't get past this hold. Elige doesn't miss a beat. And Magic can't take a breath. 40 seconds left as he's sandwiched on the long side.
Might have had it, got stuck on the wall.
That's Big John, man, and Brokey down in the pit. Brokey should have been dead, right?
He missed the no-scope.
He missed the first no-scope
like, yeah,
and got another chance.
And then he no-scoped again? That's cocky right there. He goes back for a second. Elige even falling off the box. They don't realize the pre-aim is off. Beautiful.
Maybe now they can be.
I think they have to. It's their last chance. They're laid out a spawn, Harry. They're going back to buy nades. Maybe now they can be. Elige 16-3, Rain 14-5.
I don't think Rain and Elige can believe it. Like, with the game they're having, I bet a part of them is thinking, why do they keep coming to us? Yeah. Like, this is not going well. Carrigan has been fighting down Banana. Frozen has 4 kills. And Xantares, man's eaten a magnet before this game. Ooh. He can't catch a break. Oh, God. Carrigan farming support from Frozen. And it's just Maja, a sad state of affairs for this T-side. Aurora, the only rounds they find are the pistol. And past that, it's all FaZe Clan.
Well, they try to come B. And it ends at the bottom of Banana. Maja trapped behind double smoke, and there's more grenades to rub salt in the wound. Nothing to do here but die, and Carrigan will come to deliver. Great flash. Maja, he knows what's up. FaZe 10-2, a beautiful 10-round streak on their CT side.
Yo, Ooch.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Well, FaZe have said they hate Inferno because it's a lot of waiting behind smokes. What if you don't wait? What if you push through the smoke and you meet Aurora head on? They get out with a banging CT side, 10 rounds in a row. As now they move on to the T-half. This is Aurora's map pick, one that by the numbers, they should be faring well on. You didn't see any of that in that first half.
Yeah. Looks like a very uncomfortable Aurora, to be honest, right? Like, FaZe are hitting hard, no doubt about that, but Aurora just nothing connecting and incessant A-hits into the top two performers of FaZe. Frozen says, I want to play the game, and they win the round with a single kill. If FaZe go...
Oh, what Elige? You're looking at that, really? Carrigan's been fed to him. Elige tries to get away, and that bomb is going B.
Oh.
Okay.
Sure.
That's insane.
17-3 on Elige. Is this when FaZe come alive? In the single elimination format where there's nowhere to hide. Where it's win every game. And FaZe say, all right, bet. Elige on the backstab is hurt by Wakadia, but gotta move quick to make this one happen with no kit. Double pull setup, and he's not cleared it either. He's got to pick his poison. And it kills him. Wakadia just exits. FaZe, they bring us the pistol. 11 rounds in a row.
Are they going to pop a technical 13-0 on Aurora's map pick?
Oh, it's just...
Dude, everyone's so... Like, even Frozen,
not even playing.
Barely got to do anything. His first half was... Look at the kill feed, and Elysian Rain have won the round. Go back to B. Ah, Elysian Rain won the round. And all of a sudden...
Banana, he's won the round.
All of a sudden, he's now hitting shots as well. You were kind of hoping that Rain and Elige would slow down. Not that more players for FaZe would come alive in this second half.
Can't tell if Brokey's talking or chewing gum. Maybe a bit of both here, but... Aurora gets swallowed whole. Wakadia dead first. FaZe with top banana control for free. No smokes left to buy time here for Aurora. They just have to gamble. And so, Magic makes a move.
Well, imagine if Brokey just has an open mic while he's chewing.
Yeah, he's not talking. He is just chewing.
FaZe said, man.
Those are big chews, bro. Look at the chews.
How it feels to chew all 5 gums. Aggression down through mid. Brokey and Elige.
Oh,
gonna catch the tail end of it. Jota with a couple. That's the bomb lost as well. Carrigan and Frozen, the B-side duo from that first half now need to be the A team.
Oh, a nade into the pit here, down the stairwell would do it, wouldn't it? But the guns are out. Jota looks for the fight. Carrigan jumping, gave him a free pluck.
Nade.
There it is. There it goes. 12 in a row. Finish them, FaZe. It just feels meant to be. Aurora, man, this hurts. I mean, just uninspired, quiet individuals. Not one moment you can point to in this entire map. I can't think of a multi-kill. They've had 3 in the game, 2 from Wakadia, 1 from Maja. And they were probably on the first 2 rounds. FaZe go back up Abs, back up B, getting the whole map under their control immediately. 2 M4s for Aurora to battle. Banana retaken, the util is good. This isn't FaZe desire anyway. Making it look like they want to retake this space. But even if Frozen does, they're just wasting time. This is a nice idea here. It might not even come into play. As Aurora, a weak setup for an Apps pop. Not something you'd expect against 5 AKs or 5 rifles. But FaZe look interested.
Solo aggression into top mid. Xantares fed the way of Elige. Vicadia and Jota trying to play together here for trades, but Rain has closed the distance out through the apartments. That was a pretty good chance for Rain. It's just eluded him, but it's info here. They know where both players are. Rotate's starting to arrive for Aurora, who are desperately looking for a third round, and they will pick it up.
Well, they break the streak, Harry. They break the streak. It took 12 rounds in a row from FaZe for Aurora to even show up with rifles. And you may get some warm-up rounds for that second map, some consolations here down the stretch as FaZe's money is completely gone. But that still just feels like all it will be here for Aurora.
I mean, in this type of series, with how the map pools kind of intersect, it was one where you were imagining that like both teams would win their map pick, it would be settled on the decider of Overpass. Vicadia is giving a lot of signs of life here in the tail end of this game. It's been a long time coming. He's on for the ace, and Brokey's lost his gun.
Brokey
so
no weapon.
Not going to be much of a fight here for Vicadia. It's been retrieved.
Let him have it.
Vicadia with all 5. Some promise, a light at the end of the tunnel perhaps, as he looks to get reactivated in the tail end of Inferno. Now it's a long way from the comeback here for Aurora. A very, very long way. So we're not going to entertain it yet. But you at least want Vicadia feeling more comfortable, because you went from having no one standing and delivering to Vicadia standing on business in a push down through mid.
Yeah, but even if FaZe don't clock it, it doesn't matter.
York second.
They've got more buys in store.
Dude, Rain's baiting with a Glock in the hope that someone fights and then the Deagles can have a go at them.
Oh.
Instead, it's just nades from Madja. A clean round out of Aurora. 5 alive versus the Pistols.
This is where FaZe just need to avoid any worries in this map. Close it out while the times are good, while the vibes are high.
Counter-terrorists win.
Reflashes for Carrigan to get them up banana. But the grenades are strong for Aurora, putting FaZe down to 50 and below. Again, not set up for the
Look at the duo, though. The ducking duo. And no one looking at apartments.
Ooh.
You're so vulnerable to a contact play. You're hoping that there's a flash. There's something to telegraph the apps here. Yeah, Carrigan goes and gets the info. And now Elige and Rain bound out through the apartments. They know about the short side stack. They know there's 3 here. Woxic with a no-scope. There's the follow-up. Head on a swivel now as he looks for Frozen as the third. And Frozen can't bait the shot out of him. Woxic gets his time in the limelight with a stellar sequence. 3 from the AWP.
Oh, if FaZe just swung early, they would have just won that round. It was getting down into the pit. It was trying to play it a little bit too slow, arguably. Top of the balcony. Great move for Rain to get 2 kills off of it, but Elige is a little late to trade, and Woxic hit some bangers off the back of the no-scope. Late activations, more of what we expect from Aurora, none of which we got in that T side.
It's, yeah, you have not left yourself a lot of time to switch back online in this series. It's very, very promising, but it is a marathon here for Aurora. They just don't want to let the game close up too fast, too soon. So letting Neo be involved here in this low econ round is where they really like to use him for his input. So let's see if the brain power of Neo and Carrigan combined can make something happen here. thing that is nice too, after a pause like that, Aurora are expecting something, some little pocket strat, and so this is a far more reserved start to the round. No effort to fight for mid early, super passive over towards this A site, and a reaction now at kind of the minute mark down through Banana to take this space away.
Burnt a lot of util. They have one smoke and one incendiary left in this round. It's going to come down to the gunfights here for Aurora. Flash to play it, but FaZe split into spawn.
Oh, it's cheeky. Xantares, he's not started strong here in this series. It looked like he was going to be the one that had to step up.
Oh, God.
These players back in the spawn are actually making a return towards this A site with Rain, finding success in through the apartments. Just going to miss this timing. No, he's back on it in time. Rain has no business getting that, and Watsik, he's hit some blinders, but this is the tallest task yet. They're all around him. Frozen with the kill. Neo and Carrigan with the call to wrap the spawn, fake that B hit, link back up with Rain in the apartments, and that leaves just 2 for Aurora. Is it all over here? Delayed gratification, not quite the 13-0. But if they stop Xantares, they dominantly run away with Aurora's map pick, and it's not even close.
Oh, Mel, there's so many things we could just tell you about this first map of play. Zontera's non-starter, Aurora not picking it up and getting it going whatsoever, or FaZe just showing up in an Ellie giggle, putting a big old smile on everyone's face. Pimp, Yanko, myself being Trace, we look at this first map of this series, and so far so good for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, there wasn't really a game, to be fair. I think FaZe Clan obviously won it in the first half and finished it off in the second. At no point did I feel it was competitive. Aurora won the pistol, converted. From that moment, Elish had a nice multi-kill in round 3, and that kind of kick-started Vitality's first half. And as you can see, Santeros right there, that's probably how he... That's probably how he felt throughout that entire first half. Nothing worked out.
I think Aurora officially in crisis, man, on their T side.
Yeah.
Last 3 halves on the T side, they won 2 gun rounds.
Sick.
Right? Like they've on Dust 2 they won 4 rounds total. 3 of those came from pistol and converting. Here they won 2. That's pistol and converting the anti-eco. Right, and obviously there was the monumental collapse on Mirage against the Mongols, where they only won 1 round and then lost in overtime. So I think it's just going to be really hard for them. I think they feel it too. You know, you can tell it from the player cams too. Like they're unhappy. They don't have confidence in their T side whatsoever. I think Major has lost confidence in his own calling. Right, I think he's second guessing himself a lot here on the T side. The first time they tried fighting for Banana was in round 8. You know, it's like we're talking about Inferno, Trace. What the hell is going on, man?
I don't know. It almost appears you're lost across the map somewhere. Like you have no actual response for the questions that FaZe is putting you through right here, Jacob.
Yeah, one thing is losing confidence in your calling and not being able to get anything done on the C side, but it's also like not having the tools right now. Like none of the players, I feel like, helped out Major to open up any of the rounds. You look at Santeros, we spoke about him, you know, they're a different team when he's on it, but to be fair, anyone could replace Santeros in this one. Didn't do much to help out. Voxic have moments, you know, where he can pop off with the AWP, but it's always reactionary. It's not him coming in and opening up the rounds and trying to change the tide of the game. He also relies on Santeros to open up something, and I feel like as much as I want to blame Major for not calling well, obviously...
Yeah, but what is this? Look at this, right? This is the first gun round. This guy just jumps out with the Mag 10, and his teammate is jiggle peeking like from Boiler. Why doesn't he swing behind him? Like, he just died. Like, Voxic just died. This is the gun round after that. What is this? Like, I mean, they try to do a fast mid pop through the smoke. And I think this was just anti-strat from FaZe because they're playing roof. They're playing porch 2 times, almost 2 gun rounds in a row, really, right? So there's a little bit of that involved. But that's what I mean when we talk about, even, you know, from the previous game, sort of like you can't blame the players too much if what you're doing as a team doesn't make sense. Now, this could have also just been someone misunderstanding, you know, the second player in Boulevard not understanding that he's supposed to swing, that his teammate was going to jump over for him so he can get the trade, right? But that's also, where's the focus in the first gun round on the first map that you have in a single elimination tournament? Like, you just have to, these are things that cannot happen. Like, these are major lapses in, you know, preparation, concentration. Like, bro, if you're not focused for the first gun round of the game, like, what are you doing? Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
you got to set
tired. What's going on, right?
You've got to set a precedence in some ways. Jacob, I'm looking at you to kind of give us some sort of answer here. Did you like the triple play underneath the porch side of Inferno there?
I mean, yeah, I did like what FaZe was showing on the CT side. You can't really take anything away from them. You know, they punished it.
And then you also you see that, right? So these 2 rounds pass. What's going to happen the round after that? What do you think FaZe thinks Aurora is going to do? Gonna fight for Banana. So now you can send 3 guys B, you send Brokey there, he's doing damage with the AWP, picking them off. It's like, that's the thing, when you have to take into account like how a team is playing, what are the calls, and how difficult is it for the other side to sort of make an educational guess at what they're going to do. Here, it wasn't really that difficult for FaZe sort of in terms of what to expect, right? And then the players were in good positions, and of course that they executed well on the CT side. Yeah. Especially, he was an absolute menace, but I don't know, it just felt very, very weak from Aurora.
But that's also a byproduct of Rain and Elish combining for 32 kills in that A-bomb side in the first half. You know, obviously they kept on trying and trying and trying. You see another guy jumping through a smoke, not happy with that one, Yanko, but at some point you got to try out Banana, right?
I'm happy about a lot of things, Jacob. I don't know if you can
tell. That's fair. I can tell your mood is not at the peak right now, nor is Aurora's T side.
Can always be the day.
No, that's true, but I will say, you know, as much as I do agree with Aurora not playing well and making an awful lot of mistakes, I also do think that FaZe looked great great. You know, I think the individuals from FaZe were able to punish every single little mishap that came out of Aurora, and I think we've seen a FaZe clan throughout this season that, you know, had they played this game and had Aurora offered this many mistakes, then they wouldn't always be able to punish it. You know, Elise is playing significantly better the last couple of tournaments. Ever since Brokey came back in, he's seemingly getting up there. Rain, I think, is the most improved player coming out of the player break within the FaZe camp. I was ready to cut him off the team, you know, saying that if you don't step it up, then you have to leave FaZe clan. But he's stepping it up now, played well in Cologne, plays well here. So I think there is bright sides to it, you know, from FaZe clan. And as much as I want to hone in on Aurora playing like shit, then, you know, there was also a positive here in FaZe.
Yeah. What happened to you, man?
Yeah, what happened, Jacob? You used to be
one
so
Iron
happy.
Man, and now you're full of joy.
Well, I'm next to you. I have to try, man.
Wow, all right.
Well, while I let these two figure out whatever in the heck is going on that sofa, yeah, we're talking about Major dad buffs, and I'm not talking about Rain. I want to talk about Major. Let's hear from him before this match starts.
That buff is gone.
Aurora going into their first matchup here at the Esports World Cup, and they're going up against FaZe Clan. Of course, it had to be FaZe Clan, but before we get into the game, Major, I need to ask you. Just recently, you guys added a performance coach, an analyst, extra support you guys have been needing and wanting, but what changes that brought so far for the team?
Yeah, like you said, we just add a mental coach, a performance coach, and an analyst for this second part of season.
Yeah.
It's been like maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks that they're with us.
Okay.
But it's the first tournament
that
we are face to face in real life. So we're gonna see. It's the first test for us. Like you said, obviously it's FaZe again, spicy match. And we will see like the result tonight. Yeah.
Having this analyst and having a performance coach, does it take some of the stress away from you? Because you are the man doing everything for this team.
Yeah, obviously, like I still do my analyze, etc. But the analysts do a really great job and helping also my teammate individually. The performance coach is also a mental coach, so this is what we needed also a lot last season, to be honest. So it's just the beginning. Like it's not been a lot. Like it's been like 3 weeks. It's just new. So it's a long-term work. Hopefully, both parties can profit of that, and we will see. Yeah.
Now, last time you played FaZe, it was in Cologne, but you didn't have Zontares. In general, though, it's always been tough games against FaZe. Why is that? Why is this that a team that you can't find the solutions for?
I think obviously FaZe is a great team, individually and as a team also. It's always spicy match. Only on Major, I think in BO1, it was more easy side for us. But in BO3, the map pool, they have a good map pool.
Yeah.
So that's why sometimes it's difficult for us. So we'll see spicy matchup again, like I told you, and may the best team win tonight.
Is it the best team going to be Aurora, though?
Hopefully, I hope, yeah.
Hopefully.
I will do my best for that.
I know you will. You always do. Thank you very much for your time, man, and good luck going into the game.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Face to face, FaZe to FaZe. Well, right now they are firmly in control of this series. Guys, we're going to jump into that second map. Let's talk about Mirage and how it could possibly be any different than the 13-1 scoreline we got just a few weeks ago.
Take it away, Yanko.
To Yanko, of course.
Well, we'll have to see. Maybe I think just Aurora has to snap out of it. And also, luckily, I mean, I don't know what they picked. I'm guessing CT side, right? So they will have to play that dreaded T side. And the last time they played CT side of Mirage, they were up 11-0 against the Mongols. Still wasn't enough to win the game, but the CT side was pretty good.
And that's rough. That's a rough way to go about losing a game, Jacob.
It is a rough way, you know, and that's going to be something that, as you said, like that's going to scar a team coming into a matchup like this and coming into the map of Mirage again. Hopefully they get a good CT side. I think FaZe have looked better. You know, I think Elise said coming into this game as well that he feels that the level of play is getting better. The results are not there yet. I just hope to get confirmation of that. I want to see FaZe win a game, you know, win conviction. I want to see them take down Aurora in a sense where I can start to believe that they are actually trending upwards, because it's kind of mixed signals they're sending right now. Players are saying it feels more comfortable. Rain is playing better. Elise is playing better, but the results are still average. So I want to see something that actually adds up.
And, you know, Aurora got a performance coach and everything. That guy's going to need some time.
And an analyst.
Before he can have some impact, I think it's fair to say. But, you know, if FaZe had a performance coach, what you should just focus on is, guys, the playoff. We are in the playoffs already. There's no lower bracket to go into to make your little run that you guys like to do. Like, you're already in the playoffs, so you have to be good straight away. And it seems like it worked, at least for the first map. So hopefully for FaZe clan, right, they can continue. It's just been the inconsistencies, you know, that have been really painful to watch if you're a FaZe clan fan, where it can look really good on one map in a best of 3 and then you go on to the next map, and all of a sudden the magic is gone, and then the collapse happens, and in the third, on the decider, they're nowhere to be seen. It's happened too many times for them this season, and it's just something that you can't really have, especially in a team full of experienced players.
And I think that's the most worrying part as well, as you speak about the inconsistency, but also what we heard from the team after Cologne, and especially what we heard from Kerrigan after the Blast Bounty, where they lose that game to Virtus.pro. It almost feels like when you speak to them, they don't know what's wrong. You know, they have no clue. Kerrigan was saying during Cologne that, yeah, we've been working on communication, you know. When Simple got into the team, he realized that maybe he has to be a little bit more harsh and take more control of the team. That all sounded well, you know, but in Cologne didn't really work out, didn't get the result they wanted. Spoke to him again during the bounty, and he just said, I almost don't know, you know. You get the impression that he has no clue what's going on, what's wrong within FaZe Clan. So if they show another time up here, Yanko, and shows inconsistency, that's when I'm gonna lose faith as well.
You know, Trace, you were there as well, the first ever CS2 tournament, right?
It's true, I was there.
In Sydney, and that was Elysian Complexity. And you know, when we heard Nico talk in the podcast about for FaZe, they need Elysian to be the guy and sort of do what he did in Complexity. Well, what happened what happened in Sydney when Complexity was in the final? Do you remember?
They got smashed on,
You remember what the crowd was cheering?
I remember some of the things they were saying. I don't know that I can appropriately say them.
They wanted someone to rub his head. So maybe just, you know, some Rain or Carry, they need some sort of a ritual, right? With that, to bring it out in him, to bring it back.
Yeah,
I mean, him to pop off.
Rituals. Let's talk about those rituals, Jacob. But would you go rub Elysia's head right now for good luck, or how do you approach the situation?
I wouldn't touch him, you know. I wouldn't.
That's not what I would ask. I was asking for everyone at home.
I'll let Elysia do whatever he wants to do. To be fair, he's been playing well. You know, first map he was playing well. I think he's had a couple of games within the FaZe Clan jersey where he's popping off. Again, you speak of inconsistency. I think Elysia has been consistently delivering at an okay level, but not to the same degree as he was doing in Complexity. So I agree with Nico when I say that I want to see the best of Elysia. And we also have seen the rumors, you know, that are circulating that maybe Elysia, yeah, I mean, Twist, you know, Elysia, Twist coming back to FaZe Clan. I don't know.
Weird.
I don't know if there's any hold to that.
Well, let's just really get ahead of that one. Jacob, I want you to say out loud exactly what you just said right now.
Alone, man.
Let's get the rumor mill going.
I mean, Twist swapping with Elysia, that's been floated around as a possibility. Whether that's going to happen or not, I have no clue. But that's my whole point, you know. I need someone within FaZe Clan to give them a bit of that oomph, you know. And I think the only player right now who can do that is either Frozen or Elysia. The problem with Frozen is that he's a little bit too passive, I think, on the server. So the only one who can really do it is Elysia. Brokey is not going to get back to the level where he can dictate the game and consistently be up there with the best Overpass in the world. I think he's a placeholder for now, doing a decent job. So there's just too many question marks attached to FaZe Clan for me to really believe in him. However, I would love to see them beat Aurora 2-0 so I can start to.
Now, he did say it. He said those words. And how do you feel about that, Yanko?
Yeah, I think I have a hard time seeing Aurora dig themselves out of this hole, right? How their last game went before here, right? It's just something that it feels off. It feels like maybe
they look deflated.
Yes, it feels like the team has lost faith in Major maybe a little bit, you know? Like I don't know if
replace him, give him a break, and then bring him back in again.
Yeah, that's the classic minus Major plus Major, you know, move. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe they're trying to implement some different things with their analysts and trying to switch the way they play, and then Major needs some time to adjust to that. I'm not too sure, but it just seems off, as we said, especially on the T side, and you know, the frustration is visible on the face of the players.
Yeah, and then I'm looking at this as a team with shelf life, right? Both of these teams have their own qualms and their own dramas that they've got going on that keeps them from getting ahead in the server. But here and now, it looks like FaZe can lock this one out, Jacob. Do you agree or disagree? Not what you want. Do you agree or disagree?
I think they will. I think FaZe will beat Aurora. I agree with Yanko. You know, it looks like a deflated Aurora at the moment, and it's hard for me to see them turn it around. However, FaZe are experts at being inconsistent, so maybe we'll get to see a third.
I like that. So eloquently put. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Yanko. We do look to a break, and we look right about now. We're going to jump into that server sooner rather than later. It's Mirage.
Yeah, that's right. FaZe Clan looking for the 2-0, and if Elysia and Rain play how they just did, it's well within their grasp. Aurora, a very slow start to this series. Only Wakadia and Woxic giving you really any degree of faith. This is going to require something really special if they want to bounce back on FaZe Clan's map pick.
Yeah, that last map broke all the numbers. We'll see if this one continues in FaZe's way. 3-map win streak here on Mirage for Aurora. It's 4 losses in a row, including a 13-1 victory from FaZe on Mirage. So, yeah, the standard's set pretty high, but FaZe hitting hard on that previous map. Quick up con here. Xantara starting far stronger with a double kill, but FaZe do own the site. They just need to get that bomb back up con past jungle.
Broky's the one who has to cross here, though, and that's out through the connector. Elige providing cover, and he sees them trying to move in. Broky given a chance to execute. Second player back in the connector. He tries to chase down Maja, brings him low, and now looks to embark on this 1v2.
See ya.
Hangs around for a moment, but doesn't see the point in taking the fight here and now. He wants that bomb plant at bare minimum here.
Position is key here for Broky. Where's he going to lay his hat? Going back to the back of the site. One shot to Maja, but looking the wrong way. Caught off guard. A little awkward here for Broky. They're both coming together. He hasn't realized that yet. Needs to piece this one together quickly. It's wasting precious time as Aurora get closer in the bomb site now, surely. The realization setting in. Tag done. Maja gone. Kit on the ground. And Woxic 1v1 will save it for Aurora. Xantara's 5v3 afforded in connector is not in vain. And Aurora get another pistol in this series.
Yeah, wow, I forgot that was really where all their rounds came from. Back on Inferno after the 12-round streak.
Hard round to win, considering FaZe's position. Getting that bomb up con was a challenge enough, but Broky could just never cross into the site. So FaZe are happy to find a bomb plant. Look what it's allowed. A little AK. Couple of upgrades. Aurora with a second round AWP. Bold.
Yeah, it's not without its risks. But I mean, Woxic did have some nice moments on the AWP, on Inferno. And it was just kind of regretfully didn't really get to have it a lot, right? They hemorrhaged so many rounds in that first half that by the time they got to the side you kind of want him AWPing on, the game was basically over. And so trying to get the AWP in his hands early here is understandable for Aurora, especially when he's got the cash to do so. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them. Means to this Galil and the Tech-9s, he's a little vulnerable, and that's a big pickup for Frozen. The AWP now fires off. FaZe get the info. They have to pay the price for it.
Woxic might have to flick here. There's 3 players looking to trap on connector. Frozen finding Jota on the stairs. Woxic 2 kills deep, forced back into spawn. And that's allowed space to be taken. Frozen on 1 point of health moving in. Is it clean? Woxic just disallows. Flawless game right now for Woxic. Doing it all with this second round AWP, a high risk, but even higher reward for Aurora. Can they capitalize on his kills? 20 seconds for FaZe to make it in. They've got to go A. That's a crazy running D for Carrigan, but bomb dropped in round 1. Aurora save themselves. Wicardia saves the round and picks up Woxic's AWP to boot. Great round out of Woxic.
I mean, look, it might have been a while ago now, but Carrigan and Frozen know that this guy, when he's switched on, he can dominate games.
Question is, have Aurora woken up? Because it's just a empty game back on Inferno. No one giving us anything. No close rounds. Constant A.
I mean, dude, this is already feeling like a decisive improvement, and I know it's the exact same scoreline they got to last time, but this has just felt nice.
Yeah.
Woxic looking good, prioritizing bringing the AWP out. Probably feels like, you know, if they did a tiny bit more in that first half, and so he had the ground to kind of run up to put that AWP to work, like, he was looking really clean with it. And so a real chance to stretch his legs here, starting on the CT half, having that AWP from the get-go. And if Woxic can kind of keep the game burning long enough for the rest of the squad to switch online, really, I'm talking about Xantara's, you know, there's still some fight in Aurora yet.
You'd like to think so. And I think we're just flipping the script here when it comes to the win-loss on these maps. None of this mattering right now. It's all about form. Especially in a game like this where there are some very sharp individual players, two in-game leaders who have had trouble leading their squad to victory as of late. And so you, to a degree, are at the mercy of who's having an off day, who's having an on day. Now, last map, it was a Legion Rain. Could hear on Mirage, maybe it'd be Woxic. Karrigan blocked in B, mid-control taken from under. Aurora harassed with some utility, but don't look to overcommit to this position. Woxic rotating out of the window to go reinforced on the B-bomb site. And it's a good read right now for Aurora, with Bacardi even boosted up. A little surprise to catch FaZe on this B-pop.
Right place, right time for the Woxic AWP. Rain tried to round this corner, but a team flash stopped him in his tracks. Frozen's made it out deep, but they're not ready for this. They deal with the first man. It's the second player that looks to catch them by surprise. Frozen and Rain can't get past the Woxic Orb. This guy is lights out right now. 10-1 on Woxic.
Beast mode. I mean, it's one thing getting those couple of kills coming up connector from afar against Eagles, but that's up close and personal with the AWP just slamming shots down FaZe's face. Cross shot, and let's see these follow-ups. The jump caught, and then doesn't even switch off, just insta-scope on Rain swing. Woxic's here to play, and Aurora are all the better for it. 4-0 lead here. Different game now. FaZe won it, they're gonna have to earn it. Maybe single a limb, but it is not a BO1. Longing out Mirage and even an overpass, which is up in the air for both teams. Also FaZe, who don't even have a win to their name on that map. Awkward lost to VP online.
I mean, this is just a real treat getting to see Woxic play like this. You know, in this Aurora squad, you've seen him kind of change a little the old Woxic formula. Tried to get smarter with his game plan and really pick and choose his battles. And I think just matured and developed a lot as a player. But the thing that's really exciting here is this is more like the old school Woxic. This is more like the Woxic when he played alongside Karrigan and Frozen in that Mouse squad. Fast play out in towards the B site on Frozen, who's trying to sell a bit of a ruse here. Running low on ammo, running low on time, and even as Wakadia burns after the fact, it's this spillover in A that Aurora have to put a stop to. Woxic in the right place, just isn't missing. Every shot with purpose, every shot connecting. Rain's Deagle left as the sole survivor, and you know when you fire off that Woxic Orb, it won't be long till it's bearing down upon you. A rare missed shot. Let's Rain skirt by for now. He's got to take on Xantares and Woxic. Deals with the first. It's the Woxic Orb, the failsafe, the insurance policy. No matter how bad it gets, Woxic is there to bail them out.
Paying out every time for Aurora. Cash rich here on this CT
This is just
side.
such a rare type of carry. 12-1.
Just winning every round. 3 in a row.
He's not even celebrating anymore. Now it's just business, man. Like, this is what he's expecting of himself in these rounds.
Yeah, this is flow state for Woxic. Right place, right position, calling his shots, openers and closers here. And this is why Mirage can be so much fun on that CT side. We've all been there. Each coming out under, catches Wakadia, late peek, FaZe throwing an execute, but it misses. Oh, that gives it away entirely. This is a fake out. Woxic not only has players, they can peer over the stairs. They know this is nothing.
No, the lie that FaZe attempt to tell you, you just don't believe. You've seen evidence to the contrary, right? And so expect some movement here for Aurora as they don't feel bogged down at the A site like FaZe are anticipating. Carrigan trying to get out through the apartments. Zantares wins out that head-to-head. Rosen has found good space over on A, but this is the bomb here on Catwalk, and if Brokey falls, that's the round gone. So he has to back out of that fight. Woxic emerges. Don't go fight the guys. Con, surely! Swings it forward, Woxic cuts them in half. Frozen finally gets past him. With that AWP remove, they were hoping that could be the start of something. But Elige has been brought down low in the plant, and that's an easy walk over the finish line. 6-0, still flawless from Aurora.
Yeah, it takes smoke spam to get rid of Woxic, and even that is not enough. His job is done. Awkward for Brokey. I feel like he's going to get that kill if he can get the molly down to trap Madra and Edward. But like you said, that bomb on his back puts a uncomfortable amount of pressure. He knows if he dies in that fight, the round ends. So instead of taking a favorable kill, he just has to give it up. And it's desperation for FaZe. A bomb plant is all they can muster in that round. 3 alive. Woxic hyped. And just a different game now for Aurora when you have a player popping off. And something we were mentioning the first half of Inferno, it felt like there was no individual you could look to bail them out of a round, to get a multi-kill. There were 3 multi-kills in that entire first half. Relegated to those opening couple of rounds. Just decisive, clean victories for FaZe. Different game now. So how are FaZe going to solve this issue? Woxic has bought enough time for his team to activate. Give us a real series after all. Back on ramp, Elige. Been catching his kills. Back-to-back 5v4s found by Elige. Oh, and he even gets out. Second AWP for Aurora. Dawned on this A site. Retake on B. Looks like it's going to work perfectly for Aurora, despite the man disadvantage. FaZe walking into the powerhouse. When you hear this AWP fire off, that gives you false confidence as to Woxic's position. It's in Wakadi's best interest to sell it for him. FaZe coming out on this A split.
Woxic tucked at triple. Nails the first. More where that came from, though, out through the connector. It's a Wakadi, a backstab, hoping to save the day. Unable to do so. Finally, FaZe Clan break through. It takes them a long time. And it's one of only 2 rounds that Woxic hasn't been able to multi-kill in. And so finally, that's the breakthrough moment. Stuck in a one-and-done position out behind triple and can't stop the spillover. But his teammates Conside caught.
I think so.
Elige again, searching for that 5v4. He's scared with Woxic's proclivity to trade this kill, but smoke keeps him tamed for now. FaZe go for late mid control. Rookie bringing the bomb back to A. Aurora not wanting to stack too heavy. Do just keep things pretty standard. Team do love a gamble. They love to trust their captain's read, but This round, it could go anywhere. FaZe feigning mid-control to get Karrigan out under. Jota called upon in this A site as FaZe look to explode with a single flash.
Ooh, Woxic caught early. That AWP removed from play once more. And now it's down to the rest of Aurora to pick up the pieces. That's a awkward engagement there. Rain on the receiving end of it, and Frozen dinked up. Xantares gonna finish the job. And this is where things could get awkward if the rest of Aurora start coming alive. Woxic keeping them in the start of Mirage long enough. But now some rounds out of Jota. Xantares showing signs of life here, looking far better from Inferno.
Yeah, and even though Elige is 4 and 8, he started very slow in this game. That's 3 rounds in a row. He's found the 5v4, and it's been untraded every single time. So he's certainly done his job to a degree. But FaZe haven't been able to close the late rounds. Haven't been able to trade out onto Woxic too efficiently. And yeah, like you said, another player entering the conversation with a multi-kill from Xantares. It doesn't make life any easier. FaZe just try and go for a quick explode. Couple of smokes over this A site and out through the palace. Woxic, close orb. Good kill for Frozen. Makes this round interesting.
Let's see if this is blessed, this AWP.
Or cursed. Is it fingerprint recognition?
Frozen gets to wield it. So we're about to find out as the rest of the pistols try and pressure the con side. Frozen, one more back, but the job's not done yet. Xantares trying to make his way out through CT. Knows he's got Brokey pinned in. He's waiting for Wakadia, hoping that fight comes to him. And Elige backing off. Bomb not for him. Would have to catch these players crossing. Even though he finds Wakadia, an open defuse for Xantares, who arrives a little late. Hopping on it now, a buzzer-beating defuse with milliseconds to spare. Xantares able to just get that one over the line. Aurora keep the good streak moving in.
Oh, it doesn't make you feel good if you're FaZe. You felt like everything was there for the taking. Brokey got a little bit paranoid there. Lee just calling he smoked off in con, so he just swings out, trying to find Xantares, who's patiently waiting. And a milliseconds difference off that defuse. Elige could not deny it any faster. Heartbreaker of a round to lose. That could have been FaZe's way into this T side, but right now it is just nothing. NTs, that's all they've got. And Aurora, 8-1 up. Oh no, he missed that, but Frozen recovers and sees a second, can't finish it.
I mean, look, just like on Inferno for Aurora, there's really only 1 or 2 individuals giving you a lot of faith here for FaZe Clan, and Frozen's one of them. Elige has been good in the openers. Frozen out of the round, that's a lot of your firepower removed. The Brokey AWP now tries to make a difference. That's a big pickup on Xantares. They know that Magic should be here somewhere as well, and Brokey's going to follow through with a second.
Oh, here's a save. These kills are massive to break FaZe into this game. Double swing. Wakadia not ready to engage.
Brokey was the one who got that.
Oh my god, from short. Big round for Brokey. Those were quick shots. We saw that first one on bench. Millisecond reaction time. And reads Magic swing as well. So hey, a second AWPer has entered the server as FaZe fight for a 4-round half. What's this third one though? Ha! Robbed. Given Aurora's economy, that 4-round half, not an impossibility for FaZe.
No, and this is one of the tough things with MR12 is it doesn't take a lot to feel like you've let your opponent back in. Like moments ago, this was a damn near flawless half from Aurora, but losing that 1 round to break their money starts calling all of it into question. 4 rounds is enough to get by. That's what FaZe Clan is searching for.
Oh, burning out, they hear that, but FaZe just kick up the pace. Right up Cat into the 5-7. Magic gets a double. Pistols come out of nowhere. Everyone dies for FaZe in the blink of an eye. And Frozen's position known. How did that happen? I could not tell you. That was 10 kills in a second.
Before you even realize you're losing the round, you've lost the round if you're FaZe Clan.
They stop B and they stop short. Same time. Deagles land, 5-7s land. This was huge for Madja. 5-7 is brutal. And through the con smoke goes one more. That's one way to win a round. Forget FaZe's 4-round half.
Dude, it even snuck up on Woxic, and he's the fastest guy in the server. Even he didn't realize that they'd won that so quickly.
16-6, and he's got to pick back up. He's going to look for this ramp kill. Expecting a lead, not Brokey. Tight on the corner for a second. Brokey, great read. FaZe just flood the site. Cardi has something to say about it. Double of his own. Trapped out behind the box. Brokey,
oh my God.
Overwhelmed with a clean headshot.
To think you're going to lose this after the double opener from Brokey.
Yeah.
He secures a free, untradeable 5v3. Elige even gets one more in the madness. And then Wakadia just slams the hammer down. The A site is closed, FaZe Clan. And that just leaves Rain. Aurora do split up on this, so he's going to have a chance at 1v1s.
But he's not aware. Like, they've left him so much room. He's never going to realize this until they have bomb control from this reset. Cardia back to ramp. And by the time Rain picks up that package, he'll be hot on his heels. Rain can get this kill. It opens up a chance. But he doesn't go deep enough in spawn. Wakadia ready to finish off with 4.
Moving out ramp. Rain will hit a blinder, but he has no idea where Madja is. You can forgive him for thinking he's on this big flank. Instead, Madja's just been waiting at the spawn the entire time. Usually found at that B site. Rain anticipates the wrap round, and there's Madja playing it late. A big clutch to lock in double digits for Aurora.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Out of nowhere, an Aurora appears in the night sky here at EWC, a 10-round CT side after getting absolutely destroyed on their map pick. This is not a map that Aurora have made a mainstay this year, but they are showing up against FaZe, dragging us to a third map. So it seems.
Yeah, FaZe were ready to 2-0, and then Woxic happened. He was phenomenal to keep Aurora in the early stages of this game, and as it's gone on, even though he wasn't going on those sick multi-kill tears on the AWP, the rest of the gang came alive around him. Success in the pistol round basically wins this for Aurora. They lose Woxic to open up. Not the start they wanted, and there's the follow-up out of Elige.
Triple stack here. Shots won't connect. Space getting taken. Karrigan will follow up with a double. Suddenly leaves Jota eyeing up a clutch and an ace to boot. Rosen gets the info. Jota uncertain. Even FaZe sort of pull back waiting for this flank. It allows a plant. Jota's even red Rain's position as well. The turn at the wrong time puts FaZe back in the game. Too early to buy in. But a pistol after a dominant first half. Nice three-piece from Karrigan. I guess the one bit of value you can hope for FaZe is that Woxic's not going to do that on T side. Does that give FaZe hope? Too early to tell.
Nice!
Woo. And I say Woxic's not going to do that on T side, but he's got a scout. And he's going straight to the...
Abs late.
Yeah, okay. I thought it'd be a mid-swing, given his game. They're just gonna pop B, Harry.
Yeah, Karrigan might have looked good in the pistol round, but he has to hold strong here. First found, tries to follow up. It's damage downrange, but not the killing blow. And in the downtime, all the kills came through for Aurora.
Take it back.
Turns out Woxic is prepared to do it T-side. Some time being lent to Elige on this wrap round. A Woxic scout tag brings Rain down low. He'll finish the job, and he's got the spot on Elige in the apartments. This clutch is going nowhere quickly. And Aurora pull up on a force buy and steal it away.
And as basic as you can get, just a quick B hit. And that's, you know, FaZe just getting overrun. Karrigan with a single kill on the bomb site. And that is all FaZe have to talk about. Awkward way to lose your opportunity to win out this map. Because if FaZe come back on CT Mirage, it wouldn't be the first time, but doesn't look like history will repeat itself. After Aurora just avoid. Force back in for FaZe. No other choice. Boost is nice, and if he keeps going, oh, might be something. Karrigan jump spotting, we got a B stack, boost up. Frozen T to succeed, but got to wait for them to get a little bit closer, and so they will. Bomb up catwalk, 2 in the apps. Aurora look committed. That's a nice grab for Elige. Bomb is stuck. Someone's got to go back for it. This will slow down the round for Aurora, but they can't change their mind now. Frozen revealing. Will they bail? Leaving Wicardia on the fake. Up connector. Rain calls it. He just needs one.
Can't find a thing. Wicardia even gets one on that lurk.
Oh, no.
Tag for Brokey, but he's pressured up close by Xantares.
Both tagged.
10 out of 10 for the backflip, but no kills.
Oh, the full reset. What a move. That's a round-winning decision right there for Madger, and it's not even going to matter. Frozen, oh, he looked like he was going to call it off. Now he's going in. No kit. Team telling him to play on. Can he find a diffuser as he forces it onto Xantares? There's no way you're ready for Madger in middle. Tap on the bomb.
Only just came from there. He's even got the Molotov to deny the defuse. Madger plays it very, very safe. And so even though Frozen gets out with all the kills, 4 in the round from Frozen, he can't stop Aurora moving on to map point.
I'm glad his team tell him to go for it. He's been the only ray of light, really, in this game. Elite had some nice entries, but struggled to close out rounds. Frozen been getting a bunch of 2Ks here and there. Comes up with 4 here, but his only consolation kills in a map that Aurora have just run through. Speed run here on Mirage. 30-minute game. Pauses included. And FaZe have nothing to show for it.
I mean, dude, with how this series started, didn't even think I'd have to mention the club championship, but Aurora do have points. They are just outside of the money-making position, and a win here would look to move them back up. At least look to take something away. So they sit on the precipice, out of the money for now, but in with a chance.
Yeah, they need a couple of wins to get into that top 24. That's when we start looking at the cash prizes outside of the CS division. It's not an easy side of the bracket with Spirit waiting, but even their victory is not certain. Also going to 3 against Heroic as we speak. So anything's possible. There's still Overpass to consider in this series. If Aurora can just find that one simple round against mostly pistols. Carrigan peels back, but with 2 backs turned, he's missed an opportunity. The call has come in. It is B. FaZe have gone with the stack as Elite flanks. Frozen as well. Both the rifles backstabbing. These pistols can't do a thing. There's a team flash, and Xantares shoots right through it. Double, triple entry, and the 2 guns long gone as Aurora run over this game. It was a dominant showing from FaZe on Inferno, and Aurora send a message right back. 13-3, an absolute beating as we go into Overpass.
Yeah, for fans of this Aurora squad, they've got Woxic to thank. That was a phenomenal game put forth from him, really rolling back the years on the AWP, looking lights out, keeping them in it long enough for the rest of the squad to get switched online. Overpass is the 3rd, and AWP is Paradise. I don't think you're going to want to miss it.
much of the redemption? I really hope so. I think we have a lot of potential in our roster, and of course the season hasn't really projected our full potential, I feel like. So we're just hoping to get a better start here and keep grinding the game. So I think ahead of the EWC, we focus mainly on just playing as a team, as a unit. I think there's been a lot of games we lost where we're trying to win the games by ourselves and not as a team, and that's the main focus point that we had in practice. The most hurtful one to lose in the recent events was Cologne, of course, not getting to the stage there and being able to play in front of the crowd.
Rain and Frozen, very little time. Rain goes hunting, wonderful, runs for the hills. The unfeeling system of Na'Vi cares not for the feeling-based CS of FaZe Clan.
I think it's one of the best arenas you can play in, so I would definitely say Cologne over the online tournaments. I think the only result that is gonna make us happy, other than the win, is probably making the final. I think just going far in the tournament and playing good Counter-Strike, something we've been lacking as of late, so that's what's gonna make me happy, and I think the team will be happy too.
Hold on, you.
It's got that lovely old new team smell. Oh my God, Ray!
Dirty.
That's lovely.
Something bored, something blue.
For me, EWC is a trophy I don't have in my collection yet. It's I've collected almost every single tournament organizer's trophy, and I think EWC is the one I'm lacking. And I just want to win it and have it on my resting with me.
Fee-Fi, Fofum, what the hell just happened on the second map of this series? Now, let me just set the preface here that we did see these two teams go toe-to-toe on this map. It did end in a 13-1 last time on Mirage in the opposite direction. So somebody, one of you two Brainiacs, tell me what's going on here.
Well, I guess everything according to plan for FaZe Clan. It's literally impossible for them to play two good maps in a row. I feel like we've seen that over and over again. See the frustrations coming out from Elise, see the frustrations coming out from FaZe. Even in this first half, where obviously Aurora is getting off to a fantastic start. I believe the score is 6-1 or maybe 7-1, and then FaZe have a golden opportunity to actually, enter the game. They force Aurora into a weak force buy, and then they lose that round as well. So whenever there was the smallest opportunity of making this game competitive, FaZe found a way not to, and I think that's why it was so one-sided throughout this entire one. I don't get it why it's so hard for them to just play two good maps in a row.
Just please, can you try two maps in a row, guys? No, I think also Voxic just decided they were not going to get 2-0 today, right? Because it wasn't just the amount of kills that he was getting early on in this game, and with the AWP and the aggression and the re-peeking and whatnot. It's also, you could tell, he was trying to hype the team up too. He was trying to give his teammates energy almost in a way that we see Torji do for Mouse. So I think he was really the deciding factor that got everyone else sort of juices flowing, and that they were able to really dominate FaZe on Mirage.
Yeah, and you think about map one, you think if that's going to set the tone, set the precedence for what we're going to get into map two, and it's certainly the opposite now. And maybe it seems that those couple of rounds that Aurora grabbed in the first map weren't necessarily cosmetic.
No, I think it's a fair point to raise for Yanko as well. We looked at Aurora and they looked deflated after the first map. You looked at the player pictures as well, and they looked like a team who didn't want to be here anymore. And frankly, after the first map, it looked like they were successful at not being here anymore. So to have a guy like Voxic to step up and install a bit of energy, and not only by playing well on the server, but also by showing with his body language that he's stepping it up and trying to inflict some energy into the players, I think that's very important. Major as well, you'd argue that's his job. I think he had a good showing here together with the rest of the team. So I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Aurora. They played a good game of Counter-Strike, but all I can think of is like with kind of pre-FaZe coming into the game. For FaZe Clan, they're so goddamn inconsistent. Like it's crazy right now. The only thing they excel at, the only thing they're good at the moment is being inconsistent, and it doesn't make any sense.
It's also the map that they felt was their worst a month ago. Not even a month ago, like 3 weeks ago. They're picking it now in best of three.
Yeah.
Sure, it's also maybe a little bit opponent dependent and whatnot, but that's another sign of them just sort of not having an identity anymore, right? For FaZe Clan, like there's no signature pick, and you're really not good enough at the moment to just pick to punish, right? And you don't have that much depth in your map pool, and it's problematic because not having, you know, a signature map sounds too strong, but not having maps you're confident on, right? It's problematic for the players too, because they can't gain their own individual confidence, because it's every time it's something different, and sometimes they're good on a map against a certain team, against another they're not, right? And it just leads to more inconsistency, unfortunately.
And that's the issue, right? Because you're spot on the money right here. Inferno used to be that pick for FaZe Clan. Then they had the game against Virtus.pro in the Blast Bounty online section where they're leading 8-4 or something. They lose the map in a terrible way. They probably move away from that, don't feel comfortable. I bet you now we're not going to see FaZe pick Mirage against anyone else, even if they were to win this game, because now they're going to move away from that. So, as Janko said, like, there's no safe ground. There's no map you can always attest to and be like, this is the playground. We can go toe-to-toe against anyone on this map. It feels like they're constantly grasping for something new. And that's what I spoke about, with Kerrigan when we talked to him after the bounty. Like, it does feel like he doesn't even know what's the issue anymore. Like, first it was communication, then it was individuals not showing up, then it was Brokey, now back to communication, and now they don't have a map pool all of a sudden, Overpass coming into the mix. Maybe that could have been a map where you'd be like, let's hardcore practice, let's make that map our home ground. But it does feel like, as you said, like a team with no identity and a team that lost belief in themselves.
Talk to me a little bit about the system here, because we're obviously looking at...
What system?
Well, what would be the FaZe system, Jacob? What would be the FaZe system when it was working? I mean, they're almost as consistent as cryptocurrency.
Yeah, but that's my issue, right? Because what system, right? Then Kerrigan he says, like, and this is why I want to be a little bit critical of Kerrigan. We praise him maybe to be the best in-game leader of all time, and I think there's a case for that, but he's always relied on giving the players a lot of freedom. Then he speaks about, okay, maybe I gave them too much freedom. Then you want to hone it in, and be a little bit more, over the players and not give them as much freedom. Losing Robs is also a big part of that reason, because that's losing a player that can, I guess, manage that kind of freedom. Then that doesn't work out. Then he wants to let the players free again. Then he benches Brokey. Then he brings Brokey back in. Then he talks about communication being an issue. Now he doesn't have a map pool. Like, as an in-game leader, I feel like he also has a big part of the responsibility, because what Kerrigan has done throughout his entire career is that he does not want a coach that is inflicting or interfering too much with his team, right? He wants a right-hand man next to him. He doesn't want a guy like Blade next to him that is taking over the team.
Like micromanaging.
Micromanaging in that sense. It's his team, it's his idea, it's his identity, and I've never seen Kerrigan struggle as much as he is right now.
So, Janko, what happened in round 11 then? You catch us up?
Yeah, round 11.
So long ago, yet so soon.
This was the force buy that you were talking about, Jacob, right?
I believe so. It's at least a round that FaZe is not going to win, and I think that was a
nice
problem.
Spoilers.
This is the force bar, right? Again, the second one in the game, by the way. There was one before this. So, again, a great opportunity for FaZe to enter the game, 3 rounds, maybe 4 rounds.
8-4, not bad.
Not bad. You have a chance, you win the pistol, all of a sudden you're into it again, but you walk into a 5-7. He's not, not contested at all. It's a shitty flash. It's a nice play by Major. Gets a double kill, and that's it. Round over. Jota walk through a smokes, get another kill, and it's just too easy. And as I said before, I don't want to be too critical of Kerrigan, but I think he is even critical of himself right now. He can't figure out what's wrong right now with FaZe Clan. No one can, and I think that's a big issue.
We were talking about this months ago, right? Like, and maybe even during last year, while Robs was still on the team. It's one of the most difficult problems to solve, because when you look at last year and a half of FaZe Clan playing, what they're doing on the server, how you're watching them approach, for example, T-side, it makes sense. It's not like, oh, what are these guys doing? Like, this doesn't make any sense. No one's covering each. It's not that the problem. It's, things like they're missing 5% here. One guy plays well, other guy disappears. Next game, they switch places, right? And it's just leading to these excruciating losses, which leads to a loss of confidence, which leads to them losing their mojo, right? And the FaZe were never perfect. They were never dominating every tournament. Like, it was always the lower bracket. It was always a close game, but coming out on top, everyone believing, people, pushing each other and cheering each other on, and they've lost that. And that's why they're trying everything and anything and changing all these different things to sort of get back on track. But in doing that, you lose your identity, right? Like, in the map pool as well, like, you just need to stick to what's something for you through the times, right? Whether that's going to be Inferno, Nuke, Mirage, or Ancient, 2 or the 3 maps, and out of the 3, pick one, every time, for example, and then your players, get so many reps, you're ready for pretty much everything and anything, right? Like, you've seen so many different things that even if you're doing your game planning and they do something else, you probably played against that, and you'll be able to adapt and adjust and yeah, it's just tough for FaZe Clan at the moment.
Taking a quick look at the numbers while we're here, we can kind of run that head-to-head, which is Frozen's on Taurus. We kind of talked about it a little bit before the game. Now looking at it numbers-wise, where do we sit, Jacob?
I mean, two players who are playing Counter-Strike at a very high level. Frozen obviously has been very consistent within FaZe Clan. I feel like over the course of the year he's been there, he's the only player who's actually done his job to the expectation throughout the majority of that time. Then yeah, there were conversations about him not showing up for the big games, the playoff games, etc. But now that's not an issue because they're never even getting to the playoffs, right? So you can't even fault him for that.
No, well, that's not a problem. He's not in a position to choke. Wow,
that's the name of the game. Santeros, obviously, to have him back, he had a horrible first map. That's fair enough. Second map, Mirage, it's a map where the individuals can always express themselves. You always have chances in the game, Yanku, on this map to go out there and do your thing if you want to, and obviously Santeros had a great game.
Yeah, and I'm not so sure if he'll have the same opportunities on Overpass, but man, I mean, we're talking about FaZe Clan a lot, and Aurora is almost equally frustrating, you know, like, what did you guys just decide after map 1 that you're going to want to win this game, right? You know, like, you don't want to be eliminated immediately after flying out here, right? Like, because that's how it looked like. It looked like, okay, Voxic started well and he brought the energy, and all of a sudden, you know, they're back. Like, they can play good Counter-Strike. So a lot of it is like with these teams is, you know, with FaZe it was the opposite. It's like they came ready to play and then they disappeared on the second map. So it just feels like, and I usually hate this way of talking about games, but like whoever wants it more, you know, whoever comes in and is going to be able to persevere through the frustration, whoever actually wants to win not for himself but for his teammate, right? And sort of have that element of togetherness, I feel like that team will come out on top because they're both struggling at the moment.
And I think that's for me, that's the name of the game as well, in the sense that you're almost asking the impossible for these two teams. None of them have confidence right now. None of them are in a good streak. None of them are in a period where they feel everything is flowing. And what we're basically asking them to do right now is go above and beyond that, you know, perform even though you have no confidence on the server, even though you have no confidence in your non-existent system or in Aurora, you know, not playing consistently well at the moment, or maybe entering a bit of a crisis. And it's one of the most difficult things as a player to perform when you don't have confidence. But at the end of the day, that's what they have to do. It could also be a game, to be fair, you know, where we're heading into a third map right here on Overpass. It's a new map. It hasn't really been played that much for both of these teams. One thing is doing it in practice. Another one is in official. FaZe, again, have looked inconsistent on the map. Maybe it just comes down to who's less bad today, you know. Maybe it doesn't come down to who's playing the better version of Counter-Strike or who's actually stepping it up. Maybe it just comes down to just having a decent level and then bank on the fact that the other team right now is worse than we are.
And the truths are this, like FaZe cannot afford an Aurora T-side speedrun again. They can't afford that sort of start and the momentum that Aurora obviously used to their advantage.
Yeah, I think what Jacob was talking about actually is also a situation where a player can decide the game, right? I think especially on the T side of Overpass, if someone can deliver you a big clutch, you know, if your guys can win a 2v4, a key round, something like that can be all it takes really, because T-side rounds have been hard to come by, really, for both of these teams so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see Overpass, and I just want to tie that into what we spoke about before, about the lack of identity or maybe the issues within FaZe Clan when it comes to Overpass as well. I know they're joking about it, you know, coming into Cologne saying that we have 4 players who all want to play the same bomb site, which is the A bomb site, so we had some internal talks, some internal conflicts, but that's just, as fun as that sounds, you know, it maybe sound a bit harmless to say that, but that's an issue when you have 4 players who all are best used in one position, but it's simply not possible. That's just another sign, you know, they're coming into Overpass, and probably also why FaZe haven't really made that their home pick just yet, is that they can't figure it out, you know. Is it Elish? Is it Frozen? Is it Brokey? Is it Rain that is best? You know, Rain that used to be one of the best toilet players the world has ever seen. So there's just so many question marks and so many issues and so many things that need to figure out that it's very tough to believe that consistency is something that's all of a sudden is going to pop up for FaZe.
Do we look at Overpass as something where familiarity might come into play here for FaZe? Do you think they could have that in their back pocket going forward in tournaments and as we have this map in the pool?
I mean, they could, absolutely. The map hasn't changed structurally significantly, right? Kerrigan has played it for ages, and then for a while it was a decent map for them. I'm more curious about Aurora, if they can make it a staple for themselves. Both of these teams played one time. Aurora beat Heroic. FaZe lost to VP. So for Aurora, right, with the loss of Anubis, they sort of have to be good on Overpass, right? Because if they're shaky on Overpass and it's not a map that they will be confident picking, you know, a month or two from now, their map pool doesn't look good enough to be able to sustain the results that we've seen in the first half of the year.
So Jacob, in a world that is single elim, who do you have going forward in EWC?
It's a good question. I feel like
it's like neither of these teams gives you any confidence.
No,
neither of them. Can neither of them?
Like you want to say FaZe because they have the bigger names, but man, they've disappointed you so many times. And then like, oh, Aurora just won the previous map, so you want to say them, but they've done the same to you so many times.
That's the thing, you know, both of these teams are sucking out the confidence not only of each other, but also us, I guess.
Thank you so much. Yes, confidence flowing.
It's all sucked out.
Yes.
Trace.
Thank you so much, guys. Let's get into this game sooner rather than later. Now?
I agree, Trace. Let's shut analysts up and casters start talk. A third map where no one knows what's going to happen, where predictions are out the window, where Aurora v FaZe rages on into the night, into the unknown.
Both these teams have had highs in the series. They both had lows. It's been a bit of a weird one with them trading map picks, and these were, you know, stark differences in the Veto. There were clear favorites on each map, and those favorites did not win.
Not only did they not win, they lost dominantly.
Now we head to Overpass, which is equally an unknown quantity here in this series.
Yeah, Aurora have a win on this map in their pocket. FaZe have a loss, but that's not a lot to say. FaZe CT start, now that is valuable. Seeing games decided in the first half on a map like Overpass. Roki, there's 4 players out middle. There's 5 players out middle. Matcha just runs him down and the USP gets caught off guard. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh me, oh my. Even the flank should be heard. Matcha just doesn't realize, trying to line up nades. They can just go ahead. 2 players spotted on the back line. Aurora takes space. Good decision to chase down Carrigan. They need this clean, and they've got it. Tease him up perfectly for this pistol. Ooh, careful.
I mean, Rain's making it interesting. How much further can he take it? Post plants eased into by Aurora, and Wakadia hits that killing blow. And so they'll get on the board early with the T-side pistol round. That's a pretty big leg up to have here on Overpass. Where T-side rounds are hard to come by.
Yeah, they are worth 2 for 1. They're on discount right now for Aurora against pistols and some SMGs. We have that force up for FaZe. FAMAS, Scout, double MP9. We're seeing an adoption of the UMP a lot more, but the MP9 still out there, Harry, still breathing, still fighting. And that's a beautiful shot for Xantares to kick off this anti-eco. Wakadia follows up. What I do enjoy is watching the player cams after they die, especially on the frustrating deaths. And there are plenty to talk about in that round. Aurora run over that force.
I'm going to be watching FaZe with a lot of interest here because we got to see them play this map. And the one time they played it back at Bounty, and there they played versus VP, who I think you could consider a team that are looking to be Overpass specialists. Yeah. They've picked it at every opportunity. When you look at who's in that team, where they've come from in the past, you know, it's always been teams that had Overpass in their DNA. But in that game, I was kind of underwhelmed with the FaZe CT side. And this is not a map where you can afford to have rough CT halves.
Yeah.
Really, you know, we've seen games get away from squads where they pick up like a 10-2 half on the CT side, and it can still close up quickly. You know, I think if you're kind of looking at like 7 rounds on the CT side, that is nowhere near enough for FaZe Clan, and it's already off to a pretty rough start here. Losing the pistol is a big blow.
Oh, I like that idea for FaZe, just having a nade set and ready to run off the back of it, but winning the round, still going to be a hard call here. Pushing through the spawn, Jota disallows Carrigan. Still in spawn. Aurora squeezing every morsel they can out of a round like this, making sure that FaZe don't do damage on Eco. FaZe walk the walk back up onto this A site. They continue to reaggress, not wanting to remain static. FaZe going to catch them in mid. To the betterment of Aurora. 2 kills is a decent eco, but it's all about this buy from FaZe. Let's see if they can start off strong, or if the disappointment continues from Mirage.
I do want to see a bit of more of a fight from FaZe, or else it is going to retcon that opener as well, right? And just kind of paint this picture that it was actually Aurora who started slow, not FaZe Clan in great form to open up.
That was my worry, though, because I didn't want to take away from what we got from Elysian Reign in that game, but the whole time we were just saying there's just nothing from Aurora. There's repeatedly running into the same setup, never really adapting, no individuals bailing them out. And then we had the Woxic pop off. We've had moments from Wicardia. Zentaris had a good CT side. And if they win this gun round and they're 5-0 up, my God, that's already a devastating result for FaZe and a very hard path back.
You would already think that Aurora have done enough. So this rifle round has to hit for FaZe Clan.
Nade's coming in.
Exec teed up. Rain on the swing, gonna catch Wicardia on the cross. He's got support from Elige, who's only just now arriving from that long pullback. Woxic and Maja hope of winning this round. It feels like it's gone out the window. Good catch on Elige. Woxic's left as the sole survivor here, and not for long. Rain will silence him on a wide swing.
I like that combo from Maja regardless. I think one thing that's cool about utility in the modern day of CS2 is you just see a lot more combos. You don't see, 3 players throwing nades as much as you see 1 player throwing 3 nades that tee up your team perfectly. And that's a great example. Maja from one position throws smoke on the dumpster, molly on the truck, flash. And he does a second flash over the top of the truck. And, there's a lot of cool combos on this map. Snappy on CT side throwing B-shot, molly, monster smoke from front A. You see Donk every round through the same set, pushing middle. He does the deep stairs smoke, the molly in playground. It's all about one player just throwing a combo, more often on the T side, to set up your team. Think about players kind of throwing Mirage smokes on the fly nowadays, not as execute heavy as it traditionally was. It's a guy walking up ramp and just doing smoke jungle, stairs molly, flash. A lot more, I would call them like contact nades in this game than in history. And expecting Maja to have a few set pieces like that to try and exploit FaZe and set up his stars. That's a wallbang connecting into the B site. Frozen's life not made any easier.
Now you saw him give kind of a head shake there. He can't believe how this round started. Woxic with some tricks up his sleeve, it would seem.
Ooh, bit of revenge from Rain though.
Yeah, I mean, they're just different classes of damage though, isn't it? A little sprinkling, nothing like the 85 tag on a Frozen.
Leash needs to go. He needs to go. Zentaris jump spot, missed the info and then ran away. He's run away again. Still eyes on the prize. Zentaris goes for the bomb. If he comes back out middle when Elige makes his play, that could be awkward. Here comes Elige, looking for more. My God, so close.
They're swapping nades.
Oh, finally, but the bomb makes it across. Picked up by Maja. FaZe make it back to the site. Made Aurora lucky, but not for long.
And Elige just kept roaming this whole time. I can't believe Brokey wins that out.
Yeah.
That's a close fight. Likely to flick on down for it.
Ooh.
Awkward timing for Maja. This has just been a weird mess of a round. Can Woxic make it any more weird and maybe wonderful? There's no time. It's a shame. I have faith.
Yeah, 5 more seconds and maybe, but map too big and round too short for Aurora. Kind of just a bit of a jumbling, shall we call it?
That was a weird round.
Yeah, and they just getting dropped over. They try and bail back to B. B fails back to A. It's overpass all over, but oh, the adjustment for Brokey, well timed. Timing's missed, timing's hit. All in all, FaZe are back. Won't be that devastating 0-5 start. It'll be FaZe getting to right their wrongs post-pistol.
Let's see what Woxa can do with a hero orb. Went towards B with it, so he's going to have some close fights. Some combat AWPing required from Woxic, but you'd like to think he's the guy for the job there. Around the corner he goes, and Rain tastes that AWP early. Flashes now to follow up. They hit the go button after that opener from Woxic. Frozen's desperately trying to reel this one back in. Cardia catching a freebie, a Liege dead in con, and that might call a bit of a pause here for Aurora.
They get out.
They know they've got pressure on FaZe Clan, and they've likely split the defense.
Frozen heard Ricardo up close. He's come that to Brokey. Cardia not going to play unless a kill comes to him. He wants to wait for that bomb. Brokey inquisitive. Jump. Gives info. He repositions immediately, knowing they could have heard him.
He's getting nervous when Madja was going long, but he is going to link back up with everyone else. And in this moment, FaZe make a bit of a gamble. It's been too quiet for too long. And now they hear the footsteps. Brokey realizes they've lost the sight. Nade could be good. Xantares too far away, taking space instead over towards the bank. He was the one guy vulnerable to that. This is a retake that FaZe are looking to attempt. Might be a man down, but the call to adventure draws them in. Frozen and Brokey kills a piece. It's suddenly just Wakadia left. No head armor, this USP hits hard. He's gonna pick up Brokey for free. And Frozen arriving, Molly at his feet now. Wakadia elects not to play through. He waits, and that patience is rewarded. That's a big clutch for Wakadia.
Such a weird round for FaZe, though. I don't know why they make the rotation. Frozen has 4 nades to block B to buy more time. And even as they make the rotation and they go for the retake, realizing the mistake they've made by giving away information, at no point does anyone third party and help out in that 2v1. Why doesn't someone call for Frozen to flash for Brokey? They have all the time in the world to force that kill. They know Wakadia can't go anywhere. Frozen still has Molly HE double flash. He doesn't throw it over for Brokey to make this fight happen. He gets picked off alone before Frozen's there. Everything about that 2v1 is awful for FaZe. So many better ways to play that for FaZe. I feel like I don't know why they gave him the 1v1s. And even then, use the util. Everything about that.
Yeah.
It feels so unlike FaZe.
Well, I mean, you know, I said I was worried about the CT sides from FaZe on this map coming in.
That's a communication problem, more than anything.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest round they've played all day. It's getting late. You got one lifeline here. Oh, missed flash. The train gets in the way. Second one does nothing. Still Brokey trades.
Even as times change, Overpass comes and goes, the train going across will always remain annoying.
At least it's on time. Consistent. Never misses its stop.
Solo push for a Liege, and that's going to give over an opening here to Aurora.
It'll be back. And unfortunate for FaZe, but wrong rotation again. This gamble makes more sense. They have Frozen patrolling, can flank the A site. Now FaZe start to realize that they actually want to commit their economy to this round. They're going to drop back in. Good timing for FaZe. The util comes through. Brokey full blind. Up to his teammate in the pit, Carrigan, with a lot to do. Oh, missed shot. That was his chance. Might not know about Carrigan, but you can see Aurora coming in for the clear. Carrigan plays behind the smoke.
Oh, gonna catch Wakadia on the aggression. Straight out to the AK now as Carrigan tries to reopen this round. There's low health on Maja and Jota. Maja locked in the fight on short, but Carrigan with a missed opportunity. And that would have been the one that sends you into this retake with Frozen locked out and Brokey nowhere to be found. The save is called.
It's a reasonable save. Had their opportunity, couple of missed shots, and really well-placed util.
This just already feels like such a good T-side. Yeah. You are very, very happy with this, and we're nowhere near the close to being done on the half. Aurora have ample time to sweeten the deal. They've broken FaZe's money again, even with that save coming through. You can't put a buy together here.
Yeah, that's the kill that cements the round. Boxing onto Carrigan in the pit. Puts the advantage back in Aurora and sends FaZe out for the save. Got to try and win it with 2 guns. 2 of the harder hitters here for FaZe, but Aurora just dictating the pace of this map. Maybe looking for a more decisive B round yet again. Brokey in position. See many an AWP highlight from the pillar. Flash is so good though. He's got no room to move. Oh! Now they're strung out. 2 kills come in. Woxic looks to recommit. Rifles need to find these entries. Brokey follows up.
And he's just dancing around the pillar. He knows exactly what's required of him in a round like this. Taking time to break down these fights in a 1v1s and now looking for that pre-fire, expecting the Woxic AWP to be holding him here.
Could leave with that smoke, but he doesn't wanna.
I mean, with Frozen supporting and Brokey on a tear, the B defense come together and the hour was growing desperate there for FaZe Clan. That's an eco round with 2 saved guns that they're able to pull past Aurora. And it's on the back of the Brokey AWP, giving you a nice highlight here down in B.
Yeah, Carrigan, Steagle, and Brokey's AWP. Lethal. And just a clean victory with Aurora just walking out monster. Almost need that first entry. FaZe keen to take this water control by smoking their molly. Oh, they're blocking each other. That's super awkward. Rain tries to run away, gets caught on Brokey, still gets his kill. Carrigan monster spam. Aurora's fast B hits hit the wall again. Hello? Oh, look at him on the camera, man. Oh, he knows that was the kill. That was right there. Panic spray. Couldn't strafe and reset.
Oh, that smoke's fading.
Oh my God.
Brokey takes the far away man first. Maja shot in the back trying to get away, and Woxic dead as well.
These banana walks for Aurora are doing them so well. These rotates, these back and forth rounds. Now they're just trying to force it at B, and FaZe say thank you very much. Back-to-back holds. Back-to-back quick rounds. Oh, this... Oh.
He's just traced like the perfect outline around him. And that's Aurora broken. A nice little run around on Overpass with the Glocks.
Hop, skip, and a jump.
I mean, this should just be a bit of a massacre here. Let's see. No one dead for FaZe. That's what you want. Build up a bit of money for these final couple of rounds. Okay, you don't love it.
Didn't hit anyone.
Gun picked up.
But deep in con. Where do you go? Even Liege has info. Rain with a strong position.
Brokey moving over, and that's the gun out first, dead at the hands of Rain. It will keep this round in check. 4 alive at the end of it, and FaZe Clan tie us up again. They're hoping for 7 on the half, and that is achievable if they can take this next round.
I feel like somewhat, you know, Aurora hit that 5, and then they started getting a little bit loose here on this T side. And sure, they've done their job, right? They've done enough. They've done more than enough, you would argue, but this could have still been a pretty dominant T half. And, well, if they find the 7-5, then it certainly falls in that favor.
Well, haven't really seen much of a mid-fight in this game yet, but Brokey's looking to bring one in, covering with the AWP. And Elige creeping up close. This isn't something Aurora have encountered yet, and they call the bluff on the smoke push. Adja and Jota learn the hard way that the threat is very real in mid, and this smoke was not a fake from FaZe.
And Aurora, a classic overpass round, lose the first 2 kills, 30 seconds in, and are contained to the spawn. The worst place to be. And a 3-on-5 on the T side, with FaZe having more util available. Block comes in, right as Aurora make it to Monster, and yeah, desperation. Perhaps even through the smoke. Cardia hangs on the edge as FaZe just waits. Frozen holds a Monster flash from heaven. Harrigan with the peek off the flash, gets at least 1 more, but it comes at the cost of him and his teammate opening up a chance.
Oxic and Wakadia moving in. Rotates have fully arrived here for FaZe Clan. It's Frozen hoping to make a move here on a wide swing. Elige firing off, but nothing found yet. Finally going to catch one. It's Woxic in the back line, and they know where Wakadia is. He's pinned in, and with nowhere to go, FaZe are able to squeeze that one past Aurora. A moment of nerves in there short. But when Elige gets that kill onto the backline player after this hot start to the round, you're feeling like you're in safe hands.
Crazy spray while pulling back out of middle. And I like the FaZe stay active, right? Even though that fight down Monster cost them 2-1, which is still insane for Aurora to hit those 2 kills so quickly. It shows that FaZe have the info immediately. They thin them down to 2. They shut it out on the retake. Elige with a really good game right now, 11-7. And if you remember that bounty game against VP that we covered, where FaZe played their 1 overpass match, Elige was playing great. He's tracking them through walls.
Yeah, he was playing really good.
But jokes aside, he still had a good map. He's had a good first half. It slowed down towards the end. But yeah, maybe there's still hope here for FaZe. Taking the lead back, looking for a 7-round half like you prophesized. Aurora cooling off. There's one thing you can look for on CT Overpass. It's Brokey roaming with the AWP. Ever mobile, comes down connected, clears out water. Can't sit here forever. Needs to use this as his path back towards that A site. Connected clear, water clear.
Oh, dude, I mean, this is just the old school contact up through bathrooms, right?
Oh, my God.
But Elige,
oh my God.
Elige.
4.
Oh, my God, they're all back turn. They line up for him. And how's that for a contact play? It's out of this world from Elige. Brokey there to back him up. And what a sequence. John can't believe it. FaZe Clan win out the half.
do that. Up. Let's up, monster. Nice, Elvis.
Nice, guys.
Up here. Go, boys. Fuck.
What a roller coaster EWC has been, and it's only day one. Taking a look over on the B stream where Spirit and Heroic are locking horns. It's map 3, and it's going into overtime. Spirit, one of the front runners for this event after an impressive streak post-player break. Their fate hanging in the balance versus Heroic with what's rumored to be their future edition of Tanir topping the charts.
Yeah, upsets galore right now on day one. This is probably one of the more even matchups, and it's proven that much with both teams taking their opponent's pick. And
somehow,
and Aurora starting strong with 5T rounds, and FaZe waking up. Anyone's game now. Pistol depending. Woxic and Xantares dependable. 3 kills in just seconds. FaZe scrapping back. Nadja heard. Carrigan can't find him. Brokey lost. 1v5. Woxic's P2K ever present. Puts on 3. And Aurora Pistol. Could this be the comeback?
I mean, you love a Woxic P2K. One of the OG users of it. He makes it look so good.
In the modern day, who is it? Him and Mezzy? Can't think of a third. Is there one on Spirit? Maybe. Those are my favorites.
Yeah.
See Woxic throwing deep mid nades, the donk set. Smoke molly. forbid FaZe, but it's a full Glock eco. Not even a P250, Harry. No kills. Nothing to celebrate here for FaZe. You need that money. Need the buys where you can get it. Aurora play passives. Antares spotting middle. Awkward timing, but FaZe have a lot of ground to cover. Had a snake in the toilets.
I hope they're not on the plane.
Couldn't think of a worse location. Oh, God, okay. Okay.
It's all under control. It's all clean. There was a bunch of shots hitting, but it's Glocks at the end of the day, and at range, Aurora feel very, very comfortable. Tie game now. As Aurora deliver the conversions off of that pistol round.
Leech has had a fantastic third map, but when we saw that on Overpass against VP, it was a one-half show for Leech. Need that to keep up on the T side. FaZe need their entry man badly. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's good enough.
It's worked out.
I don't know if it's what they intended, but it's just enough.
Oh, Zantares out in the open.
What an angle.
Middle of mid. He is dead center right now. And FaZe were not ready for that. That is a crushing set of openers. One of the two top performers for FaZe Clan at the first rifle round is played without them.
And hey, Aurora were in this position before, and even though they brought it down to a post plant on the B-bomb site, you see how difficult these 3v5s are to recover. Toxic spotting something. Bomb at long. Oh, didn't clear the left side. Frozen made it across. Huge entry. FaZe, 40 seconds. In they come.
We're on the verge of a big Zantares round. He's got the info, knows where everyone's coming from here. Two kills to his name already. Okay. And there's the support from Madja. Arriving a little later, but right when he was supposed to, Aurora move into the lead. And this was always your big worry for FaZe Clan. These T-side rounds are really hard to pick up. And Aurora, feeling like they've got some breathing room here, aren't afraid to make plays.
Yeah, what a high-risk position for Zantares, but FaZe just try and creep out middle contact. He shoots him in the side. 5v3 finished off with ease by Aurora. It's going to be buy eco here for FaZe. Even bomb plants are hard to come by. What work have they done on their Overpass T side? Got util thrown back of middle. As they come up connected, the lurk smoke. This is a nice round to use it on pistols. Can flood through middle. Woxic plays around the edge, but look at the angles he has to consider. It could be on either side of the smoke. Oh, when they skirt by him, Dink comes in, smoke spam, one shot will do it. Woxic just throws a smoke and gets out. He's got rifles to support.
Yeah, Madge has been keen on these rotates, and once more, him and Zantares just set up this fatal crossfire that FaZe meander into. Madge feasts, 4 kills from him. Zantares barely even a requirement. It's the captain there that does the heavy lifting.
Yeah, Madge and rotate on this CT side of this map is about to be a delight for Aurora. A player with a great head on his shoulders, with a great read of the game, who made Anubis his mainstay, who loved Vertigo before it was removed, now looks to lock horns on Overpass. FaZe, not an easy team to take down on a new map. You know Aurora have been trying hard. Oh dear. Missed Molly. Carrigan picks up the nades and puts them to use. Ouch. Not really. 1 damage on the spam as well. Badger making his presence very clear on this B bomb site, one that has 4 players in position. Torres making up his mind. They're set to imply they're taking short, but they're not. Aurora waits for FaZe to attack. Oh, good spot. 2 players minimum on that jump. And Torres is moving down.
Yeah, Aurora setting up for the B hit. They're about to have a lot of bodies in this bomb site. Wakadia and Jota make quick work over the B hit. And FaZe just have no purchase over this game. It's all coming up Aurora. They did a great job giving themselves ample rounds in that first half. A lot of room to work with for FaZe. Time is almost up. Another timeout called in. Where Aurora have looked better and better, recovering from what was a pretty horrific slow start to the series where they just never got going on Inferno. They bounced back decisively on Mirage, and now they're looking for more of the same to close. And a great series to watch if you're a fan of Woxic. He was, for my money, the reason they win Mirage, how they do. And here, keeping it going, 14-8. He's had some nice sequences. But it's also just so unproblematic on this AWP. They put a lot of faith in him. He's solo playing the top site more often than not. Zantares kind of acting as a double rotate with him and Madja, both shifting down towards that B site whenever things get too quiet.
And I've liked FaZe's util. Well, bits and pieces. They've had good grenades. They've had nice ideas. This lurk smoke, the short molly to stop the boost and the jump spot, but no kills coming through.
Okay, what do you make of this?
No entries through the smoke. Go Aurora. FaZe gonna get caught off guard. Oh, he smoked. Wait. Oh my God. AK should be good for it. Body block. Goodbye. Shut down in the tunnel. Sent to the sewers to live with the mole people. Aurora flush them away.
Dude, I absolutely love the way they stopped that B hit. I absolutely love it. Standing in the tunnel, expecting a contact play, so they're not going to spam. That's the one thing I'm usually worried about.
And a little detail of that is he's standing right on the edge of the smoke, so when he blocks them, he sees them, but they're gray screen. They can't see. And so he can just spam away. They think it's a long smoke.
And dude, like even just kind of down into the micro, Aurora looks so good in that regard. Using every little trick they can.
Makes me feel like they wasted their T side. I still feel like they could have had way more. But those back-to-back B hits that then broke their money, that let FaZe in. And despite all of that, Aurora are flawless in the second half. 6 rounds in a row. And no sign that FaZe is going to break in. It has to be here, it has to be now, or FaZe are going to go home. This one win puts Aurora in the eyes of the club championship, in the eyes of an extra 100K, just from placing alone, with the opportunity for more. Upsets are clear. Upsets are apparent in day one. Aurora want to keep them coming.
Arrogant in at the front. Able to pull one away from Aurora, but Frozen doesn't know where to look. That stray bullet catching him leaves him open to Wakadia, who is just decimating this B hit.
A monster.
I mean, that was the fake. The 3-man B hit that was supposed to keep bodies down there, supposed to draw rotates, and it's not entirely done that. In fact, Aurora is stacked at the A side of the map in seconds with Wakadia's hold enough. The one-man army on for the ace right now. 4 kills deep on his rotate. He's low on health, and Elige will bring him down, but that's going to be the beginning of something special. It's just 2. Aurora on match point, and no rounds yet for FaZe Clan. There's no time left to start getting them. Aurora have ample opportunity to close out this series.
Yeah, and there's been nothing to celebrate, especially in the second half of FaZe, but you can just see the energy of Aurora late into the night, bordering on midnight here, and Aurora are screaming down with every round win. Wicardia 4K shouting them in the face of FaZe as they look for a flawless CT side.
And I mean, I just think it's a huge red flag for FaZe Clan now that this is both their Overpass games kind of struggling on that CT side. And I'm almost left thinking, you know, if that's the half you have like a notable struggle on, how could you ever suspect to succeed on the way harder T half?
Yeah, I mean, 3 rounds last time against VP, 0 so far on T. And that was after 7-round CT, which isn't horrendous. It's just not enough. Provably, with this offense. Elige had a great showing to start this game. But it can't just be a one-man army. FaZe have had questions enough about their form, about their roster, and they will continue with an instant exit on the horizon at EWC. A dominant debut to this series on Inferno, blowing Aurora out of the server and then shrinking into their seats 2 maps in a row. Aurora have just had the right read, the right stack every single time. This one is an exception. Magic drops down, but as I say that, he comes back up. 3 on this top site. 30 seconds. FaZe trying to make up their mind. That's a big entry. The bomb's going B anyway. Can Carrigan sell it anymore? Does get taken down. In they go to just Wicardia.
Yeah, good info there for Carrigan at least, right? Spotted a bunch of players, but Wicardia hiding in at the barrels. They've spammed this. They might think that's enough. And so Wicardia playing the long game. It's Rain to turn around and check for him. And even as they find that one, will it be enough? Maja and Xantares pull up. And will Xantares close it here and now? Yes, he will. Aurora take down FaZe Clan. A slow start to the series, but domination on Mirage. And now Overpass as the close. Woxic with a lights out series, man. He got rolling on Mirage, and from that point, there was no stopping him. For FaZe, it's a very disappointing result. The fashion in which they go on to lose this game after a dominant map 1 kind of leaves you feeling deflated, and whatever positives they walked away with from Cologne being close to the playoff shore, you don't feel them here. This was an ugly showing from FaZe.
Yeah, a one-man army at times with just the lead showing up in the server for FaZe Clan. No one else really to talk about. Woxic ever present, as you say. Xantares, I mean, we can forget about that first map because Mirage onwards was a powerhouse for Aurora. Xantares, huge impact. Woxic, reliable. Maja with the right moves on that CT side. Great overpass to watch here from this Aurora squad. And Wicardia coming in with a couple of clutch rounds, as he always does. Aurora on an interesting side of the bracket with more upsets appearing. Definitely have potential to make a bit of a run here at EWC. There is Club Championship money looming, and there is more to get for Aurora.
I'm standing by now with Maja from Aurora. Just booked your spot in the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup. Before we look ahead at what's to come, let's just briefly take a look back at map 1. It was a bit of a disaster, to say the least, but then you completely altered and changed and massively improved going into map 2. What was said in between those 2 maps as a team?
Yeah, we have some discuss, like some internal discuss, I would say. I cannot say now on the stream, but after that it was really good, and I'm very happy.
Absolutely, and you guys are so loud in here. Obviously, we haven't opened the doors to the public today. Next time you play, you'll be playing in front of a crowd. Can we expect the same level of noise coming from you and your team after every round win?
Yeah, I think it's important to cry sometimes, to be loud, and yeah, we will do our best for that.
Would you like to crush a key?
Yes. Or not, I don't know. Yes.
Let's go do it. Let's go crush a key. This is for the final time today here on Playday 1. Aurora are about to crush a big key, a big legacy key when it comes to organizations here at CS. I'm going to leave you with our key crusher here. Our final victim of the key crusher here today is FaZe Clan.
Hey everyone, I'm with Kerrigan from FaZe Clan for our exit interview. First of all, commiserations to you and the team for the loss. I just want to talk to you about what's been happening with you guys for the second season of the year. You've lost a lot of tournaments early on, now EWC as well. So what do you guys take it from here?
Yeah, I think we are going through some of the same issues kind of the whole year. The last event we had some rough CT sides, and this event we have rough T sides, so we had a lot of focus come into the event about how to CT sides and approach, and I think we showcased that on Inferno CT side. We played really good and read the game, but yeah, lagging a little bit on T side, also couldn't really find the groove individually and kind of did everything I could to lead the team, but today wasn't enough, and yeah, I think map pool wise we are in a tough spot, so it's really hard to pick any maps, and obviously Aurora is banning Ancient. That has been our best map this season, so rough times.
All right, well, you being the AGL of the team, kind of a leader figure for everyone in the squad, how do you bounce back from this? How do you make sure that they don't take the mistakes that have happened in this match into the next one or the next tournament?
I mean, it's always hard, right? You do different mistakes, different tournaments, different stages of tournaments, right? I think we can be proud of some of the things we played here, but there are some things that we still need to work on. So I think it's always hard to lead in scenarios like this, right? You have to stay strong mentally. I'm battling my own demons in the game and the way we play, right? So it is just going back to the server again and show up for next tournament. I mean, there's tournament after tournament, we never really relax, right? So there's a few days for us to trying to talk through the mistakes and be ready for next tournament.
All right, well, there's a lot of fans watching you right now from home. What do you want to say to them now that you left EWC?
Yeah, I've obviously been sorry a lot this season and last season. Sorry again. We're doing what we can. We're definitely not in form individually and as a team, and we have to take one thing at a time. And right now we're taking a few steps back, and we just have to try to get back to the basics and grind away. Right now, championships are not the horizon, but we need to get back to that scenario where we have a chance. And sorry to all the fans that, again, we disappointed you guys and we disappointed ourselves as well.
Well, thank you so much for joining me on this interview, and best of luck to you on the future endeavors. Thank you.
WC here, and you can tell that things have not gone according to plan for some teams. Now, I say some teams, I'm talking exclusively the club that FaZe and now Spirit find themselves in. Going home, adios amigos.
I mean, not the biggest surprise that FaZe couldn't get this done. Obviously facing Aurora, we knew that it was two teams struggling, but Spirit to be eliminated by Heroic Yanko, I did not have that on my bingo cards.
I hate this game so much. I can't anymore. I just can't. First we thought Spirit had the dead team buff. They win 2 tournaments, 10 matches in a row. Right, Zontic's gonna be gone. And now they go up against Heroic, by the way, who has Tanir, that they're getting 4 Zontics. You know, a team that no one expected really to do much in this tournament, sort of their last hurrah really with the lineup. Spirit coming off 2 tournament wins, and then of course Heroic will go out to win 2-1, also taking Spirit's map pick in the process.
How are they going to do that little donk like that, Jacob? Why do they do him like that?
I don't know, man. It's. I wish I almost would watch the game. I was just following the scoreline, obviously on the B stream, but it doesn't make any sense, as Janko said. Like, Spirit were playing so well, 10 matches in a row, Heroic, nowhere to be found, and all of a sudden they're able to win against Spirit.
And they're on the side of the, so Heroic is going to play Aurora. So for Team Spirit, right, if they just took care of business, they're going up against Aurora, where again, they're a big favorite. That would actually mean a lot from them for the Club World Championships, right? Like, they could get from, I don't know, I think right now they're around 200-300K mark. Like, they could get to like 1 million just based off of that, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's going to be rough. This one's going to sting, I think, for Team Spirit as an organization, maybe a lot more so than for the Counter-Strike team itself.
True, and there's so many facets to it as well. Obviously, for Aurora to beat FaZe in this game, stay alive in this tournament, move into the next round, and the price of that is getting to play Heroic. Let's be honest, if you're Aurora, you have a chance of winning that game and then moving into the semifinal. I also think that if I'm FlameC right now, who we had on the couch earlier, spoke about, he wants to play Team Spirit, they haven't been good enough to face them. I think Vitality is pretty mad right now that Spirit is already bonked out of the tournament. I think Vitality wants to play them and show that they can beat them, and I mean, there'll always be, I wouldn't say an asterisk to whoever wins EWC now, but for one of the heavy favorites to go out in round one, that's just not cool.
Especially after, what, a week ago? We were looking in Germany, we were looking at them finding the footing, the successes.
They're like overtook Vitality as number one on DRS. People have them as number one in the power rankings because they come off of 2 tournament wins. Donk is looking like the best player in the world, and then this happens. And you're supposed to somehow explain it to people.
Make it make sense.
I would love to try, but I mean, obviously, if we keep going down this road, we talk about some of the teams they're in. With FaZe on the Riyadh, Aurora, how deep can they go now that we can see them in this bracket for a little bit longer?
They could definitely beat Heroic.
Yeah.
I think that's a safe thing to say, but further than that, on the other side, it's teams like Mongolz, G2, Falcons, VP, right? I think that's where it gets a little bit more tricky for Aurora, right? But I think the most important thing isn't the result. Like, it doesn't matter. Even if they lose to Heroic, it doesn't matter. What matters is you need to bring this fire that you had on the final 2 maps every single time you play. Like, you just have to do it. You have to find that within yourself, whatever it is that motivates you, whatever it is that fuels you to compete, it has to be there. Because for me, it's unacceptable that you're a professional player, right? And you can have such significant mood swings where it affects performance on such a huge level.
The big picture,
right? Like, you can't have that big of fluctuations in your play because of emotions. I mean, because then you cannot expect to have any consistency, and you're just way too fragile to, compete at the elite level.
Yeah, and speaking of fragility, this next gentleman we're going to talk about in our Sony MVP is certainly not fragility at all. He goes by the name of Blitz, and I don't know what to think about this photo. You got me in the first half, I'm not going to lie.
That's great. That's Blitz. That pose is him. And they faced off on the B stream against Gamer Legion, and he was dominant. And it also seems to be a theme a little bit for Blitz. He's had a sort of a great form, it feels like, in the second half of the year. So, had a really good series today while the Mongols took care of business against Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I'm super curious to see how the Mongols are going to fare here at EWC. It's a team obviously gaining a bit of confidence with the results as of late, I'd say. Obviously losing to Spirit in the grand final at Blast hurt a little bit, but they got into another grand final, and a team that, judging by the bracket that you get to see on this screen now, have a pretty good shot at making it very far.
So when we go ultimately to talk about how G2 fumbled against the Falcons tomorrow, is that what the storylines are going to read, Yanko? Is what I'm asking.
I know that is the most anticipated game of the opening round.
By far, yeah.
I feel like, right? Like, have obviously Nico and Monesi going up against Hunter and the rest of their former organization. Also for the Club World Championship for Falcons. I mean, they still have competitors in the other 2 events, but I think Counter-Strike is where they're really hoping to sort of make a deep run, right? And put an impact, and not only because of this tournament, but because of the massive investment that they made into that roster. And, obviously you expect some results, and to be honest with you, the worst I've seen Falcons look this year was in Cologne, which is obviously a worrying sign, all things considered.
Yeah, and then we obviously hear the headlines talking about Nico is inevitably going to be the IGL of this team, which begs more questions, surely.
I mean, yeah, at someday that's probably gonna happen. I guess it applies a bit of pressure to Kixen, but the better Kixen does, the longer Nico will probably wait with doing that, and who knows if he does that in Falcons or somewhere else in the future.
Why is it something that even has to be in the back of his head? It's like, why is it even talked about? Why are you even like sort of making that state? I don't know. Like it's just
kind of ruffling the feathers.
It's a little bit of a cloud over everything, right? It's like, all right, bro, like maybe just say, not for the next 5 years. Even if it happens before that, just like give some sense of security, I guess. It's just weird stuff. I also personally think Nick will find the most success when it comes to trophies once he becomes an IGL, but it's up to him how long he just wants to keep playing and whatnot. But yeah, it is a little bit strange to have that sort of out there for someone like Kixen.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of looming in a way. It's kind of like Salt Bay with the salt, but not really at all anything close to that, right?
Right, Trace.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Meanwhile, you guys talk about games continue to be played. That's exactly what's going on here at the Esports World Cup Club Championships. Let's talk about Crossfire.
What's up, everybody? I'm Quickshot, bringing you a Club Championship update from the Crossfire stage. Only Team Vitality are not present, meaning Team Liquid, Team Falcons, Twisted Minds, and Virtus.pro all have representatives in this competition. Now, while I won't go into all the details, what you need to know is this. Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds have been eliminated. 0 points, they do not advance to the playoffs. Our other two competitors, Team Liquid and Team Falcons, are in the lower bracket fighting for their lives tomorrow. Team Liquid is taking on Team Rock. They are favored to win. Team Falcons are taking on Baisha from China, and they are not favored to win. This will have massive implications for the final standings in the Club Championship.
Yeah, that club championship, everyone's got their eyes on the prize, and by that I mean all the clubs and all the viewers around the world, guys. It's quite the massive undertaking going on here in the desert.
I mean, when you can win $7 million to your club, obviously they're going to take it seriously, and by the looks of it, Falcons is in prime position to do so. Maybe with Counter-Strike, maybe with Crossfire. They seem to be in the running for actually taking it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure on the Counter-Strike team, right? Like, not solely because they actually have a role to play in Falcons potentially repeating as club champions and netting another $7 million, $14 million in 2 years, not too shabby.
Not too bad. Not so
right?
bad.
But also just for their own microcosm, right? Like, I mean, they just need a good result here. They end up losing in the first game to G2 after what happened in Cologne. I mean, what confidence can you possibly have, especially considering they're going to skip a couple of tournaments too, so not too many opportunities for them to really, get reps and improve.
So if both teams lose in the first game and then TaiLoo somehow topples Vitality at the end of the day, are we really going to put those asterisks you were talking about, Jacob?
I mean, maybe, but that's not going to happen. Like that, it's not going to happen. I've seen enough for today. I can't explain the Spirit one. I can't explain the FaZe one. They're just bad at the moment.
Can you tell me how come Astralis has lost 3 times in a row to TaiLoo?
Tell us, Jacob.
Yeah, they're just not better, I guess. That's the simple answer.
Chinese Counter-Strike. Larger than Danish Counter-Strike.
100%. We suck. We've never been worse than we are right now.
And that's Jacob Pip-Vinicki, and that's an analysis you can get over on his Twitter. What is
analysis? I don't know.
Pimp Cycling.
Yes, pimpcycling.com. Hey, anyway, gentlemen, I think that just about does it for us here. I want to thank you both for your time. And obviously, there's plenty of more games to go on tomorrow here at the Esports World Cup. We are in Riyadh, and I can assure you that you're going to want to check this on your way out tonight. This is Arcadia, Plays of the Day.
Looking for handouts, I'm looking to stand out. Got the vision coming, watch how it pans out. I've been writing my plans down. Trying to stay focused, put out the notice. Who the goat is, me hands down. Yeah, no time for arguments. I cut out the politics. It's on my competence. I could cause your apocalypse. Ambition, it ain't for the weak. Get it even when I sleep. Ready and willing, what you ready to see? I'll find a way. With or without.